10 years ago, the Abyss Gates descended, ushering in an age of chaos as monsters flooded our world. They spread terror wherever they went. Facing this invasion, humanity's only path to survival was to awaken. The lucky few who awakened special abilities became warriors, mages, hunters, and fighters, all battling for the future. But that wasn't my fate. In this apocalyptic era, I was just a scavenger, a useless level 0, despised by society. I had no talent, no weapons, and no chance of ever reaching the top. My only path was sifting through the garbage others left behind, picking up every scrap and broken item, just hoping to see the next sunrise. Then one day, everything changed. I discovered I could gain experience to level up. Just 1 point of damage to a monster meant 1 point of experience for me. From that moment on, I dove headfirst into the abyss, seeking any chance to grind out every single point of EXP. After 100 life or death struggles, 100 near misses in the jaws of monsters, I finally succeeded in changing my class. I became the world's only hidden profession, the Scavenger Lord. It was then I realized that while everyone else fought over shiny loot, I was the one who held the true power. Because this entire world is just one giant junkyard for me to collect from. And so, the most despised man on Earth began his journey to rule it all. Hey everyone, and welcome to Bot Geta Review. Today, we're diving into the story I Became a King by Scavenging. If you enjoy the video, please drop a like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get into it and have some fun. The story kicks off at an abyss gate in G City. Energy crackles from the portal like lightning as a figure approaches. In the distance, a man is sprinting for his life. Right behind him, a demonic beast is in hot pursuit. My name is Yiqing, an abyss scavenger. Another second, and I would have been its lunch. Suddenly, a black-haired swordsman leaps in, slicing at the beast. As he fights, he yells back at Yiqing, "You're too slow, you idiot." Yiqing carefully sets down a box filled with crystals. My daily job is to sort through the trash left behind by the awakened hunting parties. He picks up a crystal and begins to wipe it clean. That's because the Abyss managers would never let valuable resources fall into the hands of ordinary people. The crystals sparkle, but their value isn't that high. After all, this one is only ranked C grade. Still, they're worth over 50,000 yuan each. The swordsman slams his foot on the box, sneering at him. "Hey kid," he threatens him, saying all the loot from this dungeon will be audited. If you're caught hoarding any crystals, not only will you pay a massive fine, but you could also end up in jail. Got it? Yiqing answers meekly. "Don't worry, sir. I've been doing this for years. I know the rules." He goes back to cleaning the crystal. The job of a scavenger is usually taken by level 0s, and if the vanguard team doesn't clear out all the monsters, the level 0s cleaning up behind them could face life-threatening danger at any moment. You could say they trade their lives for this job. Holding the freshly cleaned crystal, he sighs, thinking the base salary for surviving a dungeon run is 300 yuan. Each scavenger gets 1,000th of the value of the trash they collect, which comes out to about 600 yuan. After deducting the 30% agent fee, the net profit is 540 yuan. Whether in a fantasy world or reality, worrying about your next meal is exhausting. Yiqing thinks about his bleak future. He still has to pay off a 670,000 yuan debt, so he has no choice but to work harder. Another scavenger calls out to him, "Hey, kid with the last name Ye, there's a good job, pays 3,000ths. You in?" Hearing the pay rate, he's stunned. 3,000ths? Why is it so high? The man doesn't explain, just asks bluntly, "Aren't you the kid who's always short on cash? If you want in, let's go." The team's about to leave. Hearing this, Yiqing jumps to his feet, his spirits lifted. "Of course, I'll be right there to help." A bus speeds down the road. Inside, the young men are gossiping, trying to get a handle on the situation. A black-haired guy asks, "The Shenfeng City, People's Mall. Isn't that the Abyss dungeon that was just on the news? They said it was A rank." A guy in a yellow hat chimes in, "No wonder the commission is so high. I heard the first team got wiped out in one wave, not a single survivor. Is that why it was handed over to us?" "Probably." Yiqing quietly shrinks into a corner, listening to the other scavengers discuss the job. Besides cleaning the dungeon this time, there's another critical mission. Retrieve the equipment from the team that was annihilated. Another guy curses. "Damn, aren't these capitalists taking exploitation a bit too far?" His words silence the entire bus. But what can you do? All these dungeons are managed by greedy corporations. Yiqing just stares out the window. Thinking back on everything he's been through, Yiqing lets out a long sigh. Just then, the topic of conversation shifts to him. "I heard he took out a 1 million yuan loan from a loan shark. He owes millions, wiped out on the stock market. If he can't pay it back, he'll have to sell a kidney." Hearing his name, Yiqing pulled his hat down, hiding his face in shame. The whispers continued. Apparently, he has a sick little sister who depends on him for everything. Her medical bills alone are crushing him day by day. The judgment from the crowd was relentless. A guy like that is better off dead. But he carries too many burdens to just give up. High above, a strange sphere of energy pulsed ominously. They had finally reached their destination. The corpse retrieval squad grabbed their gear and hurried down. Looking down on them were the hunters. A flashy one with bright orange hair sneered. "You scavengers are way too slow." All the retrieval squad could do was apologize. "Sorry, our apologies," a young man with platinum hair quickly replied. "Stay close behind us," he warned. "If you die, it's not our problem." The hunters stormed in first, leaving the retrieval team scrambling to keep up. "Hurry up!" Yiqing stared at the dungeon gate before him, his resolve hardening. "I have to earn enough this time, and make it back alive." At last, the party stepped into the subterranean city. The Shenfeng City People's Mall, now a B-rank dungeon. Yiqing looked around in awe. This was his first time inside a B-rank dungeon. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed through the halls, putting the hunter party on high alert. A deadly, red-haired assassin was already poised for battle. A pack of wolves charged forward, their eyes burning with feral hunger as they lunged for the humans. A burly fighter screamed in terror, "Chen!" Even the platinum-haired young man couldn't help but curse. "Damn it! Monsters! Right at the entrance." The man called Chen scoffed arrogantly. "Relax. They're just a pack of level 1 ghost wolves." 2 fireballs materialized in Chen's hands. As a ghost wolf leaped at him, he unleashed his attack. Boom! Several beasts were instantly incinerated. The remaining ghost wolves tucked their tails and fled into the darkness. The warrior shouted a warning. "Don't let your guard down. Monsters could be lurking in any shadow." A dangerous-looking support class turned and asked, "Where is our objective?" The warrior raised his sword. "The 5th floor." The assassin voiced his concern. "Is it just me? Or is the 1st floor 5 times bigger than it should be? The ceilings are at least 3 times higher, too." The support explained, "It's a phenomenon called dungeonification, an instance based on a real-world location, but its internal structure has been completely warped. By the way, why wasn't there any intel? From the last team's bodies?" He then turned and sneered at the retrieval squad. "Hey, you scavengers, go find those corpses for us. Stop cowering like turtles." Just then, Yiqing, distracted by his surroundings, didn't notice Chen kneeling down to tie his shoe. Chen muttered with a smirk, "Humph, don't these level 0 grunts have any awareness at all?" And just as predicted, he stumbled right over Chen. The hunter sprang up like a coiled viper. "Damn it, are you blind?" Yiqing immediately tried to apologize. "I'm so sorry." But Chen slammed him against the wall, lifting him effortlessly. "It's disgusting touching trash like you. And I thought you were a monster." The warrior finally stepped in. "Chen, don't waste your time on them. We have a mission." Chen shot Yiqing one last glare. "You rotten punk." He tossed Yiqing aside like a sack of garbage. "Know your place, trash, and stay away from me." Yiqing picked up his hat, his eyes burning with silent fury. "Arrogant bastard." Chen then turned on the retrieval squad's leader. "And you call this a professional crew?" As he walked, the labels society had slapped on him echoed in his mind. A burden, useless, trash. This was the humiliation every level 0 had to endure. But there was one thing they didn't know. Yiqing had a secret system, and his experience bar was at 99 out of 100, just 1 point away from reaching level 1. Suddenly, a lone ghost wolf appeared. The other members of the retrieval squad screamed in terror. "A monster! Run for your lives!" But Yiqing stood his ground, facing the beast alone. "Looks like they missed one." The wolf's eyes glinted as it locked onto its prey. This was a bloodthirsty ghost wolf. Sweat dripped down his face. He braced himself, glancing over his shoulder. Nearby, he spotted 2 discarded items. A level 1 wooden shield and a level 1 wooden club. Just as the wolf lunged, he ducked out of the way. "This monster! This is the chance I've been waiting for!" Again, he narrowly dodged its snapping jaws. He launched himself into the air, channeling all the strength of his 17-year-old body as he came crashing down on the ghost wolf. He roared, smashing his fist into its head. "Die!" But nothing happened. Damage, 0. The ghost wolf was completely unfazed by the blow. Seeing this, even his own squad mates started mocking him. "Yiqing, are you an idiot? They just added fuel to the fire. That kid's been courting death for a while now. Doesn't he know only hunters can actually damage monsters?" Yiqing thought bitterly. "Of course I know that." The system window in his mind displayed it all too clearly. Yiqing, level 0, strength 1, agility 1, Intelligence, 1. Willpower, 1. 1 point in physique, 1 point in luck. The spirit wolf lunged again. He scrambled away, dropping his backpack in a panic. With stats this pathetic, he couldn't even break the defense of the weakest monster. As he fled, his mind raced, calculating every possible move. He knew his own weakness better than anyone. He kicked hard off a tree trunk, vaulting into the air. But the spirit wolf anticipated his move, snapping its jaws right into the wood and shattering it instantly. At that moment, Yiqing summoned every last ounce of his strength, bringing the wooden club crashing down on the wolf's head. I have to hit it harder. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Old Chen laughed, standing over a pile of wolf corpses. Ha! Those level 0 grunts would piss themselves, even if they found a monster with only a sliver of health left. One of his warriors toyed with a mana crystal, sneering at the thought of the others. We just have to kill a few random mobs, and we're already set. If those weaklings run into a real monster, it's game over. What a bunch of bottom-feeding trash. Back with the main party, the advanced class members checked their stat cards as the warrior barked out orders. We'll take the most valuable loot. Leave the scraps for the scavengers to clean up. After all, cleaning up is their only job. Suddenly, an assassin in the group pointed. Hey boss, looks like there are a few stragglers over there. From the direction she pointed, the frantic screams of the scavenger team echoed through the trees. It's a monster. Ah. Run for your lives, the advanced party just scoffed, just like the boss said they would. Old Chen finally decided to step in. What a pain, he grumbled. I'll go deal with it. But I call dibs on that purple grade item, so don't even think about touching it. The sounds of Yiqing's desperate struggle against the spirit wolf filled the clearing. In the end, the beast's fangs sank into his neck, pinning him mercilessly to the ground. The pain was excruciating, but that pressure ignited something within him. Fueled by sheer desperation, he found a new surge of strength and fought back. He raised the simple wooden club high, roaring with defiance. I refuse to die like some worthless trash. He plunged the splintered end into the spirit wolf's neck, and blood erupted like a fountain. A system window flashed. Critical hit. The spirit wolf shrieked in agony as the damage registered. 1. The beast collapsed, its jaws still agape. Yiqing fell to his knees, gasping for air. As reality set back in, a ragged laugh escaped his lips, which grew into a triumphant, delirious shout. I did it! But as he celebrated his impossible victory, the sudden appearance of Old Chen made his blood run cold. The man's voice dripped with sarcasm. Well now, look at you. Managed to kill a single low-level wolf all by yourself? He grabbed Yiqing by the collar, hoisting him up. Trying to be a hero, are we? He snarled in his face. You worthless dog, you must have a death wish. You're just begging to be sent to an early grave. We pay you to haul junk, not to get yourself killed. Useless trash. But Yiqing just smirked. He knew there was another path to power. A secret way to trigger a class change once your experience hit level 1. Even a level 0, nobody could force a class change, and doing so made it easier to unlock a hidden class. But to do that, you first had to gain experience points. And for a level 0 who couldn't even deal damage, that was a task harder than scaling the heavens. Yet, for years, Yiqing had been trying, scraping together every single point he could. Fight after grueling fight. Experience +1, experience +2. For so many years, he'd risked his life, searching for that one perfect opening to land a critical blow, just to deal a single point of damage. 3% accumulated bit by bit. 4%, 7%, 10%, 18%, 30%, 50%, 60%, 99%. By joining hunts, if he could land just 1 point of damage, he'd get 1 point of EXP, and right now, it was finally at 100%. This, he knew, was the only path for him to gain experience. He grinned through the blood streaming down his face. The condition has been met. A system window materialized before him. Your experience has increased from 99 out of 100 to 100 out of 100. Level up conditions have been met. Old Chen's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with disbelief. You little brat. You actually got enough EXP for a class change? Another notification rang out. Congratulations, you have reached level 1. A brilliant blue aura erupted around Yiqing's body. New class acquired, Scavenger. Yiqing stared at his new status, utterly bewildered. Huh? What is this? Old Chen's shock instantly melted away, replaced by a roaring, contemptuous laugh, as if he'd just witnessed the world's greatest joke. He couldn't hold it back any longer. What kind of class is that? A scavenger? So you changed your class just to become a scavenger again? And your max level is? Level 1? He slapped Yiqing hard on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. Oh, I'm sorry. I really can't help myself. Needless to say, Yiqing's face was darker than a storm cloud as the man continued his verbal assault. Your one and only chance in life, your most precious opportunity, and you end up as a simple scavenger? Ha ha ha, how fitting. It's the perfect class for trash like you. Suddenly, his tone shifted, becoming a low, threatening whisper. Listen here, Level 1 Scavenger. Your little friends have all run off. That means you'll be finishing the cleanup mission all by yourself. With that, he turned his back and shouted to his crew like a town crier. Hey everyone! Gather round. I've got a hilarious story to tell you. Yiqing was left alone, staring down at his hands. Is the scavenger class really that weak? He wondered. If the max level is 1, then I can't raise my stats through leveling up ever again. His gaze fell upon the spirit wolf's corpse. But then, what exactly are a scavenger's skills? Then, the unexpected happened. His eyes began to glow, and the wolf's corpse radiated an energy that felt just like his own. Slowly, the body began to levitate. A system window appeared before him. Recyclable target found. Low-level dire wolf corpse. The system then prompted, "Recycle?" He immediately selected, "Yes." Suddenly, demonic hands burst from his back, crackling with immense power. His pupils flared with a purple aura. The monstrous hands shot towards the spectral wolf's corpse, swiftly dragging it into the void. His eyes widened as he watched them work. He couldn't help but whisper, "This is the scavenger's skill." In a flash, the hands dragged the wolf into a pocket dimension. A shiver of fear and awe ran down his spine. It's gone. A recycling icon appeared in the empty space. Waste decomposition in progress. When it finished, one of the demonic hands gave him a cute little wave. Yiqing was still stunned. That's it? Then, a demonic hand materialized, holding an attribute card right before his eyes. You have acquired Soul Shock. You have acquired 3 usable attribute points. Yiqing muttered to himself. So I get skills and freely distributable stat points? He immediately opened his status window. Scavenger, Yiqing, Star, 1. AGI, 1. Int, 1. Will, 1. Con, 1. Luke, 1. The skill card he just acquired had a requirement. 3 points in agility were needed to use it. Yiqing blinked, reading the requirement. 3 points in agility? Without hesitation, he tapped the screen. Alright, let's put all 3 points into agility. A system notification popped up. You have met the prerequisites to use Spectral Wolf. Current agility, 4. Required agility, greater than or equal to 3. Do you wish to use this skill? He immediately chose to use it. A torrent of green energy erupted from his body, forcing him to shut his eyes. But he felt nothing. Opening his eyes, he was completely bewildered. That's it? Huh? Did it do anything at all? Before he could process it, a voice barked at him from a distance. Hey! Get this trash cleaned up now. Yes, sir. He stomped his foot, trying to get a running start. Ah! Faster than a speeding arrow, he yelled, only to immediately trip on a root and faceplant. Crash! The impact echoed through the area, making his vision swim. Before he could even get up, a thought struck him. Wait, was that the skill? The system chimed in with an answer. Soul Shock is now on cooldown. Whoa, he gasped. It really was the skill. He scrambled up, breathing a sigh of relief, and his gaze fell upon the scene before him. What he saw made his eyes nearly pop out of his head. Oh my god. Every single spectral wolf corpse in the area was now glowing. Recyclable waste detected. It finally clicked. He understood his power. I don't just get attribute points. I can actually take the monster's skills too? Is this the true power of a level 1 scavenger? At his command, the demonic arms materialized once more, an epic sight to behold. He breathed out in awe. The scavenger class, I1, is unbelievably powerful. System notifications flooded his vision. You have gained 4 usable attribute points. You have gained 3 usable attribute points. You have gained 2 usable attribute points. Behind Yiqing, his recycling system worked furiously, collecting the corpses of 7 spectral wolves. The scavenger hands presented him with more points. You have gained 1 usable attribute point. He watched intently, thinking to himself, I got the Soul Shock skill from the first wolf I recycled, but recycling more of the same kind doesn't give me any new skills, and the attribute points I'm getting are diminishing too. He wondered aloud, does this mean I only get a new skill once per monster type? He then pointed with renewed vigor. There's more trash over there. The demonic hands eagerly shot forward. Let's get this job done. More notifications for attribute points popped up, but this time, he decided to check his status window instead. Name, Yiqing. Level 1. Max. Strength 1. Agility 4. Intelligence 1. Willpower 1. Constitution 1. Luck 1. After recycling all the wolf corpses, he had a staggering 111 usable attribute points. He stared blankly at the system window, completely baffled. Which stat should I raise? I'll probably never be short on points again, right? A sly grin spread across his face. Heh. Why not just level them all up equally? The system immediately went to work. Strength, agility, willpower, constitution, and luck were all being upgraded. When the process finished, his status had been completely updated. Strength, agility, intelligence, willpower, constitution, and luck had all been raised to 20. Meanwhile, the job advancement party was still battling the wolves. "All right, just 2 more to go," one of them yelled. "Crash!" The last spectral wolf finally collapsed. A warrior turned to Old Chen and asked, "You said that kid's new class is a scavenger? It's a hidden class that's never been on the advancement list before." The party's healer scoffed. "Humph. A so-called hidden class gets discovered every year, but the rankings for the most valuable classes almost never change. Most of these hidden jobs just end up being completely useless." Old Chen's face twisted with contempt. Besides, his max level is capped at level 1. At best, that makes him F rank, barely stronger than a normal person. "There's practically no difference," the warrior added. Then gave a command. "Forget about him. Let's keep moving forward. Stay sharp, everyone." Suddenly, the 2 members in the back cried out as a massive pit opened in the ground. Something was stirring, trying to crawl its way out. Before the advancement party could react, enormous trees erupted from the pit's dark depths. On the ground, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. As they descended the branches, they saw several bodies hanging from the tree. The closest one was a desiccated husk, completely drained of life. The warrior quickly realized they had found their mission's target. "This is Captain Hai, sent by the Hunter Corporation." The assassin spoke up. "But, this mound of earth. Why is there something like this inside a shopping mall? We're on the 5th floor." A mage cautiously touched a root growing from a corpse's mouth. "This place has been abyss-fallen for less than 48 hours total. For a body to be this desiccated, was its essence drained by some kind of magic?" The assassin sensed something was terribly wrong. "All we've encountered on our way here were low-level werewolves. But these guys were the B+ rank Blue Eagle squad. Isn't it strange that they all perished here?" A rustling sound echoed from behind them. The warrior shot a sharp glance over his shoulder. "Look!" Corpse trees clawed their way out of the ground like zombies. Some began grabbing at the class holders' legs. They were not alone here. On television, a news broadcast was playing. "Today in Shenfeng City, an abyss has appeared. The Hunter Corporation has dispatched a team." The anchor reported the urgent details. "The People's Shopping Mall in Shenfeng City has undergone abyssification, preliminarily classified as a B-rank mutation event. The current number of missing persons has reached 217. The warrior immediately took a defensive stance. "Everyone, retreat!" But there was no escape. Corpse trees lunged from all sides in an ambush. "We've walked right into a trap," Old Chen shouted as he unleashed his magic. "So this is why we couldn't find any bodies. They were all concentrated right here." The warrior slashed through a monster, adding, "The low-level monsters along the way were just bait, a tactic to lure the enemy in deep." At the center, the massive tree began to stir, creating a violent tremor. Fear gripped him. Is this the true master of the abyss? 3 enormous eyes opened, revealing its true form. It was a high A-rank hellish man-eating flower. Old Chen suddenly screamed, "Above us!" From high above, a horde of corpses leaped down at his cry. The Falcon Hunter squad had been reanimated. Meanwhile, Yiqing was diligently cleaning up. Recycle the bisected ghost wolf. Recycle the incinerated ghost wolf. After all his hard work, he finally recycled 50 corpses. The rookie scavenger achievement was complete. He cheered inwardly. Achievement unlocked. He watched excitedly as the purple portal announced, "You will receive a reward." He thought in surprise, "There's even a reward for this?" The suspense was killing him. A weapon card materialized before him. Common dagger. Level 1. Yiqing's face fell flat. Level 1 requirement. Even the achievement reward is garbage. How interesting. But just as he was complaining, a chilling moan echoed from behind him. Ooh. He whipped his head around. What is that? From the shadows, a tree zombie was charging straight for him. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Yiqing quickly leaped backward, thinking, that was way too close. I almost lost my future. A system window popped up. Activating agility check, 20. Evasion. Successful. He perfectly executed several backflips. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, you scared me. I thought I was a goner. He looked down at his hands. His body felt so much lighter. Is this because of the stat boost? He clenched his fist tightly. It seems I've really gotten stronger. But before he could celebrate, the monster lunged at him as if demanding a kiss. The tree ghoul's face was inches from his. He instantly dodged to the side, letting her slam her branch-like hands into the nearby door. Then, he swiftly created more distance. He could feel the change in his body. He wasn't just faster, he was stronger, too. He channeled energy into his legs, activating Soul Shock. He rushed forward to face the tree ghoul one-on-one. Now, it's my turn. His eyes filled with resolve. I am a class holder now. This time, it won't be zero damage. With no pity for the creature, he unleashed a powerful blow. The tree ghoul went flying backward and slammed hard against the door. The system chimed in. Activating strength check. 20. You have inflicted a defense break effect on the target. Physical damage increased by 100%. The tree ghoul groaned in the distance. Yiqing smirked with newfound confidence. I'm not the same person I was before. A new notification appeared. With 20 points in intelligence, your keen eyes have been significantly enhanced. You can now detect hidden information about your target. He focused his gaze on the monster. Parasitized, human elite rank. As it growled menacingly, more text appeared. Weakness. Fire, neck joint. It let out a piercing shriek. Ah! The tree ghoul lunged forward, and he charged to meet it. He slid across the floor, completely evading its clumsy charge. Landing behind the creature, he channeled energy into his hand. He thought, so, the neck joint is the weak spot, huh? Wielding the common dagger, he aimed a single, decisive slash straight at the monster's neck. The system responded instantly. Activating luck check. 20. The common dagger's effect has been triggered. The target is now suffering from a bleed effect. He quickly leaped backward. The branch-like neck was completely severed. As the monster collapsed, a new message appeared. You have slain the parasitized human. Suddenly, the purple slime on his hand began to glow. Activating physique check. 20. Deadly poison has been neutralized. The toxic substance instantly vanished as if it was never there. A wave of joy washed over him. I did it. My very first monster kill. Another system prompt appeared. Recycle. Parasitized human? Yes or no? He selected yes. A final message popped up. Successfully recycled the parasitized human. He acquired a new passive skill. Toxicity conversion. The bacteria card appeared. All poison effects would now be reversed into random buffs. A requirement appeared. Stamina must be greater than or equal to 15. He read the description, puzzled. Poison conversion? Does that mean it turns poison into medicine? He chose to activate the new passive skill. Toxicity conversion. The system announced he'd received 5 usable attribute points. The familiar stat window materialized before him once more. At the same time, a new item drop appeared. Mutated poison. The manufacturer's warning was clear. Highly toxic. Do not consume. Yiqing held the vial of poison in his left hand, and the card in his right. With toxicity conversion, this deadly poison would become a powerful buff. He had to see what would happen. He didn't hesitate for a second. Instantly, system notifications flooded his vision. The poison's effect was reversed, becoming a healing agent thanks to his new skill. In a flash, all his wounds were fully healed. He received a new buff. Mental refreshment. All basic attribute values have been doubled. The effect would last for 10 minutes. He was ecstatic. How could a random buff be this incredible? It felt like a river of pure power surging through his veins. He reviewed his attribute window, ready to make adjustments. If he remembered correctly, raising his intelligence would unlock hidden information on his targets. Alright. Put all 5 points into intelligence. On the screen, his stats had doubled from 20 to 40. Just then, guttural growls echoed from behind him. He spoke softly. Did I miss a few? Then his eyes scanned the area. Or maybe more than a few. Because thundering towards him was an entire legion of treant corpses. Yiqing remembered their venomous words. A burden on society. Useless trash. As the horde surged forward, their insults echoed in his mind. Worthless. These were the names they had always called him. His dagger appeared in his hand. But now, I can finally scream it right back in their faces. He raised the blade towards the undead trees, unleashing a torrent of energy. My name is Yiqing, and I'm a scavenger. Behind him, his massive garbage-collecting arm charged forward with equal excitement. He roared, "You pieces of trash, come and get me." Suddenly, 2 treant corpses ambushed another warrior, who let out a curse. Damn it, the Falcon Hunt Squad. They've been parasitized. Screams echoed through the battlefield. R. A treant corpse struck with blinding speed, its attack crashing into the warrior. He barely blocked the blow, thinking, damn this thing. Even as a corpse, it's stronger than when it was alive. The thought of the final boss, the flesh-eating flower, was even more terrifying. He made a quick decision. Squad, listen up. Retreat. The entire team turned tail and fled, screaming as they ran for their lives. Arg! But a treant corpse suddenly lashed out, cutting down the team's assassin. The healer didn't fare any better. He was killed and immediately taken over by the parasite. Roots erupted from his mouth. The last two members ran for their lives, but their luck had run out. The warrior screamed, damn it, they're sticking right to us. That was when Lao Chen finally understood the situation. They're too strong. As the warrior defended his back, a treacherous thought began to form in Lao Chen's mind. I only came here for the money and the gear. It's not worth dying for. And just like that, he decided to sell out his own teammate. He cast a slowing magic spell. The warrior froze in place, completely stunned. He couldn't believe the betrayal. Lao Chen, what the hell are you doing? I'm on your side, the man replied shamelessly. Sorry, my friend. I have to use you to slow them down. Then, he turned and ran. When I get home, I'll be sure to light 2 incense sticks for you. The warrior died screaming in rage. You bastard. But Lao Chen was shameless. He even thought with glee, I'm not losing anything by running now. At least I still have the gear I picked up. I can just get out of here and say the team was wiped out. As he was celebrating his escape, a pained grunt echoed, followed by a loud thud. He had slammed right into someone, knocking him to the ground. He glared up, stunned into silence for a moment. Then he couldn't hold it back. Son of a bitch. It's you, the piece of trash. Yiqing stared down at the cold-blooded man. To save your own skin, you sold out your own comrades. Before Lao Chen could retort, he saw what was behind Yiqing, a mountain of treant corpses. He couldn't believe his eyes, and stammered, You did all this? From the distance, the dying screams of his teammate echoed. Arr! The sound jolted him. He couldn't let this guy get away. If he told the guild supervisor what happened, things would end badly for him. He quickly resorted to psychological manipulation. Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to stand out from the crowd? Well, now's your chance. Go be monster food. As he spoke, he suddenly kicked with all his might at Yiqing. A system notification flashed. Initiating strength check. His plan backfired spectacularly. He was sent sprawling to the ground. He cursed loudly. What the hell? You worthless punk. What just happened? Yiqing looked down on him with utter contempt. This guy was the definition of scum. You bastard, he spat. You're not even worthy of being called trash. He immediately commanded his magic hand to clean up this piece of filth. The spectral arms shot out, dragging the man into a separate space. Ah, damn it. What is this? Somebody help me. System notification. Sorting trash. But in a shocking twist, even the system rejected this vile excuse for a human. Cannot retrieve this trash. Glancing at old Chen's motionless body, it seemed not all trash was worth collecting, but the system could still reclaim his ability. The system could reclaim a useless ability if the target consented. And in exchange, it offered a 3-minute spellcaster experience card. He smirked. So passing out counted as consent? How incredibly convenient. Just then, a notification appeared. Spellcaster experience card has been used. A surge of energy erupted from him. He had gained control over the domain of fire. But, to wield this new power, the system required 15 points in intelligence for the fireball skill. His current intelligence was 50 points. With stats like that, the basic fireball skill evolved into a raging inferno. He watched as the army of corpse treants turned towards him, their shrieks filling the air. More monsters were flooding in through the doorway. Now, how do I use this fireball skill? He recalled how the other guy did it, a specific gesture, and then he thrust his hand forward, and flames exploded. Boom! The fire scorched the entire corner of the room, turning a horde of corpse treants to nothing but ash. He stared, dumbfounded, a wave of regret washing over him. He hadn't even had a chance to collect them. Don't just vaporize them like that. While he was lost in frustration, a corpse treant launched a sneak attack from the shadows behind him, but he was already aware of the threat, leaping away to dodge the blow with ease. He put distance between them, his eyes sharp and focused, easily evading another attack. He swiftly drew his dagger and slashed at the corpse treant, but the creature was fast enough to block the strike. He tensed up. He hadn't learned any close-quarters combat skills yet. Then, his eyes fell upon a fallen warrior's corpse. An idea sparked, and he immediately began the collection process. You wouldn't want to be reanimated by those things, would you? Better to become a part of my power. A new card materialized. Smash! The creature's body was torn in two. It was a gruesome sight. Its head rolled to a stop right at his feet, but Yiqing was a thorough scavenger. It was time to clean up. "Sorry about this," he murmured. "Your body has to be collected too. Rest in peace." After the collection was complete, a new prompt appeared. Dagger proficiency card obtained. You can now wield a dagger with the skill of an assassin. It also granted the ability to unleash a flurry of devastating attacks. With so much left to do, he decided to use the card immediately. You have used the dagger proficiency card. Just as he'd hoped, after the buff, he could feel his entire body changing. The simple weapon felt completely different in his hands now, like a natural extension of his own body. Yiqing charged headfirst into the horde of corpse treants. Voices echoed from somewhere else in the dungeon. "Our mission is to find the Kestrel Squad and escort them out of here alive." That's right. These were people who gave their lives for the mission. A sharp, determined glint filled his eyes. He had to sever the heads of those who were once squad members. If he couldn't recover their bodies, the mission would be a total failure, and he wouldn't get a single credit for it. Yiqing cut down every treant in his path, collecting them all. Collection successful. Berserk skill obtained. His strength and agility skyrocketed, granting him temporary immunity to all control effects. As another monster fell, a voice echoed once more, "I know." Of course. I know. The questions kept coming. "So, did you find the bodies of the Kestrel Squad inside or not?" The man hesitated. "Of course, I found them, but they were all collected." As he spoke those words, purple flames erupted from beneath the monsters. The interrogator didn't understand and immediately pressed for an answer. "Collected?" The man flashed back to the moment Yiqing cleared out all the corpse treants and summoned a giant, spectral hand to dispose of the final boss. With a strained voice, he explained, "That person dragged it all into a bottomless pit, back in a towering skyscraper." At the Abyss Oversight Committee's interrogation room, the man being interrogated was none other than Old Chen. The committee members clearly didn't believe a word of his story. "In that dungeon, you were the sole survivor. The person you speak of doesn't exist. Besides, there are too many holes in your testimony. Furthermore, there's one very strange detail. When we found you, your rank had dropped by an entire level. That's something we have never seen before." Panic seized him, and he screamed uncontrollably. "I already told you. My ability. It was taken. That person collected it." Then he burst into manic laughter. "That's the proof. He's a scavenger. A collector." He trembled, bowing his head. "It has to be." But his interrogators remained unconvinced. "Your abyss power contamination level is critically high. It is likely causing you severe hallucinations. We're charging you with the crime of being a suspected team killer." Hearing the verdict, he screamed in pure terror. "No, I'm not lying to you. I swear, I am not lying." "What a pathetic piece of trash," one of them muttered. Meanwhile, at the entrance to a B-rank abyss, another group was gathering, preparing for their own mission. Yiqing was among them, lost in thought. He recalled auctioning off the magic crystals on the black market, but he only received about 30% of their actual worth. That's because the crystal trade is completely monopolized by the major corporations. Selling them privately is a serious crime. The black market takes a cut of over 70% in fees. Still, the amount he made was just enough to finally pay off the predatory loans he'd been stuck with for years. But there wasn't much profit left after that. He looked down at his empty hands. If his secret was ever exposed, if I revealed my recyclability in front of everyone, they'd report me to the supervisory committee. A recycle sigil appeared on his hand. Not to mention, someone who awakens a strange class could easily be locked up for a year and a half for research. Yiqing clenched his fist. He had to make as much money as possible, while he was still free. The team captain announced that this was a newly formed abyss, and everything inside was an unknown. You all know the dangers involved, and everything comes with a price. Therefore, the reward this time will be doubled. Anyone who possesses the qualifications of a class changer can register with me. But let me emphasize, you must be at least B rank. Yiqing quickly raised his hand and pointed to himself. "How about someone like me?" the captain asked. "What's your class and level?" He replied instantly. "Level 1 Scavenger." The crowd behind him froze in astonishment. Then, they all burst out laughing. "Ha ha." The captain immediately slapped his hand down. "Are random pieces of trash calling themselves class changers now? You'd be better off lining up with the other garbage collectors over there." But Yiqing's mind was already racing. By acting weak and lowering everyone's guard, there was a high chance he'd be assigned to a support role in the rear. That way, he could secretly recycle corpses and trash behind their backs without anyone noticing. This was his brilliant slacker plan. A haughty voice suddenly commanded, "Let go of his hand." The crowd began to murmur. It was the young lady of the Liu family. Her awakened class was God's chosen star die. She declared, "With him, our team is now full." The crowd buzzed with praise. The future star of the Hunters Guild. They call her the child chosen by the gods, Liu Xingran. The captain argued back, "But this guy is clearly just level 1. He doesn't even have a rank certification." She shot back, "Being a newbie doesn't matter. We're all level 1, so it makes no difference. You're all a bunch of trash anyway." Hearing her words, the captain was left speechless. "Yes, Miss Liu is right. We are only responsible for your safety. This is your family's enterprise, so of course, your word is law." Just then, Yiqing let out a huge sigh of relief. That was close. He almost got kicked out. After all, this wasn't his first day as a scavenger. He stared at her, thinking hard. But this Liu Xingran, where have I seen her before? Finally, he remembered. The memory rewound to 2 years ago. At that time, Liu Xingran was staring blankly at her broken sword. Yiqing stepped in front of her, thrusting his staff straight into the massive bear's snout, dealing a single point of damage. The bear collapsed, dying with its eyes wide open. She asked, "Are you from the recovery team? How did you kill a magic beast?" But Yiqing was overcome with joy, cheering, "It worked! I finally earned 1 experience point." This marked the beginning of his journey to collect 100% of the 100% experience points available. After celebrating, he turned back to her. "Are you okay?" she asked again. "Curious. I've only heard rumors about this. I never thought someone would actually try to level up this way." Her face was filled with surprise. "You gain experience like this?" "Why?" he answered casually. "To make money, obviously." Xingran was blunt. "I don't believe you. This is an experience you have to bet your life on every time." But he just looked at the magic crystals that fell from the beast. "Whoa, so many crystals. It would be great if these were all mine," he said, glancing at her as he picked them up. "What would you know? You high and mighty class changers could never understand the bitter struggles of weak people like us." He looked at the field of bear corpses. "On the other hand, what about you? You split from your team and rushed in alone. Do you have a death wish? Facing so many magic beasts all by yourself. What were you trying to prove?" Without a second thought, she answered proudly. "To become stronger, of course. I want to be the first person to conquer that place." Yiqing asked in surprise. "That place?" Xingran quickly pressed him. "Tell me your real reason for changing classes." Yiqing was a simple man. He said, "I want to become stronger. I want to protect my family." She found this boy truly interesting. "Tell me your name." Yiqing. She also introduced herself. "My name is Liu Xingran. I hope you successfully change your class one day." Looking at the young lady's hand right in front of him, he replied wittily, "All right, but don't hold me back when that time comes." She answered with humor of her own. "Let's see you actually change your class first before we talk about that. I killed 30 magic beasts by myself just now. You took care of one at most." "No. More like half of one." Just then, her bodyguards rushed over. "Young miss, you really made us work for it. Why did you sneak off so deep into this area?" They yelled at Yiqing. "Hey, you scavenger! Get away from our lady." They pulled her away, still grumbling. The guildmaster was furious. He nearly broke our legs. Liu Xingran didn't even have time to say goodbye. "Hey, wait!" She quickly tossed a magic crystal core toward Yiqing and shouted, "Catch!" She clutched it tightly in her hand. Before they dragged her away, she managed to get the words out. A final payment for the half year he'd spent helping her. He turned, heading down his own path, asking himself a quiet question. What was her name again? Liu Xingran. The team captain smacked him upside the head. "Some friend you are," he scoffed. "You don't even know her name for sure. It's Liu Xingran, isn't it? What are you staring at? Get these power stones moving." Yiqing snapped back to reality. "Yes, sir." His gaze then fixed on the powerful silhouette before him, vowing to himself, "I will follow her with everything I have." At that moment, Liu Xingran stared coldly at the gate ahead. "All right, gear up. Time to move out." The entire squad advanced as one. "We're heading out now." A low, humming sound vibrated from the massive gate. At the back of the formation, Yiqing shouldered his pack. A purple light flared in his eyes. This time, he had to earn his keep, and most importantly, come back alive. He quickly reviewed the abilities he'd acquired. During the last raid in the Abyss, he'd first managed to control a valiant shield warrior after harvesting the soldier's corpse. Then, he took down a dagger wielder infested by a parasitic vine and was rewarded with the Dagger Proficiency skill card. You can wield daggers like a true rogue, unleashing a furious storm of blows, which also unlocked the Steel skill. On top of that, he'd also absorbed the power of a frenzied warrior, symbolized by a card with 2 crossed axes. Finally, he dueled the man-eating flower boss one-on-one. After a chaotic exchange of blows, he buried his blade right in its head. As a final reward, he obtained a boss-level ability, unlocking the Super Regeneration Man-Eating Flower card. Plus, thanks to his unique hexagonal stat allocation method, he had no glaring weaknesses, no matter which class he used. All of his skill trees and attribute points followed this perfectly balanced hexagonal distribution. In total, everything added up to over 100 points, which made managing and allocating his stats incredibly efficient. He smirked to himself. After all, I'm the one who scavenged the abyss clean of anything useful. As the team passed through the gate, a thought crossed his mind. But what kind of power level does 100 points even represent? Suddenly, he activated a skill. His eyes glowed with the power of attribute analysis. He focused on the warrior walking just ahead of him. His strength was only 12 points. Pathetic. And his intelligence was the absolute lowest at just 1 point. At that moment, he grasped a fundamental law of this world. If 1 point represents the strength of an average person, then a warrior with 12 strength points is literally 12 times stronger than normal. And that's enough to earn a place in society. Which means someone like me, with 100 points, must be 100 times more powerful than an ordinary human. The team moved through the oppressive darkness. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from directly in front of him. The captain was the first to react. "What was that?" he yelled. "An earthquake?" With one hand braced against the wall, Yiqing answered calmly. "The structure of this underground city is a bit unstable." He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just then, someone shouted, "I see a chest." The group immediately swarmed around the crimson box. The captain sighed. "This is going to be tough. We don't have a rogue in our squad. A chest like this has to be at least A rank." An eager hand shot up from the back. "I can give it a shot." It was Yiqing, leaving everyone completely stunned. Yiqing stepped forward and began tinkering with the lock, leaving the rest of the team to watch with doubt on their faces. Can this guy really pull this off? 1 minute and 30 seconds later, the lock clicked open. The pile of skill cards made everyone's jaws drop. He mused. Unlocking this was as easy as breathing. The captain stared at Yiqing and the empty box. That deft-handed lockpicking ability. Isn't that something only a thief above level 5 can learn? Yiqing had his answer ready. A level 1 scavenger can pick up a lot of handy skills. When you're constantly picking through trash, you run into locked boxes and things like this all the time. Hearing that, the captain didn't press further. "We'll divide the spoils after the next assault. Move out." The team nodded and started to move. Yiqing saw this and quickly stopped her. "Wait a second. There's something up ahead." The girl turned back, a confused look on her face. "Huh?" He picked up a small stone and flicked it against the wall. It ricocheted from one side to the other, creating a perfect zigzag path. And to everyone's astonishment, the walls erupted with deadly spikes that slammed into each other. The team's spellcaster looked at him with wide, cautious eyes. "Are you seriously just level 1? Yiqing's mind raced, and he came up with a quick lie. "Don't worry about it. You just happened to hit my specialty. When you're a scavenger, you step on traps constantly. After dealing with that hell over and over, it's only natural I'd awaken a trap-sensing ability. Nothing weird about that, right?" Liu Xingran didn't seem to buy his story for a second. But just then, the system saved his life. A notification appeared. Deception check. Great success. The target becomes easily persuaded. Instantly, the entire team nodded in unison. Oh, that makes sense. Yiqing felt the power of the buff coursing through him. A thrill shot up his spine. My God. So this is the power of 100 intelligence points? He was handed a card. "This is your reward. You should be grateful." Yiqing grabbed the card to inspect it. A level 1 damaged mace. Barely even usable. It seemed their opinion of him hadn't improved one bit. With that, the team captain gave the order, "Keep moving forward." At last, they reached a chamber, where a shimmering object rested on a pedestal in the center. The captain roared with laughter. "What is this? The final boss's secret treasure? Getting here was way too easy. This abyss must be a bonus room with no monsters." In the middle of the room was a chalice and a stone tablet, inscribed with the words, "Reward Room." A room with only treasure and no monsters is an incredibly rare find. A 1 in 10,000 chance. But Xingran sensed something was terribly wrong. Don't celebrate too soon. Stay alert for monsters. The warrior picked up the stone slab, looking it over. Don't tell me this is everything the abyss has to offer? The contents of the chalice began to boil furiously, but he remained oblivious, shouting, "Hey, we've got the final treasure. Let's get ready to move out." Just then, a bizarre event unfolded. A system message appeared. Current blood reading initiated. The liquid in the chalice hissed as it shot upward, forming a thick shroud of black miasma. Witnessing this, the party members screamed in terror. Damn it! This isn't a reward room at all. It's a trap. The ominous mist coalesced into a monster with razor-sharp teeth, preparing to lunge at the group. Someone shrieked. It's a blood dream demon. Xingran immediately drew her weapon, preparing for the fight ahead. The blood demons swarmed them, forcing the entire party into a tight defensive circle. Yiqing decided to draw the dagger he kept ready, while simultaneously slipping on the ring of the worthless weakling. To avoid revealing his true stats, he would fight using only about 25% of his actual strength. The ring's effect was to reduce the wearer's attributes by any percentage they desired. He recalled the moment he received the item, questioning his entire existence. What good was a ring that only decreased your stats? He had to admit, even the most useless items eventually have their purpose. The team focused their attacks on the charging monsters. Every strike landed perfectly, but for each one they took down, another surged forward. Yiqing activated his combat system. A blue aura flared around him. Soul shock. He swung his dagger behind him, slashing at a demon beast and causing it to explode, completely unnoticed by his teammates. Xingran turned in astonishment, her gaze fixed on him after that single, decisive blow. Below him, the remains of the dream demon fell to the ground like fresh sashimi. She continued to stare at him even as another monster charged her. With an indifferent glance, she unleashed a casual swing of her blade, slicing the blood demon into 7 pieces. The warrior realized something was off. What the hell is this thing? It shatters after just one hit. Just then, the scattered sashimi-like pieces of the demon began to twitch and reform into their original shape. They're regenerating. Even more shocking, the demons began to cosplay as the party members themselves, but as hideous, twisted versions. The warrior screamed, "These damn things are copying our forms." The blood dream demon's initial state is incredibly weak, but when it attacks a person, it absorbs their power to strengthen itself and perfectly mimic their appearance. The warrior lopped the head off another blood dream demon. The sorcerer cheered as if he'd found a fascinating new toy. What a perfect form. But the headless demon he had just struck down immediately revived. The warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The relentless blood dream demon swung its blade, severing his arm. The warrior screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Ah! The sorcerer cried out in fear. Beheading it is useless? Is it unkillable? The blood dream demon raised its sword high, preparing to execute the unconscious warrior. It lifted its blade and swung down without mercy. In that critical moment, Xingran appeared, standing atop the now frozen blood dream demon. Her voice was completely emotionless, yet her words were a slap in the face to those who couldn't defeat the very same monster. Then, she placed her hand on its head and squeezed gently. Its entire body shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments. An overwhelming killing intent radiated from her as she sneered. To think a mere dream demon could reduce you to such a pathetic state. She then calmly stated her conclusion. As expected, Xingran's expression didn't change as she remarked, "Trash is still trash." The situation shifted again, as a demon with octopus-like tentacles sprouting from its head charged forward. The sorcerer raised his magic staff to shoot fire at it. "It's too fast. I don't have time to chant the magic spell." Yiqing stepped forward with a focused expression, an intense energy radiating from his hands. "If swords and blades have no effect on it, then I'll just have to vaporize it off the face of the earth." He swung his arm, and the great fire blast spell erupted instantly. The very air seemed to be torn apart by the ferocious explosion. The sorcerer, who had been in a state of panic, suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Great fire blast. That's an S-rank ultimate magic." In a flash, as the fire subsided, Yiqing's figure became clear again. Someone who had just regained their senses asked, "Could this be some kind of glitch? How can a level 1 player pull something like that off?" But there was no time for them to rest, as 2 more blood dream demons charged toward them. They were right on top of him. Their razor-sharp maws gaped open, long tongues lolling as they lunged. Without hesitation, Yiqing clenched his fists and roared. A wave of pure power slammed into them. Even these monsters recoiled before the invisible force. Then, Yiqing dropped into a combat stance, fists raised. He activated Berserker mode, the signature skill of a frenzied warrior. In this state, his speed, power, and even the damage he took were all amplified by 100%. He unleashed a devastating punch, blasting the 2 dream fiends into bloody piles. But something impossible happened, something Yiqing never could have predicted. A core piece of flesh began to pull the splattered blood back towards it, condensing and reforming until it regained its original shape. The creatures let out a triumphant shriek at the group, The team's sorcerer stammered in terror. What in the world is that thing? A cold sweat trickled down Yiqing's back. They'd read his moves. Before their very eyes, the normal Dream Fiend evolved into a royal-grade Blood Fiend. It stood at least 3 meters tall. Doubt crept into the party. A royal-grade monster? How can a B-rank abyss spawn something like this? Refusing to believe it, someone tried to reassure themselves. This has to be a mistake. It just has to be. Yiqing's mind raced. It can mimic its target's form. The stronger the opponent, the stronger it becomes. This Blood Fiend absorbed my own attributes to evolve to royal grade. But there was no time to think. The creature swiped its massive claws, aiming to tear him apart. Yiqing instantly dodged, leaping back just as its claws smashed into the ground, carving a massive crater where he had just stood. He gasped for breath, hands on his knees. Its stats are equal to mine? Then a head-on fight using brute force is out of the question. Just then, Liu Xingran stepped forward, her sword resting casually on her shoulder. "Get back, weakling." Her voice was as cold as ice. A powerful opponent like this should be handled by me. All he could do was watch her advance. She charged, ready to face the Blood Fiend one-on-one. With her sword poised, she dashed forward in a blur, running straight up the monster's outstretched arm. She launched herself into the air, spiritual energy flaring from her blade, and then drove her sword down, aiming for the beast's very core. The fiend instantly raised a claw to block the strike, and a layer of frost spread across its limb upon impact. Even Yiqing was stunned. The Icebone Domain. The Blood Fiend King roared in fury, swinging its massive claws right at Liu Xingran. A flicker of tension crossed her face, but she expertly twisted her body in midair, dodging the swipe and landing gracefully on the ground. Wiping her lip, she muttered to herself, "It's not enough. I'm still too weak." She remembered the warning she received before entering this place. "Young miss, the energy readings from this abyss are dangerously unstable." At the time, Liu Xingran was bandaging wounds from her last battle. Her retainers had pleaded with her, "Are you certain you want to enter alone?" Though her body was covered in wounds, she clutched her sword with resolve. "My goal is to conquer this place, the final stage of the jet black path. But my current growth rate is still too slow. I'm falling so far behind my brothers and sisters." Liu Xingran knew exactly where she stood in her family. To put it bluntly, she was being left in the dust. She had shot to her feet, her decision made. Back in the present, power began to radiate from her as she prepared to unleash everything she had. If I can't even conquer an abyss like this, the thought only fueled her resolve. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with determination. Then I don't deserve the name Liu. A vortex of ice erupted around her, a stark white against the Blood Fiend's crimson form. The monster shrieked from above. Even the onlookers watching the battle had to stare, wide-eyed, at Liu Xingran. She summoned a spectral banner, commanding it to plant itself in the ground with a single word. The Icebone Flag's primary effect is to grant a buff within a 30-meter radius. All allied units receive a 50% boost. Once planted, the freezing power of her Icebone domain intensified. The Blood Fiend was instantly flash-frozen into a statue of ice. With her own speed now enhanced, Liu Xingran prepared her next attack. She narrowed her eyes, tightening her grip on her sword as she leaped. Her mind raced. The Icebone Domain is the perfect counter for any water or blood-based demon. Even if I can't kill it, I can freeze it solid. That will neutralize the threat completely. With decisive force, she unleashed a strike that sliced the monster in two. Comet Piercer. Yiqing watched on, analyzing her power. So this is the power of a legendary S-class god-chosen profession? A flicker of excitement sparked within him. Now I'm actually looking forward to this. A royal-grade blood fiend versus a god-chosen knight. Liu Xingran. Who would prove stronger? But the sight before her made Liu Xingran's blood run cold. It had absolutely no effect. From the shattered ice, the fiend's blood rose into the air and instantly reformed the creature. It was as if nothing had happened at all. It lunged again, swinging its massive arm towards her. In that split second, her life hung by a thread. She snapped back to her senses, leaping away to dodge the fatal blow. Gritting her teeth, Liu Xingran launched herself into the air again. Even though I'm a Liu, I'm always the one left behind. I am the weakest existence in the Liu family. The cruel words of her past flooded her mind like a tidal wave. You are a disgrace to the Liu family name. Why did I get stuck with such a pathetic little sister? No one can imagine living with trash like you. Just behave. You should have stayed home, little girl. The abyss is a very dangerous place. Ha ha ha. Liu Xingran focused her power, her hand tightening on the hilt of her sword. I want to get stronger, even if I have to start from scratch. If I keep challenging myself, I know one day I'll surpass them. Surpass everyone. With a mighty roar, she brought her sword down and screamed, I can take on anything. Her blade sliced down, plunging straight into the nightmare fiend's head. Yiqing watched the whole thing, completely stunned. But Liu Xingran failed to notice one of the nightmare fiend's claws was still active, and it slammed her hard into the wall. She coughed up a mouthful of blood in agony, as the rest of the party descended into chaos. The team's sorcerer cried out in terror. Even Liu Xingran was defeated. The S-rank hunter lost. We need to run. The nightmare fiend seized the opportunity, raising its claw again. But Yiqing's eyes sharpened as he locked onto his target, striking out and causing its arm to explode. The sight of the massive chunk of flesh falling startled the onlookers. As the arm crashed to the ground, they all scattered and ran. Amid the chaos, Liu Xingran leaped onto the severed arm. Her eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Yiqing stood firm, facing the nightmare fiend as it prepared for another attack. He focused his mind, activating his observation haki. His gaze pierced through everything, desperately searching for the fiend's weakness. Without a second thought, he gathered his energy, and flames ignited in his palm. Monsters that reach Monarch class develop a resistance to status effects. If their level is high enough, they can even become completely immune to things like freeze, stun, or paralysis, or speed reduction. Some areas that used to be weak points are no longer vulnerable once they level up. Yiqing clenched his fist. There was no need to hold back anymore. He unleashed all of his attributes. The flames from his punch tore through the nightmare fiend's chest, causing the monster's colossal body to shudder. The fiend opened its mouth in a deafening roar and attacked again, but Yiqing was already moving at top speed to escape. As Liu Xingran drank a healing potion, the sorcerer gasped, He's so fast! Over here, Yiqing nimbly flipped through the air to dodge the nightmare fiend's lunge, then landed perfectly on his feet. He quickly got into his stance and took a deep breath, his entire body becoming a focal point of raw energy. If he could just find this Monarch-class Blood Fiend Nightmare's weakness, he could end this fight for good. And with that, he began to unleash a continuous storm of explosive punches against its body. But no matter which part he destroyed, it regenerated instantly. What's more, after scanning its entire form, he still couldn't find a single weak point. A sudden idea flashed in his mind. This monster was acting like it was being controlled from a distance. Yiqing's eyes widened. Wait a minute. Remote control? He quickly shouted to the group of onlookers. Hey, that stone! When you first got it, there was a blood test, which proves it's connected to the Blood Fiend Nightmare. Then he urged them, kick it over here. The sorcerer understood and pointed to the stone in front of the warrior. That one. The warrior immediately kicked it toward Yiqing. Got it. A system notification popped up instantly. By passing a sanity check, you will now be able to comprehend the text on this stone. Reciting the ancient curse on the stone will dispel the blood curse. His eyes shot open. The solution was right in front of him. If only he'd used his observation skill from the start. But the nightmare fiend understood his plan. It rushed over, snatched the stone, and quickly swallowed it whole. After swallowing it, a mysterious energy erupted from within. It let out a deafening roar as it transformed into an invincible form, but then it suddenly froze, not moving at all. The group cautiously approached. Why isn't it moving anymore? The sorcerer whimpered. This is terrifying, but Yiqing just calmly closed his eyes and cursed. Damn it. I was too careless. Sweat dripped down his face as he observed it. It's in invincibility mode now. Damn it. Suddenly, Liu Xingran spoke up. Have we met somewhere before? The moment I got here, I felt like you looked familiar, he asked in surprise. Huh? So you didn't recognize me this whole time? I met you 2 years ago, in the Abyss. I even leached some of your experience points. That was the very first experience point I ever earned. Liu Xingran's memory suddenly clicked. She recalled him poking a stick to kill a bear. A 29.5 monster kill. You're the guy who stole my 0.5 monster kill. Her eyes flew open. Ah, I remember now. You were called something like Yiqing. Sweat poured down his face like rain. It's Yiqing, she exclaimed happily. I can't believe you successfully changed your class. He crossed his arms and introduced himself proudly. That's right. I am now a level 1, awakened. Liu Xingran's expression turned serious with admiration. He risked his life for every single point of experience, accumulating them bit by bit. And now he's become this powerful. Yiqing noticed her staring at him and scratched his face. Why are you looking at me like that? But she was lost in her own thoughts. And then there's me. Liu Xingran gave a bitter smile. It's pretty embarrassing to admit. But the capable young woman didn't dwell on it for long and quickly regained her focus. That stone will move around inside the Blood Fiend Knight. My bone-freezing domain can temporarily freeze it for a moment. Yiqing. In that short window of time, you have to find the stone's location. He suddenly had an epiphany. No matter how strong someone is, everyone has a limit. In moments like these, teamwork is the only way to shatter the deadlock. With a faint smile, yet eyes burning, with fighting spirit, he declared, Xingran, let's take this monster down together. He held out a hand, ready for a fist bump. Xingran smirked and raised her own hand to meet his. All right. Just don't drag me down. The class changers behind them also stepped forward. The spellcaster quickly spoke up. Wait, we want in on this fight too. The warrior chimed in right after. That's right. We might not be much help, but we want to contribute. The air crackled with a newfound, united determination. Yiqing's voice boomed with confidence. All right then, everyone, charge. We are all getting out of this alive. Yiqing and Xingran took their positions, observing the motionless dream fiend. The stone in its stomach glowed like a red-hot brick, radiating a terrifying heat like molten lava. He frowned, addressing the group. My invincibility skill has 5 seconds left. The monster is entering its berserk phase. In 30 seconds, it's going to wipe this place clean. Then, his voice filled with ironclad resolve. Everyone, this is our last 30-second chance. We will make it back alive. The crushing tension of the moment settled on them all as they echoed, make it back alive. But then, a sudden surge of energy coursed through the group. The warrior screamed and leaped into the air. We have to make it back alive. So that's how he did it. Yiqing had activated a willpower-boosting buff, a massive success. The others roared, vowing to make it back alive. Suddenly, a special energy surrounded Xingran. She had received the morale buff, and her fatigue began to fade by 100%, and her magic recovery speed increased by 15% for 30 seconds. Confused, she whipped her head around. Her gaze fell upon the group, who were chanting in unison. Survive! 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 A knowing smile spread across her face. Those once considered weak could bring about the most unimaginable surprises. In these desperate moments, they could be the ones to make the biggest difference. Xingran raised her sword high, aiming it directly at the blood dream fiend. The warrior's job was to draw the monster's aggro. Without a hint of hesitation, he let out a long battle cry. Ah! He sprinted to face the dream fiend, taunting it. You piece of trash, look over here. Hey, eyes on me. The monster, finally able to move, opened its massive maw and let out a guttural roar. The warrior was like an ant dancing before an elephant, but his spirit was unbreakable. Over here, look at me. Everyone had their role. Xingran swiftly and precisely gave out orders. Spellcaster, aim for the fiend's newly grown tentacles. Protect the one grabbing the armor. She replied obediently. Understood. She began gathering every ounce of her energy, pouring it all into a magic sphere. Gripping her staff, she unleashed a colossal energy ball straight at the dream fiend's body. The warrior was still enthusiastically doing his job. Hey, you overgrown punk! A relentless barrage of power slammed into the monster. Yiqing shouted a warning. The engraved stone is the key to disabling the blood test. If that fireball makes it explode, we'll never be able to close the gate. Xingran's voice was filled with alarm. Then what do we do? He held up his hand. I think I can pull it out by hand. She was stunned by his words. What? How can you just grab it with your hand? That stone is still boiling inside the dream fiend. She cried out. Are you going to climb inside the blood dream fiend's stomach? Yiqing pointed his hand forward. To be precise, I'm going to phase right through the blood dream fiend's body. Realization dawned on Xingran's face. She immediately coordinated a new plan, ordering, Archer, aim for the ceiling. Shoot down rocks to create stepping stones. The man raised his weapon and replied, Got it. The bow in his hands became the sharpest of tools. He aimed at the ceiling and drew the string back with immense force. Rocks rained down one after another, forcing the dream fiend to use its tentacles to block them. Xingran raised her banner and made a swift decision. I'll freeze the lower half of the blood dream fiend. Yiqing finished her thought. Leave the rest to me. They charged toward the monster in perfect sync. Tentacles whipped relentlessly toward Yiqing. He dodged left and right, causing the tentacles to slam into the ground, carving out deep craters but failing to stop the man who was risking it all for victory. Its super regeneration ability healed minor wounds instantly, so it would completely ignore any attacks that didn't cause significant damage. At some point, his shoulder had already been wounded. Nearby, Xingran slammed her banner into the ground. A field of ice spread rapidly, slowly encasing the dream fiend's lower body in frost. Yiqing seized the opportunity, leaping up. Knowing the chest was the easiest point, the creature roared at him, but he grit his teeth, realizing he still wasn't fast enough. He activated assassin mode. A wild, murderous aura exploded from his body, increasing his speed by 20%. He then pulled out a potion and chugged it down, using the toxic transmutation skill. The potion had a reverse effect, boosting his speed by another 15%. He thought to himself that the potion he'd picked up at the abyss entrance, which seemed useless, was having an unbelievable effect now. The item card described the stagnation potion as junk, with the effect of hardening skin and increasing defense by 15%. He then roared, "This is the plan. I have to land this hit." He charged wildly toward the nightmare. Its tentacles rose to defend itself, then one whipped out, freezing Yiqing in his tracks. Death! He instinctively threw his arm up to block. Damn it! The group of newly classed adventurers stared in disbelief. The monster flung Yiqing through the air. He sailed backward like a broken kite, a look of pure bitterness twisting his features. So this is failure, he cursed himself bitterly. A weakling like me should have known his place. But then, a strange laugh escaped his lips. A strange portal opened right beneath his falling body as he commanded, "Ability. Retrieve." His long hair hid his expression from view. "Target of retrieval," he stated calmly. "Myself." Countless sturdy arms suddenly burst from the portal to catch him. The blood nightmare was completely stunned. What in the world is happening? The rest of the party jumped back in shock. What is that thing? Where did that ability come from? But his trash retrieving skill immediately rejected him. Cannot retrieve living objects. Retrieval failed. A confident smirk spread across Yiqing's face. So you can't retrieve me, then throw me instead. His eyes narrowed, filled with absolute certainty. Use every ounce of your power. The hands from his skill instantly complied, launching him like a cannonball straight at the blood nightmare. In a flash, he blasted a hole straight through its chest and snatched the crystal core. With a triumphant grin, he yelled, "I got it!" He landed gracefully as the monster collapsed behind him. Yiqing then began to chant the ancient incantation etched onto the stone's surface. The system window declared, "Bloodline verification complete." The once invincible blood nightmare dissolved into dust and smoke. The party erupted. Holy cow! What just happened? Xingran stared, stunned, at the fading motes of light. Did we actually win? The sorcerer and the warrior leaped into the air. We won! Just then, a familiar chime echoed through the air. Level up. Level up. Their stats shot up like a rocket. The sorcerer gained strength +1, agility +6, intelligence +16, vitality +7, and willpower +19. The archer did even better. Strength +10, agility +11, intelligence +7, vitality +8, willpower +9, and luck +3. But Xingran was bathed in a brilliant halo of light. Strength +33, agility +28, intelligence +38, vitality +26, willpower +21, and luck plus a staggering 34. I leveled up instantly, she gasped in disbelief. But while his party members celebrated their gains, Yiqing received a different message. Level up failed. You have reached the maximum level. Completely used to it, he just scratched his head and said, "Ha, just as I expected." Suddenly, a golden chest slammed down, and the archer screamed with joy. Whoa! Now this is the real treasure. A shower of item cards burst from the chest. Yiqing casually plucked one from the air. It was a rare sword, attack power +88. But the level requirement was 10. He looked at it with deep regret. It seems my limit really is stuck at level 1. To confirm it, the system chimed in. Your level does not meet the requirements. Heartbroken, he tossed the card aside. So that's how it is. All this incredible equipment before his eyes was completely useless to someone like him. To him, it was all just trash. The feeling was like a knife twisting in his gut. Damn it, I want it so bad. It's so frustrating. I feel like I could just cry. Sensing his mood, Xingran made an offer. You contributed the most to clearing this bloodline trial. Therefore, you should be the one to distribute the loot. Yiqing waved his hand dismissively. Oh no, it was nothing. Haha. He then leaned in and whispered, Actually, there is one favor I need to ask you. Meanwhile, outside the abyss, the area was swarming with soldiers from the Liu family. A bald-headed commander gave the order, Contact headquarters. Prepare the rescue team. But just then, Xingran's party emerged. That won't be necessary, she announced. Seeing her, the commander's eyes filled with tears as he yelled, Young miss. He rushed toward her, overcome with emotion. Thank the heavens, you're safe. Of course, the reporters were already swarming the scene, as expected of the great Miss Xingran. She's cleared the abyss once again. Xingran played her part with confidence. That's right, she declared. Is there anything this lady can't handle? Taking their cue, the other party members quickly slipped away, vowing to keep quiet. We'll head out first. We promise to keep this a secret. She then reaffirmed her legendary status. After all, I am an S rank. Her mind flashed back to their conversation inside the abyss. She'd asked, what was the favor you wanted to ask? And Yiqing had gotten straight to the point. Your family's Lu Corporation isn't exactly short on cash, right? He held up 5 fingers. I'd like to sell you all of this loot. And for you, a special price. 500 magic crystals. She was taken aback. Huh? Oh, that's no problem at all. His expression then turned completely serious. There's one more thing. When we get out of here, please act as if I don't exist. You cleared this abyss all by yourself. Xingran was stunned for a second time. What? All right, I understand. He waved them off. You guys go on ahead. I'll slip away unnoticed. Back in the present, a thought crossed her mind. Was he trying to sell me a favor by giving me all the credit? After everyone else had gone, darkness once again consumed the abyss. Yiqing sat before the stone codex, contemplating it deeply. He reached out his hand toward it. Wriggling between the cracks was a tiny worm. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he began his negotiation. You may be weak, but you don't want to be stepped on by just any piece of trash, do you? So, become my power instead. Before the creature could even react, it was sucked in by Yiqing's magical energy. His trash retrieving skill seized it instantly. Successfully retrieved. Blood Nightmare. The system displayed the new card's information. Ability gained. Nightmare Body. By sacrificing his own life force, he could summon a nightmare clone. It could either mimic one of the host's attacks or absorb a single blow from an enemy, vanishing instantly after its use. This skill could be upgraded and had a 30-second cooldown. Yiqing appeared, 2 shadowy tentacles writhing from his back. He felt powerful. He smirked. Well then, I'll be counting on you in the battles to come. In the middle of a bustling city street, he sipped his coffee, deciphering the system's interface. He scrolled through the item cards, remembering the weapons he'd found before. He'd already given all the high-level gear to Liu Xingran. Besides, if an unknown scavenger like him was caught holding a high-rarity item, he'd definitely draw the unwanted attention of the supervisors. He sighed again. In the end, it was all just a pile of unimpressive junk. He could probably sell it off quietly without the supervisors caring, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Who am I kidding? He muttered. No one would ever buy this pile of scrap metal. Drowning in boredom, his finger accidentally tapped the salvage icon. A notification popped up that left him stunned. Equipment salvaged. Basic points +1. Huh? Wait a second, he stammered, completely floored. I just dismantled it. The tutorial updated. After sorting, junk is processed, then crushed, refined, and separated to recover materials. BP, or basic points, was a universal material extracted from salvaged items, used for upgrading, repairing, and crafting new gear. Yiqing's jaw dropped. This pile of scrap can actually be dismantled? The system continued. New mission. Please complete the repair of this common dagger. He picked up the chipped dagger in front of him. So he had to complete the tutorial? The system indicated that repairing a common dagger required 5 BP. He thought it over. The dagger's durability was critically low. It had nearly shattered after killing that last boss. He did the math. With the 1 BP he got by mistake, he still needed 4 more. In that case, he just had to dismantle 4 more of these useless weapons. Ting! A series of notifications appeared. Broken spear dismantled successfully. Rusted greatsword dismantled. Loose wooden shield dismantled. Curved broadsword dismantled. Total BP acquired. Whoa! Yiqing breathed. Not only is the weapon repaired, but its durability and attack power have increased too. Did this mean that by constantly wearing down and repairing an item, even a piece of junk could become infinitely stronger? The common dagger's information updated. Durability, 34 out of 34. Level requirement, 1. Attack power, 22. Repair bonus, maximum durability +1. Attack power +1. Yiqing smiled. It seemed even discarded equipment could become powerful through endless trials. The system chimed in. Congratulations on completing the tutorial. Another notification followed. Please select one reward. The first was a novice's blueprint for a magic potion that could instantly restore mana and dispel fatigue. The second option was a random attribute increase of +2. A card for the magic potion appeared before his eyes. Yiqing analyzed his options. Right now, he wasn't desperate for more attribute points. The most terrifying thing about venturing into the abyss was that you could never predict its depth. Countless adventurers, unprepared for the journey, would burn through their mana long before reaching the boss room, forced to retreat for supplies. Because of this, mana potions were an absolute necessity for any long expedition. Any mana potions found within the abyss were critical items for a party's survival. Their value was beyond question. As he selected the light magic potion blueprint, the system prompted, "Congratulations, you have learned item crafting, recipe included." The crafting requirements were 6 BP and any random container. He paused. A container? He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Requiring BP to craft an item makes sense, but any container? With that, Yiqing raised his hand and called for a waiter. "Excuse me," he asked. "Could I please get a few empty containers?" A moment later, several empty glasses appeared on the table. The system displayed an image of a glass half full with a green liquid, a power gauge underneath. "Okay," he said with a grin. "The junk is salvaged. Now for the crafting." "Oh, there's even a minigame?" The waiter shot him a confused look as Yiqing tapped at the air, muttering, "Perfect, perfect." After filling all the empty glasses with a solution that emitted a faint green aura, he leaned back, satisfied with his work. Yiqing sighed. "Well, they are recycled goods. I guess a strange appearance doesn't matter, as long as they work." He then chugged one down. A system alert confirmed he'd received a light magic potion ×5, but he immediately spit it out. "It tastes like some weird fruit soda." The effects, however, were immediate. A surge of power enveloped his entire body. Mana value increased. Fatigue value decreased. He felt amazing. His mana was completely full, and every trace of exhaustion had vanished from his body. As he walked, Yiqing casually tossed the empty glass back into the system's inventory. "I guess I can clear another abyss today after all." A sneering voice stopped him in his tracks. "Hey, you're Yiqing, right?" It was Ma Li. Yiqing just glanced at him and tried to walk away, but the man was looking for a fight. "It's only been a few days, and your whole vibe has changed, hasn't it?" Ma Li said, grabbing his shoulder. "Don't tell me you actually scavenged some kind of treasure? You know, I've been looking for you for a while. I was this close to reporting you missing the other day." Yiqing dodged Ma Li's hand and said coldly, "The debt is paid, interest included. Stop bothering me." He slung his arm around the boy's shoulder, his voice laced with menace. "You don't want to work anymore? Is that it? Even though your debt is cleared, your work contract hasn't expired. Don't forget, you're a scavenger, so you should live like trash." Annoyed by Yiqing's defiance, he sneered. "Putting on some tough guy airs now, are we? Trying to show off?" Yiqing knocked the glass aside, making his hand slip off. Ma Li saw his chance to start something. "Hey, what are your eyes for? Decoration. You just made me drop my extra-large brown sugar boba tea. Do you have any idea what happens when an F-rank nobody clashes with a B-rank job holder?" That was the cue his lackey was waiting for, instantly switching into fight mode. "Heh heh, I've been itching to mess you up for a long time." Yiqing glanced at the camera. According to the regulations for job holders outside the abyss, the use of any professional abilities is strictly forbidden. The only ones who can activate their skills out here are law enforcement and specially licensed armed personnel. That's why, to use my recycle and reconstruct ability earlier, I had to find a camera's blind spot every single time. Ma Li kept pushing him. "How about this? You can pick up every single pearl from the ground and eat them, then lick the milk tea clean." He was doing everything he could to grind Yiqing's dignity into the dirt. "This is a scavenger's job, so I'm letting you do it. After all, opportunities like this are hard to come by." "Ha!" Yiqing's voice was ice. "I refuse." Rage flared in Ma Li's eyes as he raised a fist. "I offered you a way out and you spit in my face?" Suddenly, another pair of feet stepped into view, making him tremble and stammer. "GG, Godsi." The newcomer was Godsi, from the S-rank guild, Blood Oath. He lightly gripped Ma Li's tie. "Have you gathered enough people?" Ma Li instantly turned into a whimpering dog. Almost. We've almost got enough. We're just missing one last person." A vein pulsed on Godsi's temple. "One last person. Where?" His gaze then fell upon Yiqing's back. "Hey kid," Godsi spoke with pure arrogance. "You've been requisitioned." Ma Li couldn't believe it. "But he's just a piece of trash," he said nervously. "Sir, you must want someone who can handle themselves. I can go find one right now." Godsi couldn't care less. "We're entering the abyss during the blood moon. It's filled with ravenous monsters inside. I just need a meat shield. So, their actual strength doesn't matter." Yiqing's mind raced. The blood moon, a time when the monsters in the abyss enter a berserk state. During that period, new, rare monsters will appear. the abyss gate itself turns blood red. The amount of loot dropped from killing monsters increases exponentially, and the purity of the mana crystals will be much higher. Yiqing clenched his fist, his decision made. Fine, I'll join. Godse gave a slight smile. Very good. You know what's best for you. He waved his hand. You two, over here. A voice suddenly cried out from behind Yiqing. Huh? Old Chen stuttered in disbelief. Holy crap. Are you? Yiqing froze as the man was about to expose him. You're? He immediately clamped a hand over the old man's mouth, and the two started struggling. The man muffledly insisted. You're the scavenger. Yiqing commanded. Let's have a little chat. The two ducked behind a nearby building. Old Chen's eyes were wide. It wasn't a hallucination. It really is you. Yiqing spoke plainly. Back then, if I hadn't borrowed everyone's power, we all would have died in there. The fact that you made it out alive is thanks to me. Godse's head suddenly popped out from the corner. Oh? So you two know each other? Yiqing immediately denied it. Of course not. The man turned and walked away. It's no surprise. How could a lone wolf assassin have any real friends? Once he was gone, Yiqing's gaze sharpened on Old Chen. Why are you out here? Old Chen recounted his journey. The Union was going to sentence me to 15 years, but I bankrupted myself to pay a $1.5 million fine. And that's how I bought back my freedom. It's all your fault that I'm completely broke now. I lost all my levels, so I have to start over from the bottom as a meat shield. If you don't give me back my levels, I'll report you to the World Union. Yiqing's brow arched as killing intent radiated from him. You still dare to say that to my face? I could actually turn you into kitchen waste and recycle you myself. Night fell over the entire city. At the City C subway station, Yiqing's group slowly approached the abyss, glowing like a crimson ruby. A young man in purple approached with his own crew, offering a friendly greeting. Hey bro, welcome to the cannon fodder team. Mind telling us your job class? This young man was Zhou Tong, a level 3 poet. Yiqing and Old Chen introduced themselves to the new group. Level 1, Scavenger. Yiqing. Old Chen followed suit. Level 1, Warlock. Chen Xingdian. After hearing Yiqing's introduction, Zhou Tong enthusiastically clapped him on the shoulder. Bro, it's cool. We're all standard issue trash here. No need to laugh at each other. The guy was a chatterbox. We're all here to trade our lives for cash anyway, so there's no point comparing who's better than who. Huh. What's with this guy? Yiqing was taken aback by his friendliness. He thought to himself, looks like I'm really stuck with this team of misfits. Zhou Tong kept chattering away, pointing to the other two members. Let me introduce you. These two are our teammates in the fodder squad. He proudly announced their official title. We need to pick a leader for our little group, and since I'm a level 3 poet, I think I'm the perfect fit for the job. The other members included an old man with a staff, Old Zhou, a level 2 healer, and a younger man named Old Zhang, a level 3 warrior. Old Zhou looked at Zhou Tong and spoke calmly. If your level is the highest, then we'll follow your orders. Old Zhang agreed. I have no objections either. Just then, Sha stuck his hands in his pockets and made an announcement. All right, listen up. Aside from the 6 main teams of the Blood Oath Guild, there will be 5 temporary members joining this expedition. After hearing Sha's speech, a bald, six-packed man immediately scoffed. You've got to be kidding me. Don't tell me he's talking about that pathetic fodder squad. A man in black behind him added, Fodder is fodder. Compared to professional adventurers like us, aren't they just here to be disposable shields? Sha raised his hand, and a glowing red arrow materialized above his palm. The Abyss Labyrinth is a maze. Every room is filled with countless traps and mechanisms. Your mission, Fodder Squad, is to find the path to the boss room as fast as possible and report back to the main force. With that, he crushed the red arrow in his hand. A crimson flame erupted, striking the fiery gate to the abyss. I have no expectations for your combat skills. If you run into any monsters, just run away. Ha ha ha. Dark cracks spread across the blood-red portal as Sha delivered his final, cold demand. But, if you want a share of the reward, at least one of you has to make it back alive. If only one of you survives, you get to keep the entire prize. After Sha finished, Old Zhou covered his mouth and started coughing violently. Old Zhang rushed to his side, filled with concern. Old Zhou, are you all right? Old Zhou stared at the blood-red gate. There was no turning back. At home, he had 4 daughters, and they hadn't eaten a thing. Hearing his comrade's plight, Old Zhang sighed deeply. My wife is terribly ill. I need the money too. Why else would we be risking our lives here? With a loud shout, he declared, Let's move out. Seeing Yiqing's calm expression, Old Zhang turned to his friend and whispered, "Hey, you think this kid is a total newbie?" Old Zhou just saw it as a fact of life. Aren't the ones sent in as fodder always the new guys? Old Zhang knew his friend wasn't getting it. No, that's not what I mean. He looked at Yiqing's confident posture. For a rookie, he's way too composed. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. The group stepped through the portal into an old, decaying building. Everyone on high alert. The ever-talkative Zhou Tong broke the silence. "Hey, doesn't anyone else find this strange? We've walked this far and haven't seen a single monster." Old Zhang got goosebumps and yelled, "Don't jinx us." But everyone could feel the uneasy atmosphere. Old Zhou spoke up. "Why is it suddenly so much colder than when we first entered?" Old Zhang glanced around. He's right. The temperature has definitely dropped. Zhou Tong, leading the way, shivered and complained, "Man, I should have worn another layer." But he tried to keep their spirits up. "Let's keep moving." Yiqing remained unbothered, a truly relaxed young man. Suddenly, a foot pressed down on a loose brick, sinking it into the floor. Like a lightning strike, a massive blade swung down from above, hurtling towards Yiqing and Zhou Tong at blinding speed. While Zhou Tong was still frozen in shock, Yiqing kicked a loose stone at his legs, sending him sprawling forward. He screamed, "Ouch, that hurt." But when he looked back, he saw the giant blade embedded in the very spot where he'd been standing. He scratched his head, staring at the fallen trap. "Huh? What just happened?" The sharp-tongued old Zhang couldn't hold back. "You stepped on a trap, you idiot." Even Yiqing had to wonder, how has this fool managed to stay alive this long? But Zhou Tong just laughed it off. "Whew, that was a close one. I was almost sent to meet my ancestors by a trap." Yiqing and old Zhang could only stare in disbelief as he cheerfully skipped ahead. "All right, let's go." Yiqing and old Zhang were starting to become genuinely afraid of this guy's cluelessness. Zhou Tong walked straight ahead, when suddenly a pile of cocoons rained down from the ceiling, catching him completely off guard. Giant sacks slammed onto the ground in front of the team, forcing everyone to back up to get a better look. Old Zhou stared curiously at the cocoons. "Are these things alive?" Before anyone could get closer, two sharp horns pierced through each of the sacks. Vicious spider larvae emerged, grotesque creatures covered in spikes and razor-sharp teeth, their mouths wide open as they charged the group. Level 5, demonized spiders, elite creatures, venom-spitting demonic insects. Zhou Tong watched the swarm crawl towards him, terrified. "Ah, I hate bugs more than anything." A man with golden horns quickly cast a fire spell, launching it at the spider larvae. "Burn! Light them up!" Crimson fireballs shot forward, slamming into the spider monsters' heads and stopping them for barely 2 seconds. Old Zhou, with his years of experience, immediately recognized the threat. They're elite-class creatures, the warrior fighting cursed under his breath. "Damn it all." Old Man Zhang immediately reacted. "Let me handle them." Zhang charged toward the massive monster, his sword flashing as he cut it down. Meanwhile, a spider scrambled toward Yiqing's leg, but he remained completely calm as it lunged, sinking its fangs deep into his flesh. But nothing happened. 0 damage taken. Instead, the creature's sharp fangs shattered, and its body exploded into a dozen pieces. Looking at the gruesome remains, Yiqing grimaced. How utterly disgusting. Seeing his casual reaction, Old Man Chen wondered aloud, what's with this guy's attitude? Isn't he just some skill-stealing thief? From the spider's corpse, a system window appeared. Demonic spider detected. Recoverable? Do you wish to recover? Yiqing's face was ice-cold as he gave the command. Recover. The system chimed again. 1 skill point acquired. The card he received showed a spine dripping with a viscous slime. Secret technique. Poison infusion acquired. When a weapon deals damage, it will now apply a poison effect. Over 6 seconds, the poison deals a total of 60% of the weapon's damage. If the initial attack is a critical hit, the damage is amplified. It becomes a total of 120% of the weapon's base damage. This requires a speed of at least 1, and 25% of dagger-type items will reject this infusion. It was a bit like a lifesteal technique. The system then provided an explanation for Yiqing and the others to understand. Secret techniques are supplementary abilities that can be applied to items and equipment. Once used, the technique card is consumed. The target item is then permanently enhanced, unless the weapon itself is destroyed. The same type of technique cannot be stacked. However, many different techniques have fusion properties. Looking at the new power he'd obtained, Yiqing began to strategize. It seems that corpse recovery can grant more than just skill or class cards. It can also drop these secret technique cards, and it looks like this kind of card can be used to enchant my equipment. While Yiqing was lost in thought, Zhang was struggling in the heat of battle. He roared at the monster, then shouted over his shoulder, "Newbie, what are you just standing there for? If you're going to drag us down, get to the back." In response, Yiqing began walking forward, his newly infused dagger now glowing with a sinister, purple aura of poison. "Here we go. Let's apply poison infusion to a normal, unremarkable dagger." He then spotted Zhou Tong playing a desperate game of tag with another monster. Yiqing began to head in that direction. Zhou Tong clutched his mask, thinking, "Damn it all. Even though I'm the highest level poet on the team, there's something I've never had the guts to tell them." Before he could finish his thought, a monster slashed down. The attack forced him into a desperate roll. Zhou Tong thought with grim certainty, "My class has absolutely no combat abilities. All I can do is provide buffs." He covered his face with one hand and held a microphone high with the other. The situation had become far too dangerous. So first, I'll just give myself a life-saving buff. And with that, his grand performance began. "Ahem. I am the elegant poet, graceful in the art of battle. I always remind myself to maintain my cool composure," he rapped without pausing for breath. "It doesn't matter who comes here today. All you ghouls and goblins in my domain better listen and obey." Seeing this ridiculous display, Yiqing's jaw dropped. What on earth is this guy doing? But the poet was determined to finish his verse. His bizarre rambling finally had an effect. The system announced a successful enhancement, but the ones who received the buff were the monsters. Seeing the spider, now glowing with power, rushing toward him, Zhou Tong cried while praying, "I was careless. Why did I buff the monster?" As the beast was about to pounce, he could only stand there and wait for death, when a blade suddenly slashed down. The spider was instantly cut in half. Yiqing had appeared. But the other monsters, still buffed, were now more powerful than ever. Someone screamed, "The monsters have been enhanced." Old Man Zhou, drenched in a cold sweat, asked, "What do we do now?" Zhang stared at the chaotic scene. "Fall back." Old Man Chen unleashed a continuous stream of fire at an enhanced spider. "Arg, damn it!" At that moment, Yiqing shot forward like an arrow. His razor-sharp blade sliced into the monster. After Yiqing's lightning-fast strikes, the armored spikes on the spider's body clattered to the ground. All of this happened right before Old Man Chen's eyes. The other enhanced spiders couldn't escape their fate, their bodies dropping one by one. Yiqing stood alone in the carnage, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Everyone else could only stare blankly at the scene. Once he calmed down, a bewildered Old Man Zhou assumed Zhou Tong was the hero. "Was that you who just did that?" Zhang looked over at Zhou Tong and affirmed with absolute certainty, "It must have been him." Then, they both rushed to his side. They praised him endlessly. "That poet class is amazing. You truly are worthy of being our team captain." Meanwhile, the one who actually did the work, Yiqing, was deep in thought. The demonic spiders possess a natural poison resistance, which reduced the effectiveness of the poison. That's understandable. The poison infusion technique itself was extracted from a demonic spider. Using it against its own kind was bound to be less effective, but the raw physical damage was more than enough to finish the job. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, had no clue what just happened. He grinned awkwardly. "Ah, was that me who killed them just now? Ha ha." But inwardly he was thinking, I was literally about to cast a buff on myself so I could run away. Yiqing simply assessed the remaining buffed monsters, who were now staring at him with wide-eyed terror, their foes. Even these abyss monsters possessed a cunning intellect. If they knew they couldn't win, they wouldn't dare attack. So, Yiqing predicted a change in tactics. Would they prioritize escape over a pointless fight? And just as he predicted, a tremor of fear ran through the growling pack. As the creatures backed away, Yiqing saw Old Chen, still poised for battle. The monsters were clearly retreating, but Old Zhou looked pale. The pressure of the abyss was already too much. If the first room was this terrifying, the old man continued, his voice trembling. He couldn't even imagine what horrors lay deeper within. But Yiqing's focus was elsewhere, on the poison manuals the system had collected, a total of 27. He had plenty of spider poison scrolls already. He'd keep one just in case, but the other 27 would be converted into BP points. Following Yiqing's command, the system got to work, setting aside a single scroll for emergencies. The remaining 27 scrolls were converted into BP. The transaction was complete. 54 BP points received. Torch in hand, Zhou Tong addressed the group. Since the monsters have fled, let's keep moving. Old Chen nodded in agreement. Zhou Tong took point once more. Our job is to scout ahead carefully. He warned everyone. Don't trigger any more traps. Yiqing could only sigh. Wasn't he just talking to himself? As they walked, something caught Yiqing's eye. A strange mirror mounted on the wall. The mirror radiated a mysterious energy. The system pinged. Hidden insanity zone discovered. Yiqing realized what this was. The Blood Moon's influence had opened a new branch in the dungeon. Should I venture inside? He reached out a hand, and a crimson orb materialized. Summon Nightmare Doppelganger. An exact copy of him appeared, differing only in its vacant, soulless eyes. He commanded it, "Go with them for a while. I'll catch up later." The doppelganger obeyed instantly, running to join the main party. Seeing Yiqing's clone run up, Zhou Tong called out, "Hey, where did you run off to?" But the fake Yiqing didn't answer. Zhou Tong grumbled, "Don't break formation. You'll get yourself killed out here." Behind them, the strange mirror began to glow brighter. Yiqing had already stepped through it. A moment later, he emerged in a dark cave. A few more steps revealed a vast, desolate wasteland shrouded in mist. Suddenly, a spider demon materialized behind him. But Yiqing sensed it just in time, spinning around and leaping away from the danger zone. The monster crashed to the ground, creating a massive explosion. Yiqing had barely landed before it rose again, coiling to strike. Compared to this thing, Yiqing was like an ant facing an elephant. One of its massive legs scythed through the air where he'd just stood, forcing Yiqing to dodge backward. He lashed out with his dagger, striking its leg, but to his shock, the blade didn't even leave a scratch. He could only gasp. "What?" Yiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Physical defense. This high. Is it nearly immune?" The spider attacked again with its pincer, sending Yiqing flying backward to evade the blow. He slammed hard against the stone wall behind him. Yiqing activated his skill, Observer's Eye. The spider demon's stats were off the charts. Level 20, Spider Queen, Rare Elite. A flicker of excitement replaced his shock. A level 20 Rare Elite. If he could kill it, the recycled loot would be incredible. The Spider Queen began to spew webbing at him, a torrent of impossibly sticky white silk. Yiqing vaulted into the air, instantly evading the web spray. He soared directly towards its head, summoning a massive ball of fire and unleashing his grand explosion flame straight down onto the queen. A powerful inferno engulfed the monster's head. The spider, now wounded and furious, shrieked in rage. It tilted its head back, spitting more webs at Yiqing. He twisted his body, dodging the projectiles as they splattered against the ground. Watching the frenzied beast, he came to a grim realization. Immune to fire? His elemental advantage was completely useless against it. Yiqing instantly changed his approach, diving down with his dagger aimed at the spider's mouth. If that was the case, he'd use the poison-laced blade. The Spider Queen continued its frantic, enraged assault, spewing silk everywhere. Using the very dagger coated in its children's venom, Yiqing unleashed a flurry of strikes against the creature's maw. Weak point critical. The spider's mouth erupted in a shriek of agony. A smile crept across his face. So that's how it is. The level 5 demonized spiders use poison, but the level 20 mother has no poison, or poison resistance. He understood now. For low-level spiders, venom is a primary weapon, but as they evolve, they lose their toxicity. He never would have guessed that would be its fatal flaw. The giant spider's body began to tremble, convulsing from the venom of its own offspring. Because she focused entirely on her defensive power, she never bothered hunting herself, sending out her demonized spawn to gather food instead. But in a cruel twist of fate, the very poison from the children she birthed had become her own fatal weakness. At the same time, system notifications flooded his vision. Poisoned, poisoned, poisoned. But the queen wasn't ready to die. She refused to go down without a fight. With the last ounce of her fading strength, she unleashed one final, powerful torrent of webbing straight at Yiqing. Yiqing's eyes flew open. He never saw this coming. The strands of silk, strong as steel cables, shot forward and wrapped tightly around him. He had no time to dodge. Sticky webs instantly enveloped his body, piercing deep into his flesh and slowing his every move. He was trapped, suspended like helpless prey. The spider demon closed in, savoring its victory. But Yiqing just smirked. He activated his berserk state, and an incredible surge of power coursed through him. Leaping to the ground, he tore through the imprisoning silk. Once free, he charged toward the spider like a lightning bolt. Yiqing unleashed a devastating punch, slamming it right into the monster's maw. Its fangs shattered on impact. The force of the blow tore its body in two. A system notification appeared. The berserk card can now be upgraded. 2 paths are available. Option 1. Flesh and Blood Rampage. This state dramatically amplifies all abilities. Your physical attacks can even pierce through enemy immunities. However, your health will drain continuously until the berserk state ends. Option 2. Unyielding Flame of Wrath. Duration is doubled, and the cooldown is cut in half. Faced with two choices, Yiqing considered his options. Most people would choose the second path. It's the stable, reliable upgrade. But he remembered how his knife had been useless against the mother spider, like striking solid stone. It had no effect. Against a foe with physical immunity, that was a dead end. Thinking back on it, he realized the first option offered a unique solution. If he mastered the first path, his berserk state would be far more powerful, but the health drain side effect would be severe. Without hesitation, he made his choice. I choose Flesh and Blood Rampage. I have a super regeneration card, which can counteract the health drain debuff. The system confirmed the upgrade. Instantly, Yiqing's entire body was bathed in a brilliant purple light. This skill would be the perfect counter to monsters with physical immunity. What an incredible new weapon in his arsenal. The remaining loot cards hovered in the air before him. He raised his hand and commanded, "Collect." A card in the shape of a greatsword appeared in his hand. I could give this to a guild member, or I could just take it to the abyss myself. He figured it had to be worth at least 15,000 yuan. Just then, muscular, spectral hands emerged from thin air to clean up. They sprouted like strange saplings, activating their collection ability. The diligent hands went to work, gathering the spider's remains. Harvest. 20 attribute points. Yiqing's excitement grew. What kind of skill will I get this time? I can't wait. The system displayed a new acquisition, the Broodmother Spider card, which materialized before his eyes. Summon up to 4 demonized spiderlings to fight for you. They will choose their own evolutionary paths during combat. Yiqing's eyes widened. A summon that can evolve on its own? Meanwhile, the class advancement team arrived in a cavern filled with crystals. Seeing the breathtaking sight, Zhou Tong yelled, "Holy crap! This part of the abyss is full of magic crystals." The others were just as stunned. Old Zhou carefully picked up one of the crystals. These are S-class pure magic crystals. Created in the abyss by the Crimson Moon, aren't they? Every single one is priceless. Old Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Old Zhou took out a device that looked like a monocle and gently touched it to a crystal. A sudden noise made Old Chen jump. The device was the Eye of a Ghost, used to mark all terrain within a 60-meter radius. This would make the location visible on the map for all future explorers. As the eye scanned the cavern, greed began to fester in Old Chen's heart. He grabbed Old Zhou by the collar, yelling, "Are you an idiot? If we take these magic crystals for ourselves, we'll be set for life. Why are you marking this for everyone else?" Old Zhou shot back, "If they find out we hid these crystals, forget being rich. The real question is whether we'd even get out of here alive." Seeing the tension explode, Old Zhang stepped in to defend Old Zhou. "We're just cannon fodder, sent to clear the path. It's completely normal for guys like us to die in the abyss. No one would even notice if we lived or died." Old Chen's resolve wavered as he thought about his lowly position. "Trash?" he muttered. He remembered a time when he was the one stepping on others to get ahead. "Get out of my way. I'd rather die than be treated like trash." Old Chen muttered awkwardly, "If we die, no one will ever know." But that chilling sensation washed over him once more. In that instant, he almost felt those terrifying, spectral hands closing in on him again. He thought of Yiqing and ground his teeth in frustration. It's all that bastard Ye's fault. His greed took over. All I need is money. And even the Spirit Ascension rank won't matter. His eyes darted towards the glittering crystals. That's it. Old Chen's hand shot out, snapping off a crystal. I can use this to boost my stats and gear. Then, slipping into the second expedition team will be easy. No one will notice if I just take a few, he thought smugly. But just then, a signal flared from high above them. A flash of light, the trap was sprung. A terrifying power seared through Old Zhou's mind as the beam pierced straight through his forehead. Old Zhang cried out, "Old Zhou!" Old Chen froze solid, while Zhu Tong could only stammer, "What in the hell was that?" Behind the magic mirror, an adorable spiderling was blinking its shimmering eyes at Yiqing. A level 1 demonized spiderling. Yiqing played with it like a kitten. Level 1 was pathetically weak, with virtually no combat power. Just then, the system pinged. He could use points to upgrade it to a level 5 spider. The next stage would cost 5 points. He observed the larva. If he wanted this spider to have any chance of survival, it needed to be at least level 5. He committed to it. The tiny spider looked up at him with sparkling eyes. As the upgrade began, it slowly started to float. The system reported, "Evolution successful. New ability acquired, Silk Shot." It all happened so fast. Everyone stared at their comrade's body on the ground, their delayed screams finally erupting. Old Zhou, seeing the situation, Old Chen immediately denied any fault. That was an accident. Hearing this, a vein began to throb on Old Li's forehead. He instantly lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar and screaming in his face, "You son of a bitch! Your greed got old Joe killed." He couldn't accept it. Do you have any idea? Old Joe was the pillar of his entire family. He risked his life every single day to provide for them. Tears welled up in old Lee's eyes. And it's all because of you. Old Chen shoved him back, refusing to yield. So what? Is it wrong for me to want to earn a little extra money? If my rank hadn't dropped, I'd be living the high life, not picking up scraps in this hellhole with you people. Zhu Tong tried to defuse the situation, but it was useless. Enraged, old Lee drew his sword. "You team-killing bastard!" Old Chen took a battle stance, flames igniting in his hands. "Don't you dare act all high and mighty in this dog-eat-dog world. Wealth and power are the only things that matter," he roared, adding, "Luck is part of it too." He failed to notice a figure slowly approaching from behind. A round of mocking applause echoed. "Well said. I completely support your point of view." The man spoke with pure arrogance, making an offer. "Hey kid, interested in joining the Crimson Blood Alliance? We just had a spot open up." While Old Lee and Old Chen were frozen by the sudden invitation, Chi Mao glanced at Old Joe's body and reported, "One down, boss. The body's still fresh." Shi Jia touched his forehead thoughtfully. "Dying in this abyss is a perfectly normal occurrence. Just like that kid said," he mused. "For the weak, the only path is to trade your life for money. You want to make money without any casualties?" His tone shifted into a cruel sneer. "It's fine if someone dies. It's not like you're losing anyone important." He suddenly pulled Old Chen close. "It seems only the Crimson Moon can produce these demon crystals. Every single one is worth a whole city. Just one can set you up in luxury for the rest of your life. Of course, nothing is ever that easy," he continued slowly. "There's one thing I forgot to mention." His voice dripped with condescension. "There's a price for taking these crystals. Tisesk, it's you lowly commoners." Old Chen, still in his grasp, was sweating bullets as the man mockingly corrected himself. "Oh, my mistake. I meant your precious lives." At that moment, Xiejia's subordinate, clad in heavy armor, raised his massive sword, ready for combat. Blades and swords were pointed directly at Yiqing's group. Chi Mao threw a basket on the ground and barked his orders. "The boss's orders are simple. You will mine the demon crystals and throw them into this basket. Understood? Anyone who tries to run, dies." Old Lee immediately retorted, "Damn you! Every time someone touches a demon crystal, the traps kill them instantly. Aren't you just sending us to our deaths?" Hearing this, Si Jia scratched his chin playfully. "I seem to recall. Your wife is gravely ill and needs money for her treatment, doesn't she?" He used Old Lee's own words as a weapon against him. "What was that you said? I'll risk my life to get the money to save her. You weren't just kidding, were you?" The words left him speechless. Xie Jia's eyes turned to ice. "Remember, trading your life for money isn't a loss." Old Lee stared at the shimmering demon crystals, a deep chill running down his spine as his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. As the others watched, Old Lee shuffled forward. His shaking hand reached out to touch one, but his body gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. "I'm sorry. I can't do it." Tears and snot streamed down his face. A truly pathetic sight. "I'm telling the truth. I lost a fortune gambling. I couldn't pay my debts, so I came here. I don't want to die yet." Shi Jia watched this familiar scene unfold. Oh. As expected, a worthless piece of trash. Old Chen was silently sizing up the man. His rank and power completely eclipsed even their strongest members. Even at my peak, I would be no match for him. The situation was desperate. He decided to swallow his pride. "Boss, didn't you just say the Crimson Blood Alliance was recruiting? And you asked if I was interested in joining, right?" I'm a fire element mage. I'm very interested in joining." Xie Jia turned to his subordinate with a look of feigned confusion. "Below me." "Huh? Did I really say that?" He got a blunt reply. "Boss. Yes, you absolutely did." The man waved him over dismissively. "Then get over here." Old Chen, still kneeling on the ground, meekly obeyed. "Yes, sir." The old man started spewing all sorts of oaths. "I'd go through hell and back for you, boss." But before he could finish, a brutal kick sent his jaw sideways. Xi's heel deliberately ground into the side of the old man's face. "So you still don't see yourself as food on a plate, do you? How dare a piece of trash like you try to join our noble guild?" He continued to hurl insults at Old Chen. "You're a goddamn team killer. You should have been executed by every guild in the world. I just figured you'd be more valuable dead." All the old man could do was grit his teeth and endure. With everyone watching, the humiliating punishment continued without end. "Go ahead, get angry. It's useless. After all, none of you are leaving this place alive. I'll turn every last one of you into a corpse, Then have our necromancer control your bodies to gather the demon crystals. While no one was looking, Yiqing discreetly recalled the Black Soul. Return. On the other side of the cavern, Shi Jia's cursing hadn't stopped. You've all died once already. Dying a few more times won't make a difference. Zhu Tong was powerless, completely unable to do a thing. These bastards, he finally snapped, ready to step in and stop it. Stop! However, Yiqing caught his shoulder. Don't be reckless. With that, he smoothly glided past. He left him with a simple message. Leave this to me. Just wait over there. He stood with his hands in his pockets. We're just collecting stones. After all, how could there be any danger? The necromancer heard this and thought he was delusional. A mere unawakened dares to step forward? What they never expected was for Yiqing to casually reach out and touch a demon crystal core. A sharp crack echoed through the cave. He picked up a piece. The man nearest to him instantly turned and fled. The others scrambled for cover, diving behind the massive rocks. You could have at least given us a warning. Are you trying to get us all killed? But a full minute passed, and nothing happened, leaving the entire group baffled. Is the trap useless against him? Or maybe the trap only activates once, then becomes useless? Yiqing made his own quiet assessment. It was supposed to be an instant death trap, but if your luck stat meets certain conditions, instant death can be downgraded to critical injury, minor injury, or even completely nullified. It seems my luck value has reached the nullification threshold. He swiftly plucked another crystal from the rock. Again, nothing happened. A system notification popped up, reminding them the trap failed to activate. Xiaozu was still reeling from the shock. If the trap isn't disabled, then that kid's luck stat has to be over 60 points. The necromancer was just as confused. But a level 1 unawakened with a luck stat over 60? Is that even possible? After all, for most class transfers, the luck value doesn't increase naturally. He concluded. It seems there's only one explanation. The trap is disabled. Qi Mao, unconvinced, recklessly reached for a crystal. It's happened twice in a row. This has to be it. He casually picked one up, his face full of confidence. See? Nothing happened at all. But before he could celebrate, a laser beam shot out from nowhere, piercing straight through his head. He dropped to the ground, dead on the spot. Understanding finally dawned on Xiaozu's face. After ruling out every other possibility, the kid named Yiqing standing before me has a luck stat that is abnormally high. This must be a rare class-specific trait. In this abyss, only stats related to combat power are the main path for growth. He couldn't resist a final, mocking jab. Did you waste all of your career development on a useless stat like luck? Yiqing thought to himself. I just distributed my points evenly. Just then, the man's true nature was fully exposed. My original plan was to turn all of you into corpses to work for us. But now, the plan has to change. I only need one corpse with an impossibly high luck stat. As for the other bodies, he spat out each word with venom. They are completely unnecessary. Xiaozu barked an order to his subordinates. Leave no one alive. This was the command they were waiting for, and they replied with a thunderous, yes, sir. Old Li began to tremble uncontrollably. We're done for. We're so done for. We're dead. They're official members of the Blood Oath. How can 3 runts like us possibly be their opponents? Zhu Tong's face went pale. Is it too late to run? Old Chen, who'd been trampled until his face was a bloody mess, slipped back into his old ways. His legs moved like they had motors attached as he turned tail and bolted. He didn't forget to snatch a demon crystal core on his way out. Yiqing wasn't surprised by the old man's actions in the slightest. Why are you running? We clearly have the advantage in numbers. Old Li looked at him like he'd just told the funniest joke in the world. There are only 4 of us, and one just ran away. Are you an idiot? But Yiqing just looked up confidently. What I said wasn't necessarily that our number of people has the advantage. From every dark corner, a chilling rustle began to echo, as if a massive swarm of something was crawling toward them. The necromancer grew tense. Hey, do you hear that? Iron Armor asked, completely bewildered. What was that sound? He looked up, only to see a massive swarm of mutated spiders leaping out. Just then, a system window appeared. Summoning successful. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the group. Ah, there are demonic beasts here, Zhou Tong stammered in fear. This is even worse. We have enemies and monsters. Yiqing just smirked and explained. Oh, these are just some little spider friends I picked up on the way. Zhou Tong's eyes went wide in utter disbelief. What? Since when can you control spiders? Just then, a violet light flared in Yiqing's eyes. He began to scan the hidden power levels of Xiaozu's crew. First, a level 20 necromancer. Next, a level 17 berserker. The 2 brothers were both level 18 hunters. And finally, the blonde, Fatty Ming, was a level 19 holy knight. Yiqing quickly calculated the balance of power. I'm not sure about the power gap between humans and these beasts, but my instincts tell me this won't be too difficult. But then the system panel flashed again. Identification failed. Cannot analyze stats of human targets with comparable combat power. Xiaozu just sneered arrogantly. The ability to manipulate creatures from the abyss? Huh? Looks like a trash picker like you has a few tricks up his sleeve. Since he couldn't see the details, Yiqing's mind raced. This means, based on attributes alone, he's at least my equal. Maybe even stronger. Xiaozu didn't give the demon spiders a second thought. He simply waved his hand and issued a command. They're just level 10 beasts. Nothing but trash. Finish the monsters first, then silence the witnesses, and be careful not to break the crystal stones. Hearing this, Yiqing addressed his battered companions. The situation's changed. If you don't want to die, run in the direction Chen Xingmian went. Old Li broke into a cold sweat. If this fool wants to hold them off by himself, then let him. With that, he turned and bolted like a bat out of hell. Yiqing then turned to Zhou Tong with a sincere warning. You have your own reasons for coming to this abyss, don't you? If you don't want to die, run. Finally, Zhou Tong made his choice. I won't forget you. And with that, he started to run. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Luck, -1. He tripped some kind of mechanism, causing the ground to tremble. Oh, crap. Giant boulders came crashing down, completely blocking the escape route for Zhou Tong and Old Zhang. Seeing their only way out completely cut off, Old Zhang turned and roared. What the hell did you just do? Zhou Tong frantically tried to explain. I'm sorry. I just get really unlucky whenever I enter the abyss. I don't know why it happens. Meanwhile, Xiaozu's party charged into battle against the spiders. The Holy Knight raised his massive warhammer, ready to bring it crashing down. The spider could only watch, frozen in place. The hammer sliced through the air, but the creature managed to dodge the fatal blow. He boasted loudly, "These trash mobs? I can take one out with a single swing." But the spider immediately countered, shooting a stream of webbing. The webbing struck the Holy Knight square in the face. He lost his balance and stumbled backward, grimacing as he tore the sticky strands away. In that moment, he sensed a sudden presence. It was Yiqing, who had appeared right in front of him in a flash. He quickly recovered, springing to his feet. He raised his shield just in time to block Yiqing's blade, then sneered. A level 1 trying to fight a level 19? Dream on. But as his shield began to buckle under the pressure, he channeled his strength and flung Yiqing into the air. As he flew through the air, he analyzed the situation. My spiders are only level 10, they can serve as a distraction, but they're clearly not strong enough to fight a professional team like the Blood Oath. In a flash, he landed, slashing at the knight's legs with a single, precise strike. Blood gushed from the wounds as the man screamed in agony. Arg! My legs. But Yiqing pressed his attack. Seeing their comrade fall, 2 arrows shot towards him without hesitation. Yiqing merely glanced at them, gracefully twisting his body to dodge. The 2 arrows whistled past him in an instant. The second hunter was stunned. Did he just dodge that? The first one replied, No, I must have missed. Fire again, quickly. He drew his bow, channeling power into his arm. The arrow shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Yiqing braced himself, his grip tightening on his weapon. As the arrow closed in, he swung his dagger and sliced it clean in 2. The 2 hunters watched closely and cried out, That shot was dead on. Yiqing had a little gift for the brothers in return. He unleashed a fiery explosion skill on the ground beneath their feet. The 2 hunters stared in horror at the flames erupting beneath them. The ground began to crack before a massive explosion sent them scrambling. Seeing Yiqing standing unfazed within the flames, they were forced to reevaluate him. This guy, he's on another level. The berserker flew into a rage, raising his weapon and charging straight for another spider. Die! With no chance to escape, the monster's head was sent flying, landing right in front of Zhou Tong and Old Li. It seemed he'd already found his next target. He appeared like a blur and swung his blade, ready to execute Zhou Tong on the spot. The boy could only stare in confusion. Hey, wait! I didn't do anything. Don't attack me. Old Li gritted his teeth. Seeing how dire the situation had become, he raised his sword and shield. He threw himself in front of the blade. Get back! He spun around, his face twisted with rage. Damn you! I'm trapped here because of you! The berserker readied his weapon for a fatal strike. The old man, still defiant, spat. If you don't want to die to a ghost, then get up and fight. A chill ran down his spine. He glanced back, expecting to see the old man obliterated by that heaven-sent blow. The devastating attack connected. The old man and his cracked shield were sent flying into a distant rock. Blood poured from his face as he gasped for air. Meanwhile, Old Man Li's sword landed right in front of Zhou Tong. The scene shifts, showing the berserker advancing on the fallen old man. Old Man Li pushed himself up, laughing maniacally. Ha ha. The warrior paused, confused, as the old man spoke to himself. I never should have come to the abyss. Either way, I'm a dead man. He gripped his shattered shield and screamed, Your debt will be paid in full. This time, it's a relief. Now, come on. Kill me. The berserker was pleased with the old man's resolve. He raised his sword high once more, then froze, paralyzed as a wave of mana washed over his body. His eyes darted back, but he couldn't move a muscle. Zhou Tong was tense. Target locked. I've used my binding spell. Old Man Li, make your move. But the old man was seething with rage. Damn it. You used the binding spell on me too. What the hell? Are you dense? Nearby, Yiqing witnessed the whole ridiculous event. What are they even doing? The necromancer floated in midair. Your stealth abilities are impressive, kid, but your mana reserves are limited. You can't maintain high-intensity combat forever. And it was true. Yiqing's mana was down to a third. Summoning spells constantly drain mana, and his spider summon was no exception. Yiqing summoned a glass of water. Seeing his casual demeanor, the necromancer was dumbfounded. Huh? What is that? A beverage? He tried to ignore it. Drink whatever you want. It's too late to replenish your mana now. He began to command two nearby corpses. A necromancer is an S-class profession with immense power. Any creature manipulated by its magic will fight relentlessly until it completely disintegrates. Yiqing stared, completely stunned. Corpse manipulation. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from his feet. His mana was fully restored. Hundreds of spectral hands, controlled by Yiqing, burst from the ground. You are already dead. You should rest in peace. The hands dragged the two puppets down into the earth. The necromancer's eyes widened in horror. What kind of dark magic is this? My corpses. Where did they go? In a flash, Yiqing closed the distance, landing a solid punch on the necromancer's jaw. As he went flying, Shijia appeared, gripping a monster's head with one hand. He tilted his head and spoke. Your little tricks are quite interesting. No wonder you caught my eye back at the drink shop. Yiqing clenched his fist. If this was just about making some cash and going our separate ways, we'd be fine. But you were willing to sacrifice human lives for crystals. That, I cannot forgive, especially when you plan to use me as your sacrificial pawn. Xiejia just smirked. You think a little power means you're no longer a stepping stone? How absurd. Even these useless underlings of mine consider themselves part of the upper echelon, don't they? Let me give you a little reminder. This is a world that eats people alive. Only the ruthless can stand at the top. A commotion started behind them. Don't kill me, I'm just a grunt. Zhou Tong now had the upper hand in his battle. Shijia glanced at the two of them and sighed dramatically. In this situation, it seems neither your group of pawns nor mine can leave the abyss together. Zhou Tong seemed to agree. Of course. Hearing this, Old Man Li roared, Don't listen to his nonsense. The moment we fought back, our fates were sealed. We can't get out alive. Now grab a weapon and kill him. Zhou Tong held his sword behind the berserker's back. I'm just a support. I've never killed a person. I haven't even killed a small monster. Xiejia stepped toward Yiqing. One of our sides has to be wiped out. Yiqing just laughed. Haha, I don't understand your twisted philosophy. I only know that everyone has the right to live. His mana exploded as he declared, I will enter this abyss, and I will leave it alive. Xiejia channeled power into his fist, preparing to strike. Naive. The two lunged at each other in a battle to the death. Yiqing took the full force of the punch, flying dozens of meters into a rock wall. He's unbelievably strong. He knew, just by the feel of it, this was the most powerful creature he had ever faced. His eyes widened in shock as his opponent instantly appeared right before him. Yiqing flipped backwards with incredible agility, dodging the fatal blow. Xiejia scoffed. In the face of my power, you are all trash. Zhou Tong's eyes widened in terror, hearing the enemy's taunt. He was still hesitating, unable to make a decision. The berserker swung his arm, smashing him to the ground. You're too weak. Zhou Tong was forced to catch himself with one hand. Fresh blood streamed from his eye as the warrior raised his massive sword. Old Man Li charged forward, tackling the berserker. Do it, you bastard, he screamed at Zhou Tong. The berserker turned and slashed a deep gash into Old Man Li. The old man screamed in agony. Do it, you coward. He reached a trembling hand toward Zhou Tong. Aren't you supposed to be strong? You're the captain. Zhou Tong trembled, remembering what he'd said to Yiqing. Since we're the cannon fodder squad, shouldn't we pick a leader? As a third-tier minstrel, I think I'm perfectly suited for the role, he finally spoke. He thought being captain meant he wouldn't have to get his own hands dirty. But now, he was forced to act. Facing this kind of danger without daring to fight, just proves how useless I am. I'm not strong at all. I'm so sorry. Zhu Tong slammed his head on the floor, pleading, I'm just a naive rookie. Please, you have to forgive me. Suddenly, he remembered their scornful words. He was the only one who couldn't deal a single point of damage. You expect to leech experience with a pathetic little buff? The others mocked him. This guy can't even cast a spell without messing it up. Absolutely shameless. Get the hell out of my party, the words echoed in his mind. You worthless chicken, get lost. Zhu Tong sat in a corner, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, Xie walked over. Kid, what's your class? He hesitated. A level 3 bard. The man made him an offer. Follow me. Back in the present, an explosion sent Yiqing flying, but his attacker kept charging forward. He arrogantly boasted, this is the Azure Dragon's might, a fighter's skill. It deals continuous true damage directly to the target's internal organs. If you keep using your mana, that wound will get worse. You might even drop dead on the spot. He unleashed a devastating attack. This technique was his ultimate trump card for crippling any magic user. Yiqing grit his teeth in pain. His opponent's speed was overwhelming. He was relentless. Was there any hope of escape? He mulled it over. Just using that skill causes a bleeding debuff effect? I want that power for myself. Then, something clicked in his mind. The debuff! Yiqing yelled. Hey, Zhu Tong! As he was thrown through the air again. Sprawled on the ground, he asked himself, trying to escape a weak and helpless past by banking on the pity of others? That's just as useless. That kind of absolute power, Crastus, is what I've dreamed of more than anyone else in this world. A small smile formed on his lips. That's why I was so disgusted by my own weakness. Remembering the person I used to be. I was completely and utterly useless. Yiqing added, but I have no intention of running. Being weak isn't the terrifying part. He saw the image of himself being helpless before a monster. The truly terrifying thing was being a coward like Zhu Tong. He who listens to his own weak heart. He repeated the word. Heart. A system notification appeared. Damage. Dealt. 0. He screamed until his lungs burned. I won't accept this. I won't accept it. The system message flashed again and again. Damage dealt. 0. Damage dealt. 0. He raised his broken sword, refusing to give up. A notification appeared. Critical hit. 1 point of damage. The sword plunged directly into its eye. He stared at the corpse before him. Did it work? He remembered it clearly. The moment I finally mustered the courage to take the first step, the flashback ended. He wiped the blood from his chin. It was then I knew. My entire life was preparation for me to become a king. Even if I was once nothing but a worthless scavenger. Zhu Tong was confused. Become a king? He stared at the sword in his hands. If you don't get stronger, you die. I'd rather die than become a laughingstock for others, hiding myself, running from every fight. Determination burned in his eyes. From now on, I will get stronger. I will become a true powerhouse. Just then, his opponent laughed mockingly. Ridiculous. How could a tiny level 3 support possibly pierce the armor of a level 17 main tank? I'll stand right here and let you hit me all you want. Suddenly, Zhu Tong tossed his sword aside. The berserker was stunned. Huh? In a flash, he summoned a microphone, his aura exploding outwards. Poetic art. Grand exorcism. His opponent couldn't believe his eyes. Even Xie was frozen solid in shock. What in the world is happening? Yiqing grinned. It's because I've found the strongest support in the entire world. Just then, a system notification confirmed. Morale boost status acquired. Damage dealt increased by 15%. Defense increased by 15%. Speed increased by 15%. All elemental resistances increased by 15%. He held out his palm, summoning the Bloodfiend Dream Demon. A crimson nightmare began to swirl into existence. It latched onto the berserker from behind. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. The Bloodfiend Dream Demon expanded into a massive shadow, completely immobilizing him. Bound by its writhing tentacles, the berserker screamed in agony. Arr, let me go. Zhu Tong simply watched in silence, then turned his head to check behind him. Xie lunged at Yiqing, shouting, Ha! You're courting death. But every single one of his attacks was effortlessly evaded. His eyes were calm, analyzing every move. Because of his abundant mana, His body's recovery speed was incredibly fast. Suddenly, he flicked his dagger upward, blocking the barrage of punches. His eyes flashed with a violet light, and a single slash struck his opponent. He clenched his fist, confused. My protective armor had no effect? It was pierced by that tattered little dagger? Across from him, Yiqing thought grimly. The defense-ignoring effect of Flesh Ripper, it really works. But the continuous bleeding debuff is still active. Yiqing's expression darkened as he charged forward. I have to end this fight now. Xiejia's face lit up with excitement. Interesting, he said, leaning back to dodge a deadly slash aimed at his throat. He raised his hand, blocking the short blade. I have 20 years of training and battle experience. My skills. How could I possibly lose to a brat like you? Xiejia counters with a vicious blow to the face. Feel the difference in our power now? Yiqing is forced to his knees, forced to endure the lecture. Fighters on the path of Ascension can advance and become a king of destruction. One path is based on raw strength, the other, on skill. He ignores his wounds and raises a hand. Their fists and feet collide mid-air, unleashing a massive shockwave. He grits his teeth, pouring in all his strength. Xiejia's eyes widen in disdain, because I truly despise those weak, technical fighting styles. I converted everything into pure, destructive force. Chu Tong watches in disbelief as Yiqing is sent flying. His voice booms with power. Ultimate art. Ice-shattering fist. He follows where Yiqing crashed. Smoke billows from the impact crater. As the dust settles, it reveals Yiqing struggling to push himself up from the ground. Unscathed, Xiejia mocks him. Fool. You tried to meet my ultimate skill head-on. When it comes to power, how could I ever lose to a mere kid like you? Ha. Yiqing clutches his chest and makes a choice. To pour every single point he has into strength. The system's cold voice rings out, confirming he's used all 176 free points on strength. He rips his shirt apart as he stands. Xijia's brow furrows. What is this power? Yiqing raises a hand, feeling the energy surging through his transformed body. His strength value skyrocketed in an instant, and his muscle composition had already begun to change. His opponent rushes toward him, thrilled. Ha. So what? Yiqing gathers power in his arm, thinking, even though I don't know how a fighter's skills affect destructive force, spending all 300 free points on strength at once should be enough to handle this punch. His fist cuts through the air. A faint purple aura trails behind it. His opponent grins with excitement and throws a decisive blow. Their fists collide. The impact ripples through the air. The balance of power has shifted completely to Yiqing. In the next moment, Xiejia is sent flying. He stares at his mangled hand in absolute horror. This punch. How is this possible? Chu Tong watches, breaking out in a cold sweat. He's too strong. Yiqing doesn't give him a moment to recover, leaping forward and delivering another fatal blow, making the ground tremble violently. He pins Xiejia's head down, reminding him, I won't give you time to be shocked. This battle needs to end. And now. His opponent's eyes widen in terror, unable to speak a single word. His mind flashes back 8 years ago to a voice that said, starting today, you're on the cannon fodder squad. Xiejia, clean all my gear. We'll be tackling deeper dungeons from now on. The younger him simply obeyed. Scrub it clean. The rule of our Lionheart Guild is that the weak only exist to polish the shoes of the strong. The mage turned and walked away. If you want to become an official member, then prove yourself. But looking at you now, you'll be cannon fodder for life. One day, he and that mage faced a monstrous creature. He told himself, I just have to prove I'm not useless. Then I can finally move up from being a rookie. Xiejia unleashed his power, striking in a flash to prove his worth. He looked at his hand, thinking, this doesn't seem so hard. But monsters are never that easy. It loomed over him. An arm cloaked in green energy slammed down. The earth buckled under the impact. His face was bruised and battered, lying unconscious in the rubble. Someone observed the test subject. Lower jaw crushed, 8 broken ribs, heart pierced, liver, spleen, and kidneys all destroyed. Your body parts cost quite a few spirit crystals. On a respirator, Xijia slowly opens his eyes in a regeneration tank. The man holds up a report. Abyss science can now extract value-added cells from Abyss creatures, and we can graft them into the human body. Luckily, your DNA is highly compatible with demonic DNA. The good news is, you get to live. The bad news is, Qingshan's gaze turned sharp, a wicked smile spreading across his face. You are now a half-breed. Ha. A badge is tossed down with mocking praise. But, you've successfully proven that you are worthy. of becoming an official member of the Lionheart Guild. The demonic man sat smugly on his massive chair. Put it on. Become my right-hand man. Become my loyal dog. Jia scrambled to pick it up. What about my teammates? The man's expression was utterly void of emotion. We don't need a single one. They're all dead. At that moment, he was so terrified a cold sweat drenched his body. This was a world that devoured people. Back in the present, he angrily grabs Yiqing's wrist. If you can't prove your own worth, you're nothing more than garbage. He shatters Yiqing's grip as his own power explodes. The system announces an unyielding update. Defense and destructive power have greatly increased, with a rapid growth rate. This sudden surge of strength completely catches Yiqing by surprise. He glances at the clenched fist. He's already recovered? With blazing red eyes, a crazed Jia smashes a fist into his face. Yiqing digs his hands into the ground, creating friction, to slow his momentum. Then, Jia begins to gather sparks of electricity. The essence of that magic crystal is condensed energy, a surge of magic power. And during the Blood Moon period, magic stones possess an even more incredible power. Better yet, spirit stones were forming inside me. Because of the monster organs I'd been implanted with, I could now absorb the power of these magic crystals. He shoved them all into his mouth. In an instant, his power would surge beyond that of an abyss-level boss. His entire body erupted, covered in razor-sharp spines. A system notification appeared. Boss Rodrigo Cha has been detected. Berserk state has ended. Preparing to enter a 30-second exhaustion phase, Yiqing wiped the blood from his lips. So the system actually recognized him as a boss-level monster now? What in the world had happened to this guy's body? And damn it all, it had to be at this exact moment. A panicked Zhou Tong rushed over, shouting, "Are you okay?" Ca stomped, shattering the ground beneath him. "All you have to do is surrender your human dignity." Yiqing shot a silent glance at the man behind him. Jia kicked massive chunks of earth toward him, his voice a twisted sermon. "Abandon your pathetic human body and become a monster, free from all moral chains." The barrage was relentless, but Yiqing dodged every single blow, never slowing his pace. Jia leaped into the air. "For this kind of power, I'll gladly pay any price." Yiqing moved with purpose, a plan forming in his eyes. But unexpectedly, the creature easily tore Yiqing's body to shreds. Zhou Tong trembled in absolute terror. "He's too strong." Ca stared at Yiqing's mangled remains, thinking to himself that there was no longer any doubt. They're nothing but helpless trash before players with real, terrifying strength. This Yiqing always hid his true power. He had long since surpassed his companions. No one could stand against him. They would be obliterated in a single strike. He threw his head back, reveling in the moment, knowing he had used his full strength. And yet, the sheer force of the impact hadn't even scratched him. He couldn't help but sneer. The weak always bow to the strong. That is the one unchanging truth of this world. Xia clutched his veiny face, muttering, "To become this powerful, I had no choice but to reveal this ugly form." Suddenly, his gaze fell on Zhou Tong, realizing another pest remained. Zhou Tong flinched. "Hey, I have no problem with your sudden makeover." Zi's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "You ruined my mission to harvest the magic crystal. For that, you will serve as the final witness to this tragedy. Before this monster, he was like a helpless puppy. Let me grant you a glorious death." Though terrified, Zhou Tong desperately tried to stall for more time. "Wait, hold on. I'm going to die anyway, right? There are just a few things I want to say." Ca growled with impatience. "You poetic pieces of trash talk way too much," he snarled, lifting the boy clean off the ground. "Spit out your last words. Now," he demanded, completely oblivious as Yiqing's body began to regenerate. Zhou Tong gasped for air. "I want to survive and escape the abyss." As he spoke, droplets of blood began to creep across the ground. "And also, I might not be the only one left to witness this tragedy." His gaze shifted, and Ca's eyes followed his. He looked stunned at the sight of a pulsating mass of blood. Then, it parted, revealing a completely unharmed Yiqing. "Good thing you're a talker," Yiqing said calmly. "You bought me just enough time. And this little drink took care of my exhaustion phase." He held up a small creature. "Before, I could only rely on observation, so I couldn't get a complete picture of your body's information. That's why I had to use the Blood Dream Demon's special ability. Only through physical contact could I extract your hidden data." Ca was confused. "The Blood Dream Demon? You mean what I killed was just an illusion? Since when?" Yiqing's expression was grim. "The price for that kind of power is far heavier than you can possibly imagine." While the Berserker's rage skill grants me immense power, for a short time, the price for pushing my body past its limits is a mandatory 30-second state of exhaustion. His face was a mask of cold logic. But you, with a body that blurs, the line between human and monster, you greedily reached for the power of the abyss itself. And now, the abyss has come to collect its price. Za scoffed, finding the whole idea ridiculous. Don't make me laugh. This power is mine. It has nothing to do with the abyss. Suddenly, he froze, realizing something was horribly wrong. His once perfect arm began to twist and deform, and he screamed in agony. Zhou Tong was dropped and scrambled away, leaving the hulking brute to face his confusion and pain alone. Jia's breath hitched in his throat, veins bulging on his neck in pure rage. You! Murder blazed in his crimson eyes as he charged like a feral beast. Yiqing leaped back just in time, narrowly dodging the fatal attack. Every part of Jia's body began to mutate into grotesque new forms. As he lunged again, Yiqing grit his teeth while the creature's very shape twisted and changed, which was slowing him down. The creature attacked again and again. Though it never landed a blow, it kept lunging forward, its body evolving with every move. Normal flesh and blood was no match for this enhanced beast. If only he had a weapon. Suddenly, where did Zhou Tong come from? He shouted towards Yiqing at the top of his lungs. Yiqing! Hearing his name called, Yiqing quickly glanced over. Zhou Tong immediately threw the knife in his hand towards him, yelling, "Catch!" Yiqing snatched it from the air, the blade's tip barely missing his head. Yiqing instantly spun around, wary of the creature's frenzied attacks, and leaped back to dodge a surprise assault. Then, he jumped behind it and plunged the knife deep into its back. Struck in a vital spot, the creature roared in agony. It coughed up blood, utterly bewildered. Every single one of his strikes had been a precise critical hit, yet Yiqing was completely unscathed. Don't forget, I'm built for speed. You're completely out of your league. Hearing this, Sarah couldn't take it anymore and flew into a rage. Your insults will only make your death more pathetic. My existence is on a much higher level than yours. Its massive arm swung through the air but never once managed to hit him. Yiqing raised his hand to counter, his fist enveloped in flames. A higher existence, you say? He punched the creature squarely in the face. In my eyes, you're just another one of the hundreds of monsters out there. The searing heat made it groan in pain. Suddenly, its pupils glowed brightly as its body began to transform once more. When the flames dissipated, Sira no longer had any trace of a human form. More and more sharp spines erupted from its body. It let out a continuous, ferocious growl. Yiqing stared at the monster before him. It had fallen too far. There was no coming back. The transformation is complete. His face darkened as a purple. Murderous aura exploded from his body. Have you heard the call of the abyss? Those words sent a shockwave of terror through the beast. It shrieked in panic. Just let me die. Don't drag me down with you. It thrashed its arms wildly. I've already proven my worth, so why won't you leave me alone? I'm not some cannon fodder. I shouldn't have to die. Zhou Tong seized the opportunity. His mind is in complete chaos. Now's our chance. Yiqing's eyes were resolute. He offered no rebuttal, flashing back a few minutes. The moment he landed, he had liquefied his body, scattering it everywhere. This was due to an exchange between his main body and the Dream Fiend's blood. Yiqing appeared without a sound, making Captain Zhou Tong jump out of his skin. Ah, you, him. He really looked like he was about to cry. Boo-hoo-hoo, I thought you didn't make it. The system announced a challenge mission. Defeat Sarah without killing him to receive a rare reward. Yiqing was shocked. How was that even possible? He thought seriously. This crazed version of Sarah absolutely could not be taken prisoner. Not even his own teammates could be allowed to see him like this. But wait, if I complete the challenge, I'll get a rare reward. It's at least worth a try. Before vanishing, he reminded Zhou Tong. Remember what I said. Find a way to get his attention. 5 seconds is all I need. Back in the present, Yiqing announced that they no longer needed to kill it. Zhou Tong was stunned. Huh? He turned his back. A monster of the abyss. Cannot leave the abyss. Sira went completely berserk, smashing the ground around it. Those who abandon their humanity fall into the abyss. It dragged its heavy body into the cave. The abyss would generously accept it. That is the law of the abyss. Its long tail dragged across the floor. They say that during a blood moon, the beasts of the abyss fall into a frenzy. But during this blood moon, the one who had fallen into madness was clearly a human. Deep inside the cave, someone's voice echoed, "Damn, it's true what they say. Survive a great disaster, and you'll be blessed with good fortune. It's finally my turn to get lucky. Old Chen watched as a flood of cards, filled with treasures, flew out. He rejoiced. I'm finally going to be rich this time. Freedom, new equipment, a brand new identity. The monster followed the sound, drawing closer. Old Chen, completely oblivious, laughed loudly. I'm the one who will defy fate and change my destiny. Ha ha. The scene shifts to a bar. Zhou Tong was so full of admiration that he bowed deeply. Please, let me call you boss. From now on, I will follow you. Yiqing was unused to such enthusiasm. Suddenly bowing like that. I really can't handle this kind of thing. But Zhou Tong was determined. My entire life, I was prepared to become a king. Now, I've decided to follow you for the rest of my life. Yiqing sighed wearily. I was just putting on a show back then. Thinking about it now makes me want to dig a hole and hide. Zhou Tong immediately argued, Absolutely not, boss. It was only through your encouragement that I discovered my own worth. That I learned to strive for a goal. Hearing this, Yiqing asked, So, what do you plan to do from now on? He replied earnestly, Didn't you say I was the best adjutant? Yiqing was helpless. Huh? Did I say that? The young man clenched his fists with determination. I must also make myself a king among adjutants. Yiqing worried for him. With an agility of 2 and luck of 1, it's a miracle this kid is even alive. If I keep encouraging him, I might just get him killed, lost. Zhou Tong was still lost in a daydream, imagining a perfect scenario. Our leader stands at the front, and I'm right behind him, providing support. We'd be the perfect team. Yiqing cut him off. I don't recommend you enter the abyss again. The young man was stunned. Boss. What are you saying? Yiqing's face was grim as he remained silent. If your only ability is to empower others, while you yourself are too weak to survive without protection, I'm sorry, but that doesn't make you a qualified supporter. My apologies, Zhou Tong. I just don't want you to keep risking your life. He raised his hand before Zhou Tong's pale face. The system displayed 1,000 mana stones. This is more than enough to last you a very long time. But promise me, you will not take another step into the abyss. Zhou Tong couldn't accept it, his fingers clenching into a fist. I know it's the truth. My leader is only saying these harsh words for my own good. But his dream for the future wasn't something he could give up so easily. But no matter what, I can't accept living like worthless trash in this world. I would rather die than be looked down on by others. Yiqing was satisfied. There was a persuasive fire in the boy's eyes. It was a look that no one could refuse. Besides, if you can't even protect yourself, how can you ever hope to protect anyone else? He pulled a sword from his inventory. If I remember correctly, your wind vein scepter only requires one hand, doesn't it? Zhou Tong was completely shocked. This is Old Li's one-handed sword. The long blade was slammed straight into the table. Yiqing stood up calmly. From what I know of the poet class, it's a hybrid of half magic and half physical systems. Using a magic weapon lets you cast buffs and debuffs. But you can also master offensive magic. Yiqing shared his vision. If you couldn't wield this sword for Old Li back then from now on, you'll strive to wield it in his honor. That is how you can truly repay your debt to him. Zhou Tong grasped the hilt and declared seriously, Boss, I really don't need these mana stones. Yiqing encouraged him. Then give them to Old Zhu's and Old Li's families. After all, we'll be earning plenty more in the future. Hoisting the longsword over his shoulder, Zhou Tong's spirit was burning brighter than ever. Yes, boss. 3 figures stared intently at the blood moon. Suddenly, Meng Yue began her report on the aftermath of the Crimson Moon incident. A team of S-rank Awakeners was dispatched to eliminate all monsters in the abyss. The 8 bodies of the Crimson Oath team have been recovered from the abyss. Their captain, Shi, suffered from severe abyss corruption. He has completely transformed into a monster and is now a high-priority target for elimination. In addition, countless other bodies were discovered. Among them was a very familiar face. Chen Mo listened, then immediately asked, Who was it? Xing Ran handed over 2 documents. It's Chen Xingdian, the man recently accused of being the triple killer during an invasion of another abyss zone. She continued. When he was found, his body was covered in high-grade equipment. It's possible he engaged in a fierce battle with the transformed Captain Shi, but was ultimately killed. He was likely just a random factor that appeared in our plan. After reading the report, Chen Mo felt something was off. Just a random factor? Xingran replied, Yes, only him. He spoke only 3 words, I understand. Beside him, Liu Feng asked, So our plan failed? He crushed the paper in his hand. She was nothing but a useless dog. He couldn't prove his worth in any way. It seems we'll just have to find more people. The scene shifts to a tall building, the Shenfeng City People's Hospital. Everyone here was going about their day as usual. But something was happening near the emergency exit. A patient sat crying in a corner. "Please forgive your dad. This time. I was forced to do this." As he spoke, he clutched a key, his hands covered in wounds. With his last word, the key erupted with a powerful, violet energy. Soon after, that energy began to spread outside the hospital. It quickly devastated the surrounding area. The ground itself began to crack apart. Panicked civilians started screaming. "Ah! What's happening?" A man in the crowd yelled in terror. "It's an abyss gate. Someone call the authorities. Now." A grotesque monster appeared before them, its body covered in spikes and its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It let out a guttural hiss. The scene changes to a man and a woman, their hands clasped tightly together. "Just listen to me. And don't look back." He desperately tried to protect the girl. The monster was still chasing the couple. "Xiaozu, run!" The young man's voice echoed through the chaos. "Arg!" The monster attacked him with its sharp claws. Yiqing was thrown violently aside. In that same instant, it swallowed the girl with its hideous maw. "Big brother." Xiaoju's faint voice, and her hand reaching out, were a final, desperate plea. "Arg!" Yiqing screamed, jolting awake from the nightmare. It was just a dream. He was drenched in a cold sweat. He gasped for air. "That nightmare again," he muttered, clutching his head. Grabbing his phone, Yiqing suddenly remembered something important. "That's right, today's the day." He rushed over to a local flower shop. "Sister Zhang, 1 bouquet, please." The shopkeeper greeted him with a warm smile. "Little Ye, you're here, visiting your sister, I presume?" He gave a bashful nod. "Yes, sorry I'm late. Work was hectic. She's so lucky to have such a great brother like you." The woman chuckled softly. "Oh? Did you get a haircut? It doesn't look half bad." Despite the compliment, Yiqing's expression soured. "Uncle Quan pulled me into his shop to practice his skills," he explained. Then, he glanced at a nearby flower rack, offering to help. "Do these need to go outside? Let me help you with that." "Thank you," the woman replied. But as soon as they stepped out, they were met by a swarm of police cars, which were abruptly cordoning off the street. The shopkeeper's eyes went wide. "I just saw a ton of cars rushing toward the hospital. I think I even saw vehicles belonging to job changers. Did something happen? The hospital?" Yiqing's blood ran cold. Without another word, he launched himself into the air, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. When he arrived, a massive shimmering gate warped the space, surrounded by caution tape. A crowd was already gathering. Yiqing was stunned, thinking, why would an abyss gate open up here? He immediately moved toward the abyss gate, but an officer quickly blocked his path. "Civilian, please stay back. This area has been sealed off." But then, the officer's eyes widened in recognition. He silently stepped aside, letting Yiqing pass through the barrier. The police chief stormed over, shouting, "What are you doing? Why did you just let a civilian walk in?" The young officer quickly stopped him. "Sir, don't say anything. That kid is just like the others who went in earlier. He's one of those people we can't afford to offend." Powerless, the chief stood down. Yiqing strode confidently toward the gate with grim determination. "Just wait for me, Xiaozu. This time, I swear I won't let you go." Moments later, he stepped through the portal. The abyss had transformed the hospital into a completely different dimension. The space was impossibly vast, far exceeding the building's physical size, just like the shopping mall incident. With his hands in his pockets, he surveyed the area. "This place was cleared out right before I came in. A squad of job changers must have just passed through." Just then, he spotted a potion bottle and picked it up. Only a rich hunter guild could afford this. A large-grade mana potion isn't something your average job changer can use. Convenient mana potion. Large. Instantly restores 85 mana points. It removes most fatigue and reduces mana consumption by 50% for the next 30 seconds. "I'm going into this abyss alone to find Xiaoju. The mana drain will be insane, so I need to be perfectly prepared." Yiqing steeled his resolve. Ahead, the corridor split into paths on the left and right. Activating his observation skill, Yiqing's eyes began to glow violet as text appeared in his vision. "Warning. There is no way to return." After choosing a path, Yiqing crouched down to observe the tiles on the floor. "If I have to choose a one-way route." These markings are still fresh. I'm guessing the hunter squad ahead of me made these. For now, I'll assume they're here on a rescue mission. In that case, I'm better off taking a different path. This will increase my chances of finding Xiaoju. Yiqing held up a torch, peering into the oppressive darkness. This abyss was unfathomably deep. Who knows how long it'll take to reach the core. Worst case, I might have to explore every single branching path. No time to waste. A normal person wouldn't last long in here at all. I have to hurry, he said, his eyes filled with determination. With that, Yiqing broke into a sprint, flying down the corridor. A pristine red carpet covered the ground, a sign that no one had ever set foot in this area before. He glanced back to see the path he came from being devoured by shadows, forming a barrier that made it impossible to return. Yiqing pulled out an eye-shaped artifact. I've seen what this item can do before. If I really get trapped in this labyrinth, it should at least let me mark off parts of the map. A notification appeared. You have used the Eye of Argos. He raised his staff and commanded, Open map. But the system responded, unable to display map outside the designated area. Yiqing frowned. No wonder they had to carve markings into the walls of this abyss maze. The navigation system is completely useless. This must be one of the legendary abyss rules. A slimy, grotesque creature began crawling towards him. He spun around, drawing his sword. A room trap? Yiqing took a defensive stance. But there was no sound of mechanics. Nothing. This room was unnaturally, almost terrifyingly, silent. As he pondered this, a shadow coalesced behind him. A specter raised its massive scythe, ready to strike Yiqing down. But he'd already anticipated the move, ducking just in time. He slid behind the creature, then slashed his blade straight through its midsection. And yet, it remained completely unharmed. A notification appeared. Attack ineffective. Yiqing skidded to a halt. Physical immunity? The grim reaper-like specter then let out a terrifying, otherworldly shriek. A system alert popped up. Deafness status. He clutched his ears in agony, but his hearing was already gone. My perception has been drastically reduced. It's attacking with sonic waves. I seriously underestimated the dangers of the abyss. Blood trickled from Yiqing's eyes and ears. This was no ordinary monster. It was a creature that followed a specific set of rules. I remember now. I've seen this before. 3 years ago. His memory flashed back to a different, stone-filled part of the abyss. A younger Yiqing was on the ground, panting in terror at the statues before him. Every single one was carved with a grotesque, twisted smile. What the? That scared me to death. He let out a sigh of relief. They were just a bunch of creepy statues. I really thought they were actual monsters for a second. He began to gather his spilled supplies. Not a single piece could be wasted. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He whipped around to look. The statues had moved closer, their eyes now glowing a sinister red. He scrambled backward in shock. Am I hallucinating? Weren't they just a pile of stone a moment ago? A sharp voice called out. It was his senior, Huang. Don't look away. Keep your eyes on them and don't break contact. These are the Weeping Demon statues. Yiqing shouted back in fear. The Weeping Demon, what now? Just hearing the name was terrifying enough. Huang screamed back, his voice strained. Look at them. Not me. Yiqing snapped his gaze back to the statues. Okay. Then, Huang began to explain. Monsters in the abyss all follow a certain logic. The higher the monster's level, the stronger that logic is. And these weeping statues are recorded as S-class creatures. They don't usually attack the awakened on sight. But their rule is, the moment you start looking at them, their bodies turn to stone and lock you in their gaze. But the second you look away, they will rush you at an impossible speed, fast enough to instantly kill almost any awakened. Yiqing stood frozen, too scared to move. So what do we do? The two of them kept their eyes glued on the statues, slowly inching backward. Follow my lead and back away slowly. We have to get out of this room without even blinking. Got it, Yiqing whispered obediently. Staring intently, they shuffled backward step by step, almost reaching the door. But Yiqing's heel snagged a box on the floor, sending him falling backward. Huang reacted instantly, turning his head in alarm. That split second was all it took. The statues exploded into motion. Huang made a decisive choice, dropping his supplies and yanking a lever outside the door. A heavy door slammed shut, blocking the statues from getting out. Yiqing was still in shock, having narrowly escaped a gruesome death. He collapsed to the floor, breathing a huge sigh of relief. Thank you so much. You saved my life. Huang finally relaxed. You were lucky, Huang said. If you had tried to attack the weeping statues like other awakened, you wouldn't have been able to even scratch them, and they would have killed you in the blink of an eye. Huang offered a smile. Even though we're just scavengers with low combat ability, our experience is second to none. Back in the present, Yiqing leaped up, channeling magic into his fist. Fire elemental energy coiled around his hand. If the specter is immune to physical rules, then a magical attack must be its weakness. Yiqing prepared to launch his attack. Grand flame burst, but unexpectedly, the fire on his fist turned into an eerie blue light. What the? The magic exploded in the wrong direction. It's too hot. Damn it. Why can't I control my fire element properly? As the specter prepared to swing its scythe, Yiqing was still blowing on his burnt hand. It's a shame that fire is the only attack method I've really mastered. But he suddenly felt the activation of his Shadow Wolf card. The card granted him a burst of speed, letting him narrowly dodge the specter's decapitating strike. He wiped a trickle of blood from his lip. I still have no clue where Xiaozu is, and I'm already stuck in the first room. I can't let things continue like this. The specter is physically immune, yet its primary method of attack is physical. This combination of rules seems strange. The specter lunged again, its scythe cutting right through the space where Yiqing had been. But he managed to leap and dodge in time. The creature attacked relentlessly. Acting on instinct, he raised his dagger to parry. His eyes immediately lit up. I can block its attack? He jumped back again, dodging the scythe. I finally understand the rules and the mechanics of this thing. The specter only becomes a solid, physical being in the exact moment it attacks. Too late. The razor-sharp weapon sliced past him, its scythe yet to be withdrawn. And now, its immunity to physical attacks was completely gone. With his mind made up, he launched a counter-assault. Kenji's blade danced, leaving deep gashes across the Reaper's spectral form. In fact, physical strikes had just become its greatest weakness. The demonic spirit began to distort, dissolving into pieces behind him. Then, those soul fragments converged into a crimson orb, reforming into a Reaper even more massive than before. Kenji stared up at the monstrous entity. A second transformation. Now this was getting interesting. The Reaper spirit raised its hand, unleashing a burst of power that warped the very space around them. Kenji's senses went on high alert. His thoughts raced. His hearing was gone from that last scream, and normal vision was useless. Should he activate his immortal blood clone just to survive? He eyed the spirit, which was radiating a terrifying aura. No, impossible. He had just used that skill. It required at least a 30-second cooldown, and his remaining mana couldn't handle the doubled cost of using it again so soon. The next instant, the spirit lunged straight for Kenji, but he somehow emerged with only the shoulders of his shirt torn. There was no time to react. He had dodged a fatal blow through sheer luck alone, but he was still facing an impossible attribute with no clear solution. Kenji activated a card's function, Piran's Super Regeneration. System notifications flooded his vision. The wound has been healed. The abnormal deafness has been removed. Kenji was still calculating. He needed to increase his total health pool to avoid being instantly killed. The Reaper froze, staring at him with something like fear. Kenji noticed and muttered to himself. The second form is afraid of things that glow. Even the faint light of a healing ability was enough to keep it at bay. A cunning smile spread across his face as he gathered fire in his hand. I get it now. The action made the Reaper pause, its gaze fixed on the roaring flame engulfing his fist. Kenji then struck his own body, instantly becoming a human torch. Seeing him ablaze, the Reaper spirit suddenly lowered its weapon. The system flashed constant warnings. Burning, burning. But Kenji ignored them. Now, I can see everything clearly. He then charged forward, sending the terrified Reaper soul fleeing for its life. As he gave chase, his mind worked furiously. The spirit fears fire because fire is its very origin, the souls of those who died burning at the stake. However, its shriek places a curse on any fire element skills, preventing them from being used normally. If he couldn't cast fire, he'd summon it directly. He called forth the Ghost Wolf card. Soul Shock. Kenji recklessly tackled the Reaper. Fine, I'll just become the flame myself. The spirit let out a piercing shriek. He roared. Grand explosion. A blinding light tore through the air, followed by a massive, deafening blast. Kenji was thrown to the ground, while the Reaper's soul was still burning fiercely, writhing within the inferno. Demonic spirit defeated. Warning. Health is below critical levels. The system advised. The arm is severely burned, unable to hold a weapon or cast spells. Kenji just chuckled. Haha, victory came at a steep price. I'll just wait for the super regeneration cooldown to end before healing. Suddenly, he noticed the flames were still consuming the spirit and yelled, Hey, hey, don't burn it to ashes. Ah, I still need to capture it. He pointed at the blaze and commanded, Capture. It transformed into a card, the divine weapon, Soul Reaper. Its effect summons the spirit to lunge forward, swinging its harvesting scythe. It deals true damage equal to 5 times the user's base attack. Any target killed by it will trigger Desperate Harvest. This restores 5% of health and magic. Activating it more than 5 times in a row grants a 1-second invisible state, immune to physical attacks, and it cannot be blocked by physical entities. If the attack is not fatal, the user takes equivalent damage. This divine weapon is soul-bound, so it cannot be equipped by others or traded. Kenji sighed. Getting my hands on this card was no easy feat. This is the first time I've ever seen a soul-bound divine weapon card. He continued to ponder its power. A soul-harvesting scythe. It seems it can convert slain targets into health and mana. If I were surrounded by a horde of enemies, this one skill could completely turn the tide of battle. However, the price for using this divine weapon is steep. If the attack fails to kill the target, you suffer the same amount of damage in return. It could even cause instant death. I'll have to master the timing to use it effectively. Kenji saw that the darkness was finally fading, and the seal on the main door had been broken. Just then, the system announced that the super regeneration cooldown was over, and he activated it instantly. Super regeneration. Restored to his peak condition, Kenji's eyes burned with determination. Lily, your big brother is coming. Inside some nightmarish slaughterhouse, human bodies hung from hooks. A butcher chopped off a human arm, letting it fall into a bin below. Hiding behind some sacks, Lily held her breath and watched. Then, she threw a bottle in the opposite direction. The monster whipped its head around, roaring and bearing a mouthful of needle-sharp teeth. Lily seized the opportunity to push herself to her feet. She stumbled away, only to collapse onto the cold ground. Pain shot through her head as she pushed herself up, her eyes locking onto a teddy bear in the distance. Desperately, she reached for it. Brother, I swear, I won't let them hurt you. Suddenly, a monstrous foot crashed down, crushing the small bear. The beast had returned, its eyes burning with malice as it let out a terrifying roar. In a dark dungeon, stained with blood and lined with iron chains, the knife-wielding monster stalked toward Xiaozu. Paralyzed by fear, she cried out, "Brother, help me!" As the monster's blade swung down for the kill, a shadow burst from the darkness. Slash! The surprise attack staggered the beast. In the next instant, the shadowy figure cleaved it completely in two. Xiaozu stared, completely stunned by the carnage. The one who had slain the monster was the dual-bladed warrior, Wu Ming. He wielded a massive blade. Xiaozu breathed a sigh of relief. A hunter? But he simply turned to leave, not even glancing her way. "Wait!" she cried out. Xiaozu grabbed onto his leg, begging, "Please, get me out of here. Please, save me." He glanced down, his voice cold and empty. "The monsters are gone. You can hide here, but if you follow me, you will die." Her resolve didn't waver. "I have to live. I have to see my brother again. It was a promise I made to him." Her mind flashed back 7 years. The doctor's words were grim. "The spinal nerves have been severely damaged. I'm afraid she may never walk like a normal person again. It's a miracle her upper body has any movement at all." A young Yiqing was shattered. "So you're saying she'll never be able to stand up again? Is that right?" The doctor confirmed the harsh reality. "That's correct. Theoretically, severe spinal nerve damage is impossible to heal." The boy latched onto that single word. Theoretically? A spark of hope ignited within his heart. Does that mean there's still a chance she can be cured? "Doctor, please, what do I have to do?" He explained. "Theoretically means our current scientific methods are useless against it. However, I've heard stories of blind patients who regained their sight within the abyss. It seems a new world, the abyss, holds cures for illnesses that are considered impossible in our reality. It could be a mystical potion or an artifact, something that defies all known scientific principles. If your sister's disability was caused by a monster from the abyss, then the cure may lie there as well." Yiqing whispered the name to himself. The abyss. Somewhere inside the abyss, there might be a way to cure her. His voice hardened with resolve. "So if I can just find a way to enter the abyss, I can cure my sister's illness, right?" The doctor cautioned him. "Only those with a class are able to enter the abyss. For a classless person like you, entering the abyss is nothing short of a suicide mission. Instead of chasing fantasies, you need to face reality. The cost of her current hospital care is already astronomical. Her daily treatments cost at least 8,000 yuan. The boy stood and bowed deeply. "I will find a way to earn enough. Please, take care of my sister." As he left, the doctor called out a reminder from the doorway. "I will do everything I can, but you must make sure her medical bills are paid on time." He turned his head. "I understand. I'll do whatever it takes." As his small figure disappeared, the nurses began to whisper. "You mean that poor boy?" "Yes, him." Their hushed words followed him all the way to the exit. His parents died on the same day, and his sister is terribly ill. He has to bear everything all by himself. It's so tragic. But Yiqing ignored them, forcing a bright smile as he entered his sister's room. "Xiaozu, your big brother is here." Xiaozu pouted. "Brother, where have you been?" He sat on her bed. "I was just talking with the doctor about your treatment." "Oh, right. Let me tell you something. I'm going to a place called the Abyss. She became worried. The Abyss? Is that place safe? He paused for a moment before answering. He put on a casual act. Of course, it's not dangerous at all. I just have to follow behind some people. Then he quickly turned away. Oh, right. I almost forgot. He cheerfully presented a small teddy bear to Xiaozu. Ta-da! I might not be able to visit every day for a while. So when I'm not here, let this bear protect you for me, okay? But she wasn't so easily distracted. You're the only family I have left, brother. I don't want you to be in danger again. Please. Promise you won't go anywhere near monsters. Yiqing tried to soothe her fears. How could I? I found a job that pays enough money to finally heal your legs. Just wait for me a little longer, and you'll be able to stand up again. But she felt a wave of guilt, knowing he was risking his life for her. Xiaozu would rather stay in this wheelchair forever than let you go to a place with monsters. Their pinkies intertwined. Promise me, Xiaozu. A pinky promise. I will never risk my life. This is my promise to you, Xiaozu. Into this abyss. I don't want my brother to risk his life for me again. I don't want to die, she pleaded with him. Absolutely not. Wu Ming was unfazed. So, you have a strong attachment to life, huh? He lifted her into the wheelchair. Heh, how amusing. If a monster decides to attack you, I won't lift a finger to save you. She let out a sigh of relief. At least the wheels weren't damaged. He reminded her. You're not my client. Whether you live or die is no concern of mine. She immediately put on a brave face. Just worry about yourself. I'll follow you from a distance, and I promise I won't get in your way. He introduced himself. My name is Wu Ming, a dual-wielding swordsman. Meanwhile, Yiqing explored the catacombs by torchlight. After so much time as a corpse retriever, he'd seen plenty of healing potions, but they all had the same limitation. They could only heal wounds inflicted by the monsters of the abyss. It was one of the fundamental laws of this place. Conditions from the outside world could not be treated once you entered the abyss. A burn sustained before entering the abyss could never be healed beyond its initial state. The young man grumbled, if it weren't for that rule, I would have already found a cure for Xiaozhu's body. Yiqing froze. Before him was a grim tableau of fallen warriors. A brutal battle had clearly taken place here. The monsters here were a higher level than the class changers. It was more likely they were ambushed, lured into a trap, and annihilated. He scanned the area. There were no signs of any wandering monsters. The survivors must have already left this room. But a glance to the side made Yiqing's blood run cold. Before him lay the corpse of a colossal monster. That behemoth was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. His eye of slaughter couldn't detect any traces of magic. He stared, completely bewildered. Most of the dead were agility or intelligence-based classes. Was this done by pure, brute force alone? A smirk crept across his face as things got more interesting. Huh. Whatever did this is far more powerful than any of these class changers. To be precise, this being was on a completely different level of existence. At that moment, Wu Ming was leading Xiaozhu through the ruins. He accidentally stepped on a trap, startling her. In the next instant, dozens of arrows of light shot down from the ceiling. They streaked toward him with terrifying speed. Seeing him get hit, Xiaozhu screamed in terror. Ah! Tears and snot streamed down her face. But even as the arrows pierced straight through his body, Wu Ming stood unshaken. His expression was unnervingly calm, as if he wasn't the one who had just been impaled. Xiaozhu rushed to his side. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Her words finally drew a reaction. He looked back at her, his voice detached. Pain? He didn't react because 4 years ago, in the Grade A abyss known as the Ancient Tomb, he had faced a boss-level zombie king. It was the most sadistic monster he had ever encountered. It didn't just kill. It chose the most barbaric ways to torture those who dared enter its domain. He was younger then, and seeing such a horrific sight for the first time sent a cold sweat of pure terror down his spine. But the old merchant who hired them failed to grasp the danger of the situation. Instead, he roared, "You idiots! I paid a fortune to hire you all. Are you planning to feed me crap? You're mercenaries. You took the money, now get up there and die," he shrieked at the trembling group. "Remember, I bought your lives for double the price." Hearing this, Wu Ming could only lower his head in silence. Because I was a criminal with no legal standing, I could only join private hunting parties as a mercenary. And among these madmen were a chosen few who held life and death in complete contempt. They were facing a mission that was practically suicide, which was exactly why they demanded double the reward. And that was why the merchant dared to raise his voice. 100,000 credit points for the one who kills the zombie king. I've come too far. I absolutely will not abandon this final treasure room. No. Whoever kills the zombie king I'll give them 200,000. The price kept climbing, 250,000, paid in cash. A dual-wielding swordsman would do anything for money, like doubling down again and again in a casino. The offer was staggering, but the bargaining chip was their very own lives. Even so, there were always those who didn't fear death. 250,000 is mine. Damn it, nobody better try and steal this from me. Seeing the group charge forward like moths to a flame, the zombie king let out a heaven-shaking roar as a warning, but it was useless. Their minds were clouded by greed. They would rather die than miss this precious chance to strike it rich. 250,000. That's 250,000. I'll take the kill. A bald man and a green-robed assassin tried to attack the zombie king together, but the cunning creature saw through their plan in an instant. It unleashed its inner power and lunged forward, obliterating them both with a single punch. Wu Ming also charged in to test his might, but was blasted away before he could even land a blow. The beast seemed to know the old merchant was the leader, and its murderous gaze locked right onto him. The man was so terrified, his entire body began to tremble. He screamed, "Save me! I can only pay you if I'm still breathing." He desperately added, "Remember, I paid good money for your lives." Hearing such shameless words, Wu Ming could only force himself back to his feet to continue the fight. Because the merchant was right, his life was no longer his own. Without hesitation, he charged straight for the monster. The beast revealed an opening, and Wu Ming seized the chance, striking a fatal blow and sending it back to the dust. Having slain the monster, he roared in triumph, "I did it!" After the Corpse King died, its body vanished, leaving behind only a treasure chest and a mysterious-looking bracelet. The merchant saw the loot and instantly shoved Wu Ming, the man who had just saved him, aside. "Get out of the way," he spat. "Don't block me from opening my prize." Wu Ming didn't even care, saying coldly, "Just remember your promise. Double the pay." The merchant sneered at him. "You're about to die. What good would money do you? Planning on spending it in the afterlife? You damn fool." Then he eagerly opened the chest, his voice dripping with unconcealed greed. "I'm about to be rich." That hidden abyss intel was worth every single coin. However, as the chest was opened, a powerful beam of light shot straight into the sky. When the light faded, he saw nothing inside the chest and screamed in disbelief. "Damn it! The chest is empty? How can it be empty like this?" he raged. "I spent a fortune, and all I get is an empty box." But before he could finish speaking, his entire body began to swell, as if consumed by a deadly poison. Wu Ming watched the scene, completely stunned. It turned out he'd triggered the sand death curse within the chest, causing his body to instantly explode into a cloud of dust. Wu Ming was in shock. So it was a curse? But then he realized his own body was changing. A cold fear gripped him. Am I cursed too? He frantically looked around, and after seeing the strange bracelet, he made a bold guess. Is this the orb of the Corpse King? If there's any way to break this curse, it has to be this. The reason he placed his faith in it was because this was an immortal holy relic, a soul-bound artifact that turns its holder into an undying creature. However, divine and healing magic will now inflict fatal damage upon you. Normal damage cannot kill an undead being. The price of this transformation. I lost the sensation of pain, my emotions faded, and I became someone who can never truly die. Wu Ming calmly recalled these past events, as if the person who had been on the brink of death was someone else entirely. Zhu asked worriedly, "Your blood, is it the sand death curse? What kind of curse are you under?" Perhaps moved by her concern, a faint light flickered in his eyes, but in the end, he turned his head away coldly, making her even more anxious. "Hey, are you just going to ignore me?" Meanwhile, in the chamber below, Yiqing was still locked in a desperate struggle with a horde of monsters. They were absolutely relentless, one wave after another rushing him, and it was starting to wear him down. As he sliced through the monsters, he thought, I left in such a hurry, I couldn't properly allocate my stats. I just had to distribute my free points evenly. Right now, all of them are just over 200 points. Thinking of this, a dark premonition surfaced in his mind. At this rate, he'd be walking into the next room completely blind to what monsters awaited him. His body would be pushed to its limits, and one wrong move could send him straight to the underworld. Yiqing thought with growing anxiety. The monsters in this abyss aren't individually powerful, but they attack in waves. My stamina is being drained completely. As another swarm of monsters charged, he leaped gracefully and swiftly severed their necks. But after he finished one wave, another took its place, leaving Yiqing without a single moment to rest. To end it quickly, he tried to use his dagger dance skill, but the system flashed a warning, mana below 5%. Hearing that notification, his entire body tensed up. Damn it, he thought. I can't use my skills when my mana is bottomed out? Before he could think of a solution, A green giant attacked him, forcing him to switch up his attack method on the fly. If that was the case, Yiqing focused all his energy into his palm, the immense power making his hand as sharp and strong as any weapon. He swung his fist straight at the monster and roared, "Then I'll just have to use pure combat arts." After finishing off the beast, Yiqing looked at the roaring horde with their powerful limbs all around him and sighed. "Damn it. There's no end to them," he thought. "After fighting continuously against 4 waves of monsters in this room, my body can't." His fatigue was finally catching up. His magic reserves had dwindled to half. The small mana potions in his pack were gone. All he had left were the large flasks he'd recovered from the abyss. He paused for a breath, then charged back into the fight. He'd have to save those flasks for a critical moment. From now on, he would rely on pure strength, not mana. Even so, with his overwhelming power and years of honed combat skills, he still inflicted devastating damage. With his bare hands, he easily ripped the head off a monster 3 times his size. But this wasn't efficient. To save time, he summoned a divine weapon, the Reaper's Soul. He rarely used the scythe because of its immense side effects, making it far too dangerous to wield carelessly. Against weakened beasts, its special trait, Desperate Harvest, could trigger a recovery effect. It was satisfying to watch the monsters fall to the spectral scythe before they could even react, especially when it used its explosive skill, detonating a whole swarm of monsters and restoring his energy. Incredibly useful. A system notification appeared. Divine Weapon Special Effect, Desperate Harvest, has triggered HP and mana recovery. Yiqing finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once his health and mana hit 100%, he let out a long breath. He had saved his potions and avoided using super regeneration. He was checking the system logs on card cooldowns when he suddenly froze. He'd stepped on something. Looking down, he saw a small pair of glasses, partially shattered by his boot. A feeling of confusion crept in. Glasses. At the thought, a nearby crate shifted. It was a tiny movement, but he caught it instantly. He called out, "Who's there?" Immediately, a long arm shot out from the crate, followed by a hoarse voice. Wait, don't kill me. I'm human. I'm human." Then, a middle-aged man with a large scar on his face crawled out. He stammered, "You. Did you see my glasses just now?" Yiqing handed him the broken glasses. The man took them and said, "This is it. I'm a doctor here. A researcher too. My name is Qing." He put on the glasses and spoke quietly. "I don't know what happened. My ward was suddenly flooded with giant monsters. The ones you just killed." Qing slowly got to his feet. "It scared me half to death. I ran blindly into this strange room. To hide from the monsters, I had no choice but to hide in that crate." Yiqing listened, a thoughtful look on his face. He asked, "Have you seen any other survivors?" Qing seemed startled by the question. He scoffed. "Other survivors? How could there be? This is an abyss-corrupted hospital. Normal humans couldn't survive here, let alone those crippled patients with missing limbs." His tone enraged Yiqing. He grabbed the man by the collar, snarling, "What did you just say? You're a doctor. How can you talk like that?" The man shot back. "Talk like what? I'm a doctor, not some job changer. Of course I can't handle those monsters. Understand? When it comes to saving people, you have to save yourself first." He glanced guiltily at him. "If I was a powerful fighter, why would I be hiding in a crate? So, were you sent here to rescue me?" At this, his expression sharpened. "If you were hired to save me, then cut the chatter. The Lionheart Guild must be paying you a fortune, right? Just get me out of here, and it's all yours." Yiqing's brow furrowed. The Lionheart Guild? He recalled a system message from before. A successful rappel earning him 150 free attribute points. He had asked Zhou Tong what it was. The guy dropped it. Zhou Tong had examined it for a moment before answering. "I think I've seen this before. It's the guild emblem for the Lionheart Hunters Association." Yiqing had been surprised. The Lionheart Guild? That super guild that only cares about power? Back then, he realized the badge must be valuable, and sighed. The entry barrier for these powerful guilds is terrifyingly high. But right now, he didn't care about any of that. He turned and continued toward the patient wards. Seeing this, Qing called out in fear, "Hey, didn't you just come from that direction? The exit should be the other way." Yiqing turned his head. "You ran here from the patient wards?" The man nodded frantically. "Yes, that's right. Stop trying to save those cripples. There's no reward in it for you. They're all just poor trash." Those inhuman words pushed Yiqing's rage to its peak. He said, "Sorry, I'm going that way, because my sister is over there." Hearing that, the doctor panicked. "Your sister? Wait a minute. You're not here to save me?" You're not from the Lionheart Guild? Yiqing's fury was now absolute. He stared at the man with ice-cold eyes. That's right. I'm only here for retrieval, not rescue. Qingshan scrambled to catch up to Yiqing, his voice filled with urgency. Master Hunter, surely you realize this place has become a bottomless labyrinth. If you follow my path, you'll just hit dead ends. You're guaranteed to get lost down here. Qingshan edged closer to Yiqing. But I can be your guide. We can go together. We'll find your sister. And then, on the way, just, you can lead me back out too. What do you say? When Yiqing didn't answer, Qingshan grew nervous. I'll take your silence as a yes, then. Right this way. This is the portal I came through. As Yiqing stepped into the maze, Qingshan quietly followed close behind. Once they were through the gate, he nervously asked Yiqing, So, which top hunter guild are you with? The reply was short. I don't belong to any guild. Qingshan was shocked. A solo hunter? Ha, nobody goes it alone in this day and age. He continued explaining. Someone with your level of power would be scouted instantly by the top guilds. Status: Lionheart, Cloud 9. These top-tier guilds pay professional hunters an insane salary. Plus, you can party up for the deepest abyss raids. How about this? When we get out, I'll recommend you to a few good guilds. It's the least I can do since you helped me. Yiqing's voice cut him off like a whip. Listen carefully. My sister's name is Xiaozu. If you're going to be my guide, then shut your mouth. Qingshan's mind raced, a memory sparking. Yay. Xiaozu? His mind flashed back to a conversation from before. The words echoed in his memory. What's the status on the two test subjects? Looking at the records. They're both minors? And Ning's voice was cold. Don't concern yourself with the details. These kids don't have families that can make a fuss. One of them, Xiaozu, only has a single brother to rely on. Ignoring Qingshan's expression, Ning continued. Her brother is an unawakened, constantly risking his life in the abyss just to pay her medical bills. He could drop dead in there at any moment. And the other one? Qingshan pointed to the photo of Lin Shuyan. Her father just got out of prison. He's unemployed, living off borrowed money from anyone he can. Qingshan was intrigued. So they're both social outcasts. How did you convince them to agree? And Ning sneered. Convince them? Please. He spoke with pure arrogance. All I had to say was, you don't want to be a burden on your family forever, do you? And that's it. Your father has no job. It must be incredibly difficult for him to support you and save up for your treatment, right? A sinister smile spread across his face. I know this is hard to hear, but haven't his visits become less frequent lately? He must be starting to see you as a burden. And Ning then pointed to Xiaozu's photo. As for this one, he recounted his manipulation. Think about your brother, risking his life every single day, just to pay for your daily treatments. Don't you want him to be safe, more than anything? Xiaozu fell silent, her eyes filled with worry. Yes, she whispered. He pressed on. What if I told you, we have a new treatment that could completely cure your disabilities? You'd no longer be a burden to anyone. You might even awaken your powers and become a job changer. Would you be willing to participate? Shuyan immediately spoke up. Please, let me be the first test subject. Me too. Xiaozu quickly raised her hand. I want to sign up. I want to stand on my own 2 feet again. I don't want to be a burden on my brother anymore. He slid a contract forward. Such good children. Here, there's just one agreement for you to sign. Back in the present. And Ning bragged to Qingshan. See how simple it was? A little manipulation is all it takes. Even this social trash has its uses, contributing to their superiors, right? You've done well. Qingshan humbly refused the praise. Oh no, Director, you're the brilliant one. This research will allow job changers to break their class limits and obtain even greater power. You are the true benefactor to society. Qingshan preened with pride. Haha. Each abyss stem cell can be sold for over 100 million yuan, creating a shortcut for the powerful to become even stronger. This is my greatest contribution to society. A subordinate asked for orders. Director, shall we begin the experiment now? He nodded. Begin. The syringe was injected into the test subject. Experiment number 1. Initiated. But things did not go as planned. The subject screamed in agony. Argh! Qingshan panicked. What's happening? A nurse reported immediately. The abyss cells are rejecting the host. We're detecting no energy fluctuations from the unawakened. Stem cell injection has failed. He quickly regained his composure. Don't panic. It's just one test subject. It's not a big deal. We still have the backup. Suddenly, she reported again, her voice frantic. We have a problem, Director. Someone is causing trouble. He asked calmly. Who? The nurse pointed at the security monitor. A voice boomed from it. "Where did you take my daughter?" She explained. "It's the other subject's father." He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "What a nuisance. Send him in. Let him in." And Ning moved swiftly. "Understood. I'll bring him inside." And Ning then turned to the two guards. "Hey, what do you two think you're doing? How dare you assault a patient inside this hospital? The director ordered you to bring him in." The two underlings complied immediately. As they walked, and Ning spoke to the man. "Your daughter is inside. Follow me." Upon meeting Qing Shan, he immediately introduced himself. "Sir, I am the director of this hospital. Your daughter is here." The man demanded. "Where is she? Where is my Yan Yan?" Qing Shan pointed to a containment pod. "Your daughter is in there. We just moved her." Qing Shan began his crocodile tear performance. "This was the agreement. We are simply operating according to the rules. I'm terribly sorry. The experiment encountered. There's some unforeseen complications. We will compensate you as per our contract." He adjusted his glasses with one hand while the father broke down in tears. "However, we will still need to recover the body for research." The enraged father slammed his fist into the hypocrite's face, roaring, "You are absolute scum! Give me back my daughter." The staff panicked as the director shouted, "Restrain him!" The man fought back with even more fury, screaming, "Why is this kind of twisted experiment allowed on ordinary people? Do you even have a shred of humanity left?" Qing Shan remained cold and unyielding. She was a cripple, useless. Instead of living a meaningless life, she's made a contribution to society with her body. The death compensation in the agreement will pay off all your debts. You should be thanking us for her death. Now take the money and get out." The father choked back sobs. "My daughter is still a minor. This agreement to give up her life is no different from murder. I don't want your money. I just want my daughter to live." Qing Shan's voice was sharp. "This is interference with the experiment. Throw him out." As he was dragged away, the father screamed a curse. "You absolute filth. I will drag every last one of you to hell and plunge you into an abyss so deep you'll never escape." Unfazed, Qing Shan turned back. "What's Xiaozu's condition?" And Ning replied, "There are no energy fluctuations. It seems we need to keep observing her." He then wondered aloud, "Director, you don't think this girl's older brother will come storming in here, do you?" Qing Shan scoffed. "It's fine. What trouble can a Ranko employee cause? Besides, he's just a trash collector." Back in the present, Yiqing's sharp gaze pierced him. "You know that girl?" Sweat beaded on Qing Shan's forehead. "Xiaozu? Ah ha ha. No, not really. She might have been in the next ward over. Ha ha ha." His mind was racing in sheer panic. Didn't they say Xiaozu's brother was an unemployed trash collector? Then why does he seem so powerful now? Were all those demonic beasts slaughtered in that room just now an illusion? Damn it. If this guy is the real deal, I'm screwed. I was the one who pushed that girl, Xiaozu, into that horde of monsters before I ran for my life. Qing Shan glanced around nervously, completely lost and unsure of which way to go. Unlike him, Yiqing was perfectly calm. "What's wrong? Did you forget the way out too?" Sweat pouring down his face, Qing Shan forced a calm expression. "No, of course not. I'm just worried about what might have happened to your sister." "Oh, right. A ton of monsters appeared in the ward, so I had to run." But inside, he was screaming, "I'm dead. I'm so dead. If he finds out Xiaozu is dead, I can just blame it on the monsters from the abyss. That way, I won't be implicated at all." Suddenly, a strange whistling sound echoed down the deserted corridor, catching Yiqing's attention. His eyes shot open, pupils contracting. In a flash, he grabbed Qing Shan by the collar and yanked him aside. A blade humming with crimson energy slashed through the air right where they had been standing. Yiqing immediately knew this wasn't the aura of a demonic beast. Qing Shan stammered, Who's there?" "Who, you ask?" A figure emerged from the shadows. "My apologies. I mistook you for a wild monster." Wu Ming, a man with a long scar across his face, approached them. "Director Song, I was sent by the Lionheart Guild on a mission to rescue you." Yiqing's eyes turned to ice, his expression indifferent. "Oh? So you're the one who came to save this man?" In stark contrast, Qing Shan was overjoyed. "You're really here to save me? You nearly cut me in half." Yiqing's voice was serious. "I should have known. The marks left by that great sword near the labyrinth's entrance were yours, weren't they?" Even if his entire team was wiped out, he could still penetrate the deepest parts of the abyss alone. "This man is incredibly strong." Hearing this, Wu Ming confirmed it. The name's Wu Ming, a top-tier mercenary. The commission was high enough that losing a few teammates is no big deal. As he turned to leave, Yiqing's mind raced. He had seen these double-paid mercenaries before. They were madmen who operated in the abyss, willing to throw their lives away for a constantly doubling bounty. According to their brutal rules, a lone survivor could claim the entire reward after all their teammates had died. Qing Shan desperately called after him. "Wait, I'm the one you're here to save. You can take me with you now." While Wu Ming retrieved his blade, Yiqing seized Director Qing Shan by the collar once more. This man didn't look like he was here to save anyone. That sword seemed like it was made only for killing. Qing Shan wondered, killing intent? What killing intent? I can't feel anything at all. Yiqing didn't hesitate to explain. I have no intention of preventing you from completing your mission, but you have to understand. Director Song is guiding me. Because my little sister is in the room right behind you. Wu Ming paused. Your sister? Instantly, he remembered the little girl he'd seen on the way here. Shock rippled through Yiqing. He spoke urgently. Please, tell me where she is. Behind him, Qing Shan was weeping in terror. Is she still alive? I'm so dead, so dead. Suddenly, Wu Ming tossed something to Yiqing. Catch. Holding the item in his hand, Yiqing's face filled with dread. Where did you get this teddy bear? But Wu Ming remained chillingly calm. She was a cute kid, but it's a shame she didn't make it. For a few seconds, Yiqing froze, as if struck by lightning. What? Hearing this, Qing Shan celebrated inwardly. That's great. The kid is gone. Which means I get to live. Slinging the blade over his shoulder, Wu Ming spoke coolly. I told her. If monsters came for her, I wouldn't lift a finger to help. Her life or death had nothing to do with me. But I did promise her I would deliver her last words. If I ever got the chance to meet you. Yiqing's arm began to tremble. Wu Ming paid no attention to his reaction and continued. She said. She hoped she could wait for her brother at the hospital gate, so that before you came to rescue her, you would see that she was okay, and wouldn't have to risk your life coming inside. As the words left his lips, Yiqing's eyes blazed with pure killing intent. Weapon in hand, he lunged at Wu Ming with a furious scream. You just stood there and watched? Even when you saw that she was in danger? Without a hint of fear, Wu Ming's expression was a mask of indifference. A mercenary's job is to complete the mission and get paid. Beyond that, I don't care about anything else. He readied his stance to meet the attack. The curse I carry means that anyone who follows me is guaranteed to die. In the end, I am always the one left standing alone. A single palm strike sent Yiqing flying. Wu Ming continued. Even though I told her that, the girl insisted on following me. In a way, she brought this on herself. Not hearing a single word, Yiqing instantly recovered and charged again. Tell me where she is. The two clashed violently. Wu Ming then made an offer. Hand over Director Song to me, and I'll give you her exact location. But Yiqing was not a man to be manipulated. And what if I say no? Having watched from a corner, Qing Shan finally spoke in a tiny voice. I agree to the deal. Wu Ming's blade swept out, blocking Yiqing's furious assault as he replied. I don't take kindly to anyone who gets in my way. Even if they were a sworn comrade, I wouldn't hesitate to send them straight to hell. Suddenly, with a blinding burst of speed, Yiqing struck, sending Wu Ming's massive blade flying through the air. He had the upper hand. Yiqing drew back his left fist for the final blow. Without your weapon, what can you possibly do to me now? But he was wrong. Wu Ming instantly caught his fist. With his left arm trapped, Yiqing shifted, channeling power into the dagger in his right hand. It began to glow with a violet light, like an electric current, as he thrust it straight at Wu Ming. Incredibly, his right hand was caught as well. Now, both of his arms were locked in Wu Ming's iron grip. The system announced, disarm activated, weapon neutralized for the next 8 seconds. Instantly, the dagger began to melt, falling from Yiqing's hand. In that moment of distraction, Wu Ming leaned back and delivered a brutal headbutt, sending Yiqing flying backward. As the dust cleared, Yiqing landed safely, regaining his balance. I thought that greatsword was your main method of attack. I never expected you to be so skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Wu Ming just looked bored. Even when swordsmen are paid double to fight monsters with no intel, they're always the first ones pushed toward their deaths. Even if their weapon is knocked away in close combat, they can still use their own body as a weapon to keep fighting. These are combat skills that can only be mastered by surviving countless life or death battles. I wasn't even using my full strength just now. He pointed his recovered blade toward Yiqing. You won't be able to block my formless greatsword. With that, Wu Ming began to chant, rock-shattering slash. The blade instantly began to radiate a golden light. Seeing this, Yiqing carefully considered how to respond. Although the greatsword is ferocious, It's limited by its enormous weight and slow swing speed. If I attack before he finishes the move, I can interrupt it. But Wu Ming swung his blade, cleaving through dark streams of energy in the air. Faced with such terrifying power, Yiqing was slightly stunned. He's so strong. He threw out a monster card, and as it flew, it began to create. A rift of purple light tore open behind him. Instantly, a horde of grotesque spider-human hybrids emerged, snarling as they bared their fangs. Wu Ming mused. So it's a summoner-type ability. Is it? The creatures surged forward, spitting thick, sticky webs. The strands instantly ensnared Wu Ming's body, but with a single slash of his blade, he severed them all effortlessly. Humph. He launched himself into the air, looking down with disdain. You think a few pets like these can stop me? How absurd. Without another word, Wu Ming channeled his power into the blade. His earth-shattering strike tore through the air itself. A mocking tone laced his voice. If you think these pawns are enough to control me, then you've severely underestimated your opponent. Just then, a violet phantom shot toward his back. Wu Ming's instincts screamed. He spun around just in time to block a powerful blast of purple energy from Yiqing. He thought to himself, if the blade hadn't absorbed the full force, an attack backed by hundreds of strength points would have torn right through him. Just as I thought. You're no ordinary low-level awakened, are you? Yiqing's current aura was terrifying. But Wu Ming stated calmly, your power. It goes far beyond even this. Yiqing ignored the comment, retorting with defiance. I don't care how skilled you think you are. I will not back down. He demanded, I'll ask you one last time. Where is my sister? At that moment, Wu Ming's mind flashed back to when he first met the boy's sister, Ye Xiaozu, in her wheelchair. Mister, you're really strong, she had said. I wonder who's stronger, you or my big brother? Wu Ming had asked while slaying a monster. Your brother? Ye Xiaozu's eyes lit up with pride. I have the best brother in the whole world. Even though he's just a low-level awakened, he works harder than anyone to get stronger. He's always trying to defy his fate. I admire him so much. I want to be strong just like him someday. Wu Ming had scoffed back then. Strong? From what I know, those types are just zero-rank personnel. It's a job for the weakest classes. There's nothing strong about it. A little embarrassed, Ye Xiaozu had argued back. Be quiet. My brother is way stronger than you, she insisted. I know he's strong. I can see it in his determined eyes, and I can feel it when his warm hand touches my head. Wu Ming had replied with a bored sigh. Ha, the way you describe him. I suppose I'm curious to meet this brother of yours. Ye Xiaozu beamed. Okay, when I get the chance, I'll introduce you to. Snapping back to the present, Wu Ming studied Yiqing's eyes. Yes, there was no mistaking that look. It was the gaze of a man who had stared death in the face countless times. I respect you. You're a true survivor. Just then, a strange vial dropped from Yiqing's belt. He wiped his mouth, thinking to himself, my last potion. I have no choice but to use it now. Based on his stats, he's a two-handed swordsman class, and his HP pool isn't anything extraordinary. His eyes narrowed, pupils shrinking as he calculated. If I stack my damage with the Berserk skill, I can land a fatal blow. If I target his weak points, I should be able to take him down in 3 strikes. But, still, there's something different about him. Compared to all the other class users I've fought, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Wu Ming wore no armor, nothing but the greatsword in his hands. It's an all-out offensive style, leaving himself completely open defensively. Is it a suicidal fighting style? As the thought crossed his mind, Wu Ming exploded into motion, leaping straight at Yiqing. It was that same ferocious swing, a brutal horizontal slash. But Yiqing reacted instantly, launching himself upwards to evade the blow. And in the next instant, with his purple eyes burning, Yiqing brought his enchanted dagger crashing down. A predatory grin spread across Wu Ming's face. He met the blow with a terrifyingly sharp counterslash of his own. Barely dodging, Yiqing thought, his reflexes are insane. He immediately summoned another monster card. Soul Shock. He activated his skills in rapid succession. Fatal Strike, Lucky Crit, and Berserk Damage. He then blurred past Wu Ming with unbelievable speed. A deep gash appeared across Wu Ming's neck. The skin around the wound began to crack like dry earth. Glancing back, Yiqing realized something. He didn't even try to dodge. This guy doesn't mind getting hit. How strange. Wu Ming let out a feral roar. His powerful body tensed, and the wound on his neck began to seal itself shut. Yiqing's eyes widened in shock. That's not blood, it's sand. What in the world is he? With a deafening yell, Wu Ming charged forward. his blade now glowing crimson as he brought it down on Yiqing, who barely dodged. Leaning back, Yiqing gathered his power. From the purple vortex behind him, massive demonic hands erupted, grabbing hold of Wu Ming. But he just laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. As a cloud of dust engulfed them both. As the dust settled, Jin struggled to his feet, but Ming just stood there, completely unfazed. I have a trait, he said, that can't be killed by conventional attacks. Jin's mind raced. Not killable? It was true. Ming's body seemed to be composed of some kind of special material. He explained, the abyss holds many things that our modern science can't possibly comprehend. Careers, skills, attributes, equipment. Cracks began to spiderweb across his face, like a shattered porcelain vase. There are even more unique existences out there. This curse, it's a punishment from a god. For seizing a power no mortal was meant to handle. His memories swam in a dark, magical haze as he continued. The truth is, I was utterly terrified of death, but I couldn't stop myself from dancing on its very edge. I craved treasures that weren't mine, and I swore to claim everything for myself. No one else would get even a single shred of the reward. As he put it, the power was a gift from a many-clawed hand. The gods have never played by mortal rules. They noticed me by chance, maybe for their own amusement, or maybe just to mock my destiny. The skin on his face began to peel off in flakes. Ming let out a savage laugh. In the end, I got the power I always craved. He roared, his face a grotesque mask. But what he didn't tell me was that he would also take the most precious thing I had. A cold sweat broke out on Jin's brow as a sense of dread washed over him. The trait of an immortal creature. Ming's body began to sink into the stone tiles, as if the ground was burying him alive. Song quickly explained what was happening. The rumors are true. The traits of abyssal monsters can transfer to the bodies of the professionals who hunt them. Immortality is a legendary trait. As long as his power doesn't run dry, he can just keep reviving himself. From the spot where Ming had been dragged down, it wasn't long before a hand burst from the earth. And then, Ming rose again, speaking as if nothing had happened, his body perfectly healed. In the moment before I died, I reached out and touched eternity. In his memories, a lonely figure was constantly bombarded by baseless rumors. That kid came back alive by himself again? Don't tell me he's some kind of walking disaster. Every single mission, his entire team gets wiped out. The ones sneering at him were none other than his own comrades in arms. Even though there was no proof, he was still earning double the salary of the other mercenaries. If his whole team dies, doesn't that mean he gets to keep all the reward money for himself? It's hard not to wonder if he's the one killing them. If he's on this mission, I'm out. I refuse to become his next sacrifice. Back in the present, he faced Jin and declared, I have shouldered the price that eternity demanded of me. Ming's body was now completely reformed, without a single trace of his previous injuries. His voice was ice. I died, but I can continue to exist, forever. His eyebrows furrowed with cold intent. Without warning, Ming lunged, swinging his blade. A violent power exploded from him as he charged at Jin, eager to demonstrate its source. The skill, Death Wish. When my health drops below 33%, it activates. The damage I take increases by 100%, and the damage I deal also increases by 100%, Jin thought frantically. That skill, combined with his cursed trait, it's completely broken. Just as Ming was about to land a fatal blow, Jin threw out a skull monster card. The creature took the hit, pulling Jin back to safety. An ethereal purple flame now enveloped Jin. But Ming remained poised, ready for the next clash. He darted forward, slashing at Jin, who managed to summon an iron shield just in time to block the incoming attack. The Immortal's trait. Is it really impossible to overcome? Jin asked. Ming's indifferent expression didn't flicker. In a contest of pure strength, my victory is guaranteed. He charged again, slashing wildly, forcing Jin to reveal another monster card. An orange card, a divine weapon, Soul of the Death God. Instantly, a Reaper appeared, swinging a deadly scythe through the air. Ming glanced up. Manipulating divine artifacts? Are we? With unbelievable force, he cleaved the summoned creature in two. But in that same moment, the Death God's soul swung its scythe, carving a deep gash into Ming's right shoulder. Ming recalibrated, assessing the wound. Not a physical weapon. This is just the effect of a skill. Jin didn't hesitate to explain. Any target that dies because of this skill will trigger the Will Harvest trait. Thanks to the effect of Will Harvest, my health and mana points are slowly recovering a little. Because your body is already dead, the skill activates instantly with every attack. Ming subconsciously touched the gaping hole in his shoulder. Jin pressed his advantage. The reason an immortal creature can exist forever is because of its mana. In other words, for someone who has become an immortal being like you, blood is merely a decoration. Your real health bar must be that unfathomable well of mana you possess. Am I wrong? His secret exposed, Ming's face broke into a wide grin. I can't believe you figured it out. It seems your ability to see through information is far beyond that of others. That's normal. Yiqing explained calmly that because the abyss is filled with the power of rules, every puzzle seems impossible to solve. But there must always be a way to break through. Those with immense power are often like reckless glass cannons. They can unleash devastating force, but their own bodies are so fragile that the slightest friction could shatter them. He used his magic to control a dagger, exposing the seemingly unbeatable Wu Ming. Perhaps the weakness lies outside the body. He wears no armor and favors suicidal attack patterns, all to mislead his enemies. He baits them into a high-stakes battle of attrition. After hearing this, Wu Ming nodded. True wisdom in the abyss means mastering its rules, which means you too must have a fatal weakness. Strength, agility, intelligence, physique, willpower, and luck. Among these 6 attributes, there must be one you've neglected. Yiqing was surprised. Oh, you're serious. He corrected Wu Ming's assumption. Sorry, I'm a little different from most professionals. My stat points were so plentiful that every time I leveled up, I just distributed them evenly. My class is a hexagon warrior. With that, he borrowed the power of the wind and flew toward Wu Ming, planning to end the fight quickly while his enemy's wounds were still fresh. Yiqing unleashed a furious magical assault. Wu Ming struggled to defend, his mind reeling in shock. His speed, his power, his reflexes, they all far surpassed any young professional. This kid wasn't bluffing at all. Wu Ming fought back, but Yiqing just muttered, strange techniques, raw power, even trash-tier talents that no one values. I know them all. The two clashed, locked in a dead heat. Yiqing flew backward, certain that physical attacks couldn't kill this man. However, a prolonged drain on his magic would be enough to gradually slow down his regeneration. Given enough time, his mana reserves would run dry, and then he would die for good. As if his words had struck a nerve, Wu Ming charged at him in a frenzy, but he still had his trump card, the Death God Soul card. Instantly, the spectral monster flew out and sliced off Wu Ming's arm. Without a hint of fear, Wu Ming calmly wondered, is my mana consumption making it hard to keep up? Yiqing clarified. If this is a battle of attrition, then the advantage is actually on my side. Understanding dawned on Wu Ming. Every impossible puzzle has a solution, just as you said. Your weakness isn't in combat. It's something outside of battle entirely. Suddenly, a teddy bear lay abandoned on the ground. Yiqing jutted his chin towards the bear and asked, when did that get here? In a flash, Wu Ming lunged like a wild beast. He grabbed Yiqing's head in an instant and slammed it into the ground. Leaning in close, he spoke slowly. I feel no sympathy for anyone who stands in my way. Even comrades who I've faced death with, I would send them to hell without a moment's hesitation. But you're different, Yiqing. Wu Ming's hand tightened on his face. You still have the dignity of a human being. You are still truly alive. Even knowing the man you're protecting is absolute scum, you still wanted to try and stop me. His expression remained ice cold. If you had to choose between your sister's life and Song Qingshan's, which would it be? Yiqing's mind raced to confirm what he just heard. Wait a second. You said I have to choose? Xiaozu. She's not dead. Wu Ming released his grip and explained, when did I ever say she was? This bear is merely proof that I know where she is, he said, turning to leave. Besides, that little girl. Ha ha ha. She's not as easy to kill as you are. Yiqing's thoughts were in chaos. What in the world was he talking about? The story flashes back to a few hours earlier, on a dark street. Inside, Wu Ming was locked in a fierce battle against giant green monsters. There were hordes of them. Elsewhere, a horned monster grabbed Ye Xiaozu by the neck, lifting her into the air. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she recalled Wu Ming's words. If a monster tries to harm you, I will not lift a finger to protect you, because you are not my client. I don't care whether you live or die. Her thoughts also drifted to her brother, Yiqing. His every word was etched into her mind. I found a job. I can earn a lot of money, enough for your treatment. Just wait a little longer, and you'll be able to stand on your own 2 feet again. Her eyes closed as she whispered to herself. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. I don't want to be useless. Even to my own brother, I never want to be a burden. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. In her anguish, she desperately searched for a sliver of hope. Please, God, help me. Even if it's just for a moment. I want to be strong too. I'm begging you. Please. The moment the thought finished, her eyes shot open, erupting with a brilliant pink magical energy. The monster choking her recoiled in shock. Reflected in its eyes was the image of a girl transforming, and it began to sweat in pure terror. Xiaozu had transformed into a giant teddy bear, awakening her job class as a transmuter, a shapeshifter. Her new arm, now tipped with razor-sharp claws, tore through the horned, green behemoth with terrifying ease. Using the beast's corpse as a springboard, Wu Ming launched himself into the air, bringing his blade down on his own monstrous foe. He landed just as the creature's head hit the floor. Wu Ming turned, only to face the giant, monstrous teddy bear that was once Ye Xiaoju. He mused to himself. So this is what happens when a normal human syncs with abyss cells. They awaken a class. Don't tell me she's another victim, just like her father warned. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaozu was overwhelmed, tears streaming endlessly down her face. Seeing her transformed state, Wu Ming instantly raised his blade, dropping into a defensive stance. He was on high alert. The legends were clear. Awakening through abyss cells often shatters the host's mind, turning them into a rampaging monster that attacks indiscriminately. But Ye Xiaoju seemed completely unaware of her new body, still lost in her sorrow. Huh? What's happening to me? I feel so much taller. I can walk again. This feeling is so strange. Wu Ming's eyes widened in shock. She retained her human consciousness? He had to be sure. Tell me your name. Through a mess of tears, she stammered out. Ye Xiaoju. He nodded grimly. Just as I thought. He led her to a reflective surface, where she stared in utter disbelief. I've become a giant toy bear, he replied dryly. I'm not sure if congratulations are in order. Or, before he could finish, a reality-shattering scream erupted from her. I'm not human anymore. How can I ever face my brother looking like this? What am I supposed to do now? Wu Ming sighed, helpless. This is your class transformation. How would I possibly know? Still, he couldn't just abandon her. Look, if you don't want to travel with me, that's fine. I have a mission I must complete. At his words, Ye Xiaoju held out the small teddy bear she always carried. If you find my brother, please give this to him, and tell him that I need some time to pull myself together. I just can't handle this. This earth-shattering shock right now. Wu Ming took the small bear, making a solemn vow. If I find him, I will deliver it into his hands myself. Back in the present, Wu Ming's situation was dire. One of his arms had been severed, yet his expression remained unnervingly calm. If this fight continues, I'll be the one at a disadvantage, he stated. Yiqing, I want to see the true extent of your power. But as it stands, we no longer have a reason to fight. Behind them, Song Qingshan stammered, Ye Xiaozu isn't dead? Are you serious? Yiqing was just as stunned. Wu Ming continued. To be precise, the doctor standing behind you is the real reason your sister suffered such a cruel fate. His gaze locked onto Song Qingshan, cold and sharp. In fact, the very appearance of this abyss was a gift from him. The memory surfaced. It is a quiet afternoon, with the sun setting over the city, casting long, dark shadows. Inside a hidden room, Wu Ming met with Lin Shuyan's father. The old man broke the grim silence. I've been backed into a corner, he confessed. This is my last resort. All you have to do is use this key on any door. It will unleash the abyss's energy throughout the entire research facility, transforming it into a true gateway to that hell. He revealed an ornate, silver key, his face contorted with pure, unadulterated hatred. But with Song Qingshan's influence, a rescue team will surely be dispatched for him. I need to ensure that when they arrive, there is nothing left of that bastard to save, neither body nor soul. I won't just bury his precious research in the depths of the abyss. I will make him pay for my daughter's suffering. Wu Ming's voice was low. And you? Understand the price you will have to pay for this revenge? The father's eyes blazed with fury. Compared to making that man pay, the price is nothing. Back in the present, Song Qingshan scoffed at the accusation. Oh, you mean Lin Shuyan? Didn't I already offer a compensation package? I even fired her father. Besides, the girl was useless by then anyway. He was spending a fortune on her treatment. It was illogical. Does that man have any concept of maximizing profits? Ye Qing's expression grew dangerously dark. Then, Xiaozu, he growled. Was that you? Too? Song Qingshan dropped to his knees, panicking. Don't be ridiculous. She just happened to fall into the abyss. There was nothing I could do, I swear. And yes, she was a test subject before, but that was completely her own choice. Look, if you're not satisfied, I can compensate you. I can give you anything you want. I'll pay for everything. Utterly oblivious to the depths of his own evil, he continued to bargain. Life, death, name your price. Yiqing let out a cold, bitter laugh, grinding his teeth. Compensation. Huh? He snarled. You make it sound so simple. And with that, he unleashed a devastating punch that sent Song Qingshan flying backward in a spray of blood. Sprawled on the ground, his face already swelling, Song Qingshan stared up in disbelief. A cripple who couldn't even walk. What was so special about her anyway? At those words, the last bit of light vanished from his pathetic excuses. Even if I used her a little, I was simply maximizing her value as a human being, sacrificing herself for scientific research, contributing to the advancement of class changers. Shouldn't she feel honored? Hearing those last words, he couldn't take it anymore. A colossal hand erupted from the ground, crushing the man in its grip. Yiqing gritted his teeth. Xiaozu is the only family I have left from that disaster. Something a monster like you will never understand. Qingsu panicked, sweat pouring down his face. Wait, that's not what I meant. But before he could finish, the hand slammed him into the floor. He stepped before the man, grabbing Qingsu by the collar in fury. You're just unburnable trash, with zero recycling value. Even hell wouldn't want someone like you. With a glance at Wu Ming behind him, Yiqing tossed Qingsu aside, without a second thought. He then turned toward the gate. He's all yours. Wu Ming leaned in, letting his bandaged arm grab the man's head. The arm reattached to his body, and he gave a slight smile to the departing figure. Then, it seems we have an agreement. Yiqing didn't look back, his voice low and firm. I just need to confirm my sister's safety as fast as possible. Nothing else matters. Wu Ming gripped Qingsu's face, a smirk playing on his lips. A mercenary's duty is to complete the contract, and that means you have to die here. This must be what that father of yours wanted, too. Qingsu struggled desperately, his words rushing out. What contract? I can hire you too. I'll give you double the pay. Tell me, how much did that old man give you? Wu Ming's gaze turned ice cold. A person only has one life. So tell me, how exactly do you plan to pay me double? Qingsu was confused. Huh? What are you saying? Wu Ming ignored his question, tilting his head. Next time, the next time we meet. Let's have an all-out battle, Yiqing. He watched as Yiqing stepped through the gate, while Qingsu screamed in agony. Ah! The portal's purple light faded, and a massive bear peeked out from behind a wall. Tears streamed down Xiaozu's face as she whimpered. Brother Yiqing. Yiqing's voice was gentle. I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm late. She trembled. It's okay. I should be the one saying sorry. I'm always holding you back. I never want you to risk your life for me. But deep down, Xiaozu was always waiting for him to appear. He looked at the giant bear, 10 times his size, and soothed her gently. It's all right now, Xiaozu. The monsters are gone. You're safe now. Xiaozu looked at her brother, her voice barely a whisper. I'm sorry. There's still a monster here. Right here. She slumped to the ground. She pointed a massive claw at her own face. The monster. It's me. Xiaozu wiped away her tears, her voice cracking. I always rely on you for everything. I want to be protected by you. But I also hate what I've become. Even if I can't be a hero who stands on her own like you, I at least wanted to get out of this wheelchair. I wanted to stop being a burden. I'm so sorry I turned into this. I was this strange thing. Yiqing let out a soft sigh. He took her massive paw in his hands. Those men looked human, but on the inside, they were no different from monsters. And even though someone might look like a monster on the outside, on the inside, she's still my adorable little sister. Right? Xiaozu was confused. But this is what I look like now. Yiqing smiled brightly, his voice full of confidence. My job is dealing with monsters. Trust me, I know what a real monster looks like. Then, a thought seemed to strike him. He glanced at the dead beasts scattered around the room. You look pretty strong, though. Yiqing looked surprised. Did you do all this? Xiaozu quickly denied it. Oh no, all these beastmen corpses weren't my doing. She pointed to one lying nearby. She boasted to her brother, Big bro, I got that one. I smashed it the moment I transformed. Yiqing was half impressed, half teasing. With just one hit? Wow, Xiaozu, your rank must be pretty high. But as they shared a light-hearted moment, the bear arms suddenly began to fade. Huh? The giant bear form dissolved, and she returned to her human shape. Sitting on the ground, Xiaozu looked astonished. Huh? What's happening? I'm back to normal. Yiqing knelt beside her and explained, the mana required to maintain your transformation form just ran out. Once your mana is depleted, you naturally change back. So you see, Xiaozu, you're not a monster at all. This is clearly an ability that lets you turn into a bear, allowing you to walk freely. This is your power as a shapeshifter class user. He gently lifted her into his arms. Congratulations. You're a class changer now too, someone who can stand tall on her own. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Really? I can be like you? Yiqing carefully placed her back in her wheelchair. He pouted. Not a chance. I'm never letting you put yourself in danger. She suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Brother. Did you meet someone? Yiqing asked. Who are you talking about? Xiaozu described him. Someone who was a little like you. She smiled brightly. He told me he wanted to meet you himself. He said he felt like you and him would really get along. Yiqing's jaw dropped. He did? Xiaozu repeated his words. He said, I bet he's a guy who's hard to kill, just like me. He began pushing her wheelchair toward the brilliant purple light. Somehow, that doesn't sound like someone I'd get along with at all. Early morning, a phone's sharp ring shattered the peace of the dorms. Yiqing was still lost in a dream, until the jarring sound dragged him back to reality. A familiar voice crackled on the other end. Yiqing, you brat. Just how many days have you been skipping work? The man kept nagging. Ever since the People's Mall job started. I haven't seen you around at all. Then, I heard from the foreman that you started doing your own thing with that Crimson Blood Oath guy. You've got some real nerve. Yiqing made an excuse. Sorry, uncle. I was just short on cash, so I had to find some side gigs to make ends meet. The man on the phone wondered, so, are you still working as a scavenger? Yiqing confirmed, yeah, still a scavenger. His uncle advised him, you're still young, pushing yourself too hard. It worries me, you know? But if you found something new, I guess I don't need to worry about you anymore. Just be careful from now on. After all, you still have a little sister who depends on you. The nagging was a bit annoying, but he appreciated the concern. I know, uncle. Thanks for checking in on me. After hanging up, a notification popped up. Yiqing's eyes went wide. Liu Xingran had transferred him money, a staggering 2.4 million yuan. A rich young miss indeed. Now that's what you call efficient. He opened her message. It read, sold the items. It was under my name, so don't you forget to thank me. He was stunned. So many zeros. Yiqing quickly calculated the value of the gear he'd recently risked his life for in the abyss. Everything had been sold through Liu Xingran's account. After all, she had a massive reputation. No one would dare question the origin of her items. Just last night, on the roof of the building, he had laid out all the gear. Liu Xingran was astonished. One night stand. What in the world have you been doing? I can't believe you brought back a mountain of equipment. Yiqing said proudly. I went to the scavenger's abyss and picked up a few things. She couldn't believe her ears. What? Say that again. Seriously. He got straight to the point. This high-grade equipment is useless to me right now. I could only think to ask for your help selling it. Technically, I just scavenged it all. She slapped his shoulder. What? You're still a level 1 scavenger, right? How pathetic. Ha ha ha. Liu Xingran paused, surprised. His body felt much more solid than before. He gave a forced laugh. Ha ha. I've been through a lot. Guess I've matured a bit. She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, I'm guessing your scavenger class is a new, unlisted profession. On the surface, you can't level up, but you follow a different path to get stronger. He stayed quiet about the details. I'm just a scavenger, and scavengers can get stronger too. That makes sense, doesn't it? She offered an idea. Right. So, want to go to the World Guild and get your hunter's license? After all, the treasures you risk your life for in the abyss, he need to have a legitimate source. Yiqing scratched his face. If I get a hunter's license, I can enter the abyss as an official hunter, right? Of course, she confirmed. You've been poaching in the abyss as a solo hunter this whole time. If the management caught you, you'd be thrown in jail. Liu Xingran looked serious. Isn't this the perfect challenge? To prove to the examiners that you, a level 1, have what it takes to be a hunter? I have total faith in your abilities. She seemed excited by the idea. Besides, the annual hunter exam requires a sponsor, and your sponsor will be me. I'll guarantee you get in. What do you say? He was speechless. Can I really do it? She ordered her subordinate. Just say I collected this equipment myself. Yes, my lady. Liu Xingran finalized their deal. You've helped me out a lot this time. Consider this my way of repaying the favor. He remembered the events of last night, feeling like he was the one in her debt. Suddenly, he noticed a box on the floor. Huh? Food delivery? Xiaozu appeared. Your dorm doesn't even have a kitchen. I had no choice but to order your favorite food. He wasn't surprised to see her. You're up early, Xiaozu, she complained. Of course I am. It's my first day back from the hospital. I don't want to be stuck in bed all day, he asked with concern. How's your leg? My body changed yesterday. I can move around a little bit now. She stood up. Like this. Yiqing choked on his food. Wait, how are you able to do that after just one night? She explained. I was scared I'd turn into a bear and wreck your dorm, so I was extremely careful. I only made small changes, focusing the magic into my knee. He tried to comfort her. There's no need to handle everything on your own right away. Xiaozu, I'm here now. You don't have to push yourself. I know, she replied. I'll practice controlling my body's changes gradually. I just hope I can stand on my own soon. I'm not forcing it. He opened the door. I have to head out for a bit. She looked flustered. Big brother, you're going out? That's right. Is there a problem? He replied. Even on a weekend, I've got things to do. He started to close the door. My brother definitely has important things to do. He can't even rest on the weekend. With a click, the door shut. Xiaozu pouted to herself. Don't tell me he's going to meet a woman. A girlfriend? Meanwhile, Yiqing stood far away, gazing at the skyscraper across from him, where a group of hunters was gathering. Wow, has the hunter profession always been this flashy? A voice suddenly echoed from behind. Are you also here for the hunter certification? What kind of squad are you hoping to join? A cheerful man appeared behind Zutong. Boss. Yiqing's expression soured as he turned around in surprise. Zutong threw his arms open, completely baffled. Boss, what are you doing at the hunter assessment? Don't tell me you're not an official hunter yet? Yiqing glanced over at Zutong. I've had some extra cash lately, and the registration fee for this test is pretty steep, but I figured you would have gotten your official license a long time ago. He asked his old friend. How have you been? Zutong let out a long sigh. I followed your advice, boss, and practiced close combat for a while, but my license still lists me as support. Most hunters just think I'm trying to gain experience. I can't even get a tryout for a proper squad. I need to prove to them that I can handle melee combat. He grinned at Yiqing. But if you're getting a license, boss, then you must be going for a core damage dealer position. Yeah, Yiqing looked up, his gaze steady. That's the plan. Suddenly, two guys with green and orange hair shoved their way through the crowd. Move it! Get out of the way! Their leader, Boss Sangzi, swaggered forward with his hands in his pockets, blowing out a cloud of smoke. You're telling me I have to wait in line for a stupid certification? The crowd immediately parted, clearing a path for them. Make way for our boss Sangzi. Do you even know who he is? He's a god-chosen ranger. If you slow down our boss's leveling path, be careful, because my fists don't have eyes. Yiqing watched the pathetic comedy show, feeling bored. A god-chosen class. I just met one of those. From behind, Zutong scoffed in disgust. What's that supposed to be? My boss is way tougher. Yiqing silently analyzed the man. Liao Xingrun, a god-chosen knight. Besides his standard knight abilities, he can also use magic. He can create healing shields and regenerate health, and his growth rate is significantly higher than other classes. That's why he is an S rank. The traits of these special classes are fused with their base profession. Sometimes, these new traits will even strengthen the class's original weaknesses. The parts that were already strong become even more powerful, as if they've received a divine blessing. That's why they call it a god-chosen class. Yiqing turned to Zutong. I'll go after he's done. Zutong still looked unimpressed. What's the big deal? The guy just got lucky, that's all. Boss Sangzi slammed his hand on the counter. Hurry up and process my license. The man behind the desk let out a weary sigh. What license are you applying for? The man bragged, pointing to himself. I'm god-chosen. What else could it be? The all-purpose license. The people in line behind them gasped in shock. An all-purpose license? This guy is really applying for an all-purpose license. He's a god-chosen. He might actually get it on his first try. His two lackeys puffed out their chests, hyping him up. What are you looking at? Our boss is a top-tier figure. You peasants are less than nothing. That's right. Suddenly, a woman with purple hair stepped forward, her voice dripping with sarcasm. A top-tier figure, you say? Boss Sangzi was instantly captivated, practically trembling as he looked at her. I never expected a beauty here. Want to form a party? Yiling waved a dismissive hand, her face filled with disgust. You think you're worthy of being in my party? Go home and take a nap. He oozed closer, his words turning vulgar. Don't be like that. I'm a god-chosen class. See, the skills I have in my hands are incredibly powerful, and my skills in the bedroom are first class too. Rage flared in Yiling's eyes, and a massive explosion sent Boss Sangzi flying backward. His face twisted in horror as he screamed. Ugh. Engulfed in flames, Boss Sangzi rolled frantically on the ground. Damn. Aren't we all just rookies here for the test? Why start with such a ruthless attack? His two goons rushed to put out the fire. This girl has no idea how powerful our boss is. Yiqing couldn't care less about their act. While they were making fools of themselves, his attention was on the skill Yiling used. Explosion. That's not a spell for a simple rookie. Boss Sangzi smoldered on the ground, gritting his teeth in fury as the crowd erupted in laughter. What? So this is all a god-chosen amounts to? Haha, look at the state he's in. I'm dying of laughter. His face went dark with rage. You bastards. Getting serious at last, Boss Sangzi drew a pair of flaming daggers. You dare humiliate me in public? You unruly woman. I'll teach you a lesson to restore my honor. Just then, a hand clamped down on his shoulder, stopping him cold. Boss Sangzi spun around, furious. Damn it, who dares to stop me? Are you looking to die? He found himself facing a dark figure whose sharp eyes radiated an oppressive, suffocating aura. Yiqing had appeared right behind him. There are proctors watching. Using your skills recklessly will get you into trouble. Boss Sangzi was surprisingly obedient. Yes, he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, what's happening? This guy's presence is terrifying. Just then, the clerk at the counter finally spoke. Two colossal armored guardians appeared behind her. Using class abilities in public areas was strictly forbidden. Yiqing stepped in with a smile, trying to defuse the situation. It's nothing. The heat is just getting to everyone. Yiling joined the conversation, immediately refuting him. No, he was trying to start trouble with me. The official turned to warn her. If you violate the rules again, we will arrest you. Now, let's get to the point. State your class and the license you're applying for. She crossed her arms with unshakable confidence. Fire Elementalist. I'm here for a transport magic license. The official activated a magic stone. Due to your unstable behavior, place your hand on this. Yiling watched it intently, then slowly reached out her hand. The staff member observed the phenomenon, his brow furrowing. He announced grimly, your power index is abnormal. He turned to explain the reason. Recently, there have been incidents involving powerful ability users. They're unregistered hunters, leaving trails of destruction in various abysses. Because of that, this test is far more strict. Please come with us. Yiling's face darkened, and she stood frozen in thought. In a flash, her attitude completely changed. She beamed a friendly smile. The detector must be malfunctioning. Could I possibly try one more time? She pointed toward the blue stone from before. The official turned back, looking completely bewildered. What just happened? This device has always been sensitive, but now the reading is normal. Yiling threw her hands up in celebration. Yes, passed without a hitch. Yiqing was stunned and confused. That's strange. It's like she became a completely different person. Zhou Tong was about to say, Boss, the person we're looking for is, but before he could finish, Yiqing gave him a signal to be silent. The registration official, ignoring the whole scene, got back to business. All right, the circus is over. Who's next? Zhou Tong muttered beside him. With your strength, is it even possible to pass the stone's test? Yiqing ignored him and raised his hand. Me. The staff member placed the blue stone in front of him. What license are you applying for? Yiqing answered smoothly. The all-access license. The man shot him a serious look. What's your class? You want an all-access license? That's a path only a god-tier class can choose. Yiqing didn't back down an inch, answering with pure confidence. Scavenger, current rank, level 1. The crowd in line erupted in mockery. What? A level 1 scavenger? What kind of trash-tier class is that? It's the bottom of the barrel. Zhou Tong couldn't stand it and defended his boss. Shut up. My boss could crush all of you with one hand. Yiqing ignored the arguments buzzing around him and spoke calmly. I just want a status that fits any team, so I can overcome any challenge that arises. Is there a problem? The official stuck to the procedure. There's no issue with the license you're applying for. But do you know what the test for an all-access license entails? Hearing this, Yiqing asked in surprise. Huh? There's a test? Of course there is, the man shouted. Yiling watched from a distance. A scavenger. A new class? The official was fully prepared. With a snap of his fingers, he began. Everyone else will form teams to complete an abyss exploration mission. You, however, must complete it alone. An exquisitely crafted key materialized, signifying an incredibly high difficulty. According to him, even the easiest key is a death sentence for a solo player. Yiqing walked closer, examining the keys. If I clear this abyss, I get a hunter's license, right? The man explained earnestly. That key is for veteran hunter exams. Anyone who goes in is on a suicide mission. The staff member tossed the stone in his hand, thinking, "You're so confident. You're either a master in hiding or a complete fool. Place your hand on it." Yiqing slowly reached out and picked up the stone. It seems he's just a fool. Zhou Tong was being held back by the crowd, arguing to defend his boss's honor. "Ha, looks like your boss is just here to be a joke. No mana. Is he trying to die?" "Shut your mouth." Holding the key to the super hard difficulty abyss, Yiqing remained calm. "So, anything I should know?" The crowd murmured in disbelief. "He's really going in alone. What? Is he incapable of understanding?" The official stood up and announced formally, "We are not responsible if you decide to commit suicide. There's a portal suppression device inside. You can use this key to activate it." Yiqing flashed a confident smirk, fiddling with the ring on his finger as he stepped forward. "It's fine, because it's me." Behind him, Zhou Tong rushed to catch up. "Boss, wait for me." They stepped into the gloomy, dark portal, determined to return safely. Suddenly, the notorious Sanxie group stepped forward to block them. "Hold on. On what grounds does a loser like this get to challenge a high-difficulty abyss?" Burning with a sense of injustice, he pointed. "Give me the same difficulty key. I want to challenge the same abyss he is." The staffer didn't even give him the time of day. "Sorry," he said flatly. "There's only one hell mode key. The abyss gate can only be reinforced once. If you want to challenge it, you'll have to get in line and wait your turn." Boss Sangzi pointed a finger right at his face. "I want to go in with this guy," he declared, "but not as a team. How about a little competition?" The staff member's face soured at the complication. He turned to his subordinate and asked, "Not as a party? Are you saying you want to enter as competitors?" The man in armor beside him leaned in and whispered, "While the rules forbid teaming up, there's nothing that explicitly bans competitors from entering at the same time." The official cleared his throat with a loud cough. Behind him, the dungeon gate pulsed with a menacing red light. The staffer began to lay out the rules of engagement. As competitors, only one of you can obtain the final token by defeating the boss. In other words, only one of you can successfully clear this trial. He continued, "The dungeon will change significantly compared to a solo run. And don't think for a second that one of you can simply give up for the other. With this enhanced abyss key, the moment a second person enters, the difficulty will skyrocket to hell mode. Furthermore, for every additional person who joins, the difficulty will increase exponentially." The staff member explained patiently, "This is precisely why we only permit solo entry for abyss-level difficulty. But now, you've both decided to go. Inside, you will face countless monsters and multiple bosses. And this is supposed to be a standard-grade abyss, one controlled by the World Hunters Association. This irregular rule modification can introduce uncontrollable factors, like the very layout of the abyss changing in unpredictable ways, or you might encounter monsters with special enhancements." He looked at Boss Sangzi again. "Even after hearing all this, you still wish to proceed?" Yiqing considered this. These special enhancement clauses were exactly what people called freak variables. Some clauses would drastically buff a monster's health points and overall combat power. Others could grant them immunity to certain attacks, or even introduce new mechanics that you'd have to exploit to win. He'd encountered one or two of these before. But Boss Sangzi just scoffed confidently. "My gear is all top tier. A trashy modifier like that won't even scratch me." His lackey behind him stepped forward, holding out a piece of high-level gear. "The boss is right." Yiqing glanced at the system window above the orange-haired minion. "Strength plus 100. Agility plus 200. He assessed internally. Only premium equipment could grant stats that were so ridiculously high. Clearly, the gear affected by these clauses was far from ordinary. Even a total rookie could hit the stat cap instantly with such overpowered items. This was the true power of a pay-to-win hunter. The staff member broke his train of thought. "And you? What are your thoughts?" Yiqing replied without a moment's hesitation. "I don't mind," he said. "I'm just a hunter. The more the merrier." In his mind, he was already imagining the fascinating specimens waiting beyond that gate. If a hell mode enhancement can create a rare creature, then I might be able to obtain an even more interesting corpse. Zhu Tong, however, looked frantic. "Brother, you can't risk it. This is too much of a gamble. What if you draw a fatal rule? Like a boss spawning with no warning, or one that completely locks down your mana values, or a decay debuff that I can't even cleanse?" Yiqing just gave him a confident smirk, offering a silent guarantee. "That guy's gear gives him a huge advantage. When the time comes, I can use him. Just relax." Yiqing and Boss Sangzi stood before the gate, exchanging a few final words. The boss finished with a challenging declaration. "Let's be clear. We are competitors. If you're about to die, I won't lift a single finger to help you, because only one of us can clear this trial. Don't you forget it, Yiqing shot back, not missing a beat. Since you're so eager to show off, I'll give you the honor of opening the gate. I'm sure the luck of a chosen one will draw a favorable rule. Boss Sangzi dangled the key from his finger. Humph, it seems you know your place. He thrust his hand forward, jamming the key into the lock. They call me God Hand for a reason. At that exact moment, a system notification chimed. Abyss difficulty has been enhanced to hard mode. Monster spawn rate, plus 300%. Monster health points plus 150%. Damage plus 70%. The gate finally roared to life. The pressure radiating from it was immense and terrifying. In the land of sealed demons, the individual enhancement rate has increased by 300%. The gate's purple glow shifted to a blood red as a system panel flashed. Curse activated. Spread of decay. All health recovery from any source within the abyss is reduced by 70%. The power of decay began to corrupt everything. Boss Sangzi stared, completely stunned. What the hell is this demonic curse? He stumbled over to his storage chest, his hands trembling. I specially prepared a full bag of potions, planning to chug my way through the trial. If my potions are useless, how the hell am I supposed to fight? Yiqing watched his every move. It wasn't just potions that were ineffective. All forms of health recovery were now severely nerfed. This meant his corpse flower's supernatural regeneration and even the lifesteal from his divine weapon would be crippled as well. The risk of dying would be much lower. He shot him a cold glare, thinking, but the real danger is the heavy toll from my berserker rage's blood loss. It might even be a net negative and must be used with extreme caution. Boss San was terrified, so he brought a full supply of medicine for survival. I bought the biggest backpack, but now I can only go into battle lightly equipped. Boss San, decked out in countless layers of armor, radiated confidence. Kid, my indestructible diamond suit can still crush trash mobs like it's nothing. Just watch. He charged forward first, shouting, I'm going in. As they both stepped inside, that terrifying aura continued to swirl around them. A system notification echoed. The difficulty, once a mere suggestion, instantly skyrocketed to hell with a second person entering. A second later, the deep purple door flashed a brilliant orange. Legendary challenge. A legendary level demon will now spawn in the abyss. It won't be confined to a special room, and defeating it will grant a legendary reward. The staff member's eyes widened in shock at the notification. A legendary challenge clause. Even with a luck stat reaching 300 points, there's only a 0.01% chance of this rare clause appearing. Just what level is this guy's luck? He frantically shouted to notify his superiors immediately. A legendary clause has appeared during a hunter license exam. Inside an empty room stood 3 abyssal gates. The system displayed a simple level abyss gate. Zhou Tong cheered everyone on. Our team has to give it our all. Let's go. He glanced at the other gate and sighed. I just hope our leader can make it back safely. Inside that gate, Yiqing and San Xie stood in a massive chamber with the twin insect knights. San Xie marveled. Wow. The main door opens right into a huge room. This is almost as grand as my 2,000 square meter mansion. He complained, what stone tablet was I supposed to break? This is just an entrance hall with nothing in it. My garden has more style than this. Yiqing calmly replied, this is the boss room. San Xie froze, then turned to him. The boss room? What? We walked straight into the boss room? The twin insect knight suddenly moved, startling San Xie. A status window appeared. Infinite. Rapid attacks. Causes bleeding. Extremely powerful. He quickly pulled out a purple piece of paper, thinking, 4 affixes right off the bat? This is a hell-level abyss, after all. This guy doesn't look easy to deal with. First, I'll summon the spider to draw its attention, then use my speed advantage to tie it up. Yiqing continued to strategize. The noble knight's armor looks incredibly thick from the front, but armor weaknesses are usually in the back. Since I can't use my brutal, bloody armor break method right now, I'll have to attack its weak point, he shouted. Summon spider! But just then, San Xie shoved him aside, yelling, move! You're all gonna die. There's no way I'm letting you get the loot from this boss. He charged toward them, targeting one of the guards. Today, I'll show you what real power looks like. Then he roared, King's Crush. Yiqing just stood there, staring in disbelief. Holy crap, this guy's insane. San Xie lunged at a guard, which raised its sword and swung down. Arg, damn it. The force of the blow slammed him to the floor. He looked up, annoyed, spitting. Seriously? You attack me so viciously right away. Can't you show some respect? Yiqing observed San Xie and thought. His gear seems to be focused on survival with high defense. A full power strike from a noble knight couldn't even break through his defense. His eyes suddenly shot wide open in astonishment. The guard switched targets, now attacking Yiqing. He quickly leaped up, dodging the attack. It shifted its aggro to me. Ugh. So much for my plan. It looked up at him, suspended in midair. Another sword slash came flying, but he flipped away to dodge it. The creature unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, forcing him to keep evading. He quickly analyzed the situation. The noble knight's bloody slashes inflict a bleeding effect. If that blade even grazes me, I'll bleed out non-stop. There's no way to heal in the abyss, making it a fatal wound. Sanshi looked up at him and complained angrily, I'm the one who hit it, so why am I getting caught in the crossfire? Yiqing quickly shot back. The noble knight's attacks are wild. If you don't want to get in the way, then stay back. He looked at Yiqing desperately dodging and retorted, Me? In the way? My foot just slipped a little. As its blade swung down again, a system notification appeared. Brave Knight's Iron Wall defense, unbreakable. Attack nullified. Thoughts raced through his mind. A slash with a defense-breaking effect. It seems to be a hard counter for a Valor-type class. Just as the blade descended, he used a card to retreat. Soul Shock. The moment he landed, Sansi charged forward again. You look exhausted. Let me take over. Watching him attack the knight, Yiqing thought to himself, well, at least he's temporarily taking some of the pressure off. He's not entirely useless. If I want to handle two bosses, I'll need to focus all my abilities as a hunter. The party rushes in, but their tank is immediately sent flying back. Tisk. Yiqing coolly analyzes the situation. He needs a high defense shield, someone who can survive an instant kill and draw the monster's aggro. He glances back at Wusanta. Surprisingly, he looks like the perfect meat shield. Wiping blood from his mouth, the man complains, Damn, that hurt. The enemy guard lets out a sudden roar, unleashing waves of green energy that ripple outwards. A system notification appears. Alert. A taunted target can only damage the taunter. All attacks will be forcibly redirected. Yiqing clenches his fist, his eyes locked on the beast. They can't focus fire on one monster now. They have no choice but to deal with this tank first. The monster furiously charges toward him. Yiqing leaps into the air, dodging and counterattacking simultaneously. A series of pings echo as 1-point damage numbers pop up, followed by another system message. Iron Wall Defense, it reads. Reduces 95% of all slash damage. He's stunned. Huh? My dagger is completely useless against it. Wusanta asks while fighting, Hey, why is this different from when we fought? Back in the abyss, trash mobs died in 2 hits. The constant pinging of 1-point damage continues. The other guard raises its sword, aiming right for them. Yiqing's mind races. Damn it, the other one is making its move. He lands, dodging the blow and shouting, Did you dump all your stats into defense too? Is there no way out? Just how did you even level up? How are you not outputting any damage at all? The man turns and stammers an explanation. Of course, I am the great Xiao Fei. I earned my level through pure skill. Yiqing yells a sharp reminder. Idiot, don't get distracted during a fight. Wusanta quickly scrambles toward him, only to trip on a rock and faceplant right at his feet. Yiqing looks at him, completely exasperated. If you're an agility-based player, wearing such heavy armor is just going to slow you down. The man quickly refutes him. Hey, nobody told me the abyss would be this hard. I usually just lie back and get carried to victory. Wusanta is a guild master, a whale who just pays others to power level him. With a build focused entirely on defense, he can literally win by doing nothing. The guard swings its massive sword down. In a flash, Yiqing shoves Wusanta aside, saving his life in the nick of time. The abyss is no playground. It's a place where victory is paid for with blood, sweat, and lives. You moron, he yells at Wusanta, who's still scrambling on the ground. Yiqing charges the monster, winding up a punch. If slashing doesn't work, he'll have to resort to the most primitive method, brute force. He closes the distance in a single leap, slamming a heavy fist straight into the guard's face. Even with just his base strength, it's enough to deal real damage. This is the signature fighting style of the poor and unarmed. Ha! Yiqing shouts, the force of the blow sending the monster reeling backward. Wusanta is in shock. A monster with such an impenetrable defense was sent flying by a single punch. He can actually damage it with his bare hands. The other guard swings its sword in a sneak attack, but Yiqing dodges with ease, landing a devastating counter that sends it tumbling. The system announces, critical hit, weak point struck, stun applied. Yiqing thinks to himself, to think, a simple punch could trigger a status effect. It must be thanks to my boosted luck stat. A status window confirms it. Landing a critical hit on a target's weak point has a chance to inflict a corresponding status ailment. Probability is linked to the luck stat. But in that moment of distraction, a guard strikes from behind, slicing Yiqing clean in two. Wu Santa's jaw drops in horror. He was just cut in half. But Yiqing's body dissolves into floating cubes of blood, before instantly reforming, completely unharmed. He states calmly, "Just a typical Tuesday." Yiqing analyzes the situation. Wu Santa's damage output is too low. He can't hold the monster's aggro. As a tank, pure defense isn't enough. Of course, he couldn't rely on him for this battle anyway. I need to control the pace of this fight. Yiqing tells Wu Santa to get back. The man immediately agrees and scrambles away. Just as the twin knights charge, one swings its blade downward. Yiqing simply leaps to evade, then unleashes a 3-hit combo on the monster. All 3 strikes hit critical weak points, sending the knight crashing to the ground. Seeing its partner fall, the other one attacks, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast slashes. Yiqing spins, using the ground for leverage, then launches himself at the knight's legs, shattering its leg armor into pieces. Watching from the side, Wu Santa is stunned. He completely bypassed all the heavy armor. Every single one of his attacks hit a weak point. This guy is even better than the pros I used to hire. Wait a second. Aren't you a newbie? How can you pull off such masterful techniques? He asks, bewildered. Yiqing replies, I'm a player who just changed his class. So yes, I am technically a newbie. But the years I spent on the collection team, fighting monsters on the brink of death, gave me all the experience I needed. It allowed me to make incredible progress after my class change. In any case, this body is now evolving at an incredible rate, a model hundreds of times more advanced, amplifying every combat instinct I've bled and sweated for. Wu Sangzi scoffed. You make it sound so complicated. Just slap on some gear, and you'll get stronger, right? Yiqing sneered. Gear is just a crutch that changes with your level. As they argued, the twin sect knight had already recovered and began to advance on them. The status window flashed. A new mechanic appeared. Frenzy. Its attack speed skyrocketed, and each consecutive blow would hit even harder. It also had the Thorns mechanic. Every time it took melee damage, it would reflect an equal amount back at its attacker. The only gear that truly matters is a body honed to its absolute peak, Yiqing declared, before turning back to the fight. Glancing at the notification, he sighed. Huh? Another monster with special mechanics? Damage reflection. Any close-quarters attack will just get thrown right back at you. The only way to counter the Thorns effect is with ranged attacks. Well, looks like it's my time to shine. Wu Sangzi jogged over. Don't think I'm just some dual-wielding swordsman. Who would have guessed I can use magic too? Against a monster you can only hit from a distance, you're going to have to rely on me, he boasted. Wu Sangzi gathered lightning in his hands. I can cast powerful spells like Lightning Arrow. Let me show you a thing or two. He then roared, Eat my lightning arrow. But before he could even cast the spell, Yiqing leaped into the air, launching a fireball straight at the head of the knight with the Thorns effect. Sangzi froze in place. When Thorns is active, the knight's elemental resistance plummets, making it incredibly vulnerable to an elemental critical hit. Wasting no time, Yiqing unleashed another attack, Great Fireball, and then another. The point-blank impact was devastating. The Guardian's head was blown clean off, landing right beside Wu Sangzi. He stood there, stunned. Was that magic? A tier 3, Great Fireball, or higher? He cast it instantly, without any chant. Disbelief washed over him. Impossible! Your class is physical-based. You shouldn't be able to learn elemental magic. How did you do that? Yiqing flew towards the remaining Guardian, which swung its massive axe in retaliation. He dodged aside, evading the attack. The axe slammed down onto the headless knight's body, instantly triggering the Thorns effect. In that same instant, the axe wielder's own neck was struck by the full power of its attack, reflected back by the Thorns. Wu Sangzi watched in horror. He used the knight's own damage reflection against it, a tactic I never would have imagined. Despite the reflected damage, the Guardian remained standing. The moment Yiqing landed, it swung its axe again. He didn't have time to dodge. Damn it, my soul impact skill is still on cooldown. He pulled out a shield card, materializing a barrier to block the blow. Guess I'll have to tank this one. The shield was instantly shattered into pieces, and the sheer force of the impact sent Yiqing flying backward. Luckily, he was uninjured. As he retreated, he analyzed the enemy's unpredictable attacks. It even seemed to target a player's weaknesses first. This thing's power was leagues beyond any elite monster he'd faced before. If his body's stats hadn't been high enough to support him, that last hit would have been fatal. There's no way he could have survived. He watched the monster swing its axe again and again, its attack speed constantly increasing, only slowing after landing a hit. He thought, wait a second, is this the knight's hidden mechanic? The more you dodge, the faster it gets, so I have to face its attacks head on? What a ridiculously hellish mechanic. Just as the twin-sect knight swung its axe down, Yiqing summoned a purple dagger into his left hand. Sangzi seemed to understand his intent and screamed, "Are you an idiot? Are you really going to try and parry that thing? If you're looking to get yourself killed, you don't have to do it right now." A second after Sangzi's shout, a blazing flame appeared in Yiqing's right hand. It turned out summoning the dagger was just a feint to draw the monster's attention. He quickly launched the fireball at its face before it could bring its colossal axe down. The fireball hit its mark and instantly exploded. Yiqing's attack caught the monster completely off guard, injuring it so severely that its face began to crack apart. It let out a deafening roar. Taking damage only made it angrier and faster. It swung its axe towards Yiqing, but he leaped up to evade it. While dodging, he glanced at Sangzi and said, "I have no intention of dying like that." The path to victory was clear in his mind. I have to be faster than it, and stronger than it. He swung the purple dagger into the empty air. Immediately, 4 ghostly hands appeared behind him and shot towards the monster. Watching from below, Sangzi's jaw dropped. Another new skill? A system notification appeared. Living objects cannot be recalled. The twin-sect knight looked at the 4 hands gripping its body as purple lightning sparked from its eyes. The monster was enraged. It threw its head back and let out a final, agonizing scream. Arg! As the monster was still roaring, its eyes reflected the image of Yiqing. It turned out those 4 spectral arms were his skill. Berserk. In his berserk state, he becomes an unstoppable force. His physical attacks can even partially bypass an enemy's damage immunity. The drawback? A constant drain on his health. He raised his dagger high and roared, "Take this, my full power strike." He plunged the dagger right into the center of the monster's eye. A system notification flashed. Critical hit. Its remaining eye widened in terror, staring at Yiqing. The system messages kept coming. Armor break. Weak point. Critical. Health remaining. Enough for 2 seconds, he yelled. Better to die fighting than bleed out. This is more than enough time. But the monster began its counterattack. With a mighty swing, it slammed Yiqing hard into the ground. It let out a furious roar. Suddenly, streams of blue light enveloped its body. System. Activating rapid self-regeneration. Between the skill's backlash and the monster's crushing blow, Yiqing was now severely wounded. Trembling, he stared at the boss, thinking, after all that, I only took off 70% of its health? The boss's stats will only stack the longer this fight drags on. If this battle doesn't end quickly, I'll have to face an even stronger monster. He staggered to his feet, a violet aura flaring around him once more. His thoughts raced. If I hesitate, I die. If I accept my fate, I die. If I stop now, I die. His eyes now glowed a solid violet. He roared, "Double berserk. I'm betting every last drop of my health on this. I can't let all this effort be for nothing. I have to use these 7 seconds. A system notification appeared. Due to stacked debuffs, berserk duration has been shortened to just 7 seconds. With a powerful leap, Yiqing launched himself at the monster's face. He screamed at it. Let's end this with one final, mighty blow. The beast raised its hands, waiting for his charge. The monster tried to crush him between its palms, but Yiqing countered the attack, severing both massive hands in a flash of steel. He continued hurtling forward, as he and his small dagger pierced straight through the monster's torso. Watching from below, Sangzi was stunned. No way. Within that moment, he clearly surpassed the boss's power. Or am I just seeing things? Yiqing's final strike completely shattered the Guardian's body, leaving it unable to continue the fight. Sangzi's voice drifted from afar. And I actually thought about challenging that guy. A system message arrived. Congratulations. You have defeated the Twin Rider Gate Guardian. Challenge abyssal difficulty complete. The gate has vanished. Health has dropped to 10%. You may now use healing potions. Yiqing chugged them down, 2 at a time, finishing 3 potions in an instant. At last, his strength began to return. Yiqing let out a relieved sigh. Haha, that was way too close. He looked up at the Twin Rider Guardian's corpse and said, "Come to think of it, it's probably been a while since you all had a proper meal, right?" The purple spectral arms suddenly materialized behind him again. Then let the long-awaited collection begin. The boss's entire body was enveloped by a strange violet substance. Sangzi watched in horror. Those are the arms from those other monsters. The knight's corpse was being devoured by the void itself. He watched Yiqing cheer on those arms as he spoke. He's literally consuming the boss's body. Those summoned tentacles. It's a bizarre class skill I've never seen before, he thought to himself. To be precise, this man is an existence more terrifying than any monster. A new notification arrived. Collection successful. Instantly, 2 cards materialized out of thin air. One depicted the Twin Rider Guardian holding its sword. System. Skill card acquired. Multiple sword strikes. Requirement. Sword type weapon. Effect. Unleashes a chain of consecutive slashes in an instant. The number of attacks increases with skill proficiency. Additional effect. If you hit a target, the speed of your next slash increases. Consecutive hits will more easily trigger a critical strike. Reading the notification, Yiqing said, "The knight's signature, noble swordsmanship technique. Just as I predicted, this is what I'd get." The system announced the second card. Skill acquired. Valiant Roar. Effect. Taunts the target monster. Forces it to focus all attacks on you. Additional skill. If you are affected by a negative debuff, it will randomly transfer one of them to the taunted monster. Requirement. Must have a shield equipped. Yiqing finished reading the card's details and said, "This is a skill centered around using a shield. I don't really use shields, but the ability to transfer debuffs is incredibly powerful. I'll hold on to it for now." Sanxie was still reeling from the sight of those arms. Those 2 giants, devoured in mere moments. Aside from the pools of blood splattered everywhere, there was absolutely no trace of them left. He muttered to himself, completely lost in thought, completely devoured. Besides the pools of blood, there was absolutely nothing left. He spoke without realizing it, that a swirling purple vortex had opened up above him. A powerful light erupted from the portal, forcing him to turn his head and look. Suddenly, something incredibly heavy crashed down right where Sanxie was standing. Luckily, his reflexes were lightning fast, and he leaped to safety in an instant. The object that had fallen was truly bizarre. It resembled a rectangular box, but was covered in small horns all around it. On all 4 sides, small, glowing red crevices pulsed from the center. A system notification appeared, announcing the insertion of an equipment piece. The knight's spirit will merge with it, potentially creating a new, random item. Seeing the notice, Yiqing sighed in amazement. This was the legendary bonus event with an incredibly low appearance rate. He approached the fallen object and peered inside. Inside, a brilliant red liquid was churning and swirling without end. He spoke to Sanxie, who stood opposite him. "Back when I was a scavenger, I heard the site foreman mention something like this. After clearing a room in the abyss, he accidentally triggered a bonus event. This creation altar must be that legendary reward." It seemed Sanxie also knew of this item's existence. He reacted, This is the extremely rare bonus event from the abyss." He stared at the red liquid with greedy eyes, practically drooling. "How are you lucky enough to encounter this?" Yiqing stroked his chin thoughtfully, wondering if the constantly accumulating difficulty attributes had increased the bonus event's probability. On top of that, with my luck stat being so high, low probability events have now become high probability ones for me. He looked at the small knife in his hand and continued, "As long as I keep getting stronger, I'll keep getting these unexpected surprises. In that case, let's try putting this ordinary dagger in." Sanxie angrily scolded Yiqing. "Are you an idiot? You should definitely put your strongest equipment in there. Your purple-grade weapon. You must have some good armor, right?" Yiqing responded by pointing with his knife and saying, "Right now, this starter dagger is the only thing I can actually use. Besides, I usually sell any equipment that requires a level higher than 1. Sanxie stared at Yiqing in disbelief. "I almost forgot. You're only level 1. So you've been fighting this whole time without any high-level gear?" Yiqing just smiled. "I didn't have any other choice. Let's enhance it." With that, he tossed the dagger into the rare artifact. The system began to display a message, warning that the enchantment could fail. The failure rate is related to your luck stat and the base weapon's material grade. Dagger is currently being enhanced. The system prompt appeared again. Detected that the weapon you are using requires level 1. Weapon type is a dagger. Your predicted success rate for this enchantment is 200%. Yiqing and Sanxie stared at the altar. After seeing the system's message, Yiqing wondered, 200%? How can that number go over 100%? The system displayed another prompt. Do you wish to perform the transformation command? If the knight's blood is attached, the weapon type will be changed to a longsword. Yiqing reached his hand towards the dagger, confirming the enhancement. A system reminder popped up, announcing the enhancement was successful. Congratulations, you have enhanced it to the legendary grade. 2 completely new longswords shot up from the altar, astonishing Yiqing. A new reminder appeared. Announcement. Trash? Yiqing smiled as he looked at the 2 swords. The quality of the appearance is definitely legendary grade. The first sword had a wide blade, its edge sharpened into a curve. The stat card displayed, Trash Sword, durability 50 out of 50, attack power 30. Trash? This glorious-looking sword was truly disappointing. However, what made it special was one unique point. It was a one-of-a-kind item of the legendary trash type. It required level 1. A second sword had a straight blade, its attributes displayed. Another trash sword, durability 50 out of 50, attack power 30, another trash sword. This sword was also a piece of trash, a replica of the one-of-a-kind item of the legendary trash type, requiring level 1. Yiqing held a sword in each hand, saying with satisfaction, "Not bad, I like it." Sanxie was stunned after hearing the attributes of the 2 swords. Trash? A trash sword. Sanxie sneered. The attributes of these 2 swords are complete garbage at a glance. It seems even good luck fails sometimes. Haha. Yiqing slung the sword over his shoulder, responding indifferently. You might think it's trash, but I think it's just perfect. Hearing this, Sanxie quickly asked, Wait, have you never seen a divine weapon before? Yiqing immediately launched the legendary trash sword forward. It shot out with incredible speed. He turned his hand and commanded its return. The sword spun in the air, radiating a dark purple energy around it. Yiqing grabbed the sword and swung it. A weapon that can be infinitely recalled. Isn't that a divine weapon that only I can use? Sanxie watched from behind as Yiqing wielded the sword, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking, this guy's ability to use trash weapons actually makes him this much stronger. He looks down on real divine artifacts. Could he be the god of trash? Clean up? Kane asked, tapping his sword against the altar. This training altar has served its purpose. I suppose it's just a leftover now. Time to pack it up, then. Without waiting for an answer, countless shadowy arms erupted from the ground below. Kane gave the command, collect everything. A vast surge of power instantly enveloped the entire training altar. The system interface flashed. Retrieval successful. An item card materialized, displaying its brand new attributes. A notification appeared. Training altar retrieved. You can now summon the training altar at will. Kane gripped the card, a satisfied smirk on his face. Excellent. A limited time event reward has now become a permanent skill. From now on, I can enhance my phantom swords anytime. Even if an enhancement fails and destroys the weapon, I can just use my retrieval ability to create a new one. This is the true, overpowered nature of my phantom blades. Kane glanced at the 2 new longswords in his hands. I'm getting tired of daggers. Time to try a new combat style. Talon watched in disbelief. Is he seriously planning to dual-wield longswords? He approached Kane to talk some sense into him. Wielding 2 weapons without proficiency carries a huge penalty. Your attack speed, accuracy, and even your damage will plummet. That's why most warriors master a single combat style from day 1, he thought with a hint of disdain. And yet this monster insists on picking a fighting style he's terrible at. With his E-rank proficiency, his stat advantage will become worthless. On the other hand, with my C-rank dual-wielding proficiency, this might be my chance to finally gain the upper hand. Kane heard him and simply issued a command to the system. Open the weapons panel. A notification prompt appeared. You are not yet proficient in dual-wielding. When equipping 2 weapons, your attack speed and accuracy will be sharply reduced by 50%. Kane continued. Can I spend BP to accelerate skill acquisition? The system responded instantly. Would you like to spend 10 BP points to upgrade your dual-wielding skill to rank D? Seeing this, Kane stroked his chin, calculating. So the BP I got from all those useless phantom blades can be used for more than just weapon repairs. It can also increase my skill proficiency? This is perfect. Spend 10 BP to upgrade the dual-wielding skill to rank D. Then, he spent another 20 points for rank C, 30 more for rank B, and a final 40 points to achieve the A-rank dual-wielding talent. This heaven-defying leveling speed even amazed Kane himself. He laughed. Let's just raise the proficiency to its absolute maximum. Talon's jaw dropped when he heard that. What? He was completely frozen in shock. Talon's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world are you doing? A flood of system notifications began to scroll past. Dual-wielding talent proficiency has reached rank C. Dual-wielding talent proficiency has reached rank B. Dual-wielding talent proficiency has reached rank A. Dual-wielding talent proficiency has reached rank S. Kane raised both swords, an arrogant smirk on his face as he made a declaration. My dual-wielding practice starts at S rank. In the vast, empty abyss, only Qing and Talon remained. The trial in this chamber is over, he noted. A new gate should appear soon. Talon shook his head frantically. I've thought about it. I forfeit this match. His sudden outburst left Qing utterly speechless. If I had known it would be this hard, I never would have rushed into this god-forsaken abyss. With that, Talon turned to leave. I have a mountain of gold waiting for me on the outside. There's no reason for me to risk my life in here. At the same time, Qing detected something. A sinister black and red mist began to creep in, and a crimson prompt flared from the system. Extreme danger detected. Entering combat state. Qing's brow furrowed as he stared at the encroaching red fog. Something's not right with this mist. It was spreading impossibly fast. Qing whipped around and roared at the retreating Talon. Danger! Get away from it, now! He lunged forward, grabbing for Talon to pull him from the path of the bizarre, surging fog. But he wasn't fast enough. The mist had already made contact. Talon screamed in agony as the mist devoured his arm. Ah, my arm! Rage flared in Qing's eyes. Damn it! I was a step too slow. Qing's expression turned grim. Was that a trap? No. It was a defensive barrier that even a knight like Talon couldn't hope to break, and yet it was torn apart like paper. The trial of the gate was just an appetizer. The real final boss wasn't the two knights. It was whatever they were so desperately trying to protect. The swirling vortex continued to spew out that unholy red and black mist. Qing faced the expanding vortex of fog, raising his twin blades with all his might to hold back the colossal wave. A flurry of sword strikes created a powerful force that began to scatter the toxic mist. As it cleared, Qing's eyes locked onto a figure slowly emerging from within the vortex. Something's in there. The massive entity had finally appeared before him. It was a monster clad in dark armor, wielding a bizarre blade, with long pointed ears, flowing white hair, and sharp, crimson horns, as its attributes displayed. Dark Elf Damaste. Traits: Gravity Control, Mindless Domination, Death Level Aura, and Magic Shattering Strike. Aura of Dread. Target Lock. Talon scrambled to his feet, desperately trying to escape. Behind him, the fearsome Damaste began its hunt. The enemy swung his blade, going for the final blow. The Ghost Wolf card materialized. Yiqing felt a chilling premonition of danger, a 5th-level mastery threat. With dual blades, his attack speed could surpass even a dagger's. He could inflict massive damage, drawing all the aggro onto himself. In a flash, he leaped forward, blocking the blade to buy his comrade time. But he couldn't hold on for long, and was sent flying by the sheer force. Draw its hatred to me. At the same time, he unleashed a multi-slash attack. Damas's eyes flashed as it suddenly locked onto him. A notification appeared. Attack ineffective. Damas could only take damage from its primary target, while in the title lock state. Attack ineffective. Attack ineffective. The creature just charged forward with even more frenzy. Yiqing gritted his teeth as the system repeated its message. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Damn it, I'm out of options. Without any warning, Damas appeared behind Sansha, its blade raised high. In an instant, its sword fell, cleaving his head clean in two. Elsewhere, two men gazed out at a massive, fiery red portal. Hazy pointed nonchalantly towards the gate. Looks like one of them bit the dust. Only a single life signal remains. Da Guang licked his lips. You mean that level 1 rookie who overestimated himself? Ha ha ha. I'm not surprised in the slightest. This is an abyss for level 30 players and up, and it's on legendary difficulty. How could a level 1 newbie possibly survive? Running on nothing but pure luck, he took another casual bite of his chicken. At least he confirmed the existence of a legendary creature. I suppose his death had some value after all. Once the main hunting party from HQ arrives, we'll clean up this newly discovered legendary creature together. And if that chosen one somehow survives, we'll just demand a hefty rescue fee. He looks like he can afford it anyway. Hazy chuckled in response. Legendary creatures are the only source of legendary runes. Everyone would kill to get their hands on one, staring into the deep crimson depths of the massive portal. Regardless, it's an essential item for an ordinary person to enter that world, and no one will stand in my way. Back in the abyss, Damas was suddenly enveloped in a deadly red aura. A system alert appeared. Death Siphon activated. Damas has landed a fatal blow. Damas's power has been greatly enhanced. At that exact moment, its eyes began to glow a menacing red. The crimson aura swirled and converged relentlessly on Yiqing. Hatred transfer initiated. A glint appeared in his eye, and a mysterious smile crossed his face. Well, I can't tell if this is good news or bad. Damas has finally locked its aggro onto me, but now, it's become far more dangerous. Yiqing held out his hand, gathering his energy. Sorry, Sansha, but I'll need to borrow your body for a bit. Suddenly, from the earth beside the creature, a pair of large, powerful hands erupted from the ground. The system chimed with a notification. Dual sword parry has been learned. Corpse wind slash and realm flow pierce have been learned. Yiqing's expression turned serious. He was learning on the fly, quickly mastering several dual sword combat skills to S-rank proficiency. This should be enough to master most of the skills. He readied his stance for a strike, shouting a challenge. Now, come and get me. The creature's gaze locked onto him, unblinking. Damas lunged forward in a sudden assault, swinging its blade with terrifying force. Yiqing's eyes widened in shock. So fast! He reacted just in time, barely managing to parry the devastating blow. The blade sliced down cleanly through. A spray of blood? But his body was gone. The creature looked around, bewildered, then up. At that moment, the blood coalesced in midair. Leaping from the crimson mist, Yiqing plunged his sword down towards Damas from above. Meteor pierce. Golden beams of light shot out, striking with incredible speed. But Damas managed to evade every single one. A notification appeared. Damas is immune to all surprise attacks from its aggro target. Undeterred, Yiqing swung his blade once more, unleashing Corpse Wind Slash. Its rage grew with every passing second as it glared at him. Damas unleashed a furious barrage of slashes, but he evaded each one with fluid grace. So even a blood clone can't fool its senses? The creature paused, retracting its blade slightly, then suddenly struck. He struggled to block the attack. Yiqing grit his teeth. Damn it. Is the lack of recovery time weakening my physical stats? If this keeps up, I'm a dead man. Just then, it held out a hand, forming a swirling vortex of gravity. Yiqing's eyes widened in terror. What is that? It clenched its fist. And suddenly, Yiqing was violently pulled towards it. He was dragged right in. Damas landed a crushing blow straight to his face. The force of the impact sent him flying backwards. As the dust settled, he was still standing, defiant. Damn it. My physical abilities are dropping because I can't recover. At this rate, death is the only outcome. Stubbornly, Yiqing played another card. Even if the healing effect was only a tenth of its power, he had to buy himself time to recover. Suddenly, Damas vanished from sight, stunning him. Yiqing was confused. He never expected it to teleport directly behind him. It raised its blade for the killing strike. The sword came crashing down. But fortunately, he sensed the danger and gracefully dodged aside. It launched a relentless assault, swinging its blade in a brutal horizontal slash. Still, he managed to evade it by a hair's breadth. Yiqing leaped back to create some distance. But the creature once again formed that orb of swirling gravity. The pull was irresistible. Once again, he was helplessly dragged towards it. The sphere loomed closer and closer, and in that moment, he watched in horror as Damas prepared to attack. A mercilessly powerful blow shot forward. A magic-breaking, cast-destroying strike. A notification appeared. Super regeneration casting has been interrupted. As the battle ended, the floor tiles were cracked and shattered, leaving deep craters. Yiqing slowly got to his feet with a cough. A new message arrived, confirming the interruption of his super regeneration spell. He struggled to stay upright, unable to heal himself. With only a single point of health left, even the slightest tap would mean death. He chuckled grimly. No matter how smoothly a battle goes, the next moment can always teach you a harsh lesson. Yiqing didn't forget to add that this was the treacherous nature of the abyss. Thank you for teaching me a valuable lesson, Damas. At his words, the beast stared him down intently. Focusing his strength into his other hand, he summoned his second blade. He was now a dual wielder. Yiqing charged toward Damas, shouting, "Let's go again." The monster leaped back, dodging his attack. The system screen flashed. Meteor Pierce proficiency has increased. The creature glared at him with fury. Another notification. Emergency evasion has leveled up. Damas raised its sword to strike Yiqing, but thankfully, he dodged just in time. Yiqing dashed forward and roared, "Bring it on!" The two clashed head-on, and he reminded himself to keep learning and growing in the heat of battle. He gripped his swords tightly. Besides, I have absolute faith in this body. The screen lit up again. Whirlwind sword proficiency has leveled up. Yiqing zipped past Damas, calculating everything in his mind. He could see with his own eyes that the beast had grown stronger. Its horn was now split in two. A notification arrived, indicating his multi-slash proficiency had increased. He pushed himself to move even faster. Damas's eyes widened as Yiqing soared into the air. The beast was panicking. now on the defensive, while Yiqing's resolve was harder than ever to break. The screen appeared once more. Dual blade parry proficiency has increased. A strange light began to glow on Damas's face. It immediately leaped forward, only to be blocked by his swords. The monster's blade began to crack, and the impact sent Yiqing flying backward. Yiqing landed safely on his feet. He glanced at his weapons. The durability of both swords couldn't keep up with the strain. His eyes filled with determination as he stated, "But that's fine, as long as trash can be recycled." Yiqing declared loudly, "Because there are endless chances to start over." He focused the broken shards together, commanding, "Reforge for me." He then strode forward, pointing the tip of his newly formed sword at Damas's face, and glaring at it. The beast trembled with fear. With one decisive slash, the monster was knocked to the ground. Damas was now completely exhausted. Yiqing watched it weaken and let out a sigh of relief. Its health bar was finally visible. He said smugly, "Damas, you're not so scary anymore." But then, the system screen lit up again. Damas's fury has leveled up. Its blade slammed violently into the ground. At that moment, by the spatial gate, a man praised the situation with glee. "Thankfully we have him." The diffusion spell was cast just in time. "I never thought he could handle close combat and magic at the same time." Zhu Tong replied, "The one we should really be thanking is her. 99% of the damage was dealt by her." Yi Ling retorted helplessly, "They're just a bunch of useless fools." She turned her head. "That's Big Bro's entrance to the abyss. Why are so many people gathered around it?" Ignoring Yi Ling's question, the commander spoke up. "What's the situation?" Hazy looked up. "The last life signal has been confirmed lost. There are definitely no survivors left in the abyss." Hearing this, the man added, "This was just a standard incident, not an accident." He shook his head in annoyance. "As long as we clear the abyss before nightfall and secure the legendary grade magic item, there won't be any problems." The tall man immediately complied. "Understood. Leave the cleanup to us." Zhu Tong roared in anger. "What did you say? No survivors?" A knight warned him. "Back off, participant." Seeing this, the young man questioned them. "Shouldn't you at least try to rescue them?" The commander shot him a disdainful look. "Rescue that trash? Ha ha." He let out a mocking laugh. "If one of the God-chosen sent a distress signal, we might consider a rescue. After all, their equipment is quite valuable. Why would we ever bother saving garbage?" Hearing this, Zhu Tong shot back. "My big bro isn't trash. He said he would come back from the abyss alive, and he always keeps his promises." The commander gave a contemptuous order. "Ignore this lunatic. His 2 followers are already dead inside. If you find their bodies, just treat them like trash." The knight then grabbed Zhu Tong by the head and shoved him back. He then announced, "Proceed with caution. Prepare to move out." His subordinate immediately stepped forward. "Yes, sir." Just then, the gate began to shift, and dark tendrils of energy pulsed outward. A voice echoed from within, "There's no need to bother." Everyone froze in shock. A single foot stepped out from the portal as the crowd watched in disbelief. Yiqing's figure came into view, his eyes glowing as he spoke in a dark tone. "I've retrieved the item. Does this mean I've passed my test?" Tears of joy streamed down Zhu Tong's face. "Big bro, I knew you could do it." The entire area fell into a dead silence. Before anyone could react, he stood there, blood streaked across half his face, a round object held tightly in his hand. He repeated himself, "I've secured the token. So, does this mean I've passed the test?" The supervisor's eyes shot open in disbelief. "Impossible. How could he still be alive? Weren't you just a level 1 awakened?" His gaze suddenly froze on the object. Wait a second. He realized it was a golden runestone. "How in the world did you get this?" The item resembled an egg, marked with a single vertical eye. Yiqing casually shoved it into the man's hands. "Here, this is for you. My mission is complete." The supervisor was still reeling, cold sweat pouring down his back. A golden rune stone. Only a legendary class monster drops a token like this. "Did you kill that legendary beast?" Yiqing glanced at him with a frown and confirmed it. "I killed it. I slaughtered my way to the bottom of the abyss, leaving no monster alive." Nearby, Zhu Tong was struggling against a knight's grip. "Let me go!" He stared in shock, denying it over and over. "No way, that's absolutely impossible. That tone. He's clearly lying. Maybe it was the weakest legendary monster. But even so, he knew for a fact that a newly awakened job class couldn't possibly kill it. The supervisor refused to accept Yiqing's power, scrambling for any other explanation. "No, that's not it. It's more likely he's a team killer. He must have used some dirty trick to steal the kill from the God-chosen professionals, then claimed he slayed the beast himself." That has to be it. Annoyed by the noise, Yiqing covered his ears and began to walk away. The supervisor pointed a trembling finger at him. The God-chosen, San Xie. You probably murdered him down in that abyss, didn't you? I have every reason to suspect you're a team killer. Zhou Tong exploded with righteous fury. A team killer? How could you use such a filthy word to frame my big bro? He survived because of his own strength. The supervisor stubbornly shot back. Ha, as if a level 1 rookie has that kind of power. More likely, you only survived thanks to San Xie's help, but you repaid his kindness with betrayal and murder. That is the only logical explanation. Yiqing silently watched as the boy tried to defend him. You can investigate. There won't be any man-made wounds on the God-chosen's body. My big bro doesn't deserve these accusations. Yiqing's voice cut through the air, cold as ice. You won't find their bodies. Da Guang stammered out a report. He's right. A forward team just reported that the abyss is completely empty. There are no monster corpses anywhere. The supervisor was stunned. Empty? What? Did the system bug out? Yiqing asked with cold indifference. If there's nothing there, then I guess I have no evidence to prove my case. You can say whatever you want. Whether my opponents live or die is none of my responsibility. Because those are the rules of the game. The rules your supervisors set. So where did this team killer nonsense come from? The man immediately faltered, muttering, is there really no? Damn it all. A victorious smirk played on Yiqing's lips. Now, tell me, did I pass the test, or not? The supervisor gritted his teeth, a vein throbbing on his temple in pure rage. He didn't want to admit it. He couldn't stand it. He forced a twisted smile onto his face. But, congratulations, Yiqing, the level 1, awakened. You've received your hunter certification from the World Association. Your class certification is all-rounder. He spoke with mock authority, trying to belittle Yiqing. Now, all the official hunter guilds will accept your application to join a party. I bet you're feeling pretty pleased with yourself. Huh? Suddenly, a figure approached from the distance, their gaze sharp and powerful. Pleased? I think there's more to it than just that, right? Da Guang's jaw dropped, his cheeks flushing red. The young lady of the Liu family. Why is Liu Xingran here? Hazy had the same awestruck reaction. Oh my god, I'm seeing Liu Xingran in person. What an honor. They rushed over, the supervisor's eyes gleaming with sycophantic praise. Miss Liu, what brings you here? This is no place for a lady like yourself. She turned to him for confirmation. The one who obtains the golden runestone has the right to register an independent hunting squad, correct? He nervously affirmed it. That's right, she frowned, annoyed. Yiqing has absolutely no need to join another squad. He can form his own. Xingran stepped in front of Yiqing, proudly pointing to herself. When you came here, did you happen to mention my name? Yiqing paused for a moment before answering. I didn't. He looked flustered. I forgot. She stared at him, exasperated. Are you an absolute idiot? Her face darkened, a red glint in her eyes as she glared at the supervisor. Registration for the World Association's hunter squads is about to begin. Any professional who holds a golden token has the right to form their own team. If this wasn't an act of sheer stupidity, then you intentionally misled him. The sheer force of her presence intimidated both Yiqing and the supervisor. The man frantically tried to correct himself. I didn't mean it like that. This golden token was meant for someone powerful, so letting this trash scavenger take it, wouldn't that be a complete waste? Zhu Tong grabbed the mic, his voice booming with fury. A waste? What gives you the right to say it's a waste when my big bro takes it? Do you think it's natural for you to just steal it from us? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, their suspicion turning on the supervisors. You think you can just hide behind the rules you created yourselves? This entire test was rigged from the very beginning. If the rules didn't force us here, I never would have come. Exactly. Even if we get good gear, we can't even keep it. It's not like we're here to work for you. The supervisor pointed a trembling finger at a speechless Yiqing and roared. All of you, shut your mouths. Even if he walks away with the golden token, he's nothing more than a common thief. Don't you know that to even establish a hunter team, the leader needs to be at least a level 5? He then spun around, warning Yiqing directly. And you. Before entering the abyss, you were merely a D rank. The energy stone absolutely does not lie. If you dare bring this up before the elders of the World Guild, you'll be nothing but a laughingstock. Hearing this, Liu Xingran could no longer stand it, clenching her fists to hold back her rage. At that exact moment, Hazy, who was monitoring the data screen, frantically reported the truth. Sir, the energy scanner is detecting massive fluctuations. A+, S rank. It's already blown past the limits of the scale. The supervisor, thinking it was a mistake, shot back in disbelief. What did you say? Just then, the device in Hadesi's hands exploded. Whoa! The supervisor turned in stunned silence toward Yiqing, whose expression was ice cold, as if he was about to teach him a lesson. The supervisor panicked. What are you planning to do? Don't you dare come any closer! He was trembling in pure terror. Hadesi was just as baffled, stammering, I don't know what's happening. Nobody even touched the device. But the numbers just kept climbing nonstop. It must have been broken. A dark, menacing energy began to envelop Yiqing's entire body. You all think I'm trash, and you have your reasons. Honestly, I've heard it so many times, I don't even bother to argue anymore. But today, I came here for one thing, to get my certification. I have no desire to cause unnecessary trouble. The supervisor's face went pale, words failing him as he stood frozen to the spot. Was my assessment wrong? We're clearly outside the abyss. So why am I feeling this immense, crushing pressure, like it's coming from the deepest level? Seeing the young man's hand slowly reaching toward him, he threatened, What do you think you're doing? Are you planning to attack a supervisor? You've got some nerve. Terrifying energy began to gather in Yiqing's palm. I'm simply taking back what belongs to me. With a stone-cold expression, Yiqing focused the energy in his hand. Before the supervisor's horrified eyes, he took control of the golden rune stone. His gaze was glacial as he held the token, glancing at them. Hadesi was now in a full-blown panic. Was the reading from the machine wrong? I have to check with the energy stone myself. No. It's impossible. He anxiously inspected the energy stone. This thing is already unstable. I think it's about to break, too. Yiqing's eyes widened in fury. As for whether I'm worthy or not, he unleashed a wave of killing intent, so powerful, it sent the supervisor flying. Ah! Hadesi stared in utter disbelief. It exploded. The final reading was S+. Ignoring them completely, Yiqing turned to leave, offering a piece of advice without a trace of emotion. I suggest you get some better quality equipment before you talk. The supervisor watched him go, suspicion dawning in his eyes. Could he be someone hiding his true power? No, absolutely not. Liu Xingran happily ran over and patted his back. Ha! I knew you could pass this test without breaking a sweat. They only gave you a hard time because you refused to mention my name. Meanwhile, the supervisor stood motionless, shocked. He's that close with the young lady of the Liu family? Was this kid really the piece of trash they all said he was? Liu Xingran added. If you wore better gear, that supervisor might have treated you with some fairness. Yiqing explained with quiet confidence. How could I dare use your name like that? Instead of making him believe in our connection, it's much simpler to convince them with my own strength. Hearing that, she nodded in agreement. That's true. Just then, Zhu Tong saw her, and his face lit up. Big bro, is this Liu Xingran? It's such a huge honor to meet you here. Yiqing humbly made the introduction. This is my friend, Zhu Tong. He's also here to get his certification. She pointed at him, a sense of familiarity on her face. You. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. A grin stretched across his face, as if she'd guessed right. You have. I attended your birthday party, as one of the entertainers. She had forgotten. Oh. Liu Xingran's face darkened as she remembered. You mean that disastrous party? I remember it was ruined by some terrible rap performance. Wait, which performer were you? His heart sank as if he'd been stabbed. A terrible rap performance. Ah, suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to Yiqing. I just remembered. Speaking of parties, shouldn't we celebrate you passing the hunter exam? How about a hunt? We could host it at my place. The words barely registered. Wait, my place? He finally snapped back to reality, sweating, his mouth hanging open. My place? Instantly, Yiqing and Zhou Tong collapsed to the floor in mock horror. I live in a cramped, ground floor rental. Is she going to just laugh in my face when she sees it? What a terrible act. Liu Tin looked at them, confused. What's wrong with you two? She started to feel awkward. If it's not convenient. Before she could finish, he forced a trembling smile and quickly agreed. Oh, of course, it's no problem at all. Yiqing took a deep, determined breath. I absolutely cannot let her find out. He tried to compose himself, smirking. By then, there will be an amazing performance and a fantastic venue. I would be honored to have you visit. Oh, right. Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, with tears streaming down his face, looked up to answer. Huh? He slumped over, trudging after them in defeat. Liu Tin was still puzzled. Why are you two so stiff? So, tomorrow night then? Okay. Yiqing agreed. No problem. She, on the other hand, felt much more relaxed. Anyway, I'm relieved to see you've passed the exam. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow night. I'll even bring you a gift. With that, they said their goodbyes. See you tomorrow night. See you tomorrow. The three of them waved as they left the city limits. The gentle sunlight hit Yiqing's face, his expression a mix of helplessness and a forced smile. The moment she was gone, the grim reality hit him. He had to find a way to change his situation, and fast. In a dark alley, under a night sky, a few faint beams of light pierced the darkness from the street lamps. The second, Yiqing opened the door, his younger sister ambushed him with a question that made him freeze. Brother, weren't you just out on a date? He stepped inside, trying to laugh it off with Xiaozu. Sure, I guess you could call it that. She interrogated him relentlessly. With a goblin? Or an ogre? The location must have been the abyss, right? Her anger suddenly flared. You went to the abyss to have fun again, didn't you? Yiqing's eyes darted away as sweat poured down his face. He quickly denied it. Isn't this a good thing? We don't have much money left for living expenses. Only about 400. Xiaozu advised worriedly. You're so badly injured. How can this be good? You need to go to the hospital right now. He rushed into his room to calm her down. Don't worry about it. It's just a flesh wound. Outside, she puffed her cheeks in an angry pout at the closed door. Inside the bathroom, the sound of the shower echoed. Droplets of blood swirled down the drain. Yiqing stood still, revealing a back covered in old scars and fresh gashes, still weeping blood. He felt a small sense of relief. At least Xiaozu didn't see me in this wretched state. The collection of old and new wounds from the abyss was becoming a map of permanent, untreatable injuries. He then stared at the system window displaying his information. Realistically, it would take months of rest to fully recover. He called out, System. The system immediately displayed 2 words. Rebirth. He was lost deep in his own thoughts. I remember getting this. After I defeated the Dark Elf King, Damas. The scene flashed back to the past. The monster he defeated lay crushed on the ground, revealing 3 item cards. The system's voice rang out, announcing, You have slain the Dark Elf King Damas. Yiqing stood silently amidst the swirling dust. A triumphant smile spread across his face. The impossible. I actually did it. I defeated the Dark Elf King Damas without taking a single scratch. The system notification continued. You have obtained Gravity Vortex. A skill card materialized before him, and his excitement surged. This is Damas's signature skill. I've hit the jackpot. Notification. You have received 100 attribute points. Current points, 140. Yiqing immediately made his selection. Allocate all attribute points, just like always. He gazed at his stats analysis chart. After all, his attributes were maxed out at 512 points. The plus signs turned gray. Notification. Your attribute values have reached their upper limit. No more points can be added. He pressed the plus sign again, wondering, it won't go any higher? System alert. Your conditions for rebirth have been met. The system has unlocked the rebirth option. Clicking it will immediately reset your level to 0, and you will be able to undergo a second awakening. The level cap will increase by 5 levels, and the corresponding attribute limit will also increase. Back in the present, water streamed down his body. He thought it through. A scavenger who maxes out at level 1 has an attribute cap of 512. If I want to break past that growth limit, I have to reset my level back to 1 again. Do I have to return to the starting line level 0 to awaken again? Is that the only way to shatter my attribute limits? Yiqing glanced down at the system panel, suddenly remembering. Resetting my level inside, the abyss is far too dangerous. I ignored it for the time being, but now that I've returned to a safe place, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Isn't now the perfect time to attempt the rebirth? He recalled the chief, laughing maniacally in his mind. Even if you take this golden token, it will be considered theft. If you dare bring this matter before the elders of the World Guild, and become a complete laughingstock, you are the one chosen by the gods. I bet you're the one who killed the 3 evils in the abyss. I have every reason to believe you're a team killer. How could a mere rookie scavenger possibly wield that kind of power? You probably only survived this long thanks to Wu Nangzi, and then you stabbed him in the back. It's the only explanation that makes any sense. A fire of determination hardened in Yiqing's eyes. I've fought tooth and nail to become this strong. I just want to live a life with dignity, to protect the people I care about from being crushed. But that goal is still so far out of reach. He steeled his resolve, refusing to accept his current limitations. I have to shatter this ceiling. Steam filled the air, clouding the room in a dense fog. Yiqing's determination sharpened. I refuse to be held back by my current growth limits. I must break through this barrier. I have to become stronger than ever before. He let out a powerful roar. Trip. Outside, the sudden sound made Xiaozu jump, spitting out her drink. A system notification appeared. Rebirth successful. Your level has been reset. Your growth limit has been expanded to Tier 5. A brilliant aura instantly enveloped Yiqing's entire body. A look of shock crossed his face. So I'm not starting from scratch after all. He looked down in delight, examining his now flawless skin. Every wound, and even the scars, had completely vanished. Just then, an angry Xiaozu slammed the door open. "Stop lying to me," she yelled. "If you weren't hurt, then where did this blood on your shirt come from?" Yiqing froze, at a complete loss for words. Her eyes went wide at the shocking sight. A horrified scream escaped her lips. "Ah!" In the next instant, the room erupted in a violent explosion. Raging flames lit up the sky. Xiaozu had transformed into a massive bear, easily doubling Yiqing's height. She covered her eyes with her huge paws. Cough, cough. "Big brother, I think I transformed again." The wall was completely obliterated, and he cautiously shuffled to the side. His voice was weak. "Congratulations. Now we have to find a new place to live." Meanwhile, at the Shenfeng City Equipment Auction House, the streets were bustling with people. He stared intently at the display. Every item forged within the abyss must undergo a rigorous appraisal before it can be officially traded. That's why, if you want to avoid the black market, you have to come to an official exchange like this. Only the absolute best equipment is put up for public auction, and these items always attract the wealthiest bidders. As Yiqing strolled through, someone rushed to block his path. "Hey, you, what do you think you're doing here?" "Outsiders aren't allowed in here," the guard barked. Yiqing replied calmly. "I'm a collector. I'm here to have an item appraised for auction." The burly guard eyed him with suspicion. "You, a collector?" He questioned him arrogantly. "What makes a punk like you think you're worthy of being here?" Yiqing sighed internally at the disrespect. Even after reaching Tier 5 through Rebirth, do I still get treated like this? He decided to hide his true abilities for now. The guard shoved him back, waving him away like a pest. "Do you have any idea where you are? This is the Grand Exchange, a place where only the super rich come to spend their fortunes, and only the most high-grade equipment is worthy of being auctioned on our floor. What's a scrub like you doing here, trying to cause trouble? Scram! Get out of here." Unfazed, Yiqing summoned a dagger into his hand. "So, care to appraise it first?" Seeing his persistence, the guard scoffed but agreed. "Hilarious. You want me to appraise some rookie gear? Fine. I'll humor you, and then you can get lost for good." The scanner in his hand beeped. "Grade 0. The guard's face swelled with arrogance. "You hear that? Worthless junk. Now do us all a favor and crawl back to the dumpster you came from. I'm being generous by not charging you a disposal fee for that trash." Yiqing didn't say a word. He simply let the dagger drop, and it plunged deep into the stone floor. The guard froze, sensing something was off. "Wait a second. That dagger's sharpness. No, that's not it. Something's not right here." His entire demeanor shifted. He dropped to his knees, examining it with a jeweler's loupe. "Hold on. Let me use my +1 appraisal monocle," he stammered. "G grade." Suddenly, his eyes lit up with utter disbelief. "This is a special unique grade item." Item information appeared. Void Fissure, a special unique dagger. Its blade was as dark as the abyss itself. It faintly revealed the glint of distant stars. Death, incarnated from the void. Legend says an assassin was once hunting a woman with an enormous bounty on her head. When he finally cornered her, the woman vanished, like a puff of smoke, leaving behind only this dagger on the ground, pulsing with an eerie light. Base damage, 421. Skill, Void Step. Rips a tear in space, allowing the wielder to teleport up to 30 meters. Level requirement, 31. The guard was ecstatic, as if he'd discovered a priceless treasure. My instincts were right. I knew I saw something special. He couldn't believe his incredible luck. To think he'd almost dismissed such a peerless, rare item. A knowing smile spread across Yiqing's face. Half an hour earlier, inside a cluttered storage room, he brushed the dust from his clothes and let out a sigh. Whew. For the past few days, I've had to leave Xiaozu at the hotel, while I'm stuck roughing it in the landlord's basement. He collapsed onto the makeshift bed, utterly exhausted. If it weren't for the money, these meager savings won't even cover the demolition fee. The system charged $2 million to fix the house, leaving me with just 200. Item cards flicker on the screen, each showing a different weapon. First things first, I need to find a way to make money from the gear I've collected. I'm desperate for cash right now. Yiqing analyzed the situation grimly. However, This gear isn't exactly top tier. The market must be flooded with it. Most players who've completed their class change rarely bother to buy a whole new set of equipment. He frowned, running the numbers in his head. In the eyes of the wealthy, this low-grade equipment is nothing but junk, making it incredibly hard to sell. There's no way it'll sell for a high price, but maybe if I find a few decent pieces, I could make tens of thousands. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide with surprise. Huh? That symbol on the screen. It's a crafting altar icon. Curious. Yiqing pressed it. An item from the abyss can be used in the real world? A dark portal ripped open in the middle of the room. Stunned, he glanced up and immediately scrambled to the side to avoid it. A moment later, the portal spat out something massive, kicking up a cloud of dust that filled the entire room. He stared in absolute disbelief. It actually summoned it. He coughed. To think a crafting altar would suddenly drop into such a tight space, it nearly crushed him. A system window appeared. Unidentified crafting altar. The ability to forge equipment has been unlocked. It can upgrade low-quality weapons into high-quality ones. A huge grin spread across Yiqing's face as he began to operate it. He thoughtfully studied the sword in his hand. This thing can actually improve an item's quality? Yes, it can enhance rare-grade items to unique, and even upgrade epic-grade items to legendary. If the quality of the equipment is raised by a single tier, its value could increase tenfold. This is a rare, one-handed hunter's longsword. Its previous owner relied on this blade to track and defeat the many beasts that threatened her village. But in the end, they all ended up in the belly of a dragon. Damage, 48. Level requirement, 17. Effect, Wild Butchery. Deals an extra 3% damage to beasts or demonic creatures. Hoping for a miracle, he tossed it into the crafting altar. This sword is far from a masterpiece. It's worth about 100,000 on the black market, which means it's basically junk. Let's just see what happens. He pumped himself up. At the very least, its value has to double for me. The system announced a crafting fee of 30 base points. A moment later, crafting failed. You have received fragments of a junk hunter's longsword. Yiqing shouted in frustration. It failed? Determined, he pulled out another item card. Was the equipment's quality too low, or were its stats not good enough? The starting value of this next piece is 100,000. Please, this one has to be a success. This is 100,000 on the line. Titan's Hand, an epic-grade gauntlet. It was forged from the fingertip of a Titan and holds the giant's immense power. When wearing this gauntlet, the user can effortlessly wield the largest and heaviest of weapons. Defense, 172. Level requirement, 34. Effect, Titan's Grip. When holding a two-handed weapon, attack power is increased by 15%. But the result was exactly the same. The notification read, "You have received fragments of a junk Titan's hand." Yiqing was utterly stunned by this. No, this can't be happening. Overwhelmed with regret, tears streamed down his cheeks. My 100,000. Gone in an instant. Then, he leaned in closer to inspect the altar. If it wasn't a problem with the materials, then the issue must lie with the altar itself. Or maybe there's some kind of bizarre mechanic at play. Its status was still displayed as unidentified. Yiqing stared at the flickering pink flame and wondered, this altar has its own unique properties, doesn't it? His pupils suddenly sharpened as he activated his skill. Appraise this crafting altar. It began to transform, enveloped in a radiant green aura. Appraisal complete. Its true form was revealed. It was a monstrous skull, with an ethereal flame burning from within. Trait, Reforge Scrap. The success rate decreases as the quality of the item increases. The trashier the material, the higher the chance of success. The higher the grade of the material, the higher the chance of failure. Yiqing's expression lit up with interest. So this is a crafting station specifically designed for recycling junk. Could it be that I'm cursed by the god of trash? All the rewards I ever seem to get are just bizarre pieces of junk. The beast-like skull had two intense flames burning in its eye sockets, and a hammer imbued with the reforged scrap trait floated in its mouth. The success rate plummets as the item's quality goes up. But the more worthless the material, the higher the chance it will succeed. The better the material, the higher the failure rate. Yiqing suddenly realized, no, wait a minute. If it can only successfully forge junk, then this trait might actually be its greatest advantage. A look of excitement crossed his face as he summoned a new card to test his theory. What a weird setup. Does an item really have to be complete garbage to succeed? In that case, why don't I just throw actual trash into it? The card displayed a chipped blade, discarded longsword, rank, junk. The blade was covered in the marks of time. It lies quietly on a desolate battlefield, surrounded by withered flowers and forgotten memories. Damage, 5. Level requirement. 1. His expression darkened. He gripped the hammer, raising it high, then brought it down with a decisive strike. Grand success in crafting. The sword was utterly transformed into a new shape. Eclipse. A unique grade longsword. Its blade shimmered like a hazy sky, said to be forged from the very essence of fallen stars. It emitted a faint glow in the darkness and radiated a subtle shadow in the light. Damage. 422. Flame enhancement, shadow enhancement, armor melt, and elemental resistance. Level requirement. 32. Yiqing's face was a mask of pure shock. A unique grade weapon? A one-of-a-kind item in this world. Forged from a piece of junk as the base material? It turns out the trash crafting altar is the real divine artifact. I've really stumbled upon a treasure. A sly grin spread across his face as an idea sparked. With all this junk equipment I have, this thing is basically a money-printing machine. He immediately got to work. Let the printing begin. A chime rang out, announcing another successful craft. A card for a bow appeared. Knight's Hymn. A unique grade longbow. It was shaped like a beautiful harp, with a silken string that could play a moving melody in the night. When a young elven hunter draws its string, the music sounds like a whisper from the stars, capable of instantly awakening the power of nature. Damage. 397. Skill. Whispering Heartstring. This bow fires invisible magic arrows that deal sonic damage. Level requirement. 29. The hammer fell again, announcing another success. Next was a blue staff named Mantra, a unique grade staff. This staff was made from the roots of an ancient tree, topped with an incredibly hard crystal. The wooden handle was carved with prophecies of ancient wisdom, and the ancestors of the Ogre Magi clan. The clan believed they could communicate with great nature itself just by waving this staff. Of course, the usual finishing blow was a solid crack on someone's skull. Damage. 400. Skill. Star Strike Enchantment. Physical attacks gain bonus magic damage, scaling higher with the wielder's intelligence. Level requirement. 30. Yiqing worked non-stop. The clang of his hammer echoed continuously, followed by a brilliant flash of light. Crafting successful. A hammer crackling with lightning appeared. Thunder Nail. A unique grade one-handed hammer, forged by the dwarves of the Abyss, containing the very essence of thunder. It could summon storms and lightning in battle, and could transform into a bolt of lightning to escape, vanishing in a thunderclap. Damage. 577. Skill. Lightning Enhancement. Attacks create chain lightning and provide a massive speed boost. Level requirement. 41. For a while, the same phrases repeated over and over. Crafting successful. Crafting successful. Exhausted, he finally sat down to rest. All the trash equipment had been used up. As for the non-junk items, he had recycled them all into base points. Taking inventory, he now had dozens of unique enhanced weapons. A system window popped up. You have reached Scavenger. Level 1. Yiqing looked up, stunned. I can gain experience just by forging, without even killing a single monster? With just a few hours of crafting, he had already surpassed the most difficult job advancement phase. His mood was absolutely euphoric. All right, the only task left is figuring out how to turn this gear into cash and get my new artisan's license. Returning to the present, Yiqing and Dameng were together in a luxurious room. The man's attitude was a complete 180 from their first encounter as he politely began to speak. May I ask where this equipment of yours came from? Yiqing's face was impassive. Have I not already introduced myself? I am a collector, and even a level 1. Can still manage to collect some high-end goods, right? He thought to himself. Saying I made these myself would be way more troublesome. The man immediately began to flatter him. Yes, you're absolutely right. There are no high or low-level collectors, only those with high or low-class taste. The fact that you can produce such a powerful collection is undoubtedly a reflection of your own incredible power. Yiqing smirked slyly and summoned his spatial window. I still have plenty more right here. If the auction prices are right, you could also earn a very handsome commission. As he finished speaking, countless weapon cards rained down. Dameng's jaw dropped, stunned by the spectacle before him. He burst out into ecstatic laughter, then rushed outside to shout orders. Prepare the most luxurious VIP room for me. Prepare the full platinum VIP treatment. In the spacious hallway, Yiqing now walked alone. He observed the card in his hand, sighing in disappointment. What? This little card is all a platinum VIP gets? Suddenly, not paying attention, he bumped shoulders with another person. The man immediately spun around, cursing angrily. What the hell? Where did this broke-ass punk come from? Are you blind, you son of a bitch? Yiqing casually raised a hand. My apologies. I wasn't paying attention. The man, Xiaofeng, sized him up. His clothes were average. He didn't look like someone who belonged in such a high-class place. He crossed his arms and spoke with arrogance. You dare stand in the way of a VIP? State the name of your hunter squad, now. The young man calmly introduced himself. Yiqing, a freelance hunter. The man scoffed in contempt. So that's why you look so tattered. Turns out you're just some freelancer. He proudly flashed a badge. See this? The A+ rank hunter squad, Tatus. I am Lang Xiaofeng, also known as Mad Dog Tatus. Yiqing's mind raced as he sized him up. Tatus. Team famous for its battle-crazed members. It seems he only recruits simple-minded lunatics, guys who only care about brute strength. I've cleaned up their messes on the battlefield a few times before, and it was a pain every single time. It's better not to get tangled up with them. With a cold expression, Yiqing turned to leave. My apologies. This act enraged Xiaofeng, who clutched the badge tightly in his hand. He pressed his sword against Yiqing's throat, his voice a low warning. Do you really think a simple apology is going to be enough? You piece of trash. Judging by your clothes, you clearly snuck in here. Let me remind you, this area is only for those who have completed their job change. Only high-level hunter squads can enter. Filth, like you should stick to the gutters where you belong. Yiqing frowned, annoyed, and pushed the blade away with just 2 fingers. This is a World Guild venue. If you recklessly use force, you'll be in serious trouble. Xiaofeng spat out a curse. You damn bottom feeder. You think you're worthy of walking the same path as me? He immediately looked over his shoulder and shouted, Security. As a high-ranking member of Tatus, I demand you throw him out. Then, run a thorough background check on this broke-ass punk. 2 guards walked up to Yiqing. Sir, please come with us. Xiaofeng stood to the side, a smug grin on his face. Just then, an excited Damong passed by, thinking he'd struck it rich, when he suddenly noticed the commotion. He rushed over in a panic, shouting, Sir, why are you using the regular members' entrance? Your designated path is the platinum entrance. It's not over here. Xiaofeng grabbed Yiqing by the collar, stammering in disbelief. What did you say? Are you telling me this guy belongs in the platinum lane? Dameng immediately barked an order. Damn it, restrain that man. Xiaofeng was slammed headfirst into the wall. He still couldn't believe it. A freelance hunter with no squad backing. How could he possibly afford the fee for a platinum VIP card? The man bowed respectfully, apologizing over and over. I am so terribly sorry. Yiqing adjusted his tie, replying politely. Oh, it's no problem at all. Xiaofeng's face was smashed against the wall. Don't touch me. I'm a high-ranking member of Tatus. You can't treat me like this. A guard gave him a stern warning. This is an auction house run by the World Guild. If you insist on causing trouble, we will notify the supervisor and revoke your membership immediately. Dameng politely added, Sir, if you wish to go to the auction floor, you can certainly take this path. There's no problem. However, a low-class venue like this won't have any equipment worthy of your standards. Yiqing glanced casually over at the restrained Xiaofeng. I wouldn't be so sure. My standards are a bit different from most people's. What you consider trash, I might just find to be a priceless treasure. Dameng, of course, agreed with every word he said. He enthusiastically led the way. Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right, sir. This way, please. Inside the magnificent palace where the auction was held, the MC was taking the stage. A few old-timers were having a tense debate. A bearded man spoke up. I heard the auction house released a series of unique equipment. The moment they were listed, wealthy bidders started a frenzy to get them. Every single piece started at 1 million or more. The best item was sold for an astronomical price. Even a pair of boots successfully sold for a staggering tens of millions. The man across from him asked in doubt, My God, is that true? It used to take months just to find a single piece of unique equipment. Where did the auction house even get all this? The old man replied, I heard a mysterious collector sold off his entire inventory. He sighed in frustration. In front of the true masters, small-timers like us can only bid on these leftover scraps. After all, those people have the massive treasuries of entire hunter guilds backing them. Just then, notifications appeared. Your thunder equipment has been sold for a final price of 375,000. Your Starfall shield has been sold. The final price was 210,000. A small, satisfied smile touched Yiqing's lips. It seems these items are quite popular at this auction. If I'm ever short on cash in the future, I can just sell off a few more pieces. The auction MC stood on stage and began the announcement. First, allow me to explain the rules of the blind auction. All equipment from the abyss is in an unidentified state. It could be a high-quality masterpiece, or it could be utter trash. Therefore, once an item is sold, we do not support returns or exchanges, and you will not be able to refuse payment for any reason. He then shouted with excitement. And now, let the blind auction officially begin. The first item was a card imprinted with the image of a ring. The MC introduced the unappraised, magnificent ring. The starting bid is 500,000. Yiqing activated his all-seeing eyes. Oh? Now this is an interesting ring. The young man, from his vantage point in the VIP seats, he analyzed the stage below. The first item in an auction is always just a warm-up. The real treasures come later. This early piece is likely a dud, so no one's bidding. A smirk played on his lips. Maybe I'll join in on the fun. Time to stir the pot a little. Yiqing spoke calmly into the mic. My bid is 1 million. Xiaofeng seethed. That bastard, actually thinks he's a big shot? This piece of junk ring can't possibly be anything good. The auctioneer pointed towards the VIP box. Oh, we have a bid of 1 million. Do I hear any other offers? Murmurs rippled through the crowd below. A platinum VIP just made a move. Anyone who can afford that seat must be loaded. Another hunter wondered. But for him to bid 1 million, could it actually be a treasure? A third reasoned. He paid the outrageous platinum VIP fee, so he must have a keen eye for artifacts. Suddenly, a paddle shot up. I bid 1.1 million, the MC announced. 1.1 million from the floor. The bidding war was suddenly on. 1.2 million, 1.4 million, but Yiqing wasn't done playing. 2.5 million. The crowd gasped in disbelief at the insane price. One hunter exclaimed, the platinum VIP bid again. This has to be an incredible item. Xiaofeng's brow furrowed. Damn it, is he trying to show off at my expense? Fine, I'll take that gear from him. He slammed the table and shot to his feet, roaring, 3 million, a price no one can match. This item is mine. Yiqing's voice came back, smooth as ice. 4 million. Xiaofeng's hands clenched into fists as rage consumed him. Son of a... His subordinate tried to calm him. Easy, boss. 4 million is already an absurd price for an unidentified ring, but Xiaofeng declared, this guy is no nobody. I seriously underestimated him before. If he wants this ring so badly, it must be a top-tier artifact. And I absolutely cannot let him have his way. He raised his paddle again. 5 million. A wave of chatter washed over the auction hall. 5 million. That's the kind of money you spend on a guaranteed S-rank item. To bet that much on an unappraised ring. A gamble like that could bankrupt a small hunter team. He pointed a finger directly at the VIP box, his voice dripping with scorn. What do you say now, you bastard Ye? You're just a freelance hunter. You might have 1 million to your name, but how can you possibly compare to me? I have the full backing of a major hunter guild. Yiqing's expression remained dark and unreadable. He spoke one simple phrase, 10 million. Xiaofeng completely snapped. What the hell? Did I hear that right? I don't believe it. No way a freelance hunter can just throw around 10 million. That's enough to establish a decent-sized hunter team. Refusing to accept it, he yelled at the MC, I demand a verification of his funds. He's clearly making a malicious bid to disrupt the auction. Even a platinum VIP has to follow the rules. If he can't pay, then throw him out. The auctioneer listened to his earpiece for a moment, then announced that the bid was valid. Xiaofeng's jaw dropped. The whispers around the hall erupted once more. Holy crap, he actually has 10 million on him. Looks like someone really messed with the wrong guy. Who is he? Some kind of hidden tycoon? Xiaofeng's face darkened, his fury about to explode. He would not let this arrogant bastard look down on him. His eyes blazed with fire. He was Ling Xiaofeng, the Sword of Tatis, representing a high-ranking hunter guild here today. Looking up at Yiqing's mocking smirk, his determination solidified. He would not be trampled by some no-name freelance hunter. Sweat beaded on Xiaofeng's brow as he hesitated. 10.5 million. Yiqing shot to his feet, his voice booming. 100 million. At that number, Xiaofeng literally foamed at the mouth and collapsed backward. Yiqing thought, even if I blow all this on a useless item, I can just pull out another S-rank piece of gear tomorrow. His voice dripped with contempt. Is that all you've got? Don't let a freelance hunter shame you like this. Even the auctioneer was stammering now. Going once for 100 million. Xiaofeng was lost in thought. No. He's this desperate to buy the ring. Even bidding an impossible 100 million. Doesn't that mean this ring must be an unbelievably rare treasure? The MC announced. Going twice for 100 million. He suddenly remembered their encounter in the lobby. Yiqing's cryptic words. That's not necessarily true. My perspective is different from most. What all of you might see as trash, I might consider a treasure. He saw Demang bowing respectfully. You are correct, sir. This way, please. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'm up against a true expert here. This has to be a heaven-defying artifact that could define a guild. Otherwise, that price makes no sense. I have to go all in. The auctioneer raised his gavel. Sold for 100, 200 million, Xiao Feng screamed. The entire hall fell into stunned silence. How much? Is that guy insane? 200 million could bankrupt a mid-tier hunter guild. Wait. Isn't that Ling Xiao Feng of Tatus? He's a high-ranking member of that major guild. I had no idea Tatus was that rich. No wonder. Xiao Feng was practically shaking with adrenaline as he yelled, You think you're so? You got the cash? Don't you love acting like a big shot? Go on. Keep raising the price. I'll show you the financial might of a major hunter team. Yiqing just sighed and replied softly, You're too good. The treasure is all yours. The man burst out laughing. His goal achieved. That punk Ye still wants to compete with me? You're not even in my league. His subordinate seemed worried. Boss, we came here to bid on gear for the team. Are you really spending 200 million on a ring? How are we going to explain this to the guild master? The man turned, his initial worry replaced by forced confidence. Relax. This is definitely a divine-grade item. My instincts are never wrong. Just then, the auctioneer announced the winner. Congratulations to buyer Lang Xiaofeng from Tatus, who has won this ring. Let's give him a round of applause. Yiqing smirked. An unidentified piece of equipment. Sure, there was a chance it could be divine grade, just like the crafting altar. Except if the crafting altar was a divine artifact that looked like trash, this item was the exact opposite, a gorgeous-looking piece of junk, an iron ring with +1 attack. A joyful glint appeared in his eyes. His insight ability would never deceive him, because he had already seen the appraisal results. Xiaofeng held the item card and roared, Become a divine-grade weapon for me. Show everyone here what real power looks like. The card slowly vanished as the appraisal began. And there it was. A ring with a beautiful design. But it was just an ordinary iron ring. Xiaofeng's face went blank with disbelief. Then, as if struck by lightning, his jaw dropped. It's an iron ring. Xiaofeng flew into a rage. It's all because of that bastard, Ye. It's his fault. He tricked me into making a bad call. I demand a refund. He turned to the auctioneer with a strained, awkward smile. That 200 million bid. I was obviously just kidding. Let's just call it a mistake. What do you think? The auctioneer asked, his eyes cold as ice. According to the rules, you are representing Tatus. Once the transaction is complete, we will notify your Tatus hunter team. They will have 24 hours to pay all fees. If you fail to pay the full amount, you and your hunter team will face severe punishment from the World Association. Even an A+ ranked hunter team could be disbanded. You'll be charged with disrupting an auction and sent to a labor camp to sort trash as punishment. The auctioneer then waved his hand. Given the extremely high price you offered, we will provide an escort to protect you on your way to the association to pay. Security guards moved in and started dragging Xiaofeng away. He had no way out. Wait a minute, he screamed with pure fury. You bastard Ye. You ruined me. You did this to me. An observer commented. Wow. He destroyed an entire hunter team without lifting a finger. The person next to him trembled. Are platinum VIPs really that terrifying? The auctioneer continued. All right, let's resume the auction. Next up is the Wild Transformation Necklace, a very special item. When worn and its transformation ability is active, the user becomes immune to all movement control effects and cannot be knocked back. While the transformation is active, the wearer also gains a powerful self-healing ability. Yiqing's eyes focused. This Wild Transformation Necklace. It was the perfect divine artifact for Xiaozu. Should I get it for her as a little gift? He thought, then called out, My bid is 1 cent. A murmur went through the crowd below. The Platinum VIP is making another move. Maybe this is reverse psychology. What if he's trying to trick us into thinking it's trash? I heard Lang Xiaofeng of the Tatus team just spent 200 million on a piece of junk. And now he's being detained, waiting for his guildmaster to come bail him out. Those words sent a chill through the crowd. No one dared to follow his bid. Who would be stupid enough to bid now? I'm not a fool. This platinum member is clearly a shill for the auction house. The auctioneer froze, a trembling, forced smile on his face. Is there no other bid? Everyone thought the same thing. This is obviously a scam. Only an idiot would fall for it. Yiqing chuckled softly. So, Because I made them think I was bluffing before, no one is bidding now? Sometimes, being misunderstood has its own unique advantages. With no other choice, the auctioneer announced, "Sold. Congratulations to the mysterious platinum buyer, who has won this strange transformation necklace for just 1 cent." Hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage. He got a special necklace for only 1 cent? Damn it, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I just bid? This is completely insane. 1 cent? Yiqing ignored them, looking at his phone. A notification popped up. Auction revenue had reached 180 million. He muttered, "Looks like I've made enough money." A satisfied smile touched his lips. "Next, it's time to buy something really good for myself." That evening, lights twinkled across the city skyline as a voice spoke. "Are you talking about this one? This is the most beautiful building in our community. It's the finest piece of real estate in all of Shenfeng City. This is a 1,000 square meter luxury penthouse. Only the truly wealthy can live here. On the top floor overlooking the entire central business district, the most prosperous part of the city," the real estate agent explained. "You see, this is the penthouse the city's top elites are fighting over. The list price is around 100 million. But instead of that fantasy, I'll show you a more traditional 80 square meter apartment. With a 30-year mortgage, it's much more suitable for the average person's budget." Yiqing glanced at the model and said, "No need to see it. I'll take this one." The agent looked annoyed. "Sir? Based on your current credit score, you can't get a loan for 100 million? This is for the truly wealthy." Yiqing looked down at the model and repeated himself. 100 million in cash. I'll pay in full. Right now." The agent froze, completely stunned. Yiqing turned to her. "But I have one condition. Have everything ready for me by this afternoon. I want to move in immediately." Inside the massive penthouse, Yiqing led Xiaozu and Zhutong inside. Zhutong was baffled. "Big bro, what is going on? I didn't see you all morning, and now we're living in a mansion?" Xiaozu asked. "Brother, when will we ever be able to afford a place this huge? How much is it per night?" Yiqing replied, "This place is spacious enough. So even if you transform, Xiaozu, we won't have to worry about you breaking through the roof." She was shocked. "Huh? You bought this entire house? For me?" he said. "I put it in your name anyway, and if you happen to break this one, I'll just buy you another." Zhutong was still exploring on the other side. "Whoa, this room is ridiculously big. Every word I say echoes." Yiqing stared out the window and made a solemn vow. "Because from this day forward, I will never let you live a difficult life again." Zhutong and Xiaozu played excitedly in the new mansion. One collapsed onto the sofa, completely exhausted, while the other lay joyfully across a table. Yiqing stood on the rooftop terrace, looking down at the glittering city below. Xingran slowly approached, a worried look on her face. "Yiqing, you seem a little different today." He faced the skyline, taking a deep breath. His expression was serious. "You see, even when you buy a place in the best location, the air still feels polluted." Xingran replied, "I can see the effort you've made to change your circumstances. You should be happy." She smiled warmly. "And congratulations again, on officially becoming a hunter." Yiqing replied politely, "Thank you." Xingran reminded him, "I thought we were celebrating today. Don't look so grim. Here, this is for you." A bracelet with a glowing stone materialized in her hand. Yiqing stared at it and asked, "This stone is?" Xingran beamed. "That's right. I was thinking of a gift and wanted to give you this. I've kept this crystal safe for years. I wear it every time I descend into the abyss." They both gazed out at the city as she explained. "It's a constant reminder that I am still on this world, that there are still people who refuse to accept the status quo, who will never bow to the arrangements of fate. Even if it costs them their lives, they will challenge destiny itself." She smiled faintly, looking up at the sky. "So, I believe wearing it can bring good luck, helping me overcome any trial safely. Being able to stay alive really does require a bit of luck." Xingran glanced at him, her eyes filled with admiration. "But ever since you said that it's simpler to convince them with raw power than to make them believe in our relationship, I understand now that escaping unscathed isn't a matter of luck, is it? It never was." Yiqing explained with a small smile. "I believe direct action is far more effective than trying to persuade people. Only by standing before them, alive and well, can you silence them without ever opening your mouth." Xingran confided, "Yes, that's exactly what I like about you. Whenever I try to present myself as a hunter, I'm always labeled as a member of the Liu family. They'd rather believe in my family's power than accept the results of my own hard work. I simply want to be respected for my own abilities. And one day, I want to be able to say the same words to my siblings. So, the one who should be saying thank you is actually me. He looked at the brightly glowing stone in his hand as he listened. In terms of value, this crystal is truly priceless. But Yiqing, your worth is just like this crystal. It can't be measured by money alone, Xingran said cheerfully. So whether it's a mansion or a rental, a luxury car or a shared bike, I value you for you. The person I like is still that super powerful expert who was picking up scraps. He finally shared his thoughts. It's true, suddenly becoming rich isn't all that interesting. Compared to red wine and steak, I think I prefer barbecue and beer on the street. It's just that I really need a lot of money. Yiqing clenched his fist around the stone. You said it yourself. As long as I have enough money, I can establish my very own hunter team, right? Xingran's eyes widened in understanding. That's right. Becoming a hunter team captain requires an incredible amount of funds. He held out his hand, and a dark, ominous aura began to swirl around it. I need to form a proper hunting party, one strong enough to challenge the abyss. I can't reach the peak of power all by myself. Just as she said, the golden runestone has appeared. If I can't adapt to the rules of this world's game, then I'm finished. A dangerous glint flashed in Yiqing's eyes, a sinister smirk creeping onto his face. In that case, I'll just have to become the rules of this world. Night began to fall, and the city lights started to flicker on. Yiqing grabbed a trash bag and headed for the ecological waste collection station. He sighed in frustration, complaining to himself. Even though this is a high-end complex, taking out the trash is a real pain. Not only did he have to take the elevator down, but the nearest trash bin was a good 100 meters away. Don't rich people take out their own trash? A condescending voice suddenly cut through the air, catching his attention. Which household does this servant belong to? Doesn't he know any etiquette? It turned out to be a man named Fa Xiong. He stood there, holding a half-eaten banana. There's a designated area for you servants to dispose of garbage, away from the main grounds. Don't be so clueless about the rules. If outsiders see us with this filth, what do you think they'll say? They'll think we're living among the poor. Yiqing just stared for a moment before stating calmly, I'm not a servant. I'm the new owner here. Yiqing held out his hand for a handshake, but the man completely misunderstood the gesture. He simply dropped his banana peel into Yiqing's open hand. Yiqing instantly flicked it away with a look of disgust. Fa Xiong sneered. This is a wealthy district. How could a homeowner possibly take out their own trash? You're obviously a servant. Fa Xiong turned his back and barked. Clean up all the trash around here for me, and don't let me see your face again. Yiqing let out a long sigh as a violet aura began to swirl around his hand. In the next instant, he unleashed his power, sending the man into a panic. What was that? He shrieked. Yiqing's voice was ice cold. You dropped your garbage. Tendrils of purple energy snaked out, dragging the man back toward him. Yiqing commanded coolly, now go and pick it up for me. But Fa Xiong was still reeling in shock. The invisible force slammed his head hard against the pavement. He clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. You piece of trash! How dare a low-class servant like you lay a hand on me? Just then, a system window popped up. Suppression. The target has been forcefully restrained and cannot use any combat skills. Yiqing stared down at him, his hand glowing with power. The pressure radiating from him made the man tremble uncontrollably. Yiqing watched him coldly. I said. An even stronger wave of power crushed down on Fa Xiong. Then, Yiqing's voice echoed with chilling calm. Pick it up. Fa Xiong glared back, his eyes full of hatred. You son of a... How dare you talk to me like that? A system notification flashed. Titan's strength has activated, momentarily boosting power by 10 times. It can negate body control skills. Yiqing's expression darkened, becoming truly terrifying. Another notification appeared. Titan's strength's control removal effect has failed. It is ineffective against legendary grade control skills. Fa Xiong gritted his teeth and screamed, how could a country bumpkin possibly have a skill like this? How could a peasant possess a legendary grade control skill? Yiqing explained, his voice devoid of any emotion. Gravity sphere. A skill learned from a legendary monster is naturally superior to one learned from a mere job class. Calling it a legendary skill is no exaggeration at all. A chill of fear ran down Fa Xiong's spine. This kid doesn't look like a powerhouse. Could he be a support class user? But despite his fear, his mouth ran with arrogance. I can't believe I got taken down by a trashy support user's sneak attack. It's no wonder I couldn't even fight back. Yiqing completely ignored his excuses, repeating his command one last time. Did you hear me? Pick up the trash. Now. His power intensified, coursing through Fa Xiong's body and causing him immense pain. Ah. After a moment, tears and snot streamed down the man's face. He had finally broken, screaming, "I'll pick it up! I'll do it!" Hearing this, Yiqing finally withdrew his power. Fa Xiong lay unconscious in a heap of garbage. Yiqing simply turned and walked away as his phone began to buzz. Even living in a neighborhood for the rich, trouble still finds its way to me. The cheerful voice of Jutong shouted from the phone, "Big bro, where did you go? This house is so massive, I couldn't find you anywhere." Yiqing lied smoothly. "I just went downstairs to take out the trash. Figured I'd swing by the old house for a minute." His friend was shocked. "Huh? The old house? But didn't the landlord clear everything out?" Yiqing hesitated for a second before continuing his lie. "I forgot a few things there, so I'm going back to get them." The next morning arrived. Yiqing looked around his new home, then sat at the table with a sigh. This new house is definitely worth the money. But the old place still felt the most comfortable. He remembered what his old landlord told him. "I can't rent this place to you anymore. Even if you paid, this block of buildings no longer belongs to me. Just a while ago, a major client bought this entire plot of land. They paid for over 50 years of the lease in a single transaction." A faint smile played on Yiqing's lips. "That person was me. This land is mine now." At that exact moment, a meeting was underway at the World Guild headquarters. Inside the towering, modern skyscraper, a large and powerful young man spoke. Tatus was scammed out of 200 million in an auction by some buyer. Tatus framed Lang Xiaofeng for the illegal auction, and just like that, they washed their hands of the whole mess. He crossed his arms, declaring, "Tatus is a guild we're heavily invested in. I don't want any complications at a time like this. Have you identified this person yet?" Wumian asked, swirling the wine in his glass with a look of utter boredom. He appeared during the hunter examination, and was just recently granted his full-time hunter license. He then added, "According to our files, this man also has deep connections to another guild, the now decimated Blood Oath." A moment later, he opened the system interface from the stone for the young man to see. We recorded his mana fluctuations from the examination stone. Wumian's mind raced back to CZ. He compared the mana signature left at the death scene with the test data. The consistency of the results was terrifying. He stared at the system projection showing Yiqing. "He's a special class changer, isn't he?" The older man pointed, explaining, "A special class that doesn't appear on any official advancement chart, and one that could very well shatter the entire system. With his current power, it won't be long before he unleashes unprecedented chaos upon the very rules of the game we created. If he cannot be controlled by the rules, then he will become an enemy of the rules." The young man smirked. "There's no need to worry. He'll play by our rules." With supreme arrogance, he proclaimed, "We are the gods of this new, divine order, and everyone must play the part we've assigned them." At that same moment, Yiqing stood outside, gazing at the headquarters building, before slowly walking inside. He approached the front desk, holding the golden runic stone. "This is my token. I'm here to establish a hunter team." The receptionist shot back, "Are you aware of the requirements? There's a one-time fee of 50 million paid to the World Association." She spoke with indifference. "You also need the proper qualifications to lead a team, like a licensed hunter. Each hunter team can only enter an abyss authorized by the association, and you must lead the expedition according to the rules." He calmly replied, "The money is the easy part. I can wire it over." The receptionist gestured, explaining, "There are plenty of newly licensed class changers in the main hall lining up to fill out applications right now. If you need to recruit team members, you can start there. To become an official team, you need to recruit at least 4 others today." Following her gaze, he saw a screen displaying the words, "The Scavenger's Den. Registered members. 1. Rank, E-class. Status. Now, recruiting." Yiqing started walking over. As he approached, he overheard a man scoff. "What kind of timing is this? Forming a hunter team now? The hunting season is practically over." The man next to him chimed in, "What kind of team is that? Haha, even the name is pure garbage. No one would ever want to join such a small hunter group, especially one with a single member." "Wait, an E-class?" As if fearing he didn't understand, the receptionist clarified for him. "Based on the system's allocation, your hunter group will operate in E-rank sectors. That means the lowest tier resource recovery missions. Your team is ineligible for any other abyss hunting activities. Besides the missions stipulated by law, it means your team will only serve as a support unit for the real hunter teams." Yiqing calmly voiced his complaints. "After all that trouble, am I back to my old job of picking up trash?" Suddenly, Fa Xiong appeared right behind him. "Fancy meeting you here. I just saw you taking out the garbage downstairs. Looks like now you get to do it for a living." Your name's Ye, right? With a malicious grin, he raised his hand as if to strike Yiqing. Today, I'm going to teach you what it feels like to be slapped in the face, and then you'll pay the ultimate price for disrespecting me. I'm gonna make you eat dirt, and you'll wag your tail like a happy dog while you do it. Ha ha ha. The onlookers began to murmur. Isn't that Fa Xiong, the son of Fa Tianlin from the Elder Council? I heard he recently formed his own hunter team. What was it called? Heart Piercers. The other man nodded. That's right, the Heart Piercers. His father, Fa Tianlin, greased the wheels to get the Heart Piercers A-rank application approved. Countless veteran hunter groups congratulated him for getting access to the richest abyss hunting grounds. The two whispered to each other, anyone who crosses Fa Tianlin never meets a good end. They get assigned the worst jobs and find it impossible to even recruit members. He just formed his team today. It's probably facing disbandment already. Yiqing offered a slight smile. I'm here to recruit my own members. This has nothing to do with you, Fa Xiong. As for our personal issues, we can settle those elsewhere. Fa Xiong scoffed. Settle them? Ha. Your problems mean nothing to me, but this can be resolved quite easily if you get on your knees and kowtow to me in front of everyone. And Shu Jiruo, if you can handle the trash my search and find team throws away, I'll give you a chance to recruit your members. But if you can't, I, Fa Xiong, will personally order your little hunter squad to disband today. The young man stood defiantly, hands in his pockets, and said honestly, you're not even worth recycling. Hearing this, Fa Xiong's rage boiled over. You dare act so arrogantly on my turf? His two assistants grabbed his arms. The one on the right tried to calm him down. Boss Fa, there are too many people here. Don't get worked up. The one on the left added his own placating words. There's no need to get angry over a piece of trash like him. We'll just watch his team automatically dissolve when he can't recruit anyone. A moment later, Zhou Tong suddenly appeared, shouting for Yiqing. Big bro, I heard you were starting a hunter team and rushed over. I want to join your squad. Fa Xiong and his assistants were stunned. Isn't that Zhou Tong? He was on my hunter team for a while, but he's just a poet who couldn't catch a thing. Utterly useless trash. Zhou Tong walked over to Yiqing and announced, Big bro, I want to be the first to join. The young man asked him suspiciously, haven't you passed the test yet? A melee fighter who can control the battlefield should be in high demand, right? Are you still worried about not finding a team? The man raised his hands sheepishly. It's probably because I joined a private hunter team with a bad reputation. Now, no one wants someone like me. In a flash, his demeanor shifted from hesitant to confident. But as long as you accept me, big bro, I'm willing to walk through fire and brimstone for you. Yiqing was puzzled. After all this time, could it be that no hunter team wanted to recruit him? The man whispered quietly. I was just checking out the recruitment situation with the major hunter teams. That's when I discovered you've made an enemy of Fa Xiong. Your hunter team's future looks incredibly bleak. I remember that legendary token should have formed at least a B-rank team, but now it's been classified as E-rank. This has to be Fa Xiong's doing. He reconsidered with a smile. Even if it's just scavenging, it's good work for us. It doesn't matter if we're E-rank or B-rank. Yiqing glanced at Zhou Tong with a cunning look. On the contrary, the truly dangerous work requires facing monsters head-on. That needs to be handled by those who call themselves the main force. We'll be the ones cleaning up the aftermath. That sounds pretty good, but the truly valuable items will always belong to the main force. How much can we really make from picking up their scraps? Hearing this, the man grew excited. For Big Bro to suddenly get so rich, you must have some kind of trick up your sleeve. Yiqing remained calm, his eyes holding a hidden meaning. Even with money, there are problems you can't solve. The only thing they recognize is true strength. Fa Xiong stood with his hands in his pockets, a sly expression on his face. I won't explain any further. Every A-rank hunter team knows this is a symbol of power. I am Fa Xiong, leader of the Search and Find team. Today, I am recruiting only 10 new members. Remember, I only choose the absolute elite. Anyone who isn't up to par shouldn't even bother trying. The crowd surged forward, each person shouting, Level 41 Hunter, I want to sign up. Level 46 Healer, please let me join. I'm a Level 49 Warrior, I want in. Zhou Tong sneered. These old geezers are just trying to suck up to Fa Xiong's father. Everyone knows his dad manages the hunter teams around here. These guys who are nearly level 50 are hardly rookies. They're just a bunch of sycophants. The man then spoke with a pointed tone. You all have a good eye for talent, unlike some garbage collectors I know. Suddenly, his subordinate shouted, Boss Fa, look over there. It's the newest rookie, Yiling. So many hunter teams want her. Yiling asked the receptionist with a pout. The scavenger's house? What kind of time is this to be forming a hunter team? Zhou Tong was just as surprised. Isn't that the beautiful mage from the hunter exam? Is she also here looking for a team? Yiqing, seeing through it all, said, "That's the one who can unleash flame arts in an instant." The man boasted proudly, "I have a bit of a connection with her. Right now, she handles almost all the transport logistics in our Abyss sector. We've practically got this in the bag, because she is incredibly strong. How about this? I'll try to invite her to join our team." Yiqing didn't stop him. "Go ahead." Zhou Tong straightened himself up. "You can count on me." Just as he was about to approach Yi Ling, he was cut off by Fa Xiong. "Well, hello there, beautiful." He slickly tried to introduce himself. "It's unfortunate that there are only 2 hunter teams to choose from today. I am Fa Xiong, leader of the Search and Find team. Please allow me to sincerely invite you to join my squad. Having a beautiful lady like you join will certainly add a lot of color to my hunter team. As for that scavenger's house, over there, it's just a trashy option. A piece of junk that no normal person would ever choose." Chu Tong's heart sank. It was over. The scavenger teams had beaten him to it. She hesitated, then uttered, "But I've already set my sights on someone else." Fa Xiong shouted in disbelief. "You what? You want to join those trash pickers? Isn't that guy just some E-rank nobody? Why would an outstanding mage like you join a garbage collection crew? The dirty work of those scavengers is no place for your talents." Yi Ling ignored his words completely. She walked over to Yiqing, the House of the Scavengers. "I like that name." Seeing this, Chu Tong rushed over. "Remember me? I'm Chu Tong. We met just a little while ago." Yi Ling calmly made her proposal. "Let me join your hunter team. My name is Yi Ling, a fire elementalist." The two of them shook hands. He cheerfully introduced himself. "I'm Yiqing." Chu Tong cut in. "My name is Chu Tong." Yiqing's voice was warm. "Welcome. The House of Scavengers always welcomes everyone." Suddenly, they both froze, realizing their handshake had lasted far too long, and a blush crept across Yi Ling's face. Yiqing pulled his hand back. "We should probably eat while we wait." She turned away to hide her embarrassed expression. "Isn't everyone hungry?" He raised his hand high, calling to the receptionist. "Can I order food here?" She replied with a smile. "Of course you can." Yiqing paused for a second when he saw the expensive menu, but Yi Ling casually ordered, "We'll have one of everything, please." Fa Xiong fumed with anger. What is going on? Why on earth would she refuse me? His servant beside him looked troubled. "Sir Fa, there's definitely something wrong with that woman. Our team doesn't need another magic user anyway, so it doesn't matter." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them out of nowhere. "Excuse me, let me through." His sudden appearance startled the man and his servant. They screamed, "Ah, it's that man!" Yi Ling, Chu Tong, and Yiqing heard the screams and turned their attention. Wu Ming paid no mind to the people around him and just kept walking forward, striking pure terror into Fa Xiong. "Where is the priest? I need an exorcism," he yelled, causing a scene. "That man is a jinx, the one who brings death to all his teammates. Wu Ming. He's a walking catastrophe. Anyone connected to him is guaranteed to meet a terrible end. He's a cursed man who deserves to die." Yiqing's eyes narrowed as he thought, "It's him." The man approached his table and spoke. "I happened to see you at the World Association, and I believe we still have an unsettled match between us." Yiqing asked arrogantly. "My hunter team is recruiting right now, and you just happened to show up. Don't tell me you're interested?" At that very moment, Wu Ming sat down and snatched a piece of cake from Yiling's plate, making her shout, "Hey, my dessert!" He chewed while staring at Yiqing. "What if I am interested? Would you even dare to accept me?" At that moment, the system window appeared, the unlucky one. The luck stat will be significantly reduced, and the curse's effect will influence all nearby creatures. The servant beside them gasped. "If your luck drops, not only will your appraisals fail and you'll take critical hits, but the equipment drops will be horrible." He looked at them and said to Fa Xiong, "You see? After all these years, Wu Ming still doesn't wear any equipment. It must be because he's incredibly unlucky. All the equipment he finds must be total garbage." The man sneered. "No one would ever want this kind of person on their team." Yiqing spoke up. "Does your decreased luck also make the items you drop turn into junk?" Wu Ming calmly stole more of Yiling's cake and said, "Huh? Why ask something like that?" "I suppose it does," he uttered while chewing. "I make a living by taking commissions from clients, as long as the reward is generous enough. I don't even look at the equipment dropped by monsters anymore, since it's all trash. But as for the others..." Chu Tong was trying to hold her back. "Calm down. You want to attack him? This is infuriating." Before he could finish, Yiqing shouted, leaving him confused. "Excellent!" He offered his hand to Wu Ming. "Join my hunter team." My group needs special talents just like you, he thought to himself. For me, the worse the item drop, the better the final reforged quality. Wu Ming could lower the equipment quality to its absolute minimum, thereby increasing my chances of achieving the best possible quality. After observing, Fa Xiong scoffed. He actually wants him? What a lunatic. The servant next to him burst out laughing. Just how desperate for members are they, to need someone whose luck will drag the whole team down, he sneered. They truly deserve the name scavengers, always picking up things nobody else wants. Wu Ming spoke with a calm voice. Your team will be swallowed by the abyss, and will die like dust scattered by the wind. However, Yiqing, you will have to die by my hands before that. He stood up, and his answer satisfied Yiqing. Therefore, I choose to join the team. Yiqing smiled confidently and said, Then you're in for a constant disappointment, because I refuse to let the abyss claim anyone else, he declared with a smirk. Just you watch. The cloaked figure looked on, thoroughly impressed. This guy seems incredibly powerful. But his servant immediately countered, That's nameless. Every time his party is wiped out during an abyss hunt, he's the only one who returns. That's why they call him the Cursed One. Every team he's joined has a 100% annihilation rate. Fa Xiong chimed in with a sneer. You're actually going to recruit scum like him? That idiot Yiqing is only recruiting fools and psychos. Who in their right mind would ever join his party? In stark contrast to Fa Xiong's group, Yiqing's team was in high spirits. Nameless muttered unconsciously, Captain, sir, I'm hungry. Meanwhile, Yi Ling fiercely channeled her magic as a threat. You dare touch my cake, and I will end you. Following his captain's lead, he asked the receptionist to bring their food. But Zhou Tong tried to de-escalate. All right, that's enough. Stop arguing. We're all teammates now. Yiqing smiled as he gazed at the registration paper. Right now, I've recruited 3 members. Yi Ling, Nameless, and Zhou Tong. We only need 1 more to meet the team's minimum requirement. In the time we have left, we just need to recruit 1 more member to receive our official hunter team license. As the sun began to set, the group sat talking in the guild hall. Zhou Tong spoke up anxiously. Our reputation doesn't seem to be very good. Yi Ling crossed her arms with a knowing look. To be more precise, our reputation is bad because of you two. Fa Xiong strutted over, interrupting with an arrogant smirk. See? What did I tell you? Time is almost up. If you still haven't recruited enough members, your application will be worthless. I'll personally see to it that the review board rejects all your future applications, citing character flaws and your inability to lead a hunter team. He pointed a finger directly at Yiqing, his words laced with venom. From this day forward, you won't just be banned from being a captain. Your own hunter's license will be restricted, and this is the price for crossing me. So, Yiqing, do you regret it yet? But Yiqing's reply was like ice. My team is already full. Fa Xiong scoffed in disbelief, repeating the words. Full, you say? He disrespectfully listed Yiqing's members, starting with the rookie chick, Zhou Tong, followed by a derisive laugh. He continued, and the dense girl, Yi Ling. Finally, Fa Qiong looked at Nameless. The cursed harbinger of death, Nameless, plus an idiot leader. That's obviously 1 person short. 4 or 5. You think I can't count? Yiqing shot him a smug look. It's 5 people, you fool. Just then, a stylishly dressed woman strode in, her voice clear and strong. My apologies. I was trapped in the abyss for a while. I nearly died in there. But luckily, I made it out. If anyone's to blame, it's you for the short notice. I came completely unprepared. It was Xingran. She casually propped her sword on her shoulder. Whatever. In any case, I'm here now. The entire hall gasped in unison as they recognized her. Liu Xingran. Even the massive man was stunned. The Liu Corporation is one of the World Guild's biggest sponsors. And as the youngest member of the clan, Liu Xingran's status is top tier. Fa Xiong was equally shocked. How could these two possibly be on the same team? Aren't hunters of her caliber already reserved by the world's top teams? The servant hastily whispered. Liu Xingran is a notorious rebel. After she rejected her family's training plan, they cut off her access to the clan's special resources. But even if she's no longer favored by the Liu family, she shouldn't have to join a trash-tier hunter team like this one. This can only mean that Yiqing actually has some skill. Fa Xiong spun around, instantly denying it. Skill? Don't make me laugh. He just knows a few dirty tricks. If he hadn't sucker-punched me last night, he'd be the one in a hospital bed right now. Let's get out of here. The servant looked conflicted. Boss, the guild-assigned scavengers haven't arrived yet. Should we wait a bit longer? It was obvious Fa Xiong despised Yiqing. We're taking on an A-rank mission. The drops will all be masterpieces. There won't be any trash for a scavenger team to pick up. Suddenly, the receptionist's announcement cut through the tension. Congratulations, the Scavenger's home team is now officially established. Current registered members, 5. Team rank, E. Current status, licensed. Hunter team leader, Yiqing. Members, nameless, Zhou Tong, Yiling, and Liu Xingran. The Scavenger's home is now eligible to accept E-rank missions. Yiqing walked to the counter, placing his hand on the desk. His confident words left Fa Xiong utterly speechless. I'm applying to follow your team into the A-rank abyss. Taking full responsibility for the cleanup detail, Fa Xiong was seething, but still managed a mocking laugh. Haha, how can an E-rank hunter team like yours possibly handle the cleanup for my A-rank mission? Yiqing smirked, unfazed by his words. E-rank is just our business scope. It doesn't limit the level of the abyss we can enter. As long as there's a vacant spot on the cleanup crew, why not us? How could they not accept it? But moments later, the receptionist handed him a form. The application was approved. The Scavenger's house was now licensed to join the mission alongside the Heart Hunters. Fa Xiong's face twisted with rage. You son of a bitch, how dare you exploit a loophole like that? Yiqing extended his hand with a confident smirk. So for this mission, why don't we put our prejudices aside and cooperate? After all, this is an A-rank abyss, and the rewards are massive. Fa Xiong shouted in his face. Cooperate my ass. If you want to be my personal trash collector, then be my guest. He stormed off, seething with anger, but his rage only amused Yiqing. I'll be sure to leave plenty of scraps for you to pick up. What a pathetic bastard. Yiqing replied with a satisfied smile. Then I'm in your care, captain of the Heart Hunters. Zhou Tong pulled him aside. Boss, are you seriously going to be that guy's errand boy? Yiqing quickly answered. Of course not. By registering as a scavenger, I can join any hunting mission I want, without restrictions. He laid out his entire plan for Zhou Tong. Even with the worst qualifications, he could now enter the highest level abysses as a support member. It was a brilliant advantage that he'd slowly uncovered. As expected, of our boss, Yiqing explained further. Becoming a scavenger was always part of the plan. Teaming up with the Heart Hunters was just a fortunate coincidence. A sly grin spread across his face as he announced, because their mission includes the key to the Blackstone Tower, which piqued everyone's curiosity. They all shouted in unison, "The Black Tower key!" Yiqing sat down and recounted the intel from the guild, which confirmed a Black Tower key was involved. For an abyss hunt of this level, the Heart Hunters must have pulled some serious strings to land such a lucrative mission. Wu Ming already seemed to know that the Black Tower key was the only ticket to challenge the Black Tower. Challengers receive rewards based on the number of floors they can conquer. For instance, its rewards can remove curses and even cure incurable diseases. Yiling added with a pout. They even say it can resurrect those who have died inside the abyss. I know countless hunter teams have scoured abyss gates all over the world, desperately searching for that key, but only a handful have ever found one and entered the tower. Xingran complained to the group. But, without exception, every single one of them became one of the world's strongest rankers. Just like my siblings. Zhou Tong tried to play it cool, laughing awkwardly. Huh? It seems like everyone knows what this Black Tower key is, so why am I the only one completely in the dark? Can this key make me a superstar in seconds or something? The team just gave him a deadpan stare. Sorry, it only rewards true strength. He sighed, his voice dropping. Ugh, what a buzzkill. I guess I'd better just focus on getting stronger then. That's the only way I'll ever shut everyone up. Yiqing then continued discussing the plan with his team. Now, it's right in front of us. If we're lucky, we can find the key to the Black Tower first. In any case, the members of the Heart Hunters will take the lead, giving us the perfect cover to search for any hidden rooms. Xingran looked at him eagerly. So this was your master plan all along, which included me showing up? Yiqing answered sheepishly. Of course not. I honestly thought the Scavenger's house would have no problem recruiting people, but as it turns out, his answer left the four of them frozen in stunned silence. In a remote and desolate valley, on the day of the A-rank Abyss mission, the gate to the Abyss shimmered. From within the portal, the figures of a group of people began to emerge. Zhou Tong was one of them. He looked around in awe and nervously exclaimed, I can see the sky inside the abyss. After confirming it was real, he threw his arms open wide in delight. Unbelievable. Aren't abysses supposed to be enclosed spaces like dungeons? Yiqing and Wu Ming emerged right after him. He explained, occasionally, you'll encounter an open-world abyss. There are no rooms to clear here. But there are also no clear paths to follow. This type of abyss is especially dangerous. If you can't find your way back, you'll be trapped in here forever. He groaned in frustration. Sand. I hate sand. The only thing that made him shudder was the girl's choice of fashion. What in the world are you wearing? Liu Xingran immediately retorted. Don't you know how damaging the sun is to a girl's skin? Yiling simply pushed her sunglasses up with confidence. With the entire group assembled, they finally set out. Zhou Tong began to sing with excitement. In the desert, I wander alone. Across the endless wilderness, where distant dreams shimmer, my soul wants to fly to the heavens, to chase the wind across the vast sky. Fa Jiang stood with his arms crossed defiantly. Damn it, I hate open terrain like this. Finding the mission target is going to take forever. The monk detailed the report. According to intel, the heart of this abyss lies in a desert oasis. He asked for confirmation on the location. Their eyes scanned the distant landscape, but the path ahead was barren. There wasn't a hint of green, nor any monsters to fight. And this was supposed to be an A-rank abyss? The shield warrior suddenly voiced his doubts. Something felt off the whole way here. A flock of birds has been circling over our heads, and I get the feeling they could attack at any moment. The archer, his eyes half closed, broke into a cold sweat at the mention of birds. He could almost see winged creatures descending upon them from above. But these weren't just simple birds. They were winged monstrosities, shaped like human women. Screams erupted from all directions as the entire team went on high alert. What in the world is that? Those aren't birds. They're harpies. Everyone drew their weapons as chaos consumed the battlefield. We're on open ground. These aerial monsters have a natural advantage. Get behind me. The shield warrior roared at Yiqing's group. You scavengers. Find a hole to hide in unless you want to die. Yiqing just shrugged. What's there to be afraid of? Besides grabbing people and dropping them, these harpies can barely do any real damage. Jingran added with even more confidence. If any of you get caught, it just proves your movement skills are pathetic. Those words instantly enraged the shield warrior and the other support members. How dare you mock the official forces of the Heart Hunters? Our boss letting you scavenge our leftovers is already a huge honor. Who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty? The harpies were practically drooling with hunger, swooping down in ever-increasing numbers. The Heart Hunters party struggled to defend against the onslaught. The archer hastily fired an arrow, but it was easily dodged. In return, another harpy sank its talons deep into his shoulders. He had no way to fight back, as it effortlessly lifted him into the air. It got me. Save me, you useless bastards. A foot slammed into the earth as the shield warrior launched himself into the air to save his comrade, but his heroic effort fell just short. Damn it, I was so close. Suddenly, a strange aura flared up around Yiling. In the next instant, a massive explosion engulfed the harpy, saving the helpless archer from his fate. As the shield warrior landed safely, he could only watch as his teammate plummeted to the ground. The archer struggled to rise from the massive crater he'd made. A voice suddenly echoed from the edge of a nearby cliff. And here I thought all Heart Hunter members were elites. Yiling seized the opportunity to mock the pathetic group below. Turns out you have your share of third-rate scrubs too. The archer trembled head to toe after his near-death experience, but he clearly hadn't learned his lesson. It's your fault for distracting me. I could have dodged that. Yiqing couldn't help but look at him with contempt. Lousy movement skills and an expert at blaming others. Is this the style of the great Heart Hunters? But there was no time to argue. Another wave of harpies was about to descend. The shield warrior rushed to his teammate's side, as a female archer told him, just ignore him, he brought this on himself. Now let's see him talk about easy movement skills. Yiqing's sharp gaze shifted to the side. The harpies let out a series of ferocious, ear-splitting shrieks. But in the next moment, Yiqing's expression darkened. His hand reached behind his back, gripping the hilt of his sword, as the harpies behind him erupted in a spray of fresh blood. The shield warrior stared, dumbfounded, as one of the creatures crashed unconscious to the ground. What just happened? The archer trembled, refusing to believe what he just saw. It's dead. It was a lucky shot. You just got lucky and hit a weak spot or something. I could do that easily, but it turned out the creature wasn't quite finished. Despite its heavy injuries, it managed to hiss out a few last threats. Its final squawks made the archer jump in terror. The coward was so scared he nearly wet his pants. Help me! But the poor harpy barely got a sound out before its skull was crushed under a single, ruthless stomp. Yiqing issued a warning. Harpies are extremely sensitive to noise. If you keep screaming, you'll just attract more of them. If you don't want trouble, shut your mouth and keep moving. Elsewhere, the powerful Fa Xiang sliced clean through a harpy's neck. The other members of the party supported each other, holding their own against the difficult enemies. The mages took on the critical role of paralyzing the creatures from a safe distance. But the harpies weren't just mindless beasts. They quickly realized their kin were falling to the powerful humans. As if on signal, they turned tail and fled without a single look back, terror and panic written all over their faces. Fa Xiong glared at the two incompetent members. Who recruited this ranger and warrior? A true pair of clowns. The second this mission is over, kick them out of the team immediately. The Heart Hunters don't keep fools. His subordinate standing nearby nodded obediently. Yes, boss. Understood. Zhou Tong. He kept glancing around, bewildered. Are we safe yet? Are we really safe? Is this actually safe? The most important questions must be asked 3 times. Yiqing couldn't have cared less. That unlucky adventurer probably screamed so loud. He was instantly marked as the priority target. Xingran suddenly spoke up. These monsters aren't that strong, she explained. But they always prioritize aerial attacks. They go after classes that make a lot of noise, like mages chanting spells or wandering bards. Hearing this, Chu Tong's face went completely pale. Are you saying they're my natural counter? She added. They easily bypass the frontline tanks to strike at the squishy back row, which means the weaker classes in the back are in serious danger. Chu Tong came to a swift conclusion. Okay, I'm shutting up right now. The male mage watched with relief as the bird-like monsters vanished into the sky. The harpies had been neutralized and no longer dared to approach the party. But then, a tremor in the stones along the path caught his eye. It was followed by a much larger, more intense vibration. The sudden shaking sent a wave of panic through the group. What's going on? An earthquake, Xingran stated calmly, her arms crossed. No, that's not right. The harpies weren't brought under control. They must have encountered a more powerful enemy. A short distance away, Yiling grabbed Chu Tong's ear. Don't you even think about running away. He let out a pained yelp. Ouch! A tense energy settled over the barren valley as the sound of thunderous footsteps echoed from the distance. Thump! 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 It was a horde of vicious monsters with razor-sharp fangs. So that wasn't an earthquake. It was the stampede of an impossibly massive army. Their cries were utterly savage. A woo! A massive cloud of dust billowed towards them, getting closer by the second. Thud! Thud! Fa Xiong roared a warning. It's a pack of ghouls. He immediately began barking orders, directing everyone into formation. Healers, to the rear. Now. Shield bearers, with me. Form the front line. Vanguard strikers, spread out. Locate their mages. His gaze then shifted to the 5 figures standing idly on a rocky ledge. Hey, I'm a professional commander, you know. I can command a party of over 20 people at once. His arrogant voice boomed across the valley. Let me show you trash haulers how it's done. Witness the might of us heart hunters. A resounding, yes, sir, echoed from his team. Yiqing's party just stood there, watching the scene unfold. Yiling let out a low whistle. Whoa, there are so many of them. The entire heart hunter squad closed ranks, holding their defensive positions as the monsters approached. They refused to let the augurs make the first move. Fa Xiong suddenly broke formation, charging forward alone. Boom! He cast aside his heavy armor and weapons. Titan strength, in a single, blinding flash. His powerful cleave sent a monster's head flying. The rest of the horde surged forward to attack. They lunged to strike, but he didn't even give them a second glance. Pathetically weak. Instantly, 2 figures behind him provided powerful backup, unleashing a barrage of long-range magic. He raised his sword, rallying his troops' morale. Charge! Annihilate them! They pressed their advantage, and the battlefield descended into chaos. As the battle raged, Yiqing's party watched in silence. He made his assessment. The augurs aren't that strong. The heart hunters should be able to handle this. Beside him, Yiling clenched her fists, itching to jump into the fray. Aren't we going to join in? She asked. Chu Tong, on the other hand, was trembling in fear. There are too many. This is terrifying. I want to go home. Yiling immediately shot him down. Don't you want to get stronger? Yiqing finally spoke, his voice low. Fa Xiong loves the spotlight. Let him have his show. Our only job is to haul the junk. But no one noticed the enormous shadow that was about to fall upon them. The party stared blankly as an augur's corpse crashed to the ground. But with a loud thud, it turned out the monster wasn't quite dead yet. Its jaws, dripping with saliva, opened wide to let out a guttural roar. But before the creature could finish its cry, it was silenced by a powerful kick to the head. The impact was so strong it coughed up blood, its eyes bulging from their sockets as its skull likely caved in. Yiqing cursed under his breath. That psycho. He definitely did that on purpose. Fa Xiong glanced at the noisy group and sneered. Well, look at that. It was still alive. Hurry up and clean this mess. You are the cleanup crew, after all. Item cards began to appear, floating in the air. Shields, hammers, and spears materialized before them, but every single one was trash-tier quality. Yiqing, Xingran, Yiling, and Chu Tong all shot a helpless look over at Wu Ming, who looked just as dejected, as a notification showed his luck stat was dropping. Chu Tong picked up one of the shields to inspect it. The Heart Hunters would probably just toss this stuff. I heard they only keep gear that's purple rank or higher. Look at this. It's gray rank. Oh, not even good enough to be considered white rank. But Ye Qing's eyes suddenly lit up like dollar signs. This gray rank trash gear is exactly what we're after. For me, this stuff is incredibly useful. Meanwhile, the Heart Hunters were in a frenzy, with Fa Xiong and his teammates slaughtering the hulking augurs. And yet, not a single piece of blue rank gear had dropped. This is strange. I can't even land a critical hit, and all the loot is just gray rank trash. Fighting his heart out just to get useless junk was making him extremely frustrated. No matter how he looked at it, none of the loot had any value. One of the mages cast a spell, blasting a nearby area. Boom! This is definitely weird. Something's not right here. It's not just us. We can't seem to land a single critical hit. In an instant, the man shriveled up like a husk, completely drained of his life force. Damn it, what is this rotten luck? I poured a fortune into this blessed demon-slaying gear, and it's completely useless in this place. Yiqing assessed the battlefield. The main demonic force wasn't launching an all-out assault. Something felt off. Looks like another wave of enemies is crashing the party. Ooh. Xingran seemed to understand their strange behavior. These demonic beasts are supposed to be mindless creatures. When hunters invade their territory, they should just charge in recklessly. An image of Damas flashed through his mind. Ever since the scouts encountered that dark elf, he'd had a strange, nagging feeling. Some of these beasts even communicate in their own tongue. Suddenly, a hand shot out, pointing at the commotion. Over there, look! Amidst the swirling vortex of dust, the augurs chattered in their alien language. Fa Xiong desperately tried to rally his men. Shield warriors, hold the line. The healers are right behind you, ready to restore your health. His words seemed to breathe new life into the tanks. He poured every last ounce of his strength into his defense, bracing against the brutal monster's assault, creating a deafening shriek of metal. An archer shouted in triumph, "Ha! Another one down." And another. But suddenly, a massive boulder nearby was split cleanly into 4 pieces. It was as if something was clawing its way up from the very earth. Rumble! A panicked warning cry made him jump out of his skin. What? Watch your back! And just as the warning came, a pack of augurs burst from the ground, snarling with rage. They postured arrogantly, as if announcing their arrival. Ooh. A spectral insect cast a gleaming net. It completely trapped the party, restricting all movement. The enemy's broken through to the rear. Help us, damn it. A panicked mage turned to Fa Xiong for orders. Boss, our rear guard is in danger. Should we push forward? But their leader was bursting with energy. He had no intention of letting victory slip from his grasp. You fool. Just keep pushing forward and slaughtering them. The mage grew even more desperate, but the boss just continued. Just lure those damn corpse draggers over to them. Drag the aggro over there. Our only job is to kill what's in front of us. Don't you dare stop. Despite the dire situation, the others immediately obeyed their leader's command. Understood. Yes, boss. One by one, they launched small canisters into the air. A moment later, a thick purple smoke billowed out, catching the attention of every augur below. Boom! Just then, a system notification appeared. All aggro cleared. The beasts froze, their faces completely blank. For a moment, they seemed utterly confused, until one of them suddenly pointed to the sky and let out a roar, as if giving a signal. Dozens of eyes, gleaming with a dangerous light, turned as one. Then, the thunder of heavy footsteps echoed across the ground. Thump, thump. Wu Ming watched intently and whispered, "Something's coming." Zhou Tong stammered, completely bewildered. It's the monsters the vanguard missed. Yiling already had a blazing inferno gathered in her palm. This doesn't feel like they were just lured over. Xingran placed a hand on her chin, a knowing grin spreading across her face. We haven't had a real fight since entering the abyss. Guess it's our turn to show them what we've got. Yiqing gently placed a hand on each of the girls' shoulders. You two, don't stop moving for now. Conserve your mana and health. Don't join the fight unless you have absolutely no other choice. Her voice was tinged with disappointment. We're not using our magic first? These augurs, he explained. They're trying to lure us into a trap. Let the Lai Shin Guild's main force test the waters first. Then, from out of nowhere, he drew 2 blades, holding them ready. He didn't forget to order them to protect the rear. "I'll be enough." With those words, he channeled power into his legs and launched himself forward. He left a spiderweb of cracks on the stone ledge. Crack! The augurs below fixed their gaze on the dark shadow hurtling down from above. A massive web was instantly cast, aiming to trap Yiqing while he was still airborne, with no way to dodge. But instead, he curled into a ball, spinning like a high-speed wheel, and slammed right through the enemy's attack. They never imagined he could maneuver behind them so quickly. By the time they realized their mistake, the entire pack whipped their heads around. But it was already too late. He swung his leg in a powerful arc, sending one of the beasts flying into the distance. Seeing their comrade struck down, 2 other Augurs grew enraged. Their faces darkened as they raised their weapons and surrounded him. His movements were impossibly fast, leaping high into the air as their axes crashed down. Yiqing's blade drew a single, clean line through the air. A mystical, purple aura trailed behind his blade. He unleashed his dual sword style, slashing through both of the massive creatures. Those things are several times his size. Xingran couldn't help but gasp in awe at the incredible display. Yiqing. How has he gotten so much stronger in just a few days? Surrounded by a sea of augurs, he remained perfectly calm. He cut them down one by one, his movements so fast they were a blur to the naked eye. His incredible speed rendered their attempts to fight back completely useless. Heads and limbs were sent flying, the cuts so clean and fast that blood didn't even have time to spill. They were frozen solid. Not a single corpse remained whole in his wake. The survivors trembled uncontrollably, choked by the primal fear of death. The result? They tucked tail and ran for their lives, a pathetic mess of tears and snot. Huh? Yiqing turned his head, completely baffled. Hey, why are they running? The members of the Heart-Hunting Guild, oblivious to the other battle, gloated smugly. It's about time that scavenger trash got what they deserved. We should be grateful for their sacrifice so we can finally fight in peace. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the air, the heavy thud of powerful legs rushing straight toward them. Thud. 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 The moment they realized what was happening, they froze in place. No way. This has to be a joke. Right? 2 augurs burst from the swirling clouds of dust. That damn raiding party of augurs was back. An archer quickly took aim, but was swatted away like a fly by one of the beasts. Countless desperate screams for help erupted everywhere. Help me. Yiqing murmured to himself. So it's true. Unlike normal monsters, they know to pick off the weaker targets first, and if they meet an opponent they can't handle, they'll proactively retreat. These augurs actually possess some level of intelligence. As a warrior stared in utter disbelief at the chaos, a colossal, spike-studded mace materialized out of thin air. Then, a ferocious beast brought it crashing down, shattering the very earth beneath it. He Wubuping screamed. Our tank! He got taken out just like that. Faxiong, sweating bullets, shot back. Why weren't you watching his health bar? Feng He stammered in fear. I didn't even see his health bar move. It must have been an instant kill. A massive shadow flickered within the toxic smog, before a colossal foot slammed down on the ground with earth-shaking force. It was a high-level warrior augur, and perched on its shoulder was a smaller one, with ears as pointed as an elf's. But it wasn't alone. In the next moment, several more began to emerge, slowly closing in on their party. Their shadows were so immense they completely engulfed Faxiong. These high-level warrior augurs were in a completely different league from the raiders. It was like they were 2 entirely different classes of monster. He immediately spun around, barking a command. Reform the lines. Hold your positions. But then, his pupils dilated in pure horror. The Heart-Hunting Guild was officially trapped. The augurs had ambushed them from behind, shattering their formation. Now we're surrounded by monsters, and the augurs' reinforcements just keep coming. Ah! At that moment, Yiqing finally understood the enemy's plot. The raiding augurs were just bait. A fiery explosion erupted into the air, its deafening roar echoing across the desolate wasteland. A golden shockwave ripped through the atmosphere, and a torrent of raw energy obliterated everything in its path. Arcs of lightning rained down from above, slamming into the flesh-eaters and forcing them back, each bolt searing through their hides and paralyzing them. Faxiong let out a cold snort. With a powerful stomp, his body shot forward like a meteor, straight toward the flesh-eater horde. He gripped 2 blades, now crackling with golden energy, and unleashed a savage assault on his foes. The power surging within Faxiong suddenly exploded, and the very air around him began to tremble from the sheer force. Faxiong targeted the beast in the center, unleashing a crushing whirlwind slash. A thunderous crash echoed across the battlefield. As his twin blades fell, the flesh eater collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Witnessing their comrade fall, the other beasts snapped their gaze toward Fa Xiong. His body now radiated a lethal aura of crackling electricity. Fa Xiong glanced at the corpse at his feet, then met the fearful gazes of the others as they began to cautiously back away. He threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Ha, so-called blind behemoths, before my titan strength, you're all nothing but garbage. So this is all the flesh-eaters amount to. And here I was, thinking they were some kind of unstoppable force. How laughable." Through the swirling dust, a gargantuan shadow suddenly appeared, revealing the colossal form of another flesh-eater. Its hide was like steel, a crown of sharp horns atop its head. Its crimson eyes, burning with bloodlust, advanced steadily toward him, and perched on its shoulder was a smaller flesh-eater, looking like a classic giant and goblin duo from some old game. But seeing this new challenger only fueled Fa Xiong's excitement. He shot forward like an arrow, gripping his blades with a wild, eager grin. "Die!" he roared. But just as his blades were about to strike, the flesh-eater raised its own colossal fist. The massive fist, crackling with its own lightning, aimed true. When the two forces collided, the sky itself erupted in a blinding flash of light. The opposing pressure tore through the air with a deafening roar, shaking the entire region to its core. That single blocked attack was enough to make Fa Xiong completely reevaluate his opponent's power. The blades in his hands felt impossibly heavy. He gripped them tighter, veins bulging on his arms as if they were about to burst. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. The flesh-eater let out a guttural roar, pouring all its strength into one punch that sent Fa Xiong flying. He was launched backward into a cloud of dust. Sent reeling by the immense force, Fa Xiong desperately dug his blades into the ground to regain his footing. Bracing himself, he gripped the hilt of his blade. Clenching his jaw, he stared down the monster, thinking, "How in the hell is this thing so unbelievably strong?" But there was no time for Fa Xiong to recover. The thundering sound of heavy footsteps closed in. He looked up in sheer horror. The flesh-eating demon was already upon him, its massive fist swinging as it charged forward at full speed. His body couldn't react as fast as his eyes. A punch with the force of a freight train slammed into Fa Xiong's face, knocking the wind out of him as his eyes rolled back. After that warm welcome from the flesh-eater, Fa Xiong's body was sent flying several meters through the air. He crashed into the ground, carving a deep trench on impact. The sheer force of the blow left him completely paralyzed. His entire body was numb, totally unable to move. He felt like his internal organs had been turned to dust. He choked out ragged gasps of pain as a stream of fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The rest of the team, fighting monsters nearby, saw their leader go down, and they all cried out in alarm. With their captain in trouble, chaos erupted in their ranks. The mission was clear: break through the enemy lines and get to him. They fought as fast as they could to clear a path to Fa Xiong, but another horde of flesh-eaters charged in from the distance. The squad quickly regrouped to rescue their captain, who was facing a relentless assault from the colossal demon. Unleashing their ultimate skills, the entire team charged forward to back him up. The flesh-eater was instantly overwhelmed by the ferocious storm of attacks. Its body collapsed, paralyzed by the onslaught. Meanwhile, Fa Xiong regained his composure and struggled back to his feet. He wiped the blood from his lips, glaring at the fallen demon. Just then, MT drew his bow and fired, taking down another monster. With a look of pure triumph, he screamed, "Die, you worthless, rotten trash." Boom! Another one fell just out of sight. But there was another figure, one that had gone unnoticed. A short, goblin-like demon took advantage of the chaos, muttering some kind of ancient incantation. The eye sockets of its staff began to flicker with an ominous red light, which then shot out in every direction as the creature let out a wicked laugh. Suddenly, the colossal demon's body jolted, as if a 220-volt current was surging through its nerves. It trembled violently, spasm after spasm. But despite the team's relentless attacks, it seemed to feel no pain at all. Its body began to radiate a sinister red glow. Its eyes, soulless and furious, were completely bloodshot as it launched itself forward. It lunged straight for MT, locking him in a bone-crushing bear hug that froze him on the spot. MT struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break the creature's grip. He screamed in pure terror, "Ah, I thought this thing was dead." Crushed by its immense weight, MT collapsed, still trapped in the demon's deadly embrace. No matter how much he fought back, it was completely useless. He yelled in a frantic panic, "What is going on? Why is it still moving?" A short-haired girl on his team cautiously approached. She noticed it wasn't attacking, just clinging to MT like a giant koala. completely motionless. Fa Xiong stepped closer to investigate. The red spots on the demon's body glowed brighter and spread wider. Suddenly, its temperature skyrocketed as if it were about to explode. The girl turned in alarm and screamed at the others. "Watch out! This is necromancy. It's going to blow." Hearing her warning, MT used every ounce of his strength, desperately trying to stand up and break free from this death grip. He was too young to check out of life just yet. A second later, the world erupted in a blinding flash of smoke and fire. A series of deafening pops echoed through the air. A voice cried out, "Ah, damn it!" But what a beautiful explosion. Fa Xiong and the others watched in horror from behind. Someone yelled that their healing spells couldn't possibly keep up with that level of damage. This was bad. They had just lost their main support. Fa Xiong didn't waste a second. He screamed at his team, "Throw the aggro-wiping smoke bombs. Retreat, retreat, retreat." The entire squad immediately reached for their pouches, hurling the bombs at the monsters like a volley of firecrackers before running for their lives. Watching the chain reaction of explosions from a distance, Yiqing's brow furrowed. He focused his gaze and murmured, "Turning a corpse into a living bomb. And Franja. That has to be some kind of necromancy." He was certain his deduction was correct. He quickly turned to his own comrades and shouted, "Everyone, stay away from all the dead bodies." As he stood there, something began to stir at his feet, slinking towards one of the nearby flesh-eaters. But when the creature saw it was Yiqing, it froze in absolute terror. Yiqing didn't even bother to look. With his hands casually in his pockets, he simply said, "Recall." The moment the word left his lips, ancient runes materialized out of thin air, wrapping around the colossal demon's body like unbreakable chains. The beast roared in agony as an immense, unseen force slammed into it and sent it flying into the distance. A ring of purple and black death energy lingered in the air. Its lifeless body, eyes rolled back, slowly dissipated into nothing but smoke. In this desolate wasteland, a place so barren not even birds dared to go, Chutong witnessed the entire scene and cheered with delight. "Our leader is on another level." Yiling, standing nearby, watched with an unreadable expression. "The corpse is gone," she noted. Su Wuming approached from behind. With his massive greatsword over his shoulder, he mused, "So, a skill like that exists, huh? How interesting." Hearing this, Yiqing grew cautious, a bead of sweat on his brow. He quickly changed the subject. "We don't have time for that." There was no time for explanations. The first priority was to clear the corpses, to stop the dead from suddenly rising again. You'd think clearing a battlefield would be easy, but this place was pure chaos. How could they work in these conditions? Yiqing closed his eyes and sighed in frustration. He'd hoped for a little time to leisurely collect his spoils, but now it was clear he'd have to secure the area before salvaging anything. Just as despair set in, the thunder of frantic footsteps echoed through the chaos. Emerging from a cloud of dust, Fa Xiong's crew appeared. Every one of his lackeys was hauling a heavy sack on their back. They looked completely weighed down, running and gasping for air, with the panicked look of survivors who just escaped death itself. Fa Xiong, leading the charge, spotted Yiqing's group and shouted, "Hey, garbage collectors!" Seeing the scavengers in front of him, Fa Xiong felt the heavy weight in his chest finally lift. A wide grin spreading across his face as he looked at Yiqing. Putting on a dignified air, he said, "Out of the kindness of my heart, I'm giving you all a golden opportunity. What do you say?" When a fox comes knocking on the henhouse door, it's never for a friendly chat. This guy wouldn't be grinning ear to ear just to spout nonsense. Yiqing ignored his phony friendliness and said, "I'm listening." Fa Xiong's smile widened, looking as happy as a farmer with a bumper crop. He gestured with his hands, more enthusiastically than ever. "You guys have always wanted a chance to make a name for yourselves, right? Well, I'll write your names in bold, colorful letters, crediting you with an outstanding contribution in this A-rank case against the Heart Hunters. How about it?" To add more weight to his offer, he continued, "Who knows, once we get out of here, your little scavenger team might even get a promotion out of it." Hearing his words, Yiqing's entire crew just stared at each other blankly. Did this guy take the wrong medicine today? Yiqing felt something was off. He stroked his chin and replied, "I'm a waste collector. If I start branching out into other businesses, my one and only hunter license might get reported and revoked. What would I do then?" Fa Xiong let out a forced laugh, quickly saying, "Haha, my friend, what's this talk about reports and licenses? Didn't you yourself say we should put aside our prejudices and cooperate?" Fa Xiong winked, acting like he just met a long-lost brother. "This time, I'm sincerely inviting you to join us. As a cooperating hunter group with the Heart Hunters. I guarantee it," he thought to himself. I just barely crawled out of death's door, since these losers want to see some action anyway. I'll bring these scavengers along as a meat shield for my team next time. It'll buy us time to escape. It's a win-win. I get an insurance policy for my life, and I don't lose a thing. After hearing him out, Yiqing's group felt that Fa Xiong was acting very strangely today, but they couldn't put their finger on what was wrong. It was clearly him, but at the same time, it wasn't. The brilliant smile he gave them was enough to make their skin crawl. Let's rewind a few minutes, back to when Fa Xiong's crew was desperately fleeing the dusty, death-filled plains. After tossing a series of hate-erasing bombs, they ran for their lives and finally managed to escape the danger zone. Reaching an open area, they stopped, panting like dogs. Exhausted, Fa Xiong dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. He looked back in the direction they came from and cursed under his breath. Out in the open, Fa Xiong's men were still gasping for air like fish out of water. Trying to gulp down every bit of oxygen, they finally calmed down and discussed the situation. That thing is not easy to deal with. Meanwhile, the giant and the dwarf relentlessly searched for them in the dust cloud, looking left and right, trying to pick up their trail. One of his teammates stared into the hazy fog ahead and said, "We don't actually have to fight these high-level monsters head-on. This is an open abyss. We don't need to defeat the boss to get inside." The teammate felt his idea had merit, and Fa Xiong didn't immediately shoot it down. Logically, it made some sense, so he continued, "We can totally go around them, avoid the fight, and head straight for our objective." Hearing this, Fa Xiong turned to his teammate, his eyes wide. "Go around? Avoid the fight? But that thing will actively attack us." With his battlefield experience, he knew. These monsters would attack anyone who entered their territory, whether they were provoked or not. The teammate grinned, a cunning glint in his eyes. He clapped his hands and said, "Haven't you been annoyed with that bunch of garbage collectors for a while now? Just lead them to that blind beast over there. It's a classic bait and switch." Fa Xiong's eyes widened. He was looking at his teammate in a whole new light. "Brilliant," praised. The teammate beamed and let out a hearty laugh. "Even if all those scavengers die, it's not our problem. With your father backing us, who would dare investigate our captain's responsibility?" Hearing this, Fa Xiong's eyes lit up brighter than a shooting star. He grinned from ear to ear and shouted excitedly, "Excellent! That's my father we're talking about. Now, back to the scene unfolding before us." Fa Xiong crossed his arms, smirking triumphantly. "So, what do you say?" he asked, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I'm making you a very sincere offer." Behind him, his teammates didn't even bother to hide their smirks, laughing along with him. They were clearly waiting for the show to begin. Seeing their treacherous expressions, Zhou Tong couldn't hold back his disgust and turned his head. Zhou Tong leaned in close. "Big bro," he whispered. "They just want us to be cannon fodder. I see right through their little plan." Yiqing already knew what was up, but he remained silent. Su Wuming casually leaned in. "Even if the Heart Hunters gave it their all," he drawled, "they'd still get annihilated. And now they're inviting us to join them? Please." It's a trap so obvious a blind man could spot it. Liu Xingran sidled up to Yiqing, a mischievous glint in her eye. She threw an arm over his shoulder, a smirk playing on her lips. "Think of all the powerful monsters we could fight. This is the perfect chance to train ourselves." "You can't pass this up, Yiqing." Seeing Yiqing hadn't moved, Fa Xiong stepped forward, his smile wide and friendly. "So, what do you think of my proposal? We can offer you the same benefits as an A-rank hunter team. We'll even cut you in on a share of the spirit stones afterward, assuming you brats even survive to spend them." Heh heh heh. After a moment of thought, Yiqing spoke. "We'll do it." Instantly, Zhou Tong grabbed his left shoulder, shaking him hard. "No way!" Zhou Tong practically shrieked, but on his right, Liu Xingran's eyes were shining like stars. She grabbed his other shoulder, shaking him wildly with excitement. "This is going to be awesome." Pulled from both sides, Yiqing was shaken back and forth like a rag doll, nearly getting whiplash. Fa Xiong got the answer he wanted. He let out a hearty laugh, beaming at Yiqing's crew. "Now that's what I like to hear. I knew I picked the right people. Let's move forward together and forge a legendary bond." Yiling rushed over and yanked Zhou Tong away from Yiqing, smacking him on the head a few times before bursting into laughter. Wincing in pain, Zhou Tong finally let go. He clutched his head, tears welling in his eyes as he shot a death glare at Yiling. Hearing his captain's decision, Su Wuming simply resigned himself to fate. Meanwhile, Liu Xingran let go of Yiqing and started jumping around, cheering with joy. "It's fine, we just have to cut them all down." At that moment, Yiqing finally regained his balance and straightened his collar. After smoothing out his clothes, Yiqing slung an arm around Zhou Tong. He turned back to Fa Xiong. "Give us a minute, we need to have a team meeting." Fa Xiong looked a bit surprised by the request, but he just scratched his head with a blank stare. "Oh, okay." As they walked away, Zhou Tong stumbled nervously. Fa Xiong has been plotting against us from the start. He wants to get rid of us. Liu Xingran trailed behind them, not worried in the slightest, just happily humming to herself. Throughout it all, Yiqing remained silent. Seeing his leader's silence, Zhou Tong panicked even more. Big bro, you can't be serious about this, are you? Yiqing didn't answer. Instead, a faint smile touched his lips as he raised his hand. A mote of light appeared in his palm, coalescing into a single card. Yiqing let go of Zhou Tong, and with a flick of his wrist, the card dissolved into a streak of light, shooting straight toward Zhou Tong. It materialized instantly into a magnificent green shield. Take this with you. It might just save your life when you need it most. The shield hovered before Zhou Tong, whose eyes went wide with disbelief as he began to inspect it. A moment later, he gasped. Big bro. Is this a legendary grade shield? Hearing this, Yiling's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoa, she breathed, completely captivated by the shield. I've never seen a legendary item up close before. Zhou Tong couldn't stop stroking the precious shield in his hands. Tears of joy streamed down his face. I've got some spirit stones saved up for repairs. I can't ever let anything happen to this legendary shield. Yiling eyed the shield greedily. Hey, let me see that for a second. Zhou Tong spun around. Not a chance. Watching Zhou Tong clutch the shield like it was priceless treasure, Yiqing chuckled. What's there to repair? If it breaks, just toss it. I'll make you a new one. Then, turning to Liu Xingran, something clicked for Yiqing. You have healing powers, don't you? A knight-class affinity. Liu Xingran blinked, processing his question. A thought seemed to cross her mind as she answered hesitantly. I guess you could say that. It's just, I'm not really skilled in healing arts. Even though healing magic is supposed to be a knight's core ability, that was all Yiqing needed to hear. He clapped his hands together decisively. Perfect. You're it. He smiled. All right then, you'll be our support. Hearing this, Liu Xingran's eyes shot wide open, her face twisting in frustration. Support? She yelled. I've always been a solo diver in the abyss. I'm not cut out to be some backline healer. To convince her, Yiqing simply glanced over at Zhou Tong and Yiling, who were still bickering. Yiling was still trying to snatch the shield. Come on, just let me hold it for a second. And Zhou Tong was guarding it like a kid with his favorite toy, terrified she was going to take it. Yiqing gestured toward their playful squabble. This time, you don't have to be on the front lines. Your mission is to protect our backline. Protect Zhou Tong and Yiling. You're the only one with the right class abilities to defend them. You're the key to getting everyone out of the abyss alive. Hearing his words, Liu Xingran's expression softened into a reluctant pout. Sighing, Jin hugged his sword and glanced at Alara and Chad. He didn't say a word. He hated playing support, but after hearing Kenji's plan, he had no choice but to accept. After a brief struggle for the shield, Chad finally gave up. His eyes lit up when he spotted Rena, and he immediately offered the shield to her. Sis, I'm giving this to you. But Alara, seeing the shield was about to change hands, quickly turned her attention to Rena as well. She puffed out her chest with total confidence. You know, I'm not as weak as I look. Watching these two act like squabbling kids all day, it really made you worry for the future. A moment later, Chad and Alara were back at it, chasing each other and yelling. Kenji glanced from them to Rena, patting her shoulder. I'm counting on you, he said. Please look after them. Rena sighed in resignation. I understand. But where am I supposed to get a healing skill? My build is all about fighting and killing, not healing. After a moment of internal struggle, Chad slumped to the ground in defeat. Tears streamed down his face. The precious shield was no longer his. He shot a miserable, pleading look at Alara, then turned his puppy dog eyes toward Kenji. Kenji noticed Alara holding the shield in one hand while conjuring a fireball in the other. Your fire magic, he noted, has an instant cast time, so prioritize taking down any monsters that try to get close. And whatever you do, don't let them die right next to you. The explosive sigil on these undead means their corpses reanimate after 5 seconds and turn into living bombs. You need to maintain a safe distance, understand? Hearing this, Alara's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoa, a close-quarters battle mage. I can just incinerate them into ash on the spot. They won't even get a chance to explode. With my fire magic, they'll never get the chance to detonate. Hehehe. Kenji couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. He turned his head, and his gaze locked with Jin's. Jin was casually picking his nose while staring right back at him. Their eyes met in a moment of stunned silence. Jin finished picking his nose and flicked it away. With a completely nonchalant expression, he asked, "What are you staring at?" "I'm not gonna die," Jin added. Kenji was left speechless by his complete lack of concern. "Fine," he sighed. "Do whatever you want." With their internal strategy meeting complete, a smile played on Kenji's lips. His eyes burned with a mix of seriousness and excitement as he spoke. From here on out, our mission is simple. He stepped forward, leading his team with absolute confidence. We're going to hunt down the orcs and Teola orcs ourselves, without any assistance from the scouting team. Behind him, the rest of the team posed like heroes on a movie poster, their excitement impossible to hide. Everyone, that is, except for Chad. Ha ha ha, Brutus bellowed when he saw the so-called scavengers finally making a move. He laughed heartily as he began to lay out his own plan of action. He even offered a helpful reminder. Our scouting team will handle the rear flank. All you guys need to do is draw the big one's aggro. Oh, and one more thing. To be extremely careful of the little one riding on that behemoth's back. It has an ability that makes corpses explode. But Kenji's party paid no attention to Brutus's useless warnings. His words went in one ear and out the other. The team simply marched forward, straight into the swirling dust. Brutus watched in disbelief as they walked right into the open plain. Their gear was absolute junk, and they were supposed to be the bait. Yet they were charging straight in. Was it a death wish or something? He roared after them. Hey, are you scavengers completely brain dead? You're just gonna rush in like that? Without even grabbing a single reinforcement buff? They completely ignored his worthless advice. Leaving Brutus to scream at their backs, the party marched forward without hesitation. Their figures slowly vanished into the thick screen of dust. Brutus could only stare, utterly dumbfounded by their actions. They're hopelessly stupid. The moment the scavengers were out of sight, Brutus scrambled to turn and run. We need to circle around, now, he yelled while fleeing. If we don't, once they're wiped out, all that aggro is going to fall on us. At his command, his squad scattered like headless chickens, their feet moving far faster than their brains. Yes, Captain. Back on the hazy battlefield, amidst the smoke, a lone shadow began to emerge. The man-eating ghouls heard the noise and whipped their heads around, searching for prey. From deep within the fog, a voice called out, "Hey, little fellas, come on over." Hearing the voice, the ghouls immediately gave chase. Their massive bodies charged forward with terrifying, unhindered speed. Their massive jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, snapped hungrily. But from within the mist, explosions echoed non-stop, filling the air with the thunder of detonations. Just a moment later, a series of heavy thuds echoed in unison. The man-eating ghouls had all collapsed to the ground. Their eyes had rolled back into their heads, fluid oozing from their mouths and sockets. The lone figure ahead continued its calm, steady advance. Without a single glance back, the figure melted back into the fog. As he pushed through the mist, a new horde of ghouls appeared before him. They brandished their crude blades, but their hands trembled uncontrollably when they saw who had just emerged from the mists. An unseen terror suddenly shot through their minds. Realizing who had arrived, the giant man-eating ghoul and the dwarf grinned with glee. They greeted him like long-lost family, with warm smiles and a hearty welcome. But whatever they said was for me. It was complete gibberish. Jin approached, hearing the creature's guttural speech. He flashed a friendly smile, but the language barrier was a solid wall. Even he had no clue what they were saying. He calmly slid his hands into his pockets. Hey there? He tried, but it came out as pure nonsense. Translate their speech. The command registered, and a flash of insight sparked in his mind. He shut his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, a system window appeared before him. Intelligence check. Success. Monster language. Comprehension acquired. The creature's welcoming facade vanished instantly. The short shaman raised its gnarled staff high, a sneer twisting its face. "You foolish mortals," it shrieked. "We are the orcs, guardians of this sacred valley, the final resting place of the ancient kings." It pointed a bony finger straight at Jin. "All trespassers must atone for their sins with death. Your blood will stain the path to the underworld." With that, the shaman began chanting in an ancient tongue. Its staff pulsed with an eerie red light, bathing the surrounding ghouls in its glow. The ghouls' eyes went vacant, turning them into mindless puppets. Their bodies now obeyed only the staff's will, falling into formation behind their commander. Zeke peeked out from behind a boulder, shield held tight. "That's gotta be mind control," he yelled. "We're talking high-tier magic here. That shaman is the brains of the operation. If we take him down, this entire orc squad will fall apart." Hearing this, Jin's gaze flickered from Zeke back to the shaman leading the charge. Just then, a group of ghouls lumbered forward, hauling a massive, ancient stone axe. "What are they planning to do with that thing?" Zeke's eyes widened in horror. "Holy crap. Look at the size of that axe. One swing from that thing, and there wouldn't even be bones left to find." The ghouls presented the weapon, to a colossal orc. The giant effortlessly lifted it with a single hand. Even the other monsters cowered, intimidated by its raw, terrifying power. He hoisted the axe onto his shoulder. His body was a mountain of muscle, his skin like hardened steel, a horned helmet crowning his head. The shaman scurried around him like a mad imp, leaping from his shoulder to his head, even dancing on the massive axe itself, giggling like a deranged child. Suddenly, the giant's massive form began to shift. A powerful life force surged through him. Health regeneration activated. Control skill resistance up. Crowd control effect reduced. Watching from cover, the color drained from Zeke's face. His eyes filled with dread as he gripped his shield. Oh man, with that much health and that heavy armor, and a one-shot executioner's axe. Seriously, if that thing even grazes us, we're gonna need to call in the vanguard for cleanup. Zeke knew those guys from the Bears were bad news, and they had the nerve to ask us to join them? Join them for an early grave. More like. His eyes scanned the area, then locked onto a plume of smoke in the distance, widening in realization. Just as I thought. They're using us as bait. He turned to Jin, panicked. Boss, they're setting us up to take the fall, but that doesn't mean we have to play the part, right? Kenji recognized the gravity of their situation. He asked calmly. So, what's the plan? Jin's eyes remained fixed on the giant and its shaman master. He finally spoke. That necro shaman creates its own meat shields. They're not just for stalling. When they die, they become raw material for corpse bombs, all to inflict maximum damage. A confident smirk played on Jin's lips. Having analyzed the entire battlefield, he declared his plan. I'll handle the head of the snake. The rest of you just need to clear out the trash. Kenji stepped forward without hesitation. Understood. With a solid plan, this becomes much easier. Before Jin could say another word, Kenji stomped the ground and launched himself forward. His blade humming with deadly intent, he charged. He moved like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Jin, realizing his teammate had jumped the gun, yelled after him in a panic. I wasn't finished with the plan yet. What the hell? Don't you ever listen to anyone? When one person speaks, the others are supposed to listen. Show a little respect, will you? But it was too late. Kenji was already in the fray. Jin didn't waste any more breath. He turned to the others. All right, you all heard the plan. With that, Jin raised his dagger. A suffocating, fiery aura erupted from his body, and his gaze hardened with lethal focus. A grin spread across his face. Leave none of them standing. Reina's eyes lit up with excitement. This was the moment she'd been waiting for. Her blade sang as it left its sheath. She smiled. Don't worry about a thing. I've got your back. Blaze was just as pumped, flames erupting and swirling around his body. His eyes shone like embers as he roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, I'll turn them all to ash. Meanwhile, Kenji cleaved a path with his greatsword. He was the definition of cool. All action, no talk. A true warrior. Seeing everyone's fighting spirit ignite, Zeke felt a surge of courage from the back line, his grip tightening on his shield. I'll give it my all too, he declared with new resolve. Through the swirling dust and smoke, the thunder of approaching footsteps grew louder. The horde of ghouls charged, weapons raised, their eyes blazing with a murderous, deathly light. Their sharp-toothed maws gaped wide, ready to tear the flesh from their enemies' bones. Yet Kenji advanced calmly, greatsword in hand, stepping forward to meet the tide. He stood perfectly still, waiting for them. The ground trembled with their thunderous approach. As the horde of flesh-eaters appeared, Su Wuming calmly raised his greatsword and brought it down in a single, devastating arc. Instantly, their bodies were sliced in two. Blood sprayed everywhere. Amidst the slaughter, one of the ghouls saw an opening as its comrades swarmed the warrior. It seized the chance, launching itself high into the air for an attack from above. A dagger plunged straight for Su Wuming's head. At this range, death seemed certain, but sensing the incoming presence, Su Wuming reacted instantly, his expression remaining impossibly calm. With just a few effortless swings of his blade, the flesh-eaters fell before him, carved apart like pieces of a cake. Yiqing quickly moved past the carnage, approaching him. Thanks to you, he said. The path is clear. Su Wuming continued his deadly dance with the blade, as the endless shrieks of the ghouls echoed around them. Seeing his captain, Yiqing, already a distant figure ahead, Su Wuming simply offered a detached HN before returning to the fight. While Su Wuming carved a path, Yiqing charged straight for his real targets, the giant ghoul and its dwarf-like rider. Hordes of lesser ghouls swarmed him, weapons raised, lunging from all sides. But with his immense speed and power, Yiqing effortlessly cut them down, clearing a direct route to the dwarf. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the giant ghoul, locking eyes with the dwarf perched on its head. The giant roared with fury, enraged that Yiqing had bypassed its minions and was now standing right before it. Watching from a distance, Liu Xingran, Zhou Tong, and Yiling couldn't help but be in awe of the battle. Clouds of dust billowed up, and the deafening sounds of combat filled the air. Liu Xingran watched them, her hands itching for action. "I want to get in there and land a few hits too." Zhou Tong cheered them on. "Haha, that's our leader for you." Meanwhile, Yiling sighed from her perch on a rock. "They could at least leave a few for me." Just then, their celebration was cut short by a massive, earth-shaking rumble from behind. Zhou Tong, hearing it first, sensed something was wrong. He whipped his head around to check. Something was rising from the water's surface, and his eyes widened in shock. He squinted to get a better look, when suddenly, the ground behind them erupted. With a loud crash, two ghouls crawled out of the earth, pickaxes in hand. It was just like a zombie with a pickaxe from Plants vs. Zombies. Except this wasn't a game, this was real life. And in this game, death was final. Zhou Tong's eyes bulged as he screamed, "Ah! Monsters behind us!" Seeing the ghouls struggle to their feet to attack, Zhou Tong instantly activated his skill. Countless crimson and black chains materialized behind him, shooting towards the flesh-eaters. Serpent chain dance, fated bindings, nether force. Time seemed to freeze as the chains instantly coiled around the ghouls, binding them tightly. Every link constricted, paralyzing them completely. The ghouls, who had just risen to charge, were frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. They had just dug their way out for a surprise attack, but they ended up being the ones who were surprised. I didn't even have to touch them. Seeing the ghouls bound and helpless on the ground, unable to move no matter how much they struggled, a triumphant grin spread across Zhou Tong's face. "I can't believe I didn't mess that up. Haha, my chanting ability has improved again." Seeing her new targets, Yiling excitedly stood up, her body erupting in flames that danced across her skin. She smirked at him and said, "Not bad. You're not entirely useless, after all." Zhou Tong snapped back, "Who are you calling useless?" But before he could react, Yiling had already thrust her hand toward the captured ghouls. A torrent of fire shot from her palm, incinerating the entire area. Smoke and flames billowed violently, creating a powerful shockwave. Zhou Tong, standing too close, didn't have time to dodge. The edge of his shirt was instantly singed by the blaze. The intense heat sent him scrambling for safety, yelping all the way. Watching his ridiculous retreat, Yiling couldn't help but shout, "Get back, you idiot!" After reaching a safe distance, panting for breath, Zhou Tong furiously pointed at Yiling, the smoldering hem of his shirt forgotten. "I was standing right there. Couldn't you see me?" Yiling ignored his outburst completely. She raised her hand, a flame still dancing on her palm, and casually blew on it like a candle. She glanced at him and answered coolly. "The captain said, we have to use overwhelming force, or the corpses will explode." Inwardly, she thought, "That's what you get for not giving me the shield earlier. This was the perfect chance for payback. Why would I pass it up?" Her face took on a pouting expression. "This'll teach you not to share your shield with me, model." Right in the middle of their heated argument, a loud noise erupted from the very pit the flesh-eating ghouls had crawled out of. Zhou Tong whipped his head around, his eyes widening in horror. Another flesh-eating ghoul was climbing out, roaring as it clawed its way to the surface. Zhou Tong stood stunned. "Another one?" he muttered. "What are they, moles? Digging tunnels everywhere?" Seeing the ghoul begin to move, Zhou Tong wasted no time. He drew his sword, raised his shield, and snapped into a combat stance. But Yiling, watching from a rocky ledge above, had already made her move. She stomped down hard, launching herself into the air and soaring directly towards the creature. In a flash, Yiling was right on top of the ghoul before it even had a chance to fully emerge. The monster, focused on climbing out, suddenly looked up to see a pair of boots right in its face. It was completely caught off guard. Its eyes traveled up, landing on a young woman whose entire body, from her fingertips to her feet, was radiating an intense, blazing heat. She grinned down at it. "You guys really like to dig, don't you?" Yiling's voice echoed with amusement. With the innocent tone of a child, she asked, "I wonder if all these tunnels connect." And with that, she unleashed a torrent of fire straight into the pit. Where the ghoul had appeared, the ground erupted. Flames shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption, turning the battlefield into an inferno. After a few minutes, thick black smoke billowed upwards. The stench of burnt flesh filled the air as Yiling finally let up. She formed a gun with her fingers, a tiny flame still flickering on the tip. She brought it to her lips, blew it out with a soft poof, and glanced at Zhou Tong. "All done," she announced. Zhou Tong stared back, questioning his entire existence. I'm starting to think you're the real walking bomb here. Lu Xingran watched them with a look of immense pride. They might bicker non-stop, but when it was time to fight, their abilities were on another level. She smiled and said, "Not bad." Lu Xingran rested her sword on her shoulder, looking at her two proud teammates. "Try to stay behind me. I'll block the monsters for you, and if you get hurt, I can handle the healing." Zhu Tong beamed with joy. "You got it, big sis." But just as he spoke, dark shadows began to materialize behind Lu Xingran. Yiqing spotted the danger instantly. "Behind you! Be careful!" she yelled. Hearing the warning, Lu Xingran showed no sign of panic. She just smiled calmly. As the shadows lunged closer, a crackling spark of blue ice formed at her fingertip. "If I can freeze them," she thought, "all it will take is a simple snap." The two shadows were now just steps away as the ice shot forward. It instantly enveloped their bodies, freezing them solid in their tracks, creating two living ice sculptures in the middle of the field. They hadn't even managed to touch a single strand of her hair. Liu Xingran smirked with the cool confidence of a queen. "Well," she said, "I suppose that means no more explosions." Zhu Tong and Yiqing could only stare, their eyes sparkling with admiration, as if they were watching a real-life ice queen from a fairy tale. They were her #1 fans, giving her a thumbs up and cheering wildly. "Big sis is incredible." The praise made Lu Xingran blush with embarrassment. She scratched her head, but couldn't hide her happy grin. With the chaos settled, Liu Xingran turned her gaze toward the direction where Yiqing and Wuming were fighting. A flicker of worry crossed her face. She had no idea how the battle was going for those two over there. They had been gone for a while now with no word. Meanwhile, Yiqing was locked in a fierce battle with the dwarf. Using the magic staff in his hand, the dwarf controlled a colossal flesh-eating ghoul, like a classic villain piloting a giant robot in a superhero film. A 1,000-pound axe blade swung high into the air before crashing down, aimed directly at Yiqing. The massive weapon came down with tons of force, but Yiqing's agile movements allowed him to dodge it easily. The axe slammed into the earth, shattering the ground. A huge crater webbed with cracks appeared. That was a 100% rage attack. If that axe connected, it would be an instant game over, no questions asked. Yiqing dodged the blow and once again closed the distance on the giant creature's massive body. His eyes narrowed in concentration, his long legs moving at an incredible speed. One hit meant death, so a 100-fold attack boost was meaningless. As long as it couldn't touch him, its damage output was 0. The dwarf saw that his attacks were completely missing their mark. His eyes turned red with fury as he began muttering an ancient incantation. The ground started to shake violently as the earth began to churn. A horde of flesh-eating ghouls clawed their way out of the ground like a true zombie apocalypse, their screams aimed directly at Yiqing. Yiqing glanced at them with utter indifference, as if they were nothing more than weeds sprouting from the ground. With a single arc of his blade, he moved. In an instant, the world fell silent. The metallic tang of fresh blood sprayed through the air like flowers blooming in spring. Now, only Yiqing, the giant, and the dwarf on its shoulder remained. The dwarf looked down from his perch at his fallen minions. To have his entire army wiped out in a single move was infuriating. He could have accepted it if there was at least a decent fight first. But this? Wiped out instantly with a single swing? It was a complete and utter humiliation. How was anyone supposed to fight against a script like that? Yiqing wasted no more words. He raised his hand, glaring directly at the dwarf as power began to radiate from his blade and surge through his body. His brow furrowed as he stared down his opponent. "You left your trash scattered everywhere," he said coldly. "Now, it's time for you to take it back." As he finished speaking, the corpses of the ghouls launched into the air, flying towards the dwarf like a terrifying storm of bodies, 1, 2, then dozens of them. And these living cannonballs. The dwarf was barely 1.5 meters tall. If he got crushed by them, what would be left? Maybe 1.2 meters. The dwarf's jaw dropped in pure terror. Perched on the giant's shoulder, escape was impossible. The fleshy barrage was already upon them. Earth-shattering explosions roared to life, one after another. The scene was a horrifying echo of September 11th. The sky blazed with plumes of smoke and fire. From a safe distance, Fa Xiong's gang watched the chaos unfold, their eyes fixed on the inferno. A cruel laugh escaped Fa Xiong's lips, his eyes filled with unconcealed contempt and sheer delight at their suffering. Ha ha ha, that sound. Their whole team must be finished. After weathering that relentless barrage, the giant and his dwarf companion were utterly devastated, all because of the assault from our main character's squad. Who would have thought that Yiqing alone could take on an entire team like this? The humiliation of losing on their own turf was unbearable. The thought festered, driving him mad, until the giant suddenly grabbed the dwarf. He shoved his own ally into his gaping maw and began to chew ravenously. His face twisted into a monstrous grimace, his eyes burning with hatred, fixed on Yiqing. Witnessing this sudden, horrific act, Yiqing froze completely. His eyes went wide with shock. Huh? Devouring his own comrade to power himself up. A truly savage survival tactic. A second later, the giant's entire body erupted with energy, as if he'd chugged a case of energy drinks. His eyes glowed crimson, burning with pure hatred. Vicious, sharp fangs emerged from his gums. A crackling sound emanated from within him, growing louder. In a flash, his entire body was engulfed in a blazing red aura as he stretched to his full, imposing height. He let out a roar like King Kong reborn. Pounding his chest with thunderous blows, he exhaled clouds of steam, screaming at Yiqing. Yiqing narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he dodged the blinding light. He was constantly analyzing the situation. No, Octera isn't the one in control. It's restricting Atma's true power. The red light faded, revealing a giant transformed beyond recognition. Its true demonic form was unleashed. The giant's flesh melted away, revealing a skeletal frame with elongated, razor-sharp teeth. A bone-white exoskeleton armored its chest. Its hair stood on end, stark white, while its crimson eyes radiated pure malice. Tendrils of deathly aura swirled around its body. It looked like an Asura demon, freshly emerged from the depths of hell. On the war-torn battlefield, amidst the smoke, fire, and piles of white bones, Liu Xingran brought her hands close to Yi Ling. A gentle green light began to glow between her palms. The glowing symbol of a holy cross materialized. Liu Xingran smiled warmly, looking at the wound on Yi Ling's arm. With direct contact, I can slowly restore your life points, so this little burn of yours will be gone in just a moment. Yi Ling watched, overjoyed, as the burn on her hand faded away. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong clutched his precious shield tightly. He brandished his sword, wildly looking left and right. But right in front of him stood the flesh-eating demon giant. Its massive, pale purple form was like a mountain. If that thing fell on you, you'd be instantly crushed. Just look at it. It's practically drooling, ready to devour someone. Zhou Tong frantically looked around and yelled, Hey! Hey! Where's that old man with the huge sword? I haven't seen a trace of him. Don't tell me he's already dead. Elsewhere, in the middle of his own heroic battle, Su Wuming let out a massive sneeze. Who's talking about me in the middle of all this? He thought, his hand still tight on his blade, as he cut through the horde of monsters with graceful strikes. One moment, he was wondering who mentioned his name. The next, hearing a loud sneeze from nearby, Zhou Tong immediately recognized it. So, the old man's over there. I seriously thought you logged off the server. Get over here. This monster's about to turn me into mincemeat. Help. After effortlessly dispatching the flesh-eating demons with his signature techniques, Su Wuming left a literal graveyard of corpses in his wake. He then casually strolled over to Zhou Tong. His face was a mask of indifference. His eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. Were you just wishing death upon me? From a distance, Liu Xingran and Yi Ling watched on. They both crossed their arms, observing Su Wuming's nonchalant attitude. He just walked out of a sea of corpses like it was nothing. Yi Ling remarked, That weird old man you were talking about is still very much alive. No need to worry. Only Zhou Tong was glaring at Su Wuming, his face a mask of fury, grinding his teeth in frustration. He knew I was terrified, but he finished his fight and didn't come help immediately. Some teammate he is. Seeing Su Wuming's calm demeanor and how unconcerned he looked, Zhou Tong's face soured like he'd eaten a lemon. He immediately opened his mouth to shower him with kind words. What the hell, man? Do you have any team spirit? We're over here fighting for our lives, and you couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger to help. Su Wuming didn't bother arguing with Zhou Tong. He simply looked at him with a serious expression and explained, By not fighting alongside you, I am helping you. My curse causes any scratch you receive to become a fatal blow. As he spoke, Su Wuming's luck stat began to plummet. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. The amount of health Lady Ren can restore is not enough to keep up with the damage you two would take, is it? Hearing this new information, Liu Xingran's confidence wavered. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She looked on, completely questioning her purpose. I really am not cut out to be a support healer. I'm just not suited for it. Su Wuming had just pinpointed the team's greatest weakness. Let's be straight about this team. I originally joined the Hunters just to add to your numbers, because I'm a mercenary by trade. Just as he finished, a thunderous noise erupted from behind them, as the clash of weapons hammered their ears like war drums. On pure combat instinct, Su Wuming's face remained a mask of calm as he raised his sword and slashed down. Slash. The blade-wielding ghoul, now just steps away, was sliced in two, letting out a final shriek as it collapsed. Su Wuming glanced at the lifeless corpse, then looked back at the group, stating that each monster killed would be billed separately. Meanwhile, with Yiqing and the Skull Fiend, the beast gripped its giant axe, hoisting it high before bringing it down with world-shattering force. Dust and debris flew everywhere, but Yiqing's movements were fluid as he leaped high into the air, minimizing his body to evade the blow. Landing behind the attack, he gripped his blade in a defensive two-handed stance, his body low and feet digging into the sand. But when he looked down at his feet, Yiqing was stunned. The sand, it seemed to have a life of its own. It was coiling around his legs. Yiqing's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. At a time like this? What's happening? The sand is sealing my movements. From the distance, a colossal shadow moved against the light. Its blood-red eyes were closing in on him. The Skull Fiend let out a sickening laugh that sent shivers down his spine. Its deep, blood-red eyes stared as Yiqing sank deeper into the sand pit, while it stalked closer and closer. Seeing that Yiqing was trapped, the Skull Fiend seized the opportunity, swinging its axe down for the kill. Yiqing quickly threw his body backward to dodge, clenching his jaw as he fought to keep his center of gravity. A purple energy orb erupted from his palm, creating a blast that freed him from the sand. Once again, smoke and dust obscured all vision. I have to use gravity to increase my mobility. Planting his feet, he spun his body with incredible agility and launched himself outward. The axe blade slammed down, carving a deep crater into the sand. Another second, and he would have been dust. Yiqing was now suspended in the air. Looking down from above, he narrowed his eyes and analyzed the situation. He came to a conclusion. As long as he stayed off the ground, an attack like that was easy to avoid. After reaching a safe position, Yiqing quickly reabsorbed the energy orb, his body gently descending. He launched himself onto a rocky ledge, his body instantly snapping back into a battle stance, sword held tight as he faced the Skull Fiend. Standing there, he narrowed his eyes and activated his berserk state. His entire face contorted with rage as he glared at the beast. Streams of dark purple energy radiated from his body as his sword became wreathed in what looked like flames from hell. Not yet, he told himself. I need to master this power. Kicking off the ledge, he shot forward like an arrow released from a crossbow, straight towards the Skull Fiend. Facing this lightning-fast approach, the Skull Fiend raised its axe, preparing to slice him in half. Seizing the opening, Yiqing's movements were a blur as he spun gracefully to dodge, his wrist twisting to reposition his blade. Seeing the monster's giant hand at close range, Yiqing took the chance and carved several deep slashes across it. The Skull Fiend roared in agony, a sound like a clap of thunder. A blood-red, oppressive energy began to radiate from its raised hand. Consumed by pain and fury, the Skull Fiend threw a punch directly at him, its eyes blazing as it let out a ferocious growl. Yiqing once again released the energy orb, using the force to propel himself upward and dodge the deadly blow. Yiqing used the orb's propulsion to circle around behind the beast, launching himself into the air and raising his sword high as he yelled, "Take this!" A flurry of mid-air slashes rained down upon the Skull Fiend's back, causing it so much pain it was left speechless. The gashes on its back cut deep into its flesh. Thanks to the floating energy orb, Yiqing could observe the damage up close. What started as a small crack began to widen. The fissure grew larger and larger, revealing a strange, glowing purple substance within. It looked like solid rock, showing no signs of life or blood. Struck from behind, the Skull Fiend roared in agony. A growl like that of a hellbeast escaped its throat. The colossal figure slowly turned, its eyes looking up at the spot where Yiqing was hovering. Having found its target, the Skull Fiend refocused, launching a ruthless punch straight at Yiqing's face. Fortunately, he reacted instantly, gripping his sword with both hands and crossing them to block the blow. The force crashed against him like a tidal wave. He clenched his jaw tight. The screeching sound of the impact echoed through the air. It was a perfect block, but the crushing damage from the Skull Fiend's attack couldn't be completely neutralized. He still absorbed 30% of the damage. In that moment, spiderweb cracks spread across his sword, and the faint sound of splintering metal began to fill the air. Crack. The blade shattered into pieces like crystal glass. Yiqing could only stare in utter shock and disbelief. Losing your weapon in the middle of a fight. It's a death sentence. This is it. I'm finished. There wasn't even time for any last words. That loving 1,000-ton punch, filled with burning passion, sent Yiqing flying far into the distance. Before the Skull Fiend, only a trail of smoke remained. A thick haze of dust and sand billowed into the air. Miles away, amidst the golden dunes, Yiqing was sprawled helplessly on the ground, his body feeling like it had been shattered into a million pieces. Every breath was a struggle. The immobilization skill's effect was active. Emergency evasion was disabled, and all movement skills were nullified. He could only watch as the colossal Atma lumbered closer, his body feeling as heavy as lead, completely unable to move. Sweat began to pour down Yiqing's face as panic set in. He gritted his teeth, painfully forcing his hand to rise as he channeled power into his palm. With Atma's devastating attack closing in like a raging storm, a sudden chill washed over Yiqing. With a sharp flick of his fingers, he desperately uttered a single command: withdraw. Instantly, a spatial gate tore open behind him, and countless magical hands shot out, grabbing hold of his body and pulling him through the portal. Under Yiqing's brilliant command, a strategy worthy of a master tactician, the magical hands moved with incredible speed. They lifted his body into a sitting position, then formed a living carpet beneath him, gliding effortlessly across the scorching yellow sand. He pointed forward, his face dead serious as he gave the order. First, we get out of here. What just happened was so sudden, so far beyond imagination. The giant Atma, who had been raising his axe for a finishing blow, froze in place like a stone statue. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull, and his jaw hung wide open, completely unable to process what was unfolding before him. With a card bearing the symbol of a hellish, man-eating flower, Yiqing zipped across the sun-drenched desert, leaving a trail of green crosses in his wake. He sat in a daze, staring off into the distance as he considered his next move. First, he had to use a healing spell to recover the health he'd lost from going berserk. While he was chilling in the desert breeze, waiting for his health to regenerate, Atma finally snapped out of his shock. Axe in hand, he began a furious pursuit, quickly closing the distance by following Yiqing's trail. By this point, Yiqing had recovered a good portion of his health. He shot to his feet, leaping off the carpet of hands, and gripped his sword hilt tightly, shouting, "Weapon, recall." Understanding its master's command, the hand carpet swerved violently, turning back and surfing across the sand directly towards the charging Atma. Yiqing clenched his sword, lowered his center of gravity, and lunged forward. Seeing his prey willingly serve itself up, Atma stopped running and simply raised his giant axe, his eyes blazing with fire. "You're not getting away this time, boy." Yiqing glided closer, his gaze locked onto the giant, his focus absolute. The Ghost Wolf card appeared. He closed in on his target, aiming for a weak point, then stomped his foot and launched himself forward. The blade in Yiqing's hand sliced cleanly across Atma's shoulder. As he landed, the sound of tearing flesh and a heavy thud echoed from behind. The thick smell of rust filled the air. Tendon cut successful. Atma's movement speed and turning speed decreased. Before the giant could even react, searing pain shot through him, driving him into a frenzy. This was the perfect chance to finish him off while he was vulnerable. With astonishing speed, Yiqing spun around and leaped again, his twin blades flashing like starlight as he aimed for the giant's back. His mid-air jump combined with a downward slash of his dual blades carved two deep gashes into Atma's flesh. His health was now at 75%. Tears welled up in Atma's eyes. "Oh, mommy, the first cut hasn't even healed, and now he's cutting me again. How cruel." He might be a giant, but his heart was as fragile as glass. Boo-hoo-hoo. Seeing Atma's health plummeting, it was clear that if this kept up, the giant would be dropping more than just his pants. Whoops. He'd be dropping the rest of his health. Yiqing grinned, his eyes shining like a shooting star as he exclaimed, "His health has dropped significantly. We'll just stick to this method." A roar like crashing thunder echoed across the desert. Atma shrieked in agony, his blood-red eyes burning with rage and resentment. He let out a demonic howl from the depths of hell as his massive body unleashed countless tendrils of red lightning. Atma had activated Sand Crusher. The lightning shot out in an instant, piercing through Yiqing and sending him flying. From a distance, Su Wuming and Zhou Tong looked towards the earth-shattering sound and saw a dark figure suddenly launched into the air. The more they looked, the more familiar it seemed. Not keeping anyone waiting, the dark figure rocketed straight towards them, capturing everyone's attention. As it got closer, Zhou Tong quickly sidestepped to get out of the way. Liu Xingran also swiftly moved aside, but Su Wuming remained perfectly calm, standing his ground and watching as the strange object crash-landed, carving a long, deep trench in the earth. After a few moments, the dust slowly settled, revealing a familiar silhouette. Yiqing pushed himself up, leaning against the crater wall. With a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, he smirked at his friends and said, "He's tougher than he looks." A worried Zhou Tong rushed forward, quickly asking, "Boss, are you okay?" Yiqing waved a dismissive hand. I'm fine. Su Wuming rushed forward, kneeling to inspect his wounds as the giant brain fiend flew into an absolute rage. It roared, rampaging as a dark aura began to radiate from its body, its eyes scanning the chaos for Yiqing. The system announced, Brain Fiend activating super regeneration. Tendon damage nullified. Health rapidly regenerating to 83%, 93%, 100%. Yiqing leaned against the rock wall, his brow furrowed in deep thought as he analyzed the encounter. Its super regeneration triggers after just 3 seconds of not taking damage, he declared. Any pause longer than that, and it heals back to full health. Hearing Yiqing's assessment, Su Wuming didn't argue. He just gave him an indifferent look and added his own thoughts. Fa Xiang made the smart move by taking the long way around. We don't need to waste our energy on this sub-boss. Let's go, he urged. We can still catch up to Lai Sin's group. This thing's a total tank, anyway. If we bypass it now, we won't lose any time. And no losses, Yiqing said, pushing himself to his feet and shoving his hands in his pockets. He turned to Su Wuming. If I don't get its rewards, I'll be too annoyed to sleep tonight. Besides, I've already figured out its combat mechanics. Seeing Yiqing's unwavering determination, Su Wuming's brow furrowed. It heals to full in 3 seconds, he pressed. How are we supposed to kill it? That's like trying to fight something that heals faster than we can blink. So how do we kill it? Yiqing shot a confident smile at his teammates, his eyes shining like stars as he raised a single, slender finger. He pointed to everyone and said, with my current strength alone, it's impossible, but with perfect coordination, we have a chance. Yiqing stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the massive silhouette of the brain fiend, still searching frantically in the smoke. This fiend's aggro mechanic is unique. It only reacts to the last person who attacked it. We can juggle its attention with rotating melee attacks that will drastically reduce its offensive pressure. During that process, we maintain constant, uninterrupted damage to prevent its super regeneration from ever activating. Liu Xingran, who had been following close behind, nodded. Understood. One by one, the others stepped forward with her. Staring at the raging monster ahead, Yiqing observed for a moment longer before quickly issuing the battle plan. Su Wuming and Xingran, you'll rotate your attacks. Yiling will be responsible for filling any damage gaps. Make sure no more than 3 seconds pass without a hit. That's how we'll bring it down. After hearing the strategy from their captain, everyone moved into their designated positions, ready for battle. Zhou Tong waited, but when his name wasn't called, he scrambled in front of Yiqing with an awkward look on his face. What? What about me? He stammered. Yiqing just smiled, his eyes filled with absolute trust. Zhou Tong, your priority is to stay alive. Zhou Tong was overjoyed that his captain believed in him, but that feeling quickly faded into confusion. A million questions about the coming fight flooded his mind. He looked at Yiqing, completely bewildered. Scratching his head, he asked hesitantly, Boss, I know you have that special ability to see a target's hidden info. So, just between us, and what are our actual chances of winning this? You know, so I can prepare myself. You're giving me the job of keeping the whole team alive, but I don't even know if I'm going to see the sun tomorrow. It's just too much. Zhou Tong stared expectantly as Yiqing seemed to calculate. After a moment, his eyes locked onto Zhou Tong's. He smiled and said, I'd estimate. About 20%. Was that for real? Was he joking? Maybe I heard him wrong, Zhou Tong thought, as sweat began pouring down his forehead. He stared at Yiqing, his faith in humanity crumbling. Hearing the odds, Zhou Tong's spirit completely shattered. His body went limp, his face twisting as if he were about to burst into tears. What? We're betting our lives on a 20% chance? At this rate, I'd rather join Fa Xiang's group of deserters. Yiling couldn't help but chuckle, patting his shoulder playfully. A 20% chance of winning is surprisingly high, you know. Seeing Zhou Tong looking like he'd lost everything, Yiqing quickly laid out an escape plan for the team. We get one shot. If the brain fiend fully heals again, we abandon the fight and retreat immediately. I'll draw its aggro up close. I'll keep you all safe. The risk will be mine alone. As a captain, it's my duty to secure an escape route for my team. We can't afford a team wipe. As he finished speaking, Liu Xingran stepped forward, a point of green and gold light appearing on her fingertips. Instantly, healing icons materialized around Yiqing, pulsing with a soft glow. She smiled and said, I'll raise those odds for you. I believe in you, so I'm going all in. No retreat. Yiqing froze for a second, stunned as he looked at Liu Xingran. He never expected her to understand him so completely. He truly was determined to take down the brain fiend this time. Otherwise, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. After hearing Yiqing's heroic declaration, Zhou Tong's fighting spirit was reignited. He clenched his fists tightly. With a look of fierce determination, he shouted, "If the boss says so, then I'll trust him unconditionally. Even if I could, I wouldn't run." A captain who puts his team first is a rare treasure, especially one who'd draw the enemy's fire just to give us an escape route. On this battlefield, you're the only one I truly respect. Seeing everyone's fighting spirit ignite, Yiqing felt a thrill of excitement. After all, she was itching for a real test of her magical power against these monsters. She pulled her hood low over her eyes and said with a smirk, "I've got plenty of mana to spare. Count me in." Su Wuming watched them, thinking they were all equally insane. Not a single one was less crazy than the next. He glanced at the group with an air of indifference and slowly drawled, "You're all just a bunch of fools charging toward your own deaths. The enemy is ridiculously strong, and the whole team is certifiably nuts, yet their courage is vast enough to swallow the galaxy. Unbelievable." Yiqing felt the healing aura around him, his body growing lighter. He looked at the glowing icon and couldn't stop a wide grin from spreading across his face. "Your recovery skill can stack with my healing ability." As she counteracted the bleeding effect from his dual berserk, Liu Xingran heard his words and looked up, her face beaming. "I can actually help. This is great." Yiqing glanced around as the healing symbols faded away. His strength had been completely restored. He turned to Liu Xingran, his face lit with a grateful smile. "No, you've helped me more than you know, Xingran. With this much healing support, I can unleash triple berserk without holding back. With a teammate covering my health, I don't have to worry about the drawbacks. I can finally go all out." When Su Wuming and Liu Xingran heard him mention triple berserk, they shot each other a look, certain they had to be mishearing things. Liu Xingran stammered, "Try triple berserk?" Su Wuming narrowed his eyes at Yiqing, his mouth hanging open. The backlash from berserk mode increases exponentially. Even if you can balance the health drain now, activating the third stage is practically a death sentence. Does this guy have a death wish or something? As expected, of a team full of lunatics, the captain isn't just one of them. He's the craziest one of them all. Yiqing stared ahead into the swirling dust, his heart pounding with excitement. A wild grin spread across his face, ready for whatever came next. This is the true gamble. I have to become even stronger. Hearing his declaration, Liu Xingran and Su Wuming were completely speechless. They stared at him as if he were the world's biggest fool. This is just recklessly charging headfirst into a brick wall. Dude, forget the future. I can already see your funeral procession. Yiqing stepped forward to face the demon eagle. Red lightning crackled across its monstrous body as its deep-set eyes glared down at her. She smirked as flames began to flicker around her boots. Yiqing stood her ground. She threw off her hood and cloak, revealing her slender figure as power converged in her palms. In a heartbeat, her entire body was engulfed in roaring flames, signaling the activation of her flame form. Her fire damage skyrocketed, but her health began to drain in exchange. Yiqing narrowed her eyes at the demon eagle, her hands already itching to attack. "Leave the ranged attacks to me." Art of the multi-fireball. Innumerable fireballs of all sizes instantly materialized in the air. They rained down on the demon eagle like a meteor shower. The very air turned into a sea of molten lava, hot enough to scorch flesh. The demon eagle's eyes went wide at the sight of the fiery barrage. In its 100+ years of existence, it had never seen anything like this. First, it was some guy named Su dancing around with his twin swords. Now, some fire-wielding maniac was launching an entire arsenal at its face. "Don't you people have any respect for your elders?" Seeing the volley of fireballs, the demon eagle quickly swung its axe, harnessing the wind to blow them away. The gale from the axe formed a massive barrier, blocking every last fireball and sending them careening off into the distance. Not fighting back would be an insult to myself, and to my entire clan of esteemed relatives. You think because this tiger doesn't roar, it's a kitten? Enough talk. Take this 1,000-ton punch, sent with all my love. The loving force of the blow shattered the very ground. Giant chunks of earth and rock rocketed straight toward Yiqing. In that critical moment, Liu Xingran leaped forward, positioning herself in front of Yiqing. Her sword moved in a fluid, graceful arc. The massive boulders were instantly pulverized into dust. "I will protect our rear guard." With just a few elegant strokes of her blade, the hail of debris exploded harmlessly in midair. Liu Xingran planted her feet firmly on the ground, tightening her grip on her sword. Shards of rock scattered around her like broken crystal. Zhu Tong rushed forward, raising his shield to protect Yiqing. The remaining fragments pelted against the shield with a sharp clatter. Yiqing was stunned for a moment, seeing her comrades shield her. Before her, the entire team had assumed their battle formations. Yiqing immediately broke into a sprint, dashing past Liu Xingran as she held the defensive line. As he ran, he shouted to her, "Use your ice powers to reinforce the ground. I'm drawing its hatred to take the pressure off everyone else." Yiqing instantly caught the signal, and with a flick of her sword, an ice pillar erupted from the earth. She smirked. Understood. The pillar solidified in a flash. Yiqing used it as a foothold, scaling the icy structure with incredible speed, vaulting forward like a bolt of lightning. Following the trajectory of her ice path, Yiqing's agile form swiftly closed the distance to the monstrous Obma. The giant, Obma, recognized the pest's return and flew into a berserker rage. But before it could even move, a barrage of fireballs slammed into its face, the searing heat sending him roaring in agony. From a distance, Yiling grinned, a wicked smirk on her face as she watched the beast. It had completely forgotten about her. Her eyes locked onto it as she let out a menacing laugh. Heh, and there's plenty more where that came from. The creature's attention snapped to its new tormentor. Its demonic face twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. Flames now erupted from its right eye socket, while its remaining eye burned with a bone-deep hatred for Yiling. But seeing Yiqing closing in, it decided to crush her first. Obma raised its colossal axe and brought it crashing down. Yiqing saw the massive shadow of the axe fall over her. In an instant, she launched herself forward, narrowly escaping the blow. The strike slammed into the ground like a tidal wave of destruction. It carved a deep, smoldering trench straight towards Liu Xingran. Liu Xingran saw the devastating attack hurtling toward her. She clenched her jaw, her grip tightening on her sword, bracing herself to somehow stop it. Behind her, Zhou Tong could only watch in terror, his limbs trembling, but he desperately clung to his shield. The attack was upon them. There was no time to escape. All they could do was face it head-on and pray for a miracle in the jaws of death. Liu Xingran met the attack with her own blade. Two immense powers collided. One green, one red, sending a shockwave through the entire area. Under the force of the impact, her ice constructs began to fracture. Spiderweb cracks spread rapidly across the surface. Liu Xingran's eyes widened in horror. It's not going to hold. The cataclysmic force, enough to shake the very heavens, bore down on them. Stunned for only a second, Liu Xingran snapped into action. Frost converged in her palms as she summoned a massive wall of ice, its layers freezing solid in an instant. "Fall back, now!" she screamed, her brow furrowed in concentration. Zhou Tong and the others scrambled back as the sound of splintering ice filled the air. Sweat beaded on Liu Xingran's face as the ominous cracks spread further across her defense. She poured every ounce of her energy into reinforcing the wall. Damn it, she thought. It's about to break. The creature's aggro had shifted. Seeing this, Su Wuming moved in from behind, placing a firm hand on Liu Xingran's shoulder. Startled, she turned her head. Su Wuming stood there, gripping the hilt of his massive blade. "Move," he said. He pushed her aside with one hand. Then, with a single downward slash, his blade cleaved the thick ice wall completely in two. An unstoppable wave of energy surged forward, powerful enough to blot out the sky. The air filled with glittering shards of shattered ice. Still reeling from being pushed, Liu Xingran could only turn and stare at him in shock. Su Wuming stared straight ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. "I'll cover the rear. Go now. And don't worry." Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Xingran charged forward, following the path Su Wuming had carved for her, rushing straight toward the enemy. The debris kicked up by his massive strike flew at Obma, forcing the beast to shield its face and providing the perfect cover. As she neared her target, Liu Xingran launched into a spectacular spinning leap. A cloud of freezing mist radiated from her palms. In an instant, a thick sheet of ice spread across the ground beneath the monster. The creature saw its enemy closing in again and readied its weapon for another devastating attack. Just as Obma raised its blade for the killing blow, a voice cut through the air from behind, followed by an overwhelming, storm-like pressure. Dual-wielding her swords, Yiqing leaped towards the giant. Her twin daggers glinted with a cold light. "Your opponent is me." Before Obma could even process what was happening, a flurry of slashes danced across its face, the shock momentarily overriding the pain. Wasting no words, Yiqing brought her blade down with brutal force. The sickening crack of bone echoed through the air. Shaking off the daze, Obma roared back to its senses. Gripping its massive weapon, it swung with pure, unadulterated fury. But just then, Liu Xingran saw her opening. She instantly froze the monster's arm in place, as her own elegant blade sliced toward its exposed body. A system notification appeared. Freeze status at 15%. Obma felt its arm lock up, completely immobilized, just as another blade bit into its flesh. It whipped its head around. Seizing the moment, Yiqing leaped back again and shouted, "Fall back for now." The The creature stared at its frozen limb and let out a blood-curdling roar. With a surge of raw power, it shattered the outer layer of ice. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Liu Xingran, and the giant beast charged after her, weapon raised. Understood, Liu Xingran called back. She fired blasts of ice behind her as she retreated. Meanwhile, Yiqing launched herself into the air, dagger poised, aiming straight for Obma's remaining eye. His twin blades descended like a raging river. The sheer force of the attack stopped Atma in its tracks, forcing it to abandon its pursuit of Liu Xingran. With Atma thrown off balance, Yiqing seized the moment. He roared for Yiling to follow up with more firepower. Yiling, who was casually sipping coconut juice from afar, heard her name echo. She instantly acknowledged the command and set her drink down. In the next instant, the air itself shimmered as dozens of fireballs materialized from nothing. With a single, graceful wave of her hand, Yiling sent the crimson orbs hurtling toward Atma. The world exploded in a dazzling display of fiery destruction. Caught completely off guard, Atma felt searing heat envelop its entire body. The sickening stench of its own burning flesh filled the air. The shock gave way to pure rage as Atma began swinging its arms in a wild frenzy. It slammed its fists into the sandy ground, sending clouds of dust billowing up. Then, its eyes flashed with recognition it had found its tormentor. Atma unleashed an earth-shattering roar, launching a devastating slash directly at Yiling. The attack tore through the ground, kicking up a tidal wave of sand and dust. The gale swept everything away, nearly ripping Yiling from her feet. But before the dust could settle, the quick-witted Yiqing saw his opening. He struck from the flanks, his twin blades becoming a blur as they sliced across the monster's body. Atma's health plummeted. 78%. 69. 63. The sickening crack of splintering bone echoed with each strike. Writhing in agony, Atma fought to regain its focus. It swung its massive hand out and, in a flash, clenched it into a fist. This time, it caught him. Yiqing was trapped. The monster's maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, let out a demonic shriek as it loomed over him. The colossal hand squeezed tighter and tighter, crushing the very air from Yiqing's lungs. Just then, Su Wuming charged in from the distance. Su Wuming sprinted forward, his massive greatsword resting on his shoulder. With a slight frown, he wasted no time, hoisting the blade high. As he closed in, he planted his foot and launched himself into the air, bringing the sword down in a perfect arc. Crack! The sound of shattering bones split the air. Instantly, the giant hand holding Yiqing went limp. His body, now free, drifted down like a falling leaf. Su Wuming stood panting heavily, his greatsword planted in the ground. Meanwhile, Yiqing landed with the grace of a swallow, completely unharmed. He shot Su Wuming a confident smile. Nice work. Looking at what the team had accomplished, Yiqing could see a clear path to victory, a wide grin spreading across his face. This is even better than expected. Perfect. We're keeping the damage interval under 2 seconds. Atma has no chance to trigger its super regeneration. At this rate, defeating Atma was just a matter of time. Realizing the strategy was working, Yiqing rallied the team with a shout. Everyone, keep up the assault. If we stick to this, the boss is ours. Su Wuming, ever the calm professional, simply said, Understood. Liu Xingran, grasping the plan, quickly replied to Yiqing. I'll keep its movements locked down. Yiling, back to chugging her coconut juice, nodded enthusiastically. All the while, Atma was being treated like a punching bag, its rage building to a boiling point. The monster was about to blow a gasket. Hearing Atma's incessant roaring, Yiling muttered that it was annoying, a nuisance, and an assault on her ears. She immediately spun around and flicked her wrist, sending another volley of fireballs its way. The thunderous explosions echoed once more. She glared at Atma, her eyes filled with utter annoyance. All that screaming is seriously getting on my nerves. This is ridiculous. If I could, I'd go over there and smack it myself. The monster's aggro instantly switched to Yiling. Enraged by the fireballs, Atma became a spectacle of fury. Its head burst into flames like some kind of ghost rider as it snatched its axe, raised it high, and hurled it directly at her. The axe blade screamed as it tore through the air. Seeing the massive weapon spinning like a pinwheel straight for her, Yiling was completely frozen for a full 5 seconds. Her eyes shot wide as she gritted her teeth. Seriously? It was just a little poke, no need to go all out. Seeing the imminent danger, Yiqing whipped his head toward Liu Xingran and yelled, Xingran, stop that axe. If you don't, we'll be marking the anniversary of Yiling's death next year. Liu Xingran leaped in front of Yiling, summoning a wall of ice with a gesture. A second later, a massive wall of ice materialized. The axe, moving with unstoppable force, crashed directly into the frozen barricade. A thunderous boom echoed on impact. Lu Xingran's eyes widened in shock as spiderweb cracks spread across the ice. It wasn't going to hold. Crash! The ice wall shattered completely. The axe resumed its deadly path, hurtling straight for them. Zhou Tong, who had been in the rear, suddenly stepped forward. He remembered the plan. Wu Ming and Xingran will trade blows to keep its aggro. Yiling is on DPS, making sure the damage never stops for more than 3 seconds. That's how we'll beat it. Back then, having not yet received his assignment, Zhou Tong had asked Yiqing, and me? Yiqing had simply smiled and said, Zhou Tong, your priority is to stay alive. He remembered his captain's words clearly, but now, with everything hanging by a thread, it was his turn to protect them all. Zhou Tong gripped his shield and charged straight into the path of destruction. He recalled another conversation with his captain. I know you have a special ability, sir, a way to see information others can't. So, I have to ask, what are our chances of winning this fight? At the time, his captain had replied, I'd estimate about 20%. Hearing that, Zhou Tong's world had spun on its axis. He thought to himself, what? Are we just gambling with our lives? A 20% chance of survival. I'd be better off with Fa Zhang's deserters, but they're counting on me now. Zhou Tong suddenly charged past Yiling, shield in hand as he accelerated into the fray. Yiling stared, jaw agape, at the boy he knew to be a coward. But in this critical moment, he was sprinting headfirst into mortal danger. The axe blade screamed closer, like a summons from the depths of hell. When it was just a meter away, swinging down like a reaper's scythe, Zhou Tong heroically slammed his shield forward, halting its deadly advance. A thunderous crash echoed. The shriek of grinding metal filled the air as a shower of sparks erupted from the impact. Against a soul-crushing force, Zhou Tong's slender frame strained, his feet digging into the ground as he desperately held the line. In that instant, fear was forgotten, replaced by pure rage. He glared at the axe and roared, Damn you! Go back where you came from. From the darkness, a weary, sorrowful voice echoed, Damn it! I just wanted to make a little money for that ridiculous, faraway dream of becoming a star. Light slowly pierced the gloom, revealing the silhouette of a young man sitting cross-legged against a wall. In the end, I was never worthy. He suddenly lifted his head, long bangs parting to reveal empty, lifeless eyes staring into the void. Because I'm completely and utterly useless. Colorful stage lights bathed Zhou Tong in their glow as he slowly rose and approached a microphone. He remembered how he could never rap properly. His tongue would freeze, his words would slur, and every rhyme fell completely flat. Reaching the mic stand, Zhou Tong slowly extended a hand, drowning in his own suffocating despair. Suddenly, another hand appeared before him, seemingly wrapped in a strange, magnetic energy. Zhou Tong looked up at its owner and saw another version of himself, his eyes dark and menacing, speaking with a cold glare. I think you just don't have what it takes. Hearing that, Zhou Tong's head snapped down, and he replied meekly, his voice filled with sorrow. Yeah, you're right. Instantly, the dark Zhou Tong dissolved before him, transforming into plumes of black smoke. The smoke swirled like an alluring flame, its voice echoing, useless at music, useless in battle. You don't belong here. You know what? A stage needs a spotlight. And a battlefield is no different. Zhou Tong listened, remaining utterly silent. His mind was just a hazy, empty void. The smoke laughed and continued. Do you even know what that spotlight moment really is? Hearing this, Zhou Tong's chaotic emotions seemed to steady. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. The spotlight moment. Ha! I've heard that a million times. They always said the one in the spotlight is the real star, the real hero. Zhou Tong's gaze drifted to the distant audience, where swirling coils of red and black smoke began to form. They twisted into horrifying shapes. Zhou Tong thought to himself, but I've always wanted to ask, what does that light really shine on? Is it talent? Is it a dream? Is it courage? Or is it just a shadow, blown way out of proportion? I thought, if I just stood on that stage, if I just held the mic, I would become the one chosen by the light. The swirling smoke began to take shape, slowly revealing the familiar faces of people from his past. They stared with judgmental eyes, their scornful laughter mocking him. Zhou Tong, you just don't have what it takes. But what's the reality? Is that really the truth? Zhou Tong's mind was a chaotic mess. As he buried himself in self-doubt, a voice cut through the noise. You are trash. That single word was enough. Zhou Tong's face went pale as he sank deeper into the abyss of despair. But hearing that accusation, his fists clenched so tight, his nails dug into his palms. He gritted his teeth. his jaw aching. Zhou Tong refused to accept it. I admit it. I wasn't born with the kind of talent that could set the stage on fire just by opening my mouth. He stared into the void before him, where the familiar figures erupted in malicious laughter, their words sharp and unbearably cruel. Zhou Tong ignored them all. A single light cut through the darkness. He took a step towards it. But I refused to give up. I refused to just stand in the crowd and watch others shine. To believe I'm not worthy of even getting close to that light. Seeing the beam of light ahead, Zhou Tong's pace quickened, tuning out the jeers of the phantom crowd. I want it too. Just for 1 second. To reach the center of that stage. To touch that spotlight moment for myself. Grabbing the microphone, Zhou Tong ran for the light. But shadowy tendrils lashed out, coiling around him, dragging at his every step. His inner demons whispered and laughed in his ear, their voices hypnotic, seductive. What are you even fighting for? Trash belongs in the trash heap. You're trash. The light was right there, just within his grasp. Just a little further. Zhou Tong struggled, forcing his ensnared hand forward. Even if it's just for a single moment. Come on. Just a little more. Better to burn brilliantly for an instant than to flicker for 100 years. The light was right there. It doesn't matter if I can never be a rap star shining on a stage. But at least, here on the battlefield. Zhou Tong heroically raised his shield and charged toward the light, just as he had broken through his own darkness to reach for the sun. This was his chance to become a true main character. Zhou Tong raised his shield, his eyes blazing with resolve as he charged forward. Gritting his teeth, he built up momentum. Zhou Tong launched himself into the air, positioning his shield to intercept the giant axe. The clash of steel on steel sent a deafening ring through the air. The shockwave from the impact blasted away the surrounding dust. Under the immense pressure of the axe, Zhou Tong roared, seizing his moment in the spotlight. The axe carried 1,000 tons of Oma's affection, sending a cataclysmic shock through the shield and into Zhou Tong's very soul. This overwhelming hospitality sent a chilling frost through his entire being. A surge of hot blood rushed up his throat and welled in his eyes. Zhou Tong's eyes shot wide open as he bit down hard, unable to scream. A massive explosion erupted before Yiling's eyes, nearly blowing him away. The ground in front of him was torn apart in massive chunks. A figure was sent flying dozens of feet away. From the shape and clothes, it was Zhou Tong. As the body crashed into the ground, a cloud of dust billowed into the air. Yiqing stared in horror in that direction, screaming, Zhou Tong. His head snapped back towards Oma, his face contorted with fury. He angrily unleashed the power in his palm. A torrent of purple energy surged forth like a flash flood, forming a swirling orb. He slammed one hand onto the ground and roared, Gravity Vortex. Instantly, the earth buckled, collapsing into a deep crater. The force spread out like a living current, quick as lightning. The purple energy shot towards the axe, completely enveloping it. Slowly, the 1,000-ton axe began to float, suspended in midair. Yiqing's eyes were now completely filled with blood-red veins. Grinding his teeth, he glared at Oma. With a single flick of his wrist, the axe tore through the air, flying straight at its target. The axe flew like a ferocious tiger, aimed directly for Oma's chest. The attack was so fast, so sudden, that Oma had no time to dodge. With a sickening thud, it plunged directly into his heart. A thunderous hum echoed across the sky. Struck by the devastating blow, Oma's eyes burned with a hatred that could tear the world apart. He glared at Yiqing, letting out a pain-filled roar that ripped from his chest. Without giving the bastard a chance to counter, Yiqing instantly unleashed all his might, awakening the primal power within his body as he yelled. Third stage, Berserk. His entire body became the eye of a storm. Violent winds whipped around him, radiating waves of terrifying heat. The ground trembled as if in an earthquake. The intense heat swept over the sand, instantly warping and melting it. Oma looked down at the tiny pest before him, completely calm and unharmed. He gripped the blade embedded in his shoulder, his cold gaze sweeping downwards. An oppressive aura radiated from Yiqing. The sand around him had already melted into glass. He cracked his knuckles, his killing intent boiling over as he glared at Oma. His eyes were like those of a wild beast about to rip its prey to shreds. The blood-red glare was fixed on Oma as he clenched his jaw. He snarled, I will grind every single one of your bones to dust. Liu Xingran had already rushed over to heal Zhou Tong. He'd been knocked unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. But as long as he was breathing, there was still a chance. Healing had to come first. She looked towards Yiqing, completely stunned. That wasn't an ice crystal. It was sand, melted into glass by the sheer heat. He's so powerful. With that thought, Yiqing stomped his foot and shot forward like an arrow. His face said it all. You're dead meat this time. He clenched his jaw, balling his fists, ready to use Oma as a punching bag. But Oma wasn't a pushover. This was his home turf, after all. He wasn't about to stand still and get pummeled, launching an attack of his own toward Yiqing. With incredible agility, Yiqing twisted his body and dodged the attack, using the opening to get within close range of Oma. This was his chance. He seized the opportunity to grab a part of Oma's body, channeling every ounce of his strength, intellect, and primal power. He roared, pulling with immense force, and ripped a piece of Oma's body clean off. Oma stared in disbelief as Yiqing flew through the air, holding a part of him. It was happening right before his eyes. In all his long life, Oma had never witnessed anything like this. He was so stunned, he froze for 5 seconds. That was all the time Yiqing needed to ram that very piece of flesh straight into Oma's forehead. It happened in a flash. The sickening crunch of the impact was followed by Oma's demonic, hellish scream. He thrashed around in agony. Witnessing the entire event, Liu Xingran cheered and ran forward. She shouted, "You did it!" Seeing Oma struggling, Yiqing quickly shoved the impromptu weapon deeper. The wound was torn wide open. The sharp object, driven deep into his skull, caused Oma's body to lose all balance. Seeing Oma defenseless, Su Wuming swiftly brandished his greatsword and chopped off his arm. A system alert rang out, 40%. Liu Xingran seized the opportunity, quickly using her ice wall skill to immobilize Oma completely. Yiqing continued to plunge the weapon deeper into Oma's forehead. System alert, 30%. From behind, Yiling's hands unleashed a constant barrage of blazing fireballs that slammed into Oma. System alert, 20%. Yiqing used both hands, relentlessly stabbing into Oma's forehead. The crack in his skull was nearly torn wide open. System alert, 10%. Yiqing panted heavily, staring down at the defeated Oma at his feet. With a sharp hiss, the projectile blasted through the brain demon's forehead and flew out the other side. Pure fury coalesced in Yiqing's palm, forming an orb of volatile, dark purple energy. Gritting his teeth, he stared into the gaping wound and roared, "Be reduced to ash!" With a flick of his wrist, he launched the orb straight into the creature's exposed brain. The brain demon shrieked in agony, its massive body losing all control as it came crashing down. Realizing the colossal beast was finished, Yiqing swiftly retreated, watching as the brain demon thrashed and wailed in its death throes. The dark purple orb he'd implanted began to expand from within. Like a snowball of destruction, it grew larger and larger, until it became a massive, pulsating sphere. It tore the brain demon apart from the inside out. In a flash, the creature's body disintegrated into dust as a system alert chimed. Life signs at 0%. But after such a brutal battle, the one who paid the heaviest price was likely Zhou Tong. How is Zhou Tong? The shattered remains of his shield lay scattered across the ground. A heavy silence fell over the group as all eyes turned toward Zhou Tong. Thankfully, the shield's brief invulnerability effect had bought him a sliver of a chance to live. Liu Xingran stared down at Zhou Tong's still form, pouring every ounce of her energy into her healing skill. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she looked up at the approaching Yiqing. She spoke, her voice strained. "But my healing power is too weak. I can only barely keep him from death's door." Yiqing stepped closer. Seeing Zhou Tong completely unresponsive sent a wave of crushing guilt through him, his entire body trembling with self-blame. Through gritted teeth, he forced the words out, "This is my fault. I should have truly understood the rules of the abyss. I never should have let you all take such a risk." Under Liu Xingran's care, Zhou Tong slowly regained consciousness. Hearing Yiqing's words, a weak smile formed on his lips. "Boss, I'm just happy I could finally be of use." Zhou Tong's voice was filled with joy as he shakily raised a triumphant fist. He beamed. I finally got my moment in the spotlight." Sitting beside him, Yiling simply watched in silence. No one expected it. The guy who was normally so timid came through when it mattered most. Seeing Zhou Tong in this state, the team fell quiet. Yiqing's gaze was a mixture of deep concern and piercing self-reproach. As their leader, he had allowed a comrade to be wounded this severely. Everyone was exhausted from the fight, and now, they had a casualty. To prevent any more losses, Yiqing made his decision. He turned, his steps resolute. "Liu Xingran, Wu Ming, Yiling. The mission is cancelled. Take Zhou Tong back to the Abyss Gate. Immediately. As for the Abyss, I will conquer it alone." Hearing this, the entire group froze, staring at Yiqing in disbelief. Even the gravely wounded Zhou Tong forced his head up to look. When Liu Xingran finally processed his words, she thought she must have heard wrong. She stared in horror at his retreating back and demanded, "What did you just say? You're going in. Alone?" He pressed onward. Beneath his feet, The hot sands gave way to a bottomless chasm, a true vision of hell, with jagged spires of rock jutting up from the depths. An oppressive aura of dark purple smog cloaked everything. The air reeked of death, and the constant sound of something boiling echoed from below. Every moment of combat is a dance on a razor's edge, my heart pounding like a war drum. Without a will of steel and a heart to match, I would have already broken. Raising a hand, he began to gather his power, channeling it directly into the chasm below. I am becoming stronger. But in the shadows, where no one looks, I am losing parts of myself. System. Whitebone mastery acquired. I stared into the abyss, and the abyss stared back, as if mocking my insignificance, my powerlessness. Zhou Tong watched as Yiqing's figure shrank in the distance until it vanished completely, and that crushing feeling of uselessness returned. Tears streamed down his face without him realizing it. He let out a desperate laugh, grabbing a fistful of his own hair. I'm sorry. I gave everything I had to finally reach the main stage. But in the end, I'm still just a burden to you. I'm still the most useless one of all. Yiqing thought back to the battle, from the moment it began to its brutal conclusion. His gaze went distant, lost in the memory. In that moment, I couldn't bring myself to offer any words of encouragement, to tell Zhou Tong to get back up. What was I hesitating for? Was I trying to push him to risk his life again in the abyss? Or was I genuinely afraid he would die? His aura swept over the corpses of the flesh-eating ghouls, washing over them like a tidal wave. Collect the Brain Demon's corpse. Brain Demon's corpse successfully collected. Thinking about the harsh reality of this world, a cold numbness spread through Yiqing's heart. The cruelty of this world, of the abyss. It has never shown mercy to anyone. That's why. I couldn't say it. After collecting the last of the ghoul corpses, Yiqing raised his hand and tore open a spatial gate. The portal widened, shimmering before him. With a calm resolve, he stepped through. As he crossed the threshold, each step was firm, ready for whatever lay ahead. He emerged into a blinding light. Yiqing scanned his new surroundings. On the ground and in the air, the silhouettes of countless monsters swarmed. He moved forward, stepping over the corpses of ghouls as he assessed the situation. Even though Team Shattered Heart avoided a direct fight with the Brain Demon, they still ran into scattered packs of monsters along their detour. He looked around carefully. No bodies, no signs of a struggle. The bodies of the slaughter squad littered the ground. It seems they made it pretty far. But as he scanned the area, he noticed something. A spent smoke grenade. Yiqing focused his will, telekinetically pulling the object toward him. The smoke grenade landed squarely in his hand. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the Abyss King's domain. To go deeper, he'd have to get past the monster's watchful gaze. He examined the object in his hand, speaking his thoughts aloud. A stealth approach, huh? The slaughter squad had a solid plan. Sneak past everything to claim the final reward of the abyss. Without waiting, he closed his eyes. When they snapped open again, his observer's eye was active. His pupils shifted color as he stared into the darkness. Ahead, two colossal figures appeared in Yiqing's vision. These weren't just any orc raiders. They were orc warriors, massive beasts with slow attacks, but enough power to one-shot any fighter their level. High-level. Seeing them, the familiar itch to fight returned. He crushed the smoke grenade in his palm, his sharp gaze locked onto his targets. He had no intention of sneaking by. He strode forward without a hint of fear. The moment the creatures saw him, they turned their massive heads. But as they laid eyes on him, they froze. A man radiating a dark, oppressive aura, a long sword in his hand. His face hidden by shadow, radiating pure killing intent. Recognizing him as an intruder, the ogres were instantly energized. They roared, baring their fangs and claws as they charged forward. Yiqing tightened his grip on his sword. He met their charge head-on, his steps never faltering. Far away, among jagged mountains and rough, rocky paths, Fa Xiong's party was advancing toward a massive stone wall. Standing before the ancient stone, Fa Xiong observed it for a moment, then threw a punch. The wall thundered, but after a few more strikes, nothing happened. No reaction at all. He turned to his teammate, annoyed. What's going on? Aren't we at the end of the abyss? The final treasure has to be in here. Blocked by this damn stone door, his teammate hurried forward to check the situation. Looks like there's some writing here. He examined it closely, then said, Boss, the system says, requires the Guardian's amulet to open. Fa Xiong's face fell. Are you kidding me? We came all this way, and now it says we need a special item to open the door? The enraged Fa Xiong roared. What amulet? I didn't see any damn Guardian on the way here. The teammate pointed at the blue text on the stone, looking helpless. Boss, We avoided every single fight. Of course, we didn't pick anything up. The teammate was screaming internally. After such a long and exhausting journey, sweating buckets the whole way, they were stuck in this ridiculous situation. According to the description, the amulet is probably on that orc patrolling outside the chasm. The mere mention of the orc sent a shiver down Fa Xiong's spine. He flinched, remembering the nigh unbeatable giant ogre. A cold sweat broke out as he yelled, "The orc? Didn't we let another team lure it away? Now we have to go back, kill it, and then return to open this door? We went so far to avoid it. Now we need its key to move on." His teammate could only sigh in resignation. "I'm afraid so. Just standing here isn't going to solve anything." Fa Xiong quickly turned to the others. "How many smoke grenades do you have left? How many will it take to sneak back?" Hearing this, both of his teammates looked surprised. They looked at each other, then frantically searched their pockets, before shaking their heads. "I'm out." "Me too." Fa Xiong gritted his teeth, the pressure mounting. His eyes hardened with resolve. "Then we fight our way back." His teammate was speechless. If he knew this was going to happen, why did they take the long way around? Now they had to return to the starting point. Fa Xiong might be the team leader, but it felt like he left his brain at home. Or maybe when God was handing out intelligence, he was holding an umbrella. Hearing his leader's plan, the teammate shot him a contemptuous glare. "Fight? Our party is missing key roles. There's no way we can beat a boss now. Our tank died early on. The mage and archer are gone too. We had 2 healers, now we only have 1. And he's completely out of mana." Fa Xiong exploded in a fit of rage, screaming at his team. "You bunch of useless bastards. What rotten luck. Was it that cursed guy's fault?" Just then, a figure appeared nearby. Yiqing held out his hand. A golden claw with ancient patterns materialized above his palm, glowing with a faint purple light as it hovered in the air. "What you're looking for is in my hand." Fa Xiong, who was about to beat up his subordinate, froze. Hearing someone had the item, he whipped his head around. When he saw who it was, his jaw dropped. "You're still alive?" Yiqing ignored Fa Xiong's disbelief. He held the claw, sweat dripping from his face. "Thanks to you. Not only am I alive, I'm doing great." Fa Xiong sneered at Yiqing's disheveled appearance. He let out a loud laugh, looking him up and down. "Huh, don't tell me. You survived by abandoning your own teammates too? Your team fared even worse than mine. A total wipeout." Yiqing sneered, looking down on him. He calmly replied, "Let's not point fingers on that front." Then, ignoring the man's devastated expression, he forged ahead. "Unlike you, I don't let my team die so easily. For their own safety, I had them retreat," Yiqing stated, pressing a sharp claw against the stone wall. With a grinding sound, the heavy wall began to shift, kicking up a fine layer of ancient dust. A chasm opened in the center of the stonework, revealing a spatial gate, its depth seemingly endless as it fully materialized. Yiqing watched, hands casually in his pockets as he stepped back. Xiong and his companions rushed forward, peering into the portal's abyss. After placing a protective talisman on the 1,000-year-old stone slab, the gate had appeared. The group stepped through, finding themselves in a corridor that stretched into infinity. Hands in his pockets, Yiqing's eyes scanned their surroundings. Xiong and his lackeys trailed close behind. Glancing around, Xiong eyed Yiqing with suspicion. "That talisman in your hand. Don't tell me you stole it from the valley's boss?" Yiqing gave no reply, his focus fixed on surveying the area. Seeing this, the mage sidled up to Xiong and whispered, "The legendary grade skill Pilfer from the Thief class allows you to acquire items without having to kill the target." Xiong's eyes darted towards Yiqing, then back to the mage. He muttered, "But isn't his official class Scavenger? If you told me it was a legendary grade Scavenger ability, maybe I'd believe you. But straight up theft? How is that possible?" Overhearing Xiong's crew whispering behind him, Yiqing shot them a look. His voice cut through the air, sharp as ice. "Stop overthinking it. I killed Omama. The others were just in the way." Xiong couldn't believe his ears. What was this guy saying? Impossible. Agitated, he lunged forward, grabbing Yiqing by the shoulders and yelling, "How did you kill that monster? Even our entire party combined couldn't scratch it. How could you possibly do it alone?" Annoyed by the man's frantic outburst, Yiqing shot him a glare, remaining silent. He casually threw a punch at the stone wall beside them. Boom! A crater formed instantly, sending dust and debris flying. Stunned, Xiong immediately let go and stumbled backward. The mage's face went completely pale with fright. Yiqing slowly retracted his fist, cracking his knuckles as he glanced at them. "You want a taste of that too?" Witnessing the sheer power of that one punch, Xiong and the mage stood there, jaws agape. They had to bite their lips to keep from crying out in terror. My God, is this guy Saitama's disciple or something? The only thing he's missing is the bald head. Realizing Yiqing possessed Hulk-level strength, Xiong's demeanor instantly changed. He approached with a fawning, boot-licking smile. I see now that you're a true master, absolutely incredible. So, for now, we're still partners, right? At the very least, I'm still alive and can fill out the party roster. Just imagine, what if the final room's puzzle requires multiple people to solve? As they walked, Yiqing grew tired of Xiong's constant yammering. He gave a non-committal reply and simply kept walking, letting Xiong and the mage trail behind him. Taking the reply as a good sign, Xiong pressed on. Of course, inside this abyss, with your level of power, whatever you say goes. But once we're out of the abyss, you'll need my status to pull some strings and boost your hunter team's ranking, won't you? Xiong continued to chatter away like a sparrow in his ear, putting on a benevolent smile as he laid out his proposal. We're cooperating on equal terms. Tradition dictates that the abyss's final treasure is split evenly among all party members. My hunter team had 5 people, and your scavenger team has 1, so that's a 1/5 share for you. Hearing Xiong's ridiculous logic, Yiqing rolled his eyes. Seriously? What part of that is fair? A 1/5 share? You've got to be kidding me. The nerve of this guy. To say that with a straight face. Just then, Yiqing's foot landed on a stone step. A faint click echoed as the tile beneath him gave way. An instant later, a volley of glowing arrows materialized, shooting toward them. With lightning-fast reflexes, Yiqing threw himself to the side. He yelled, "Everyone, scatter! It's a trap!" At his warning, Xiong and the others scrambled to get out of the way, but one man wasn't fast enough. Before he could even react, an arrow pierced straight through his chest. His eyes went wide before he collapsed, dead before he could utter a sound. His teammates, including Xiong, who crept forward to look, were frozen in shock. 1 second, their comrade was alive and breathing beside them. The next, he was gone. Yiqing glanced at the fallen man and let out a small sigh. He then calmly replied to Xiong's earlier proposal. Maybe, but now you're down to 4 members. You should be more concerned with making it out of here alive than splitting any treasure. The group proceeded to the end of the long corridor. Xiong's men looked around cautiously, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. That was too close. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Fa Xiong stood with his hands on his hips, breathing heavily. Damn it, they were finally safe. His crewmates chimed in. That trap was terrifying, but I guess we made it through okay. Yiqing ignored them. He stood scanning his surroundings, sensing something strange up ahead. Looking down the path, a series of warning signs popped into view, all repeating the same message. Trap detected. Yiqing felt the urge to curse the entire family line of whoever designed this place. Son of a. Was this dungeon designed to be impossible? Seething with frustration, he unleashed a punch into a nearby boulder. Under the immense force, the stone caved in, forming a swirling vortex as wind kicked up around them. But after his moment of stress relief, a series of ear-splitting alarms began to shriek once more. Trap activated. Yiqing's heart sank into his stomach. The bitterness was almost too much to bear. Activating the trap was like opening a portal to a new dimension. A sky full of glittering stars suddenly hurtled towards them like a meteor shower. Fa Xiong's men scrambled to their feet in a panic. Fa Xiong's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide. Holy crap! The mage was so terrified he was completely speechless. Yet Yiqing remained calm, watching the wishing stars fall upon their heads. He smirked, whispering softly, "Interesting." Facing a storm of raining arrows, Yiqing raised a hand and unleashed his power, forming a massive, glowing purple shield to block the deadly projectiles. The moment Fa Xiong saw the arrow storm, he turned to run back to his men. They were frozen in shock, only able to stare as tens of thousands of arrows rained down, stopped only by Yiqing's immense power. In a single instant, thousands of arrows were halted in their tracks, their speed slowing until they hung suspended in midair. The razor-sharp arrowheads were mere inches from their faces, causing Fa Xiong's crew to tremble in fear. One wrong move, and they would have become human pincushions. Halting the rain of arrows, Yiqing clenched his fist to control his power. He spoke with an icy tone. "All the traps have been broken. You can proceed now." They watched as Yiqing, with just a casual wave of his hand, had neutralized every single trap. "Hey, that's just cheating, isn't it?" "Seriously?" Fa Xiong's voice trembled as he stared at him. "Did you put all of your stat points into strength?" The mage who witnessed Yiqing's move broke out in a cold sweat, stammering in disbelief. "What kind of skill was that? I've never seen anything like it in my life." Ignoring the dumbfounded group, Yiqing, having conquered this virtual world, continued to walk forward. The crew behind him quickly followed, but kept a very safe distance. Fa Xiong was filled with suspicion, unable to stop himself from re-evaluating Yiqing. Just what kind of monster is this guy? To destroy every single mechanism with one punch, and to do it with such a calm expression? The mage heard him and quickly whispered, "Boss, we should probably talk less. We might have to rely on him to get us through this, so you should really watch your mouth. When you're following someone else's lead, you need to know your place, boss." Fa Xiong wasn't worried in the slightest. He's just some trash picker. While they had a whole crew, he scoffed. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just one guy against the 5 of us." The mage thought to himself, "Can this guy even count?" Before timidly correcting him, "4. There are 4 of us." Their back-talking marathon came to a sudden halt when the figure in front of them stopped walking, freezing the entire group in their tracks. Fa Xiong put on a friendly smile. "Ha ha, brother, why the sudden stop? Is there something wrong up ahead?" Fa Xiong cautiously moved forward to see, and his eyes went wide with disbelief. He rubbed them again and again, but it was no illusion. It was all real. The whole crew followed, and their jaws dropped. Right before them lay tens of thousands of gold coins, and countless jewels and resources were just a few steps away. They glittered so brightly that their reflection shone in everyone's eyes. It was real, shimmering and sparkling. Seeing a fortune right in front of their eyes, it would be against human nature not to run for it. They completely abandoned Yiqing and charged down the path to the treasure, hooting and hollering with glee. When they reached the end, a mountain of gold stood before them. This truly was the ultimate destination. The whole crew shouted in unison, "Holy cow!" Fa Xiong's eyes darted around. He picked up a large crystal from the ground, examining it endlessly, a greedy grin stretching from ear to ear. "I've never seen a crystal with such high purity. Look at this clarity, this brilliance." Tsk, tsk. The mage and his buddies also began grabbing treasures from the ground, their eyes shining like stars. They yelled with wide smiles, "With all this, we'll never have to scavenge again. We're rich." "Ha ha." Fa Xiong laughed manically and gave an order to all his underlings. "All right, everyone empty your bags and fill them up with these treasures. When we get back, we're going to be legends." The group cheered, "Yes, sir," and immediately pulled out their cloth sacks to stuff them with jewels. This was it. Money, status, wealth, it was all within their grasp. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the crew gathering treasure, Yiqing stood back and observed. Something felt very, very wrong. With a treasure trove this vast, why were there only a few simple traps? He narrowed his eyes at the mountains of gold, his voice low. Something isn't right. As he pondered what was wrong, a faint clinking sound echoed through the cavern. A few gold coins had just tumbled from the peak of the mountain before him. Yiqing's eyes widened. The sharp clatter of coins rang out again, vibrating in his ears. Something was moving at the top of the golden mountain. Yiqing squinted, trying to get a better look. But when he finally recognized the true shape of the dark silhouette, his eyes went wide with disbelief. A dragon. I see. In the abyss? A creature this impossibly rare? According to the old records, they were only found in S-rank abyss worlds. In the entire history of the world, there have been less than 5 confirmed sightings. The sound of falling coins grew louder and louder. Clink, clank, as something began to rise from the summit of the treasure pile. 2 sharp objects started to emerge, becoming clearer by the second. A pair of horns. There was no mistaking it. A figure slowly took shape. A girl with drowsy eyes, not yet fully awake, covered her mouth and yawned. "Who dares to awaken me from my slumber?" Fa Xiong and his crew heard the voice and whipped their heads around. They saw a figure with sharp horns and wings, but what truly terrified them was, why was a creature like this doing here? Fa Xiong gasped in shock. A woman. The girl lazily propped her chin on her hand, looking down on them with utter indifference. "You are nothing but low-level creatures. Take off all your valuable equipment, then leave my presence with the respect you owe me." With that said, the girl lay back down, closing her eyes to drift off again. "Ah, my golden bed truly is the most comfortable. Leave your offerings behind and go quietly. And I might just pretend I never saw you. You low-level demonic beasts. Don't disturb my beauty sleep. Just leave the treasure and get out. Good riddance." Then, the sound of steady breathing filled the air as the girl fell asleep once more. Fa Xiong's entire group just stood there, frozen for a full 5 seconds. They all wondered, what in the world just happened? Fa Xiong stared at the girl, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. He couldn't believe his own eyes or ears. Did I hear that right? It's a monster. But it can talk? And it's speaking a human language. Suddenly, the girl jolted awake from her slumber, her eyes flying open as she sat up on the mountain of gold. She whimpered, "Oh no, I almost overslept. Wait a minute. I was already asleep. Wasn't I?" Still drowsy, she stretched and peered down from her perch. "Huh? Are these humans still here?" She pouted and spoke again. "Hey now, haven't you left yet? Such greedy creatures. Even the air you breathe carries a disgusting stench. It's honestly nauseating." Her gaze swept across the room, until her brilliant golden pupils suddenly stopped for a split second. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she'd spotted something interesting. A small smirk played on her lips as she let out a quiet, "Oh?" Seeing that the humans showed no signs of leaving, the girl gracefully stood up, a picture of youthful energy mixed with a lazy charm. She spread her massive wings, each step sending a cascade of gold coins clattering. Her voice dripped with disdain. My. Dressed in such filthy rags, and you dare set foot in my domain? You're truly dirtying my golden floors." Seeing the girl, or rather, the dragon's true form, Yiqing silently watched her, feeling an immense pressure crash down on him. It was an overwhelming force that made it hard to breathe, and cold sweat dripped down his face. Fa Xiong saw the dark figure step out of the shadows, its shape becoming perfectly clear. Though terrified, his eyes darted around, assessing her with a calculating gaze. He raised an eyebrow and a sly grin spread across his face. A humanoid monster. A rare species recorded in the monster database. And she just so happens to be a total beauty. Haha. Brothers, if we become the first to kill one and add it to the illustrated guide, wouldn't that give us some serious bragging rights? Hearing this, the party's mage nearly fell to his knees to beg Fa Xiong to stop. Getting here was already hard enough, and now he wants to fight this monster? She spoke a few words, and her aura nearly crushed us. "I've got an old mother and a young wife at home, boss." He quickly stepped forward to intervene. "Boss, I think we should just listen to her. This woman is no simple monster. She could be a final boss." Hearing his teammate, Fa Xiong shot him a scornful look. He glanced over at Yiqing, then back at the mage. "What are you so afraid of? She's just a pretty monster guarding a pile of treasure. There are 5 of us, and you're scared of her all alone? Besides, her aggro seems to be locked onto that kid over there. This gives us the perfect chance for a sneak attack. I was having such a nice dream. And now these greedy humans wake me up. Just standing near them feels like I'm breathing polluted air. They're just a bunch of thieves who broke in illegally, and now they're blabbering about taking me down? Today, I'll teach all of you what it means when they say a rose has its thorns." She raised a hand, and blinding bolts of lightning crackled in her palm. She then fired a beam of pure energy straight at the entire group. At the same time, countless sharp arrows materialized in midair, taking aim. It descended upon Fa Xiong's men like a biblical flood, causing them to shriek in terror, collapsing to the ground and curling into balls of fear. Fa Xiong's crew had no time to react, completely powerless to even think of defending themselves. Fa Xiong stared up in utter horror, screaming, "Mother of God, what is this?" Yiqing saw the 10,000 arrows hurtling toward him. In an instant, 2 short swords materialized in his hands as he grimly prepared his defense. After unleashing her myriad arrow heart-piercer technique and seeing these men were unharmed, the girl decided to act. Her body launched from the golden mountain peak, soaring into the sky. The sheer force of her takeoff sent another sonic boom echoing through the valley. The dark figure circled once in the air, then folded its wings, diving straight down. The whistling wind shrieked, making ears ring, as a body as light as a feather landed right before Yiqing. A gust of wind rustled Yiqing's clothes. Standing before him was a legendary dragon girl. Seeing his fearless expression, she cut right to the chase. "Well then, little brother, gold, crystals, or other shiny things." She paused for 3 seconds, her golden pupils gazing softly at Yiqing. Her fingers formed a triangle as she offered a gentle smile. "Surely you have something you can offer me, right?" In the middle of the battlefield, under a rain of arrows, Fa Xiong couldn't believe what he was hearing. His face went blank, his eyes wide as he watched the scene unfold. What the hell is this? He couldn't have heard that right, could he? A monster that was obsessed with worldly goods? What? This creature is actually a money-grubbing demon? The girl's eyes scanned Yiqing, sizing him up from head to toe. After a moment, her gaze locked onto his bag. A slight smirk played on her lips as she stared intently at it. With a flick of her wrist, a golden flash appeared again, wrapping around Yiqing's body. Just then, Apma's horn shot out from his storage bag, pulled by an invisible force straight toward the girl. The shock of it all made Yiqing's grip on his blade go completely slack. Seeing his protective charm floating through the air toward her, Yiqing immediately dashed forward. He reached out, grabbing it tightly. Gritting his teeth, he held on. "You will not touch what's mine." The girl was surprised by Yiqing's intense reaction, thinking his bag must hold some priceless treasure. She looked at him indifferently. It's just a piece of trash. Why would you treat it like a precious jewel? This was ridiculous. With the pressure she was exerting, he couldn't hold on to the charm for much longer. He had to find a way to counter. Being passive like this was a death sentence. If it's a magical beast, it must have a weak point. Even a dragon, as long as its health bar is exposed, is not invincible. Her observer's eye seemed to sense something. Her golden eyes narrowed on Yiqing's face. She remained silent, but her expression screamed, "Big sister is not happy." She moved like a gentle breeze, so fast that Yiqing didn't even feel the pain when it hit. She stepped past him, and with a casual flick of her hand, she had taken one of Yiqing's eyeballs. Blood sprayed everywhere. Half of his world suddenly went dark as she glided past him. Her silhouette, cloaked in shadow, radiated a mystical power that could not be underestimated. She raised an eyebrow, her sharp gaze sweeping over his body. Holding the prize in her palm, she smirked. "Trying to use your appraisal skill on me? Your eye will serve as my tribute." Her words were followed by the sound of laughter that echoed like silver bells. Yiqing clapped a hand over his wounded eye, the searing pain forcing him to clamp his jaw shut. To strike with such blinding speed in a single pass. He hadn't even had time to react. Sweat poured down his face. This thing was a true monster. As if looking at a delicious treat, she opened her mouth, raised her hand, and popped it inside. Shaking off the agony, Yiqing quickly regained his focus. His eyes narrowed, and his entire body instantly tensed for battle. He gripped his blade tight as a torrent of dark purple energy erupted from him, his entire form consumed by the Asura's flame. Double Berserk activated. The rage inside him, once a tiny seed, instantly sprouted, growing into a towering tree that reached for the heavens. Power roared through every cell in his body. His aura crashed outwards like a tidal wave shattering a dam. Triple strength activation screamed to be unleashed. Yiqing moved, leaving only an afterimage as he charged the girl, his sharp blade radiating a bone-chilling cold. Closing the distance, Yiqing aimed for her neck, the spot that would yield the most critical damage, and swung down with everything he had. But to her, Yiqing's attack was like a boring film playing in slow motion. When the blade was just a millimeter away, she closed her eyes with a sleepy sigh. Her fingers rose gently and pinched the tip of the blade. Without even trying, she caused the sword to crack like a spider's web, shattered. Yiqing hit the ground hard after the attack. He stared in disbelief at the twin blades in his hands, unable to believe they had been snapped like toothpicks. Before he could even process the shock, the girl casually flicked her finger in his direction. He had no time to react. No chance to even try. That simple gesture sent him flying backward. The sheer force carved a deep trench into the earth, throwing up a blinding cloud of dust. Though he shielded himself with his arms, the crushing pressure slammed into his entire body, feeling as if his organs were being pulverized. He gritted his teeth against the agony. This kind of power was beyond measurement. This woman was a true goddess. Watching Yiqing get utterly decimated, Fa Xiong broke out in a cold sweat, his hand tightening around a smoke grenade for an emergency escape. This woman wasn't some monster you could just log in a field guide. His men, witnessing the carnage, silently agreed. Fear was etched on their faces as they desperately stuffed the largest crystal shards they could find into their pockets. Seeing the situation was hopeless, Fa Xiong hurled the smoke grenade right at the girl. "I've made enough profit here. Time to get out." With that, he immediately turned tail and fled the scene. The grenade hit the ground with a concussive blast, releasing waves of thick smoke that obscured all vision. Caught in the dense cloud, the girl squinted her eyes. The attack was too sudden for her to put up a defense. Through the swirling haze, a colossal shadow began to form, taking the shape of a medieval dragon with a long neck and massive, spreading wings. Fa Xiong was already on the move, barking orders at his men to gather the supplies. One of the mages spotted a massive crystal shard and immediately tried to heave it onto his shoulder. Fa Xiong, busy scooping up smaller crystals, snapped at the sight. "You idiot! How do you expect to run with that thing? Just move." Back in the smoke, the dragon's maw gaped open, revealing razor-sharp teeth and a searing glow from within. A massive fireball shot down from the hazy sky like a molten meteor, slamming directly into Fa Xiong and sending the crystals he'd gathered scattering across the ground. The mage and a nearby knight tried to escape, but the inferno swiftly swallowed them whole. Engulfed by the heat, they burned like real-life ghost riders. Staring at the two smoldering corpses on the ground, Fa Xiong sat frozen, paralyzed by sheer terror. As he watched the horrific scene unfold, sweat poured down his face. He clenched his jaw and cursed, "Damn it, son of a..." His comrades had fallen right before his eyes, but to Fa Xiong, Their fate as human barbecue was simply because they were too slow. He glanced at the scattered crystals and muttered, "A bunch of idiots. I told them to just grab and run." Fa Xiong quickly scrambled toward the nearest crystal right in front of him. A greedy smile spread across his face as he snatched it. "I just need this one. This will be enough." With the prize in his hand, he got to his feet to bolt, but a deafening explosion of smoke erupted right in front of him. Fa Xiong froze solid, too terrified to react, his body rigid as he stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed. As the smoke cleared, the colossal dragon emerged, its wings spread wide, blocking his path. Its glowing eyes stared down as it spoke. "To think you dare steal my sacred treasure, you have some nerve." Fa Xiong's hand tightened around the waff, crystal shard. He trembled, biting his lip to stifle a scream as he stared in terror at the beast before him. In the next second, the giant dragon shimmered and transformed into a stunningly beautiful young woman. The terrifying spectacle almost seemed like an illusion, but Fa Xiong knew it had all been terrifyingly real. The girl smiled, her captivating figure and golden eyes fixed on him. "A dragon's treasure," she cooed. "I bet it burns to the touch, doesn't it?" As she spoke, a searing heat suddenly flared up in the palm of his hand. Fa Xiong glanced down in a panic, horrified to see blue flames erupting around the crystal he was holding. The azure fire grew larger, the pain becoming unbearable. He screamed in agony and flung the crystal away. Pathetic. The sight of the greedy human's reaction didn't surprise her in the slightest. Suddenly, a sharp blade shot through the air toward her like an arrow. With her keen senses, she had already detected it. The girl simply raised an eyebrow, not even flinching. When the blade was a mere 3 centimeters from her face, she let out a soft breath, and the steel instantly shattered into 1,000 pieces. She tilted her head with a look of disappointment, almost as if she were the one who'd thrown it. Her beautiful eyes looked toward the attacker as she murmured, "What a shame." Her gaze fell upon Yiqing, who was staggering toward her, his body a mess of wounds. The girl clicked her tongue, her voice dripping with indifference. "You're covered in injuries and can barely breathe. And you still want to fight?" Seizing his chance while the girl's attention was elsewhere, Fa Xiong snatched the crystal and made a run for it. Her gaze then fell upon Yiqing. A verdant aura began to swirl from her hands. With an air of lazy superiority, she sneered, "Perhaps I need to teach you what true regeneration really is." The green energy shot forward in a flash, completely enveloping Yiqing in its light. The searing pain in his burnt hand was suddenly replaced by a cooling sensation, as the agony simply vanished. This sudden reversal left Yiqing utterly speechless. Was she actually healing him? Then, as if remembering something, a smirk crossed her face. Her eyes narrowed, and a single gold coin shot directly toward her. She caught it effortlessly between 2 fingers. With a graceful spin, she flicked the coin toward the fleeing Fa Xiong. It tore straight through his thigh with incredible force. Blood sprayed into the air as Fa Xiong let out a piercing scream of agony. The coin's momentum sent him hurtling backward, causing him to crash hard into the massive pile of gold and jewels. He shrieked as his body scraped against the hard metal. Unconcerned, the girl looked over at Yiqing with renewed interest, a smile on her lips. "Compared to maggots that just lick gold coins, I'm far more interested in a stray dog who can dig a crown out of a pile of corpses." With those words, she unfurled her wings, launching herself into the air and landing gracefully right in front of Yiqing. Her metallic pupils stared right into his, filled with intrigue. "So," she asked, "what is it you've managed to sniff out?" Yiqing didn't flinch. His gaze was sharp as he answered directly, "The key to the Black Tower is a part of your hidden hoard." Upon hearing his words, her golden eyes narrowed to slits. She raised an eyebrow, staring intently at him. This mere human. In a flash, she shot her hand out, grabbing Yiqing by the collar like he was nothing, and shouting at the top of her lungs, "Insolence! Who do you think you are? A pathetic scavenger, daring to speak of our treasure? We are a dragon." Even while being held aloft, Yiqing remained perfectly calm. "Give me the key to the Black Tower, and I will stay away from your hoard." To him, that single key was worth infinitely more than these mountains of gold. It was the only thing he needed. Seeing his complete lack of fear, the girl's brow furrowed in contempt as she looked down on the human before her. And why should a magnificent dragon care about the demands of a stray dog? "I am of the noble dragon race. What is a mere mortal like you to me?" Yiqing met her glare, and a small, dark purple orb materialized in his palm. "Because," he said, "I have a reason you can't refuse." The girl glanced at the small sphere in his hand. "And what is that supposed to be?" Before she could even react, the orb pulsed, rapidly expanding into a massive, swirling spatial gate. All around them, countless hands began to sprout from the ground like mushrooms after a rain. The bizarre sight left the dragon girl frozen in shock. Yiqing simply gave a quiet command: collect it all. Instantly, the hands went to work, grabbing fistfuls of gold coins at a furious pace. The deafening clatter of gold echoed through the chamber as it was tossed into the portal from every direction. The bottomless gate greedily devoured everything in sight. Watching her precious gold disappear, the girl frantically let go of Yiqing. A pain like 1,000 knives stabbed at her heart. As she watched each coin vanish, she cried out in anguish. No! She desperately tried to stop them, to save her treasure piece by piece, but she was one against hundreds. Seeing a massive crystal about to be pulled in, tears streamed down her face as she screamed, "Stop! Stop it! Stop!" She managed to stop one hand, only for another to grab more of her gold. Overwhelmed with rage, she bit down hard on one of the spectral limbs. She shrieked at Yiqing, "You deserve to be sliced into 1,000 pieces." Yiqing watched as his plan unfolded perfectly. Her obsession with treasure was her greatest weakness. As she continued her frantic struggle, Yiqing offered a calm smile. "Even if you kill me, you can't stop the devouring power of the void. Just give up." The realization that skewering him wouldn't save her hoard hit her with crushing force, and she began to sob uncontrollably. "Do you have any idea how many years it took me to gather all of this? You bastard. Damn you." Yiqing calmly raised a hand, levitating a suit of iron armor into the air. His voice was completely devoid of emotion. "Or, you can stand there and watch as the treasure you've collected for millennia is turned into a pile of worthless junk." As he finished speaking, he clenched his fist. The armor was instantly crushed by a glowing purple energy before being sucked into the void. She watched in horror as the treasures she had cherished for ages were not just stolen, but utterly destroyed before her eyes. Rage and heartbreak warred within her soul. Her eyes widened as she saw Yiqing preparing to destroy something else. She screamed, "Stop! Stop it, you shameless, corpse-eating stray dog." Yiqing looked at her and gave a gentle, almost kindly smile, all while continuing to channel his power and expand its reach. The girl was seething, panting with fury, but she didn't dare make a single move. Yiqing calmly walked toward the center of the horde, his footsteps echoing on the stone. The surface of the lake rippled, as a power, like a world-ending flood, washed over everything, quickly consuming its surroundings. Witnessing this left the girl completely stunned. First, a block of ice appeared, covered in exquisitely detailed carvings. The permafrost coffin's retrieval was complete. As the object flew past her, the girl shrieked and gave chase. That was the 18th full moon gift. We prepared for the 1,352nd generation dragon. Before she could stop it, she saw the furnace lifted by a giant hand, extinguishing its undying flame. That was the very lamp that lit our home. Oh heavens, it has no salvage value anymore. It has extinguished itself on the very edge of the void. Turning around, she had to rush to fight off another rotten hand. "My God!" the girl screamed in tears. "My ancient scroll! Let go of it with your filthy hand," I said. Watching her treasures being taken away left her utterly helpless. "Don't you dare touch those sapphire boxes. Inside are all of our lost baby teeth. And that spear's tassel. It was made from dragon scales." She couldn't fight off these rotten hands alone. She could only watch as her assets were moved, stolen right before her eyes, completely powerless. The rage was unbearable. She collapsed to the ground as tears streamed down like rain. "Spit it out. Spit it out for me right now. My money. My precious treasures." Yiqing saw that his plan was 99% complete. He aimed for the final treasure, a smirk playing on his lips, then traded the key to the Dark Tower for it. "You wouldn't want to see the first reverse scale of the Snow Dragon King turn to dust, would you?" He finished with a soft laugh, his eyes filled with challenge. "That thing is incredibly valuable, you know. This mortal." The girl's cries turned into silent sobs of despair. "I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything. I'll give you anything," she screamed. "It's nothing more than a tattered old key, anyway." After retrieving the reverse scale, she quickly stored it away and led Yiqing into an ancient castle. "This is the Dragon Clan's repository of knowledge." Entering a seemingly endless hallway, Yiqing followed closely behind the girl. As they walked, she explained, "Besides accumulating treasure, our Dragon Clan are also collectors of knowledge." Arriving before a massive stone gate, she pushed it open. A loud creak echoed as a thick layer of dust filled the air. "But it's been 300 years since anyone has come here." Yiqing clutched his injured arm as he slowly stepped inside. So much time without being cleaned had left the place thick with grime. Yiqing breathed it in, his eyes stinging as he coughed a few times. He quickly covered his face with his hand. Staring at the dust-caked library, Yiqing moved forward. The girl looked around, her eyes scanning the room, before murmuring softly, "We probably should have tidied up a bit. Maybe 200 years ago?" Before Yiqing stood a colossal library, filled with thousands upon thousands of ancient books from forgotten eras. There were so many books they overflowed from the shelves, forming a great mountain in the center of the hall. Countless eternal candles floated in midair, illuminating the entire, immense library. The girl spread her wings, flying towards the shelves to search for something. Yiqing stepped across the piles of books, walking toward the table where she now sat. "You light candles in a library like this? Are you saying the paper in these ancient scrolls doesn't burn bright enough for you?" The girl ignored his sarcastic remark, simply replying, "Sit." Yiqing answered politely, "No, thank you." Sitting on the table, the girl began to murmur in an ancient tongue. From afar, an object flew swiftly into the palm of her hand. The girl spoke up. "This is the key to the dark tower that you desire." A mysterious black book hovered in the air before them. It radiated an ancient power. The red crystal on its cover held a magic that made it hard to look away. Yiqing reached out. Just as he was about to touch the book, the key he so desperately wanted. Smack! Novelist, the dragon girl, had slammed it down onto the table. Yiqing froze, staring at her. His face turned to ice. "What is the meaning of this?" Novelist propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head with a smile. "But, you can't possibly think you can take it that easily." Novelist beamed, her eyes narrowing gently as she looked at him. "That half of our treasure you swallowed. You should at least give some of it back to us, don't you think?" Within the vast library, under the flickering candlelight, Yiqing spoke coldly. "Hey, novelist, weren't you the one who called me a trash dog that eats rotting corpses? If that's the case, where would I get any treasure to return to you?" Novelist just smiled, her eyes squinting as she studied Yiqing's face. "My nose is very sharp, you know. Even if you're covered in trash, I can still smell the scent of legends on you, hidden deep within the abyss of your pockets." Hearing this, Yiqing lowered his head, his long hair hiding his eyes. It also concealed his true emotions in that moment. Seeing him like this, Novelist wasn't in a rush. She continued with a slow, deliberate smile. "How about this? You take out 100 pure artifacts to trade with me, and in return, I will give you the key to the Dark Tower. And if you're quick about it, I might even provide some additional services. So, what do you think?" Hearing her words, Yiqing felt as if he'd walked right into a trap. His brow furrowed so intensely you could crush a fly in the crease. Forcing a strained smile, he muttered, "You are truly obsessed with that money, novelist? What if I refuse? Trying to trap me won't be that easy." Novelist crossed her arms, a playful smile on her face. "You stray dog, I know what you're capable of. 100 million divine artifacts is nothing to you. With your void powers, you could create even more," she said, pressing a hand to her temple. She looked tired as she spoke. "As for me, if I could freely cross the gate to other worlds like you, I certainly wouldn't be lusting after your trinkets. But alas, I can't." Hearing this, Jin lowered his head and let out a long sigh. After a moment of thought, he finally made his decision. He raised his hand with a single thought, and instantly, a swirling orb of violet energy appeared in midair. It floated there, making Novelist's eyes light up like stars. In the next second, Jin lifted the orb high. As if alive, the sphere shattered, scattering its light across the library. Then, a rain of endless gold coins poured down from the sky. Seeing this, Novelist jumped for joy, cheering with pure delight. After a moment, once the golden artifacts had fallen, Jin swiftly recalled the power back into his fist. He gritted his teeth and looked at Novelist. Satisfied now? Novelist picked up a divine weapon, admiring it endlessly. She was so happy she couldn't take her eyes off it. "Wow, this is a divine treasure I've never seen before." Seeing her complete satisfaction, Jin turned away. He quickly walked toward the desk. He reached out to touch the book, the key to the black tower that he so desired. The moment his finger grazed the book's surface and touched the red crystal, a flash of crimson and black energy suddenly shot out. It aimed straight for Jin. The book began to glow red, surrounded by an oppressive black aura. A second later, a system notification rang out. "You have been afflicted by the forbidden curse, Shadow of Death. All stats are reduced to 1. All skills are unusable. After a 5-day countdown, the instant death effect will activate." Jin stared at the book in stunned silence. His mind went blank before he roared in disbelief. "What?" While Jin was being overwhelmed by the forbidden curse, Novelist simply continued gathering more treasures. Finding another artifact, she bent down excitedly to pick it up. With a huge smile, she said, My My, isn't this the treasure that old geezer kept locked away in his magic vault? When did this fall into your hands? This little stray dog truly has some surprising skills. Jin, though caught in the spell, quickly regained his composure. He narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over Novelist. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What I wanted was the key to the Black Tower, not for you to lay a curse trap for me." Hearing his furious voice, Novelist put the artifact down. She turned and spoke slowly. "I gave you what I promised. Whether the item was clean or not has nothing to do with me." Jin's face twisted with rage at her words. Realizing he'd been tricked, he let out a bitter, mocking laugh. "It's true what they say. Making a deal with a dragon never ends well." Novelist completely ignored Jin. She bent down, picking up the treasures and admiring them with a faint smile. "Stray dogs that like to bite people. Hey Suv, have never been able to taste the special service I promised." She clutched the divine weapon, pressing her face against it lovingly. That happy, gentle smile, too, is reserved only for the child who can bring us treasure. Jin stalked toward Novellis, the rage inside him finally exploding. He grabbed her horn and pulled with all his might, intending to break it. The sudden agony made Novelist drop the weapon. She shrieked in pain. "Let go! Let go! A dragon's horn is connected to its reverse scale nerve." "You brute!" Hearing Novelist's blood-curdling screams, the mage guardian who had been following them quickly scanned the mountain of books ahead. He wondered with suspicion, does that trash really intend to capture an ancient dragon for his codex? But Jin was done listening to any of Novelist's excuses. This deceitful dragon. He put all his strength into his grip, fighting every instinct not to just snap the horn off. His murderous gaze was locked on her. He roared, "Don't give me any more useless tricks. Otherwise, not only will you not get your 100 million items, I'll turn this entire library of yours into nothingness." Seeing Jin's absolute fury at being played, Novelist finally surrendered. Anything but a threat to her collection. She spoke quickly. "You must find the door to the other world. Hidden inside is the ultimate holy scripture, which can rewrite the rules of life and death. Only that can lift this death curse." Hearing her words, Jin's rage only intensified. Still playing games with him, he tightened his grip, his eyes blazing with fury as he yelled, "Give me another clue. Where is the door, you stupid dragon?" Seeing that Yiqing didn't believe her, Novelist shot back. "That's everything. That's all the information I can give you. The rest, you have to find on your own." But Yiqing ignored her outburst. His eyes narrowed into daggers as he growled through clenched teeth. "Don't you dare try to run from this. I'm still carrying the foul curse you placed on me. How am I supposed to fight monsters with this thing weighing me down?" With those words, his grip tightened, and a piercing scream ripped from Novelist's throat. "Ah!" Reeling from the pain, Novelist knew Yiqing wasn't bluffing. Her attitude shifted instantly. She offered a gentle smile and said, My, you little stray dog. A normal dragon couldn't break this curse. But I am Novelist, and I am no normal dragon. Besides, this mortal has so many divine artifacts, he can't possibly use them all himself. This is the perfect chance." As if striking gold, Novelist beamed at her personal cash cow. 500 divine artifacts, and I can help you suppress the curse's effects." Hearing this, a shiver ran down Yiqing's spine. He couldn't believe his ears. Was she trying to trap him again? Fury surged through him. To be tricked once was bad enough. But was she really trying to play him for a fool a second time? Does he look that easy to deceive? Instantly, a dark purple energy began to swirl in his palm. He roared, "If you get any greedier, I'll tear your entire hoard apart." At his threat, Novelist immediately dropped to her knees. "We can negotiate when it comes to treasure," she pleaded. "You can even pay in installments." "Oh, you stray dog. For someone I like, I can even give a small discount." With that, Novelist gave Yiqing a calculating look, a sly grin spreading across her face. "Heh. Just give me the 100 divine artifacts you have left in your storage for now. You can owe me the other 400. Yiqing was about to explode with rage, but he was utterly powerless. He could only force himself to stay calm, his jaw clenched tight. His entire body trembled with suppressed fury as he spat out each word. You really know how to seize an opportunity. He was backed into a corner with no way out. Yiqing had no choice but to accept the deal Novelist had laid before him. With a swift wave of his hand, a shower of divine artifacts began to rain down from the sky. He yelled, "Here, take them." Novelist's eyes lit up like jewels as if she'd seen a god descend. "Wow," she cried, her mouth wide as she rushed to embrace the treasure. "Oh my god, my time has come," Yiqing thought bitterly, furious that he'd been tricked by this dragon yet again. With the mountain of divine gear before her, Novelist was ecstatic. Her eyes shone like headlights as she jumped for joy, letting out a thrilled scream. Yiqing roared in frustration. "Don't you dare try to pull another fast one." Lying in her pile of treasure, Novelist smiled sweetly, finding Yiqing much more pleasant to look at now. She giggled, crossing her legs. "You still owe me 400 divine artifacts. How could I possibly let you go free? Since we've made a deal, I can't be too harsh on my little benefactor." Novelist promptly coughed up Yiqing's eyeball, delicately holding the orb between her fingers. A powerful smirk played on her lips. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly as she flicked her finger, sending the eyeball flying straight toward Yiqing. "I, Novelist, will take full responsibility for protecting my stray dog." A second later, Yiqing's vision went dark. He couldn't react to Novelist's sudden move as something slammed into his eye. Her sharp laughter echoed around him. "I am the dragon." Yiqing clutched his face as a wave of pain forced him to his knees. He covered his injured eye. Did she just take the artifacts and betray him, attacking him while his guard was down? He glared at Novelist with pure hatred, snarling through his teeth. "What did you do?" His voice grew weaker. The world around Yiqing faded to black as his eyelids grew heavy, his body suddenly losing all strength. A moment later, his body felt completely normal again. Yiqing's eyes snapped open as he let out a furious roar. But after his angry shout, he realized something had changed. He stood there, stunned for a moment. This wasn't the library. Where? Where was this? The architecture was like a medieval castle, a grand hall filled with orcs. This was the curse's physical domain. He scanned his surroundings. Besides him, there wasn't another soul in sight. And yet, his vision was perfectly clear. The agonizing pain in his arm was completely gone. Yiqing instinctively touched his eye, flexing the fingers of his right hand. He gasped in amazement. "My sight is restored, and so is my hand." While he was still reeling in shock, a door materialized before him. It pulsed with a crimson light and crackling lightning, instantly capturing his attention. As he stepped closer to investigate, the door suddenly burst open with a deafening boom. The sight that greeted him made Yiqing's blood run cold. It was something that should have been utterly impossible. His eyes shot wide open, his jaw hanging slack in utter disbelief, because right there, materializing before Ethan, was a shadowy figure. It had his exact form, sitting on a throne, eyes glowing with malice, gripping a massive blade. An aura of death radiated from its entire being. A notification appeared. Demon Ethan. The demonic double raised an eyebrow, its eyes sweeping over the real Ethan with pure contempt. The demon's lips twisted into a sneer. "Pathetic human. You can never hope to defeat a being as powerful as me." Ethan's brow furrowed, his gaze turning to ice. If he wasn't mistaken, the only way to break this curse was to defeat himself. From the depths of the shadows, the demon began to move, hefting the great sword onto its shoulder. It stalked toward Ethan, step by agonizing step, wreathed in black flames. A cold, deathly presence washed over the entire space. The demon, with its blood-red pupils, looked at Ethan with a mocking grin. "Transcendent state. All stats increased by 30%. I possess all of your attributes and skills, and within this domain of my own making, I am even stronger than you." Ethan's world tilted as he heard those words. His eyes widened, his mind reeling from the shock. A cold sweat broke out across his skin. It had his transcendent state, too. Seeing the panic on Ethan's face, the demon let out a scornful laugh. He raised his blade, his eyes filled with mockery as he taunted. "Deep down, you already know the truth of facing me, don't you?" With that, he swung the massive blade in a single, brutal arc, aiming straight for Ethan's head. Its blood-red eyes blazed with murderous intent as it launched forward, shattering the ground beneath its feet. A twisted, cackling laugh escaped its lips. "I am an absolute existence. I cannot be defeated." Moving so fast he left after images, the demon charged like a true monster. Ethan's eyes narrowed in horror. He grit his teeth, forcing the words out. "He's impossibly fast." In the next instant, the demon was right in front of him. The razor-sharp edge of the blade filled his vision. Ethan's body reacted on pure instinct, dodging just in time. A fraction of a second slower, and the blade would have split his skull. Terror flashed in his eyes. After that near miss, he instantly summoned his twin daggers into his hands. His body snapped into a combat stance, crouching low, muscles coiled like a spring. But just as Ethan prepared to counter, the demon was already leaping at him again. The great sword descended with the weight of a mountain, carrying the chilling breath of hell itself. Seeing the attack, Ethan quickly brought his daggers up to block. Sparks flew with a deafening crackle of energy, but the power behind the great sword was overwhelming. His smaller blades couldn't withstand the pressure, and fractures instantly appeared on their surface. The sound of groaning metal filled the air. The spiderweb of cracks spread wider and wider. Ethan put every ounce of his strength into holding back the blow. His jaw clenched tight from the effort. Though he blocked the strike, the sheer force sent him sliding backward, his hands trembling as he gripped his weapons. He dug his feet into the ground, trying to hold his position, but the immense pressure made it impossible to keep his balance. The demon gave Ethan no time to recover. In the very next second, it raised its greatsword once more. With a ferocious roar, it charged forward, a grotesque smile on its face, and its red eyes burning with hate. Ethan saw the attack coming and instantly went on the defensive, his sharp eyes analyzing his opponent's every move. A mix of rage and shock filled him. He grit his teeth. He's always one step ahead. I can't find any opening at all. While he was lost in thought, the demon shot forward like an arrow, its crimson eyes locking onto him like a predator seeing its prey. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and roared, "Soul Steal!" Instantly, streams of blue energy began flying into its mouth. Ethan had no idea what was happening. Then he looked down. Streams of that same blue energy were being pulled from his own body. He cried out in shock. What is this? By the time he realized what was happening, his energy had already been completely devoured by the demon. The creature seemed to relish Ethan's look of utter shock, licking its lips as if it had just tasted a delicious meal. Its eyes filled with satisfaction. The scales of power are tipping in my favor. It seemed the demon was growing bored of this cat-and-mouse game. So, with a casual smile, it generously decided to explain things to the bewildered mortal before him. You stupid fool. I suppose I can help you understand. So you have no questions before you die. It let out a chilling chuckle. My attacks extract your attributes, and every swing of my blade tears a piece of your very soul. And as we fight, bit by bit, I can become you. With that, it stomped on the ground and shot towards Ethan once more, its eyes promising to rip him to shreds. The blade in its hand gleamed with a cold light as it screamed, "Little by little, I will devour your spirit, until there is nothing." Jin saw the demon make its move, charging forward like a ravenous beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin exploded into action, his long legs eating up the distance between them. Twin daggers flashed in his hands, his gaze. The two powers collided, unleashing a shockwave of raw energy. The air itself screamed as steel met steel in a relentless symphony of combat. The demon's twisted laughter echoed through the chaos, as a vortex of green and crimson-black energy battled for supremacy. Jin pressed the attack, searching for an opening. He found one a fatal flaw. In a flash, he lunged forward, aiming a dagger straight for the monster's head. This thing is far stronger than I am, he thought. A drawn-out fight is suicide. I have to end this now, the moment I get an opening. The fiend glanced up, seeing the glittering blade descending upon its skull. Without a counter, its head was about to be turned into a pulpy mess. But you fight a demon with a demon's tricks. It simply puffed its cheeks and blew. A blast of foul air erupted from its mouth, and Jin's razor-sharp blade instantly cracked and shattered into dust. Disarmed. Just like that. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief and fury. He gritted his teeth, watching helplessly as his weapon crumbled into nothing. A piercing tone assaulted his eardrums. Attribute notification disappeared. Attribute notification disappeared. The demon pressed its advantage, lunging forward with another devastating slash. Jin reacted instantly, summoning a shield just in time. A fraction of a second slower, and that blow would have been his last. The immense pressure from the demon's blade forced the shield to glow red-hot from the friction. The clang of tortured metal echoed without end. The force was overwhelming. Spiderweb cracks began to spread across the shield's surface. Jin knew he had to strike back now. Gripping his dagger and shield, he lunged forward to pierce the demon's hide. A notification announced it was consuming 20 points to repair the scrap twin blades. I have no choice but to repair it, or it's game over for me. Jin thrust his blade, aiming to run the creature through, but its movements were impossibly fast as it sidestepped the attack. The beast leaped high into the air, poising its greatsword for a crushing blow from above. Your will to survive is impressive, human, and yet, it cannot change the outcome of this battle. The fiend let out a chilling cackle, licking its lips with anticipation. It savored the sight of its prey struggling on the razor's edge between life and death. Then, using its aerial momentum, it lashed out with a vicious kick aimed straight at Jin's face. The impact was brutal, his face contorting in pain. Blood surged up from his throat. The sheer force of the blow sent Jin flying, his body slamming hard against the cold stone floor. The monster chuckled. Such an interesting soul. Sent reeling by the demon's kick, Jin's body flew through the air, but his instincts were razor-sharp. Even before he landed, his body was already reacting, twisting to land in a low crouch, absorbing the impact, and steadying his center of gravity. The demon landed gracefully after its attack. Like a true monster, it showed no signs of fatigue, gripping its massive blade with both hands. It charged toward him, roaring. But in my domain, all of your struggles are ultimately meaningless. As the fiend rushed in again, Jin ground his teeth in frustration. The creature gave him absolutely no room to breathe, no time to recover. The demon's assault was relentless, closing in on its prey with every strike. Jin had no choice but to pour every ounce of his focus into the battle. The damage from the greatsword was overwhelming. With every devastating swing from the monster, the dagger in Jin's hand shattered into pieces. A notification read, "Consuming 20 points, repairing scrap twin blades." Another notification, "Consuming 20 points, repairing scrap twin blades." A notification read, "Consuming 20 points, repairing scrap twin blades." Another notification, "Consuming 20 points, repairing scrap twin blades." The system announced it was consuming 20 points to repair the scrap twin blades. The system alerts felt like watching money drain directly from his bank account. "This is worse than highway robbery," he seethed. Jin parried blow after blow, desperately waiting for an opening to counterattack. Pure rage burned in his eyes. His jaw was clenched so tight it ached. Both hands were a blur, deflecting the storm of blows from the demon. The jarring clang of metal on metal was incessant. Right in the middle of the desperate exchange, another alert chimed. Recycling failed due to a lack of materials. He read the contents. Jin's heart stopped. He watched in absolute horror as the blade in his hand dissolved into thin air. Panic seized him, and he bit down hard. What? Are you kidding me? Now, of all times. Just as the situation became utterly hopeless, a familiar, laughing voice echoed in his mind. It was Novelist. "I can offer you an installment plan, you little stray," Novelist purred. "I can always lower the interest rates for those I take a liking to. Just give me 100 of those divine items in your inventory up front. You can owe me the other 400. Hearing those words, Jin wanted to curse Novelist and his entire lineage. This bastard isn't helping. He's a damn loan shark, taking advantage of the desperate. His brow furrowed. Did he plan this? Was this intentional? But that single moment of distraction was all the demon needed. It seized the opportunity, bringing its sword down in a vicious arc. With no weapon to defend himself, Jin took the full force of the blow. A searing pain exploded from his shoulder. The momentum of the strike sent him crashing to the floor. Jin clutched his gushing wound. The system announced that an attribute had vanished. The demon gazed down at Jin's dying form without a hint of surprise. It was a familiar sight. The creature just smiled calmly. It raised a hand, and its palm began to absorb the streams of life force leaking from Jin's body. Its voice dripped with mockery. "Do you see now? In the face of absolute power, all your resistance is pointless. How does it feel? To face an opponent who only grows stronger. Have you finally begun to feel true despair?" The demon stood over him, its massive blade resting on its shoulder, sneering down at him from on high. It clicked its tongue at the pathetic sight of him. "Now, kneel before me. Swear your fealty and submit. After I devour your soul, perhaps I'll keep a sliver of your consciousness as a memento." It leered at Jin's mangled form. In his wretched state, he knew this was a fight he could never win. After all, what hope does a human have against a true demon? The demon chuckled, his voice dripping with malice. "Or I could just wipe your memories clean and take your place, starting from the abyss, and then destroying your precious family. After that, I'll slaughter your friends and inflict endless agony upon the one you hold most dear." The demon let out a chilling cackle, its eyes gleaming with sick fascination. It was as if it was already picturing every moment of their suffering. Hellfire erupted from its palm, a blazing crimson inferno. And, "I won't feel a thing, because I am not you." With those words, it lunged forward, snatching Yiqing by the throat. Lifting him effortlessly like a rag doll, a suffocating, deathly aura began to envelop Yiqing, seeping into his very soul. The tendrils of darkness, like living things, pierced into his eyes, forcing them wide open to stare directly into the demon's gaze. His entire body was paralyzed, trapped by the overwhelming presence. Suddenly, a memory flashed before his eyes. Yiqing and Liu Xingran, deep in conversation. Her eyes, full of concern, met his. "If you're going into the abyss, promise me you'll come out alive." The scene shifted again, this time to a weary and wounded Zhou Tong, watching his departing back with pained eyes. Yiqing had forced a smile back then, his voice strained. "Don't put yourself in danger for me anymore. The rest of this journey, I'll complete it myself. I need you to live a good life." A moment later, the memory dissolved into another. He saw himself gently patting Ye Xiaozhu's head. Mom and Dad are gone, so I'll be the one to protect you. I swear I will never let any harm come to you again. The complete trust in his little sister's eyes. Yiqing's promise echoed in the depths of his soul. A surge of power began to leak from his forehead. Though his body remained frozen, his eyes blazed a brilliant red as his consciousness was violently invaded. Having rifled through Yiqing's memories, the demon's lips twisted into a cruel smirk. A perfect plan was already taking shape in its mind. It knew exactly what role it had to play. The demon's eyes narrowed, a disturbingly bright smile spreading across its face. Haha, how fascinating. I've had a change of heart. I think I'll leave a small piece of you behind. For instance, I'll let you keep one of your eyes, so your consciousness can watch everything that's about to unfold. The demon's words struck him like a thunderbolt. Yiqing fought to reclaim his mind, his body beginning to thrash violently. He bit down so hard his lip split, the sharp pain a desperate anchor to reality amidst the swirling violet-black flames. Hoisting its massive blade, the demon sneered at his pathetic struggle. My only intention was to break a simple curse, but now you've unintentionally accelerated its progress. I truly have stumbled upon a worthless piece of trash. As he fought against his invisible bonds, spiderweb cracks began to spread across his skin, making him look like a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. He refused to surrender, his jaw clenched in defiance. The taunts echoed endlessly, before the gods, before demons, before all the nameless beings. Seeing Yiqing's resistance finally falter, the demon's blood-red eyes blazed with insatiable greed. A seductive smirk played on its lips. You are simply weak. Very good. Become me, and abandon everything. The demon set its blade aside, closing the distance one step at a time, watching as Yiqing's desperate struggles slowly ceased. Each word was a demonic incantation, preying on the faintest whispers of doubt in his soul. Surrender everything you hold dear. With that, the demon's resolve hardened. Its gaze, a freezing abyss of death, locked onto Yiqing, pupils burning with avarice. Its hand tightened on the hilt. With a flick of the wrist, the blade arced through the air. A vicious grin spread across its face as it roared. Now let me take your place entirely. The words had barely left its lips when an earth-shattering explosion, like an atomic blast, erupted. Thick smoke and debris instantly clouded all vision. The magnificent palace was rocked by violent tremors. And at the center of it all, Yiqing's body levitated amidst the swirling inferno. His consciousness began to fade into a hazy fog. Everything felt empty. He found himself mindlessly repeating the demon's words. I only wanted to break the curse, but instead, I just made it progress faster. I really am useless. Before gods, before demons, before all those nameless powers. I'm simply the weakest of them all. The demon watched the worthless mortal finally give up, a deeply satisfied smile spreading across its face. Its blood-red pupils glowed with excitement, its laughter a hypnotic, chilling sound. Excellent. Now become me, and abandon it all. Surrender what you cherish most. Novelist, who had been watching the entire battle, saw the scales of fate tip decisively toward the demon. She glanced at Yiqing and clicked her tongue. It's true what they say. No one watches a debtor more closely than their creditor. Her eyes flared as she glared at the demon. You owe me 400 divine artifacts. How could I possibly let you go free? You pitiful stray dog. You have nothing left to lose. The demon wasted no more time, gripping its greatsword as it lunged straight for Yiqing. It was practically giddy with excitement. The delectable scent of his soul made its eyes gleam with hunger. In that case, let me just take everything you have. Closer and closer, the blade came, until it was just 3 centimeters from his throat. But then, Yiqing's hand shot up, stopping the blade cold. His eyes were vacant, his face an emotionless mask. How could he? The demon's eyes widened in utter disbelief at Yiqing's action. Just a moment ago, he had clearly surrendered. Yiqing slowly lifted his head, and his right eye began to glow with an ethereal light. His eyes glowed a deep violet. A swirling, floral pattern bloomed within his pupils, unleashing an explosive wave of raw power. He growled through clenched teeth. My sword is your sword, and your sword is mine. The demon watched in shock as Yiqing, who was moments from death, suddenly roared back to life and effortlessly blocked his attack. He tried to wrench his weapon free, but it was useless. Panicked, he screamed, What is this? What the hell are you talking about? Yiqing ignored him. The violet in his eyes now burned with a metallic glint. His face twisted in fury. His grip tightened, causing spiderweb cracks to form on the demon's blade. Your strength is my strength, and my strength is yours. Staring at this worthless mortal, the demon felt a deep sense of dread. Something was terribly wrong. but he couldn't pinpoint it. He desperately tried to pull his weapon back, but it wouldn't budge. He snarled, "Enough of your damn nonsense. Just die already." Yiqing's hand clamped down on the razor-sharp edge of the blade. He stared back defiantly and roared, "I will never bow to anyone, and I will never become like you. Mine. Everything is mine." When Novelist returned the eye to Yiqing, she made him a promise, and she was a creditor who always collected her debts. Naturally, a debtor's life is my top priority. I won't let anyone else take what is mine. Only I have that right. I told that stray dog I'd see this through to the end. I am Novelist. A brilliant, golden flame ignited in Yiqing's eyes. He slowly turned his gaze to the demon, a smirk playing on his lips. "And I am." A chill shot down the demon's spine. His eyes widened in horrified disbelief as he screamed, "What?" Behind Yiqing, the spectral form of a colossal dragon materialized. It roared, baring its razor-sharp fangs, its overwhelming aura blasting out in every direction as the dragon's blood within him went. The demon's face went blank, completely frozen on the spot. His jaw dropped as he shrieked, "A dragon?" Yiqing now held the blade, his gaze locked onto the demon, unyielding. His entire body pulsed with unimaginable power. "Even if my flesh is torn to shreds, it doesn't matter. Even if my bones are shattered, it's fine. Even if my organs turn to dust, it means nothing." His eyes burned with absolute confidence as he declared, "Push me any further, and I will devour you whole." The demon realized something was fundamentally wrong. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. He shot a wary glance at Yiqing, sweat beading on his brow, and screamed, "Who the hell is the demon here? You or me?" Before his brain could even process it, swipe. Yiqing had effortlessly snatched the blade right out of his hand. By the time the demon realized what happened, his hand was empty. "My blade!" Enraged, the demon staggered back, grinding his teeth. He cocked back his fist, and a vortex of dark red energy swirled around it. "In my domain, no one can defy me. No one." With that, he unleashed a powerful shockwave at Yiqing. The attack tore across the ground, causing it to buckle and sending rock and debris flying. "So what if you took my weapon? I will still drain every last drop of your power." Yiqing swiftly raised the blade into a defensive stance as the destructive force sent massive chunks of earth hurtling toward him. Just as they were about to hit, he gripped the hilt tight. With a powerful pivot of his body, swoosh, the blade sliced down with unstoppable momentum. The boulders were cleaved in two like tofu, and the slash continued straight for the astonished demon. What? A ranged slash? The attack tore right through the demon's body. He stumbled backward in agony, his left arm completely severed. Arr! But a moment later, a chilling, high-pitched cackle filled the air. The demon stared at Yiqing with pure madness in his eyes. A bright, terrifying grin spread across his face as his body dissolved into a cloud of black smoke. In a flash, he reappeared in midair right behind Yiqing, his fist engulfed in a blazing fireball as he lunged forward. Point-blank range. "Let's see you dodge my grand flame burst now." He then unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs at Yiqing. In an instant, the area was consumed by smoke and flames, and the thunderous explosions made the very ground tremble. The demon landed softly, admiring his handiwork with a satisfied, booming laugh. With an inferno like that, it's definitely over. He's dead. He has to be dead. But, as the smoke cleared, the demon couldn't believe his eyes. Standing there, completely unscathed, was Yiqing. He didn't have a single scratch on him. The demon seethed, his eyes blazing with pure fury. The sight made him want to scream curses to the heavens. What kind of unkillable monster is he? Is he a damn cockroach? He shrieked. Why? Why aren't you dead? In a maddened frenzy, he raised both hands, and streams of energy converged in his palms, forming a massive, swirling crimson orb. Seeing this, Yiqing tightened his grip on the blade, readying himself for the next clash. If fire attacks are useless, then I'll just crush you with the earth itself. He slammed his palms together. Two massive slabs of rock erupted from the ground. They began to close in on Yiqing, like a giant. Trapped between two giant boulders, Yiqing saw them closing in, so he ducked low and unleashed a single, devastating slash. The blade sliced both rocks clean in half, sending rubble crashing down around him as Yiqing tightened his grip on his weapon. With a deathly glare fixed on the demon, he moved like lightning, lunging forward to cleave his enemy in two. But in that instant, the demon's body dissolved into a wisp of smoke, only to reappear right in front of Yiqing. The demon turned to face Yiqing, but in a flash, his figure had already vanished behind a golden glow. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Suddenly, Yiqing materialized right behind him. A blade pierced straight through the demon's chest. A surprise attack that left him completely defenseless. Yiqing drove the blade deeper into his foe. With eyes burning with hatred, he roared, "Give it all back." The demon felt his power draining away, bit by bit. In a desperate frenzy, he lashed out at Yiqing, screaming, "Get away from me." Seeing his enemy begin to struggle, Yiqing swiftly pulled his blade free, leaving the demon to stagger from the deep wound. His body collapsed from the overwhelming pain. He hunched over, glaring at Yiqing with eyes full of pure, unadulterated rage. His bloodshot eyes glowed crimson, radiating a murderous aura. "To think a mere mortal could actually trade blows with me," he hissed. The demon's form began to warp and shift. He transformed into a massive, hulking creature, clad in the ominous helm of a knight. The gash on his chest slowly sealed over. 2 sharp horns sprouted from his head, and his eyes burned with a cold, red light. He stared Yiqing down, a strange, shrill laugh echoing out. "You can even steal my domain attribute points. Unbelievable." Yiqing stood his ground, now holding the greatsword he just snatched from the demon's grasp. The massive blade reflected a fiery light like flowing lava, its edge humming with a sinister, otherworldly power. A dark purple aura radiated from him as he examined the weapon. "A sword will only slow down my attacks." But instead of swinging it like a warrior, Yiqing brought the blade to his mouth and took a massive bite. Crunch! A piece of the demonic steel shattered, and Yiqing began to casually chew on it. Shards of powerful metal traveled down his throat, sending a wave of incredible energy surging through his entire body. The blood in his veins began to boil. The sword's immense power was being completely absorbed by Yiqing. Across from him, the demon stared in utter horror, screaming, "You son of a bitch, my sword!" But the crunching sounds continued without pause. The demon was frozen solid, completely unable to process what was happening. He could only watch as Yiqing noisily devoured his entire greatsword, piece by piece. After swallowing the final chunk, Yiqing's face lit up, glowing like an iridescent dragon mask powered by the aurora borealis. His pupils locked onto the demon like a predator spotting its prey, sending a shiver of pure terror down the creature's spine. The demon's eyes widened in panic. In the next instant, Yiqing vanished right before him. The monster instinctively stumbled back. But before he could even react, Yiqing reappeared directly in his face. He launched a loving punch straight at the demon's jaw. The monster saw the fist coming, but his body was too slow to move. He stood frozen in place. Yiqing's attacks were now on a completely different level of terrifying. Every punch, every elbow strike, every backhand landed with the force of an exploding bomb on impact. Boom! Crash! The demon was utterly defenseless. Yiqing sent him flying thousands of miles with a single, brutal barrage. His body soared through the air, becoming a distant star in the sky before disappearing from sight entirely. Yiqing bent his knees, channeling power into his legs, then shot off like a cannonball that shattered the very air around him. His body tore through the sky like a spear, finally catching up to the demon's rapidly fading silhouette. Without giving the monster a single moment to right his will, Yiqing closed the distance in an absolute flash. He leaped into the air with a powerful, graceful arc that made the demon's eyes bulge as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As he closed in, Yiqing coiled his body and slammed a blow into the demon with the force of 1,000 atomic bombs. The impact made the demon feel like he died all over again. His body smashed into the earth, which cratered deeply beneath him. A massive chasm formed. A searing heat that burned his organs shot up from the pit of his stomach. Blood poured from the corner of his mouth. His eyes went black and lifeless, his body feeling like it was about to be torn to shreds. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw Yiqing's figure rocketing towards him again. Is this thing even human anymore? The next punch looked like a one-hit finisher. This game was over. To avoid a one-way ticket back to hell, the demon desperately raised his hands. He summoned magic from the depths of his soul. Hundreds of black chains erupted from the void, ensnaring Yiqing and binding his arms. He struggled, but the chains seemed alive, tightening their grip the more he fought. He knew. A smirk crossed his lips as he landed, a chilling aura exploding from his body. Yiqing glanced down at the iron chains binding him, raising a hand to inspect them. His cold gaze fell upon the demon below. "The more you struggle," he declared, "the tighter these bonds will become." Grasping the chains, Yiqing stood tall, watching the demon scramble back to its feet. He roared at the creature, "Because I am nothing like those greedy, foolish dragons. Listen well." With just a fraction of his strength, a massive crack echoed out. Yiqing flexed, and the magic chains, strong as steel, shattered instantly. Shrapnel flew in every direction. Fragments rained down, some embedding themselves deep in the rock, others still glowing red-hot with magic. Having broken his bonds, his inner power erupted. He bellowed, "My name is Yiqing." The demon's face went pale, its entire body trembling in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me. This couldn't possibly be a human. Oh gods, save me." A smirk played on Yiqing's lips. His face lit up with exhilaration as he savored the demon's terror. Then he roared, "I am the king." Like a bolt of lightning, his fist, wreathed in scorching magic flames, shot toward the demon's face. The speed was impossible for the naked eye to follow. The reflection of his approaching fist filled the demon's pupils. Its mind registered the threat, but its body couldn't react in time. The demon took the full force of Yiqing's loving punch, dead on. The physical impact, supercharged with magic fire, instantly caved in the demon's face as it spat blood and collapsed. Its heavy body slammed into the ground with the force of the blow, carving another massive crater into the earth. A spiderweb of cracks spread from the impact point, shaking the very ground. The more he fought, the more thrilled he became. From above, Yiqing grinned with pure ecstasy, looking down at the wretched demon crumpled at his feet. The flames on his fist blazed to life once more. With a deafening boom, it was as if an atomic bomb had detonated. The entire area shook violently. Fire and smoke erupted as black plumes billowed dozens of meters into the air. Yiqing then unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, the brilliant flames scorching everything within the deep crater. Thunderous booms echoed out as more fissures tore through the ground, but he didn't stop there. Yiqing delivered several more blows, and the earth could no longer withstand the immense impact. The cracks spread like mushrooms after a storm. The surrounding ground became unstable, threatening to collapse entirely. Finally, through the raging smoke and fire, Yiqing found what he was looking for: a non-human heart. The warm, still beating heart of a demon. Yiqing stood there, admiring his handiwork, his face illuminated by the magical flames. He smiled, watching the thing throb in his palm, a satisfied smirk spreading across his lips. He raised the heart before his eyes without a hint of disgust. Amidst the swirling smoke and fire, he opened his mouth and swallowed the heart whole. Power from the heart surged through his veins, causing his own strength to explode to a whole new level. At this moment, no one and no force could threaten him. His entire body began to transform. Beneath the curtain of bright flames, the silhouette of unfurled dragon wings appeared, a long tail sweeping the ground. Dragon claws and a draconic face emerged as a mighty roar echoed everywhere. "Your power," he declared, "is now mine." Meanwhile, in another dimension, Novelist grew suspicious as time passed, and Yiqing still hadn't awakened. Novelis, a dragon girl with long, reddish-orange hair and golden eyes, was waiting for him in the dragon library. She watched his physical body, now emitting streams of golden light, and noticed his very essence was beginning to change. She narrowed her eyes, clicking her tongue in disapproval. Oh dear, she saw his body become enveloped in a black and gold aura, his face already tainted with dark, shadowy markings. This is the process of becoming a phantom demon. Novelist sighed, shaking her head as she looked at his face. So the ritual failed, just as I thought. I can't say I'm surprised. A mere mortal challenging a demon. She knew his chances were slim. Still, she had helped him as much as she possibly could. To prevent a phantom demon from plaguing humanity, there's only one solution. Novelist stood, and as she opened her hand, a beautiful spear materialized. It was crafted from dragon bone and star crystals. Passing a death sentence on a new phantom demon should be simple. If this little stray becomes a phantom demon, I have to put him down. And quickly. With the dark marks on his face had vanished. His hand still gripped the spear as he turned to her with a look of pure indifference. The ritual was complete. His full power had returned. Good thing he woke up in time, or he would have been logged out for good. In such a hurry to die, were you? Couldn't wait a second longer? Seeing Yiqing not only awake but blocking her attack, Novelist approached in stunned disbelief. So, you're back? Yiqing slowly rose to his feet, his sharp gaze saying everything. Though he was silent, his expression screamed with unspoken warnings. Ignoring his attitude completely, Novelist scanned Yiqing from head to toe, her eyes filled with a predatory curiosity. Seriously, what did that demon say to you? What price did you pay for this deal? Did it turn into you, or did it steal your body? You're not human anymore, are you? Why don't you bark for us and prove it? Yiqing shot Novelist a withering glare, his expression dripping with judgment. The corner of his mouth twitched before he finally spoke. I ate it. Hearing this, Novelist's eyes flew wide open in shock. Ate it? She stammered, repeating the words. You actually ate the demon? But wait, was it tasty? She'd never tasted a demon before. The thought made her drool as she crept closer. You can eat that stuff? Paying her no mind, Yiqing calmly swept his gaze over her. And another thing, I've seen right through your little game. Not a single word that comes from your mouth can be trusted. Novelist froze, completely dumbfounded. Huh? She couldn't even process what he was saying. Seeing her dazed and confused look, Yiqing cut straight to the point. This ritual was never about breaking a curse, was it? What you really wanted was for the Shadow Demon to break the dragon's seal. You wanted the Shadow Demon to possess my body. So you could finish me off yourself, right? I get it now. Novelist rubbed her forehead and closed her eyes, a massive headache coming on. You're not entirely right. You know, she sighed. The Shadow Demon's domain creates a copy with power equal to the original. Even I'm not confident I could defeat a transcendent version of myself. Novelist looked at Yiqing, a seductive smile playing on her lips. But you're different. Your power is wildly unstable. That contradictory existence of yours. It made me think you actually had a chance to win. You were just a stray dog I picked up. Even if you lost, killing you would have been easy for me. Then, her expression turned gloomy. She shook her head. And look where we are now. The demon is dead. But my own situation hasn't changed one bit. Your death curse can't be lifted, either. Hearing this, Yiqing froze for 5 solid seconds. A ringing filled his ears as his eyes went wide with horror. What the hell? In his mind, an image of the coffin dancers flashed, waving him over to his own demise. Yiqing screamed at Novelist. You said the Saint Dion scripture could break the death curse. You told me that yourself. Oh God, was he tricked again? Novelist crossed her arms, frowning as she calmly replied. Oh, that? We were on a time limit. You never would have found it. Besides, the Saint Dion scripture required a trade with the Shadow Demon. The other party in the deal is now gone. How am I supposed to break the curse? My hands are tied now. How can a dead demon make a deal or break anything? Novelist narrowed her eyes, the bitterness of her own loss overwhelming her. I'm the one who really lost out here. The Shadow Demon is dead, and my plan to escape the abyss is ruined. Ugh, my head is killing me. Beside her, Yiqing ignored her self-pitying monologue. He raised a hand to his face, and in an instant, it transformed as if donning a mask. Just as she was about to complain more, Novelist looked up at him. Her golden pupils instantly widened in utter shock. You. What are you? She cried out. Yiqing's entire body was now radiating the aura and power of the Shadow Demon. This energy fluctuation. It was unmistakable. Yiqing's face was now covered by a wicked silver mask, complete with a pair of demonic horns. Yiqing's voice echoed, "What if the Shadow Demon is still alive?" Meanwhile, outside, 2 men were losing their patience, muttering in front of the magic gate. We've been waiting for over 15 hours. A few stragglers from the House of the Lost have come out, but no news on anyone else. We just have to keep waiting. Captain Lai Xin is Fa Xiang, son of the guild elder Fa Tianlin. If anything happens to him, we'll all pay the price. One of them, monitoring the team roster, was also growing restless. Why are all the ones escaping just useless trash? There's no sign of any Li Xin members. I've been watching this whole time. Through the monitor. It looks like there's an energy field fluctuating. He spoke up immediately. Wait, we've got a situation. Liu Xingran, who was standing nearby, whipped around. All attention snapped towards the gate. The sound of footsteps grew louder. From within the portal, 2 figures slowly began to appear. The 2 men shouted with joy, "We see them! We see them!" Fa Xiang saw the exit ahead and quickly used his staff for support. He pushed his body forward, clearly at his absolute limit. His whole frame trembled. His steps were unsteady. Yiqing, he didn't care, walking with a calm and steady stride. Stepping through the gate, he saw his loyal men waiting. Fa Xiang immediately dropped to his knees as 2 other men rushed to support him, overcome with relief. "You're alive! Thank goodness!" Yiqing gave them a cold glance and said flatly, "He's your responsibility now." Just then, Liu Xingran spotted Yiqing and raced toward him. Yiqing! Joy lit up Liu Xingran's eyes as she smiled at him. "I knew it. I knew you would turn disaster into fortune." Yiqing smiled back at her, a hint of guilt in his voice. "I'm sorry. I was stubborn and insisted on doing things my way this time." His joy returned as he quickly pulled a key from his pocket and showed it to Liu Xingran. "The good news is, I got the key." But upon seeing it, her expression wasn't one of joy. It hardened with pure fury. Before Yiqing had any time to prepare, Liu Xingran lunged forward, slamming a fist into his weak spot, right in the stomach. The agony was so intense he couldn't even make a sound. His eyes rolled back as he gasped for a breath of air. His celebration was cut brutally short. The world faded to black, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. His hand still gripped the key as his face met the dirt. Liu Xingran's enraged screams piercing through the ringing in his ears. "You idiot! You have a sister waiting for you at home. I don't need you risking your life like this." Yiqing desperately tried to apologize. The gut-wrenching pain from the punch was still throbbing, bringing tears to his eyes. Suddenly, Yiqing sensed something approaching. The pupil of his left eye contracted, the whole eye turning blood red. It was coming from the magic gate. A powerful gust of wind carrying and suffocating pressure blasted out from within, but everything else stood frozen in time. No one else could feel the change in the atmosphere. Only Yiqing's body began to tremble. His entire being felt like it was being sliced in half. In an instant, his body split, and his soul emerged in a flash of crimson energy, trailing smoke. In a heartbeat, that smoke shot toward the sky, gradually forming into a human figure. Novelist quickly transformed into a small, adorable girl. She was so overjoyed she was nearly in tears, zipping through the air in celebration. "Finally!" she yelled. "I can finally breathe real air again!" Yiqing's physical body remained on the ground, but his soul was now standing, watching Novelist. He was speechless. "Could you not appear at a time like this? Freedom forever? Woohoo!" she cheered, soaring through the air. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Novelist flew closer, her eyes scanning Liu Xingran, who was standing nearby. She sized her up. Ah, the smell of that trashy necklace. A wicked smile spread across her face. She turned back to look at Yiqing. With a theatrical and mocking grin, she pointed a finger at the still furious Liu Xingran. Novelist's voice dripped with ridicule. "Is this the dear friend you used to tell me about?" Yiqing stared furiously at Novelist and roared, "Change me back to normal, now. I don't want any more trouble out here in the abyss." Novelist just smiled brightly, finding Yiqing's anger amusing. "Nope, right now. I only exist as an image in your left eye. My real body is still rolling around on a pile of gold in the Valley of Kings. To explain this situation, we need to rewind time a bit." Novellis had realized that Yiqing was the undeniable incarnation of the shadow demon. That aura and power were unmistakable. Her eyes lit up like stars as she bounced with excitement. She cheered. "This means you can break the dragon seal and get me out of this godforsaken place." Lost in her moment of joy, she didn't notice Yiqing suddenly feeling his power corroding his body like acid. The demonic mask he wore began to dissolve. He gritted his teeth and touched his face. His skin felt like it was on fire. This form seems to consume even more mana than the berserk overlap state. Seeing this, Novelist began to panic. "Oh my god, what's happening? The exit is right there. Don't tell me you can't make it out now." Then, a thought struck her, and her expression froze. Her suspicion grew deeper. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Hold on, little stray dog. What level are you right now?" Hearing this, he calmly held up one finger. Novelist sensed this wasn't going to be a simple answer. Her eyes widened as she gasped. "One finger? 1,000? Seeing Yiqing remain silent, she stared at him, her mind racing. 10,000? A million? 100 million? She threw out every number she could think of, but Yiqing remained perfectly still. Watching the increasingly wild expressions on Novelist's face, Yiqing calmly said, "It's level 1. My class is garbage collector, first job change. The level cap is only 5, and I'm just at level 1. His answer plunged Novelist into an icy abyss. The corners of her mouth twitched a few times before she let out an ear-splitting scream. "A level 1 shadow demon? That's epic level weak. Oh, great heavens. At this rate, when in the name of blooming magnolias will I ever escape this miserable backwater?" Seeing Novelist's utter disdain, Yiqing finally snapped. "So what if I'm ridiculously weak? I'm still the one who took down a shadow demon all by himself." Novelist just crossed her arms. With a weary look, she closed her eyes and sighed softly. "Regardless, you're a second-generation shadow fiend. You could probably take a piece of my body with you." Yiqing's face turned to ice. Fury burned in his sharp gaze as he glared at Novelist, his brows knitting together tightly. He held out his hand, his voice cold. "Give me the key. I won't help you escape this abyss. And after this, I want nothing more to do with you." A seductive smile played on Novelist's lips. In the blink of an eye, she materialized directly in front of Yiqing. Her gaze locked onto his, and an immense pressure instantly bore down on him. Novelist's voice echoed, "That eye of yours is the dragon's insight pupil, just as exquisitely beautiful as my own eyes." Sensing Yiqing's tension, Novelist let out a laugh and gracefully stepped back. She pointed to her own eye. "Your eye is now linked to my very essence. Your vision is now my vision. This bond between us can never be severed. It's called the Pact of the Dragon Pupil, the Popper Dragon Sea. Yiqing's brow furrowed as he stared at her. When did I ever agree to a pact like this? What the hell is going on? Novellis chuckled at his confusion, but her expression quickly turned serious. Her golden pupils flashed with a brilliant light as she met his gaze. You once dared to use your appraisal skill on me. Why don't you try activating it again now? Novelist stared deep into Yiqing's eyes. Her finger pointed toward her own golden pupil, from which a crimson power began to radiate. You used your skill to probe me once before. Go on. Activate it again now and see what happens. At her goading, Yiqing activated his appraisal skill, but suddenly, he lost all control. A crimson power surged forth, invading his eyes. He couldn't control his eyes anymore. In an instant, his soul was ripped from his body, left to drift in the empty air. Novelist simply stood there, a smirk on her face. Yiqing was utterly stunned. His soul, now completely detached from his physical form, was frozen in place, unable to process what had happened. He whipped his head around, staring down at his own body, his mind struggling to grasp the situation. Novelist giggled, admiring her own form with a click of her tongue. Ah, isn't my posture just so alluring? Take a good look. She gazed at her own exquisite features, completely captivated. She ran a hand gently over her own face. Then she glanced back at Yiqing's soul. From this moment on, your eye has evolved. It is now the Ascended Dragon's Insight pupil. As for what's different compared to before, her voice trailed off as she became lost again in her own divine reflection. Ignoring Yiqing's dumbfounded expression, she continued. I suppose I can use my draconic knowledge to explain it to you. Other than you, no one else can perceive my existence. And consider this first time a special discount. From now on, each use will cost you one piece of divine equipment, Novelist said cheerfully, snapping her fingers with a sharp click. You now owe me 401 items? Yiqing's soul roared in outrage. Oh you my ass. Back in reality, Novelist was floating near Liu Xingran, laughing like a complete maniac. Yiqing clutched at his eye in agony. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he held his left eye and screamed, You greedy, shameless monster. But when he looked up, he saw Liu Xingran's face filled with guilt, her eyes welling up with tears as if she were about to cry. Novelist just gave him a smug grin, waving her hand dismissively as she began to fade away. Haha, see you later, stray dog. I'm out of here. Yiqing's jaw dropped. He realized his furious shout hadn't been meant for Liu Xingran at all. A second later, Liu Xingran rushed forward, throwing her arms around his waist. Caught completely off guard, Yiqing nearly stumbled backward. Liu Xingran's voice was thick with sobs and regret. I'm so sorry. I'm not worthy of being a knight. I couldn't even protect our rear guard. Seeing her break down, Yiqing quickly tried to reassure her. No, that's not it. I wasn't talking about you. It wasn't anyone's fault. It's my fault. For leading everyone into this danger. Hearing this, Fa Zhong and his subordinate turned around. Seeing Yiqing and Liu Xingran in an embrace, they simply remained silent. With Liu Xingran still holding on tight, Yiqing continued. Before we can face even stronger beings, we have to become much stronger ourselves. Meanwhile, the subordinate turned to Fa Zhong with a worried expression. Captain, what happened in there? What became of the rest of your squad? Fa Zhong stared at the ground, his mind a fog. I think I opened the great door to the treasury, and after that, he frowned, the memory hazy. Stroking his chin, he tried to recall, a flash of golden light. Hearing this, the subordinate's eyes lit up. He asked eagerly, A golden light? Does that mean the treasury was filled with incredible treasures? Fa Xiong suddenly went still. Then, with a dead serious expression, he answered, No, it was empty. This abyss holds nothing. It was sand. The gold was the color of sand. Everything was just sand. The two subordinates exchanged a look, then let out a heavy sigh. Their faces fell with disappointment. They stared at Fa Xiong's back, filled with doubt. Sand? After regaining some of his strength, Fa Xiong approached Yiqing. He felt like he knew this man, but for the life of him, he couldn't remember how. You? That's right. I remember you. You're strong. But I can't recall what you did, or what you said back in that vault of gold. Fa Xiong stared at Yiqing's unreadable expression and pressed on. You said the treasure was to be split evenly among us all. One share for the Heart Hunters, and one for the Scavengers. There's a 50-50 split. That's all his fractured memory seemed to hold on to. He couldn't grasp the details. Seeing Yiqing's cold silence, he let out a hollow laugh. 50-50. Ha, ha, ha. Yiqing gently pushed the weeping Liu Xingran away, his gaze falling on Fa Xiong with utter indifference. You should be thanking the Scavengers. At least you get to keep half of that garbage, Fa Xiong. Suddenly, the silhouette of Novellis materialized behind Yiqing. She glared at him, her voice like ice. To protect the treasure in the dragon's ravine, you were forbidden from letting anyone know I exist. So why didn't you just kill him back then? Yiqing instantly understood what Novellis was implying. But if he dies, Yiqing replied coolly, what story would be left to tell? Keeping Fa Xiong alive serves a purpose for me. More precisely, he continued, a purpose for our hunter team. The abyssal shadow can read memories, which means I can erase them. Besides, you also needed a witness, didn't you? Someone to feed a little misinformation. Hearing this, Novellis let out a weary sigh, her voice dripping with boredom. Fine. If I hadn't sent out the signal for the treasure, all of you would still be lost in that endless crimson desert. Not to mention, my lair is protected by a raging sandstorm. Outside the hospital, Su Wuming stared up at the upper floors, his face etched with worry, waiting restlessly on a roadside bench. He had to keep his distance from the hospital room. His luck stat was so abysmally low, he'd been banned from even entering the building. Inside the hospital, Zhou Tong was in recovery, his breathing finally steady. Through the glass, Yiqing watched over his friend. Zhou Tong. He. Lu Xingran choked on her words, overcome with worry. Yiling looked at the bedridden figure and spoke slowly. He has multiple fractures and severe internal damage. Sister Xingran's healing arts managed to slow the degradation of his wounds. It bought us just enough time for the ambulance from outside the abyss to arrive. Here, Yiling paused for a heavy moment. However, she continued, his injuries are contaminated by the abyss. This is causing the wounds in critical areas to resist any healing outside the abyss's influence. Hearing this, Yiqing's eyes narrowed. Then can't we just take him back in to treat him? Yiling could only shake her head, a sigh of helplessness escaping her. As you said, we're just the scavenger team. Our members don't have access to that kind of special treatment. Yiqing immediately pulled a card from his pocket. Money isn't the problem. I can cover any cost. Liu Xingran quickly agreed. I can help too. But Yiling just shook her head again. No. This is a special directive from the World Guild's High Command. Captain, we aren't allowed to enter the abyss alone. We have to wait for official approval. After that last abyss hunt, the Heart Hunters were almost completely wiped out. The fact that our entire scavenger team survived. All fitted Well, we're lucky we aren't the primary subjects of a special investigation. It's a miracle as it is. Yiling glanced back at the bed. If we stir up any more trouble now. Lu Xingran and Yiqing stared at Zhou Tong, their hearts heavy. An injury sustained outside the abyss couldn't be healed within it, and a wound from inside the abyss could barely be treated out here. The irony was devastatingly cruel. Yiqing knew he couldn't leave things like this. He pulled a small vial from his pocket. In that case, I'll have to use my trump card. Yiling's eyes widened in recognition. That's a super recovery potion. I've only ever seen those at the most exclusive high-level auctions. But that's an abyss item. Consuming it outside the abyss won't trigger its healing effects. Yiqing nodded calmly. I know. It won't heal him. But it can improve his condition. At his words, Yiling's face lit up with hope. She stared at the vial, stammering, his condition. Can improve? Yiqing smiled and held up the potion. This is a legendary great elixir, personally enhanced by Long Yan. For a limited time, it can grant an incredible boost to a person's physical constitution. He looked at Zhou Tong, recalling he'd originally intended to gift this to him. He'd just have to find another one later. Yiling's eyes were practically sparkling as she stared at the vial. My goodness, Captain. Where on earth did you get something like this? Not wanting to get into a long explanation, Yiqing just shrugged. I scavenged it. The scene flashes back to an earlier time. Yiqing had approached Novellis in her study. Ah, that's right. Before I leave, there's a favor I need to ask. Novellis was lounging on a desk, barely looking up. What is it? Yiqing held up the potion. I hear that every part of a dragon is a priceless treasure, and that many of the secret artifacts in your hoard were crafted from dragon materials. A small smirk played on Novellis's lips as she closed her book. Yiqing pressed on. Exactly. And I happened to spot a very unique recipe tucked away in a grimoire in your library. Yiqing pulled up a chair, sitting across from her. For the potion, he needed a super healing elixir as the base, and one critical drop of dragon's essence as the main ingredient. Novellis arched an eyebrow. Dragon's essence? A glimmer of understanding crossed her face as she grabbed the vial and poured it into her mouth. You mean, my saliva? Such a fancy name, she mused. I can't believe humans call dragon's spit that. Fallen star dragon's essence. After gargling for 3 seconds, she spit the concoction right back into the bottle. A system notification chimed. You have received an enhanced version of the super healing potion using dragon saliva, a completely random concoction. In addition to its fixed effects, it now possessed a chaotic, unidentifiable property, which could only be discovered upon use. Yiqing took the vial back, utterly speechless. Novelist, however, was beaming, clearly expecting praise. Success. We waste plenty of that stuff while sleeping. So just ask if you need more. Yiqing was at a loss for words. All he needed was a single drop. Gazing at the concoction, his face filled with worry. Zhu Tong needs to recover his stamina. But I have no idea if this random effect will do more harm than good. As they were all watching, a series of coughs suddenly broke the silence from the hospital bed. Zhu Tong slowly opened his eyes, managing a weak smile when he saw them. Cough. I've already died once. I'm not afraid to do it again. Even if that's poison, I'll drink every last drop. Zhu Tong sat up and removed his oxygen mask. He looked at Yiqing with calm resolve. Please, big brother, give me a chance. His gaze was unwavering as he met Yiqing's eyes. I want to become stronger. I want to be able to stand on my own. In the underground training hall for class advancement, Yiqing watched Zhu Tong stand before him, filled with hope that everything would turn out all right. Yiqing silently observed Zhu Tong's every expression and gesture. How do you feel? He asked. Zhu Tong stared down at his own hands, flexing his fingers in utter disbelief. It's like a whole new body. The moment the potion took effect, all my old injuries started healing. Yiqing watched him for a moment before speaking. In the world of the abyss, your constitution is the key stat that determines physical resistance. If your constitution is too low, your body will inevitably sustain permanent damage from your wounds. Hearing this, Zhu Tong began to stretch as he replied, Yeah, even with a healer constantly patching me up, my health bar kept dropping. That accumulated permanent damage slowly chips away at your max life points, and eventually, it lowers your ceiling for good. In other words, my body has actually gotten stronger. Right? Yiqing nodded slowly. Yes, but not entirely. Zhu Tong stepped closer. My stats have increased, so why don't I feel that much stronger? Yiqing looked at him intently, and then began his explanation. Stat growth only affects your raw physical power. But in the abyss, fighting monsters isn't just a numbers game. It's about your mindset and battle sense. As he finished speaking, Yiqing rose to his feet and strode toward Zhu Tong. Energy flared from his body, and two short swords materialized in the air beside him. He continued quietly. Every high-level demon in the abyss has at least one, if not several, unique mechanics. If you can't figure them out and just rely on your stats, you're finished. Your arrogance will get you killed, with no grave to mark the spot. With that, he gripped his blades and shot forward like a whirlwind, his eyes sharp and deadly serious. Zhu Tong froze, his jaw clenched in shock. For 5 whole seconds he was paralyzed, before snapping out of it and summoning his own sword. Seeing Yiqing charge toward him like a hunting leopard, Zhu Tong cried out, Big brother! Yiqing didn't slow down for an instant. I've used a suppression ring to lower my level to match yours. In a single, ferocious lunge, Yiqing was upon him. His blade sent Zhu Tong's sword flying, disarming him. Before Zhu Tong could react, he was thrown backward. Ugh! In a split second, the duel was over. Yiqing held his blade steady, pointing it right at Zhu Tong. Zhu Tong gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with horror, completely unable to speak. Yiqing's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. His voice was grim and intense. Attack me with everything you have, and that includes the will to kill me. Panic crept into Zhu Tong's voice, and it began to tremble. Be big, brother. What are you saying? Are you just trying to teach me some fighting skills? Why would I need killing intent for that? Hearing this, Yiqing gave no answer. He simply took a few steps back and waved his hand. A heavy iron gate slammed down, sealing the exit. Yiqing's brow furrowed, his voice turning ice cold. If you don't have the guts to kill me, then I'll kill you. Zhu Tong's world started to spin. Am I hallucinating from being in the hospital for so long? My big brother has always been so kind to me. Is this a nightmare? He's like a demon. Yiqing saw the dazed look on his face. A statue, completely unresponsive. Yiqing shouted in frustration, snatching up his sword. A startled Zhu Tong scrambled to respond. Oh, right. And with that, Zhu Tong scrambled towards the sunlight sword. As Yiqing's footsteps closed in, Zhu Tong cursed under his breath. Damn it. I already took that potion. I'm supposed to be stronger than this. Getting juiced up just to fail this badly. This is a special kind of hell. The footsteps were deafening, right at his ear. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Tong whipped his head around, his body instinctively spinning to parry the strike. Yiqing stared him down and said, Even if your agility stat is up to par, your hesitation makes you miss the perfect window to act. Wincing, Zhou Tong barely blocked the attack as his frustration mounted. If I'd been a second slower, I'd be dead for sure. Even with Big Brother at just 1/10 of his power, I'm still no match for him. Even after getting stronger, no matter how hard I push myself, I can't even begin to close the gap. Zhou Tong's hand tightened on his sword as he launched a desperate counter, unwilling to accept defeat. Am I still too weak? Am I not strong enough? Curses! It was a direct assault, but Yiqing sidestepped it with ease. A casual backhand slash sent Zhou Tong flying. His sword clattered to the ground once more, embedding itself in the dirt. Yiqing simply stood there, watching Zhou Tong sprawled on the floor. Seeing the murderous look in Yiqing's eyes, Zhou Tong frantically waved a white flag. Big brother, I give up. I lose. Yiqing's gaze was ice as he barked. Pick up your sword. Terrified, Zhou Tong forced a smile, his voice trembling. Let me have more of that potion. As long as it makes me stronger, I'll take any side effect. I swear it. Seeing his desperate state, Yiqing watched him for a long moment, then asked, Answer me again. Why do you want to become stronger? Zhou Tong just stared, his mind a complete blank. Huh? He was utterly baffled by the question. After a beat, he answered, Because I don't want people looking down on me anymore. Yiqing was unmoved. And? Zhou Tong blinked, then said, So one day, I can be the main character standing in the center of the martial arena. Yiqing asked again. Is that all? Confused, Zhou Tong stepped closer. I want to become a legendary master who can shake the heavens, to be acknowledged by everyone. Aren't those reasons enough? Yiqing met his gaze and said, That kind of obsession is what turns people into fallen monsters, corrupted by the blood of the Crimson Moon. Their desperation for power at any cost is what ultimately casts them into the abyss. That's not the kind of strength I want for you, Zhou Tong. Hearing this, Zhou Tong completely deflated like a popped balloon, his head sinking low. Then, what kind of strength are you talking about, big brother? Yiqing crouched down, placing a hand on Zhou Tong's shoulder. He spoke softly. The strength to live a better life. Zhou Tong looked up. Stunned, he couldn't comprehend it. A better life? How can the reason be that simple? Yiqing's gaze was calm and steady. He spoke from the heart. A better life. Even if you never become the #1 champion, you shouldn't have to throw yourself into danger just for others' approval. I hope you seek strength for one reason only, so that you can live well. He knelt before Zhou Tong, his voice gentle. I don't want this hunger for power to become an obsession that rules your life. The goal isn't to conquer the abyss. It's to make sure you never lose yourself to it. With that, Yiqing produced a potion from his storage pouch and held it out to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong gasped, leaning closer as his eyes lit up. Just one more small sip could send his stats soaring. Yiqing raised the potion. As Zhou Tong's hand reached for it, Yiqing lowered his head, his hair obscuring his expression. But just as he expected him to take it, Zhou Tong pulled his hand back. With a look of pure resolve, he declared, I'm strong enough already. The rest of this journey, I'll complete on my own 2 feet. He picked up his sword, facing Yiqing once more. Let's go again. Even if it's against a weaker version of you, big brother, I'll fight smart, and I'll enter the abyss alive. And then, I will come out of it alive. Hearing these words, a satisfied smile spread across Yiqing's face. Give Zhou Tong 1,000 likes. Well said, he replied. Let's go again. From the shadows, Novelis observed the two of them. They were training, but as she listened to their dialogue, something felt deeply wrong. Why does this sound like they're delivering their final wills? Besides, you only have 3 days of life left. I've already calculated that your probability of survival is only 1.7 in 10,000. Novelis rested her chin in her hand. He'll be writing his will soon enough. And that potion from before, it looked awfully familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't that potion expired? Flashing back to the scene in the hospital room, Yiqing hands over the potion. Zhou Tong downs the entire bottle in one gulp. Dragon saliva, a completely random concoction. Aside from any desired effects, it also comes with random, chaotic side effects. It's impossible to appraise. The only way to know is to drink it. Yiqing watched intently as Zhou Tong downed the potion, holding his breath in suspense. Analysis complete. This potion's effects are null. What the hell? Yiqing couldn't believe it. He froze, completely stunned. Ineffective? Then this was no different from chugging a bottle of water. After drinking, Zhou Tong let out a few coughs. Worried, Yiqing rushed to his side. Zhou Tong, are you all right? Suddenly, Zhou Tong shot to his feet. His eyes blazed like headlights, and his entire body surged with renewed life. He yelled with excitement, "Ha! This potion works! I feel like I'm totally fine now." Yiqing was baffled. "Huh? You sure about that? Bro? Are you really okay?" Without hesitation, Chu Tong chugged the rest of the potion. Ding! A notification appeared. "You have consumed an unknown potion. Activating Ballads of the Legendary Poet. Granted. Search for unknown items. Reward. Gained 1 experience point." His experience bar shot up from 99.9 to 9% to 100%. Chu Tong felt weightless. His wounds vanished without a trace, replaced by an incredible sense of power. Ding! Level up. In an instant, Chu Tong turned to the group, cheering. "Haha, I told you I'm fine." Seeing him fully recovered, Yiqing and the others were overjoyed. Relief washed over Yiqing's face. He silently thanked his lucky stars. At least the effect wasn't a deadly poison or instant death. In a way, ineffective was actually the best possible news, but as he celebrated Chu Tong's recovery, a critical voice whispered in his ear. It was Novelist, and she sounded unimpressed. "Hey, are you implying my saliva isn't clean or something?" His good mood instantly evaporated. Helplessness flashed across his face as he mumbled a reply. "Of course not. If I said yes, would you ever help me again?" Novelist didn't dwell on it. Her attention had already shifted back to Chu Tong. She asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. "I'm rather curious. Why did a useless potion have such a dramatic effect on him? Does the human race possess some special regenerative ability?" Yiqing watched Chu Tong, a knowing smile on his face. "It's called a miracle." He then turned his gaze to Novelist, a slight smirk playing on his lips. How could a dragon who makes her home in a treasure hoard possibly understand a miracle that belongs only to humans? A playful, curious glint appeared in Novelist's eyes. She let out a soft chuckle. "Then enlighten me. What is this miracle?" Hearing her question, Yiqing's smile softened, his eyes gentle. "Live with all your heart," he said, "and miracles will find you." Meanwhile, in the heart of the city stood its most prominent landmark, the World Guild. With his hands in his pockets, Yiqing casually strolled through the crowd and into the grand lobby. He hadn't gone far when his long legs were about to carry him past someone. But just then, their eyes locked. "Hey, this face looks familiar." The moment Lang Xiaofeng saw Yiqing, his face twisted into a sneer of contempt. He glared down his nose at him, his voice dripping with disgust. "You worthless nobody, yay." Recognition dawned on Yiqing's face. "Lang Xiaofeng," he said calmly. "Ah, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Lang Xiaofeng scoffed, a bitter, mocking grin spreading across his face. "Been a while? It's a small world for enemies, isn't it? I never thought I'd run into a piece of trash like you at the World Guild. So, did you finally get it through your thick skull? Realize you needed to come crawling here to find a backer?" Yiqing couldn't be bothered with his taunts. He simply tried to walk right past him. Enraged by his dismissive attitude, Lang Xiaofeng spun around. He scrambled to block Yiqing's path, his bulky frame and aggressive aura practically screaming danger. "Where do you think you're going? We still haven't settled our score from last time. Think you can just walk away? Not a chance in hell." Seeing Yiqing's completely unbothered expression, Lang Xiaofeng looked ready to explode. He whipped a photo of a ring out of his pocket, his glare as sharp as a dagger. He roared, "You son of a bitch! Have you forgotten how you scammed me out of 200 million for this piece of junk iron? I will never forget that it was 200 million. This worthless piece of scrap metal made me the laughingstock of all of Tatis. Because of this, I've been utterly humiliated. My reputation is ruined, and the bitterness is eating me alive." Yiqing glanced at the photo, then nonchalantly pointed over his shoulder. "If it's so embarrassing," he said coolly, "why don't you just find a trash can and get rid of it? There's one right over there, for example. Why block my path just to whine about it? You're giving me a headache." Lang Xiaofeng was so furious he stomped his foot, grinding his teeth as veins bulged on his forehead. He waved a hand, signaling his goons from behind. Instantly, several thugs moved to surround them. Seeing the imposing thugs close in, Yiqing just clicked his tongue. "So, you kept that thing just so you could bother me again, didn't you? You really went through a lot of trouble for this." Lang Xiaofeng shoved the photo right in Yiqing's face, roaring, "You're damn right. And now, I'm ordering you to buy this piece of garbage back from me, for the full 200 million. Yiqing tilted his head, dodging the spray of spittle. "Isn't this just extortion?" he asked coldly. "On what grounds do you think I have to buy that from you? That's completely against the regulations." At that, Lang Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed, brimming with killing intent. His expression hardened. "You're talking about the rules of the auction house. But we're not in the auction house anymore. You don't have any of your damn platinum VIP privileges here. I'm with Tadas, and I have powerful backing. If I tell you to pay, you will pay. Pay up. If I told you to eat crap, you'd better do it without complaining. Lang Xiaofeng's patience wore thin. He signaled his men to strip the gear off this punk until he got back the 200 million he was scammed out of. The red-haired lackey scanned Yiqing and reported, "Boss, this guy's covered in nothing but junk. Even if we strip him to his underwear, it won't be worth a damn." Lang Xiaofeng was completely stunned by the news. Utterly confused, he glared at Yiqing from head to toe and roared, "It's all trash? Isn't he supposed to be some legendary equipment collector? So everything on him is garbage? Son of a..." Then, as if a thought struck him, Lang Xiaofeng calmed down. He narrowed his eyes and gave his men a look. "All trash, huh? Perfect. That just proves you're a worthless nobody. Drag him to the black market clinic. I'll just have to take your kidneys as payment." Suddenly, a blinding golden light flared from the main character's left eye, as if something shot out. For a split second, time itself froze, and the light converged into a figure. Novelist appeared, flying around excitedly. Yiqing stared at her, completely baffled. Why would she show up now, of all times? Did she just want to check out the commotion? He thought with suspicion. What is it now? Novelist flew over to the photo of the ring, stroking her chin thoughtfully. I think this guy might have a point. This ring really is a supreme-grade piece of equipment. Yiqing stared at her in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. I already appraised it with my observation skill. It's just an ordinary iron ring. Novelist just giggled at him. That was before. But I'm a dragon. I can tell the difference between a treasure and a piece of trash. When it comes to appraising artifacts, if I say I'm number 2, no one in the world would dare claim to be number 1. With that, Novellis quickly formed a hand seal and began chanting. Specks of light appeared, forming a white aura that wrapped around her body. O slumbering soul of fire, in the name of Novellis Galacron, shatter the locks of the ninefold seal. With scales of red as the vessel, and dragon blood as the guide. Let the forgotten true name see the light once more. Let the sealed dragon's breath burn again, and release its true name. Then, Novelist gently blew a stream of air towards the photograph. The moment her breath touched the picture, it burst into flames. The fire consumed the image, revealing a golden ring inlaid with a ruby-red gem. Novelist smiled. Look closely. This is its true form. The breath of the flame dragon, the ring of annihilation. This rusty-looking iron ring actually comes from the ancient flame dragon clan. It is the secret treasure of the Dragon High Priest. It was forged for years in the heart of your own flames. Legend says that at the end of the Crimson Flame era, the Flame Dragon clan battled a falling star of celestial fire. They compressed the breath of their last living adult dragon into 3 rings, and this is one of them. Because its power was too immense and violent, the ring's true form was hidden under 9 layers of seals, which caused its surface to rust over like common iron. Only those with a special kind of insight can see its true value. After hearing Novelist's explanation, Yiqing was floored. The thing he tricked Lang Xiaofeng into buying was actually a legendary artifact, not junk. His eyes went wide as he gasped. Are you serious? Novelist giggled, pointing to her left eye. A normal person's identification skill only sees surface-level attributes. But my dragon's insight is different. By releasing its true name, I can see the very soul of the equipment. Novelist flew around the image of the ring with a sly grin. Things that were sealed, forgotten. Even items that forgot their own purpose. My power reminds them. I can see everything. And with that, she vanished. Lang Xiaofeng, consumed by rage, crushed the photo in his hand and spat out a venomous threat. You little bastard. Don't push your luck when I'm trying to be reasonable. Seeing how desperate the thug was to force the ring back on him, Yiqing could barely contain his joy. He was the one who couldn't wait to get this precious baby back. Yiqing gave Lang Xiaofeng a brilliant, good-natured smile and said, 200 million for a supreme-grade item? That's an absolute steal. I'll take it. Lang Xiaofeng froze, thinking he'd misheard him. Why is he being so cooperative? Did he grab the wrong script? Is he reading the wrong lines? I was expecting a brawl that would last 800 rounds, or some other huge drama. Say that again. I don't think I heard you right. Fearing the thug might change his mind, Yiqing quickly pulled out his phone. A second later, a notification sound chimed. 200 million sent. He smiled at the thug. I've transferred the 200 million to you. Lang Xiaofeng was completely dumbfounded, and even his goons couldn't believe it was that easy. Still in shock, Lang Xiaofeng checked his account. The balance was correct. The money was there, but a deep sense of unease settled in his gut. He muttered, "It was that simple? A minute ago he was refusing to cooperate. Why the 180-degree turn? Yiqing stepped forward, holding out his hand. The ring. The henchman behind him quickly grinned and yelled, "Boss, what are you waiting for? Give it to him. Quick, that's 200 million. So, what's your decision? Pay the 200 million and our boss's reputation in Tadas is saved. We can finally hold our heads high again." Yiqing couldn't have cared less. A deal was a deal. He simply said, "Hand it over." As if he never expected Yiqing to actually follow through, Lang Xiaofeng meticulously inspected every last digit of the transfer. "You just wait." After confirming the money was there, Lang Xiaofeng smugly tossed the ring to Yiqing. He eyed Yiqing like he was a total idiot, sneering with satisfaction. "Heh heh heh, 200 million. Not a single cent short. Turns out you're a bigger sucker than I am. Here, take this piece of cursed junk, you worthless Ye family trash. Garbage like this belongs with garbage like you." Yiqing reached out and calmly took the ring from his hand. In an instant, a flame ignited in his palm, engulfing the ring entirely as its very form began to warp and shift. Lang Xiaofeng witnessed the bizarre transformation with his own eyes, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. The ring's shape had completely changed. As the flames died down, a brand new masterpiece rested in Yiqing's hand. What was once a worthless old trinket was now a thing of beauty. He held it up, a small smile playing on his lips as he faced Lang Xiaofeng. Seeing the ring's true form, the thug could only scream one thing: a supreme-grade item. Yiqing watched his horrified expression and smiled gently, his eyes filled with mock sympathy. "A deal is a deal. So, I believe our business here is concluded, right? It's not every day a god of wealth just appears to hand over a fortune." Lang Xiaofeng stared at the ring's true form, his gut twisting with regret. He had been completely and utterly scammed. He lunged forward, grabbing Yiqing's arm to stop him from leaving. "No!" he yelled desperately. "Give that ring back to me." The henchmen behind him were speechless. "Boss, if you do this, our gang will be ruined. This goes against all the rules. We're members of Tadas. We can't act like this." But Lang Xiaofeng was far beyond caring about rules. To be ripped off twice was a humiliation he couldn't bear. He roared, "You're not leaving here today with the money or the ring." Yiqing seemed to have expected this all along. His gaze turned to ice. "So, you're resorting to robbery now? The infamous reputation of Tadas is well earned, I see." Lang Xiaofeng ground his teeth. His face contorted with rage. A murderous aura exploded from him as he spat out the words, "You're damn right." The pressure in the room became immense. His hair seemed to ignite like a flame. His eyes began to glow with a demonic light. His ears grew pointed, and sharp fangs emerged. "That's right. I'm robbing you in broad daylight," he howled. "What are you going to do about it?" His entire body finished its monstrous transformation. Consumed by a furious bloodlust, he charged forward, his fiery hair and glowing eyes promising nothing but destruction. Razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, aimed right for Yiqing. "I said this is a robbery, and there's nothing you can do about it." From a spiritual plane, Novelist watched with disdain, resting her chin on her hand. "When mortals give in to greed, they bring shame even to us dragons." Yiqing couldn't be bothered with this simple-minded brute. He let out a weary sigh, his eyes half closed. Some people are simply born incapable of listening to reason. As Lang Xiaofeng charged like a raging bull, Yiqing sidestepped with effortless grace. A single, swift punch sent the beast man flying meters backward. "So I'm just trying to clean up the world a little. There's far too much trash lying around." Lang Xiaofeng's body slammed against the wall with a sickening crack. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood as he slid to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. His lackeys screamed in terror. "Boss!" Yiqing's cold gaze swept over them. "Are you going to carry your leader out of here? Or would you two like to try your luck as well?" The men froze in fear, forcing a terrified smile as they scrambled toward Lang Xiaofeng. Their voices trembled. "We'll take him now." Just then, a low chuckle echoed from behind them. A man who can casually drop 200 million and then defeat Lang Xiaofeng with a single punch. So, the rumors were true. Captain Ye, of the renowned Jue family. Yiqing's cold gaze snapped toward the source of the voice. Standing there was a tall, imposing man with green hair, a matching beard, and eyes as sharp and piercing as a hawk's. The two lackeys recognized him instantly. "Chairman," they cried out. "Sir, what are you doing here?" So this was the chairman of Tadas himself, the man known as the Iron Fist, Lei Yushan. He looked at Yiqing and said, "That ring. I'd say it's worth at least 500 million. Lei Yushan smiled as he stepped closer to Yiqing. "A third-rate hunting party probably couldn't even afford a third of that price, but I am willing to pay 500 million to buy that ring right off your hand." Lang Xiaofeng, bruised and trembling, staggered a few steps forward. Lei. Boss Lei. Even a legendary-grade Blood Moon ring only fetches about 250 million on the black market at most. Lei Yushan didn't even spare Lang Xiaofeng a single glance. He simply took out a pen and began to write something down. Lei Yushan smirked. Because I appreciate true talent. Yiqing's eyes narrowed, sensing a trap. What was this guy plotting? Without hesitation, Lei Yushan presented a document to Yiqing, his smile a predatory invitation. Have you considered joining Tatis? Another 100 million. To buy out your entire hunter squad. Seeing this, Ling Xiaofeng roared in disbelief. Boss, you can't be serious. This punk has shown nothing but disrespect to Tatis. Have you forgotten how he made a fool of me? Recruiting him now will crush the morale of our men. That's asking for the impossible. Before Lei Yushan could even respond, Yiqing flicked his wrist, sending the check flying from his hand. You think you can buy our lives and turn my team into your slaves with this pathetic amount of cash? You've got to be kidding me. Yiqing stood his ground, his voice ice-cold. I am the captain of the fated house, not some mercenary for sale to the highest bidder. A flicker of understanding crossed Lei Yushan's face, his eyes glinting as if he'd figured it all out. A cruel smirk twisted his lips. If your title as captain is what's holding you back, then just disband this trashy little team of yours. It'd be the perfect chance to cut loose the dead weight holding you back. Yiqing's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, his gaze a blade, his voice dropping to a freezing tone. They are not trash you can just throw away. When our squad was at its absolute lowest, they chose to stand by the fated house. That bond is thicker than blood. We are family. Lei Yushan looked as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. He let out a derisive snort. Family? Tatis is the most elite guild in the world. We have the best intelligence network and exclusive rights to dozens of A+ ranked devices. And what can your pathetic little family offer you? The only reason I'm even willing to shelter them is because I see potential in you. Listen closely. You're the only one I want. Hearing this, Yiqing's fists tightened. He took a single step forward, the sound of his boot echoing in the sudden, deafening silence. Yiqing arched a brow, his gaze dripping with contempt, his voice laced with scorn. It's simple. You're not worthy. Tatis isn't worthy of a single one of us. Lei Yushan was utterly stunned, barely able to process the words he just heard. Rage contorted his face as he stared at Yiqing. What? What did you just say? Are you actually rejecting my offer? No one has ever dared to defy me like this. An F-rank squad that can't even hunt independently is nothing but a bottom-tier team, surviving on scraps from major guilds. Righteous fury blazed in Yiqing's eyes as he stared down Lei Yushan. It seems you've forgotten something. Even if a captain has the lowest possible rank, he is still a captain. So, as one captain to another, where is your basic respect for an independent squad? Seeing Yiqing's defiant stance and hearing his bold words, Lei Yushan burst out laughing, intrigued. Excellent. Truly excellent. The elder was right about you. You're as stubborn and unyielding as they come. Then, his expression darkened instantly. His gaze turned menacing, his voice dripping with threat. I forgot to mention, Elder Tian Lin has appointed me as the acting captain of the Hunter Division. The old man is still brooding over what happened to his son, and it looks like he plans to pin all the blame on the fated house. Seeing that neither threats nor offers would sway Yiqing, he narrowed his eyes, looking smug as he anticipated the moment Yiqing would have to beg him for help. You'd better learn how to be a stray dog before the hammer of judgment comes crashing down. Yiqing met his gaze without a shred of fear. Wasting breath on this man was pointless. As Yiqing turned to leave, Lei Yushan called out, I retract my previous offer. Instead, let's have a discussion. As the chief of Tatus, and you, as the captain of the fated house, let's negotiate a new, mutually beneficial arrangement. Yiqing didn't even bother to turn around. What is there for us to discuss? A mysterious look crossed Lei Yushan's face. As if just remembering something, he touched his forehead. The final feast. Am I right? That's the real reason you came to the guild, isn't it? At those words, Yiqing froze in his tracks. His eyes shot wide. How could he possibly know that? He whipped his head around, silently sizing up the man, his brow furrowed. Don't tell me. You have information on it. Lei Yushan let out a triumphant laugh, his eyes gleaming. Oh, it's much more than that. As it happens, the ownership rights to that abandoned abyss belong to Tatis. It's the very same abyss that was sealed years ago after that incident. And I am the only one with the authority to reopen the hunt. Lei Yushan closed the distance between them, his eyes glinting with cunning. He smirked. I've shown you my cards. Now, it's your turn to make a move. Ye Xiaochu's eyes flew open in disbelief. You actually agreed to their terms? Yiqing shook his head, a sense of helplessness in his voice. They're the ones holding all the intel. He was out of options. Ye Xiaozhou understood immediately. But the real question was, what would he do now? She thought for a moment, then hesitantly asked, does this mean it's another joint hunting mission to the Awakened One's nest? Only 2 members are allowed to go. Who are you planning to take with you? That very question was the source of his splitting headache. He squeezed his eyes shut and let out a long sigh. This was truly an impossible problem. The target, the abyss of wailing demons. According to the intel from Tatas, the place was an abyss ruled by an immortal being. The heaviest hitter on their team was Su Wuming, but Su Wuming had once declared, I myself am an immortal being. Do you really expect me to fight one of my own kind? Believe me, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you too. Yeah, that freak was definitely the first person to get cut from the list. No question about it. Su Wuming was out. Taking him along would be like carrying a ticking time bomb. The next person to consider was Zhou Tong, but he was currently away at a special training course. He'd confidently sworn that in 1 month, he would completely shatter his captain's expectations, which is why he'd postponed all the team's hunting missions. Sigh. Even if he were available, it would be a gamble, and probably a losing one. Yiqing slumped onto the sofa, defeated, and said, it looks like I really have no other choice. Liu Xingran, the Ice Knight, and Yi Ling, the Fire Sorceress. When dealing with immortals created from magic, elemental damage is far more effective than pure physical attacks. As Ye Xiaozhou listened, something felt off. Her eyebrow twitched, and her gaze turned sharp and calculating as she stared at her brother. A sly smirk played on her lips as she raised her voice. 2 women and 1 man. You sure know how to enjoy yourself, don't you? Seeing that look, Yiqing knew instantly his sister had the wrong idea and frantically tried to explain himself. What are you thinking? I'm telling you, I genuinely have no other options. Who was it that left my brother's hunter team in such a pathetic state that you can't even choose your own members? Hearing that, Ye Xiaozhou closed her eyes and let out a helpless sigh. Her voice turned serious. If only I could help you right this second. A wave of relief washed over Yiqing, and he shot up from his seat. Don't worry about it, just take your time. One day, you'll be even stronger than me. But seeing that Yiqing still hadn't given up on his 2 girls, 1 guy plan, Ye Xiaozhou's voice dropped several degrees. The temperature in the room plummeted, sending a chill down his spine. She growled, are you still determined to go on a mission alone with 2 other girls? A torrent of her fury erupted, a Category 10 hurricane of rage that blasted Yiqing away. The force of the wind sent him and the entire sofa flying across the room as he let out a terrified scream. Whoa! In an instant, Ye Xiaozhou transformed into a giant, snarling teddy bear, baring her fangs with eyes crackling with lightning as a warning. Xiaozhou will be the first to forbid it. Overwhelmed by his sister's wrath, Yiqing sat there, completely powerless. Novelist, witnessing the entire scene through his eyes, burst out laughing. Your life isn't easy, is it? How are you ever going to explain to your dear sister that there's another woman living inside your left eye? Ha ha. Seething with frustration, Yiqing roared, shut up. Elsewhere, on a dark street, 3 young men staggered along, arm in arm. They reeked of alcohol, still clutching their bottles as they laughed and stumbled around. As they passed an intersection, one of them glanced down an alley and spotted something. He stopped in his tracks, a sleazy grin spreading across his face. Still holding his bottle, he lurched toward the alley. Well, what's a pretty girl like you doing drinking all alone? Yiling was leaning against a wall, taking a sip of her barley smoothie when she suddenly paused. Yiling's eyes scanned the sleazy drunkard. With a look of utter boredom, she said, get lost. Don't ruin this lady's mood while she's enjoying her drink. In the deserted alley, shouts and screams echoed. When suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the air. Boom! A raging inferno erupted, engulfing the area. In Yiling's hand, a ball of flame danced menacingly. With every step she took, lotuses of fire bloomed and spread across the ground. The thug felt his skin begin to sear. Ugh! Damn it! It burns! It burns! He scrambled to his feet, trying to flee the alley while screaming, You filthy witch! A murderous glint flashed in her eyes. She gritted her teeth, and the fire in her palm blazed even hotter. Her voice rang out, cold as death. Trash like you should just die. But suddenly, her left hand shot out and grabbed her right wrist. Yiling's face contorted, as if she were fighting for control. She glanced around, and the flames encircling her began to fade away. She stammered, Don't do this. Yiqing kept a firm grip on her own wrist, refusing to let go. Her clear blue eyes looked at the fleeing thugs with an expression of deep remorse. I'm so sorry. My sister didn't mean it. She was just in a bad mood. Please, just go. I'm begging you. The thugs stared at Yiqing as if they'd seen a ghost. One second she was a demon of vengeance, the next she was begging them to run. Seeing this bizarre switch, the thugs screamed, "She's insane," and bolted from the alley. Yiqing's seethed flames erupted from her body, scorching everything around her. She gritted her teeth, screaming with defiance, "I will never let those filthy hands touch a single hair on your head." But suddenly her strength failed her. Forcing a weak smile, she whispered, "But this is my choice. Sister? We share the same body, don't we?" As the words echoed, the flames vanished completely. She had transformed into someone else. When her eyes opened again, they were a sharp, ruby red. With a slight raise of her brow, she powerfully declared, "One day, I will return this body to you whole, Ling Yi. I swear it, no matter the cost." Meanwhile, in an abandoned city district, at a desolate crossroads, two rival factions were closing in. A red-haired youth in full armor, longsword in hand, led the charge. He was Yue Jianbai, captain of the Heavenly Throne Guild. Yue Jianbai glared arrogantly at his opponent. "Frozen Tears is just the third-ranked guild in Shenfeng City. You really think you have the right to block us? The number two?" His rival was a powerfully built man, with his hair tied back. The captain of Frozen Tears, a man named Sinvers. Hearing the slight tremor in Yue Jianbai's voice, Sinvers raised a challenging eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh? Stuttering already? Maybe I should just cut out your tongue and save you the embarrassment in front of your lackeys." One of Yue Jianbai's men spotted the weapon at Sinver's hip and cried out, "I know that guy. Those are the twin spikes from the Abyss's Phantom Fortress. Legend says no one has ever laid eyes on the Abyss's final boss. Don't tell me Frozen Tears actually broke that record?" Yue Jianbai's eyes snapped to the weapon on Sinver's hip. With a defiant snort, Yue Jianbai summoned his sword. Instantly, the blade was engulfed in flames, hovering in midair. His eyes dripped with contempt as he spoke. "Nonsense. Heavenly Throne surpassed you sewer rats long ago. We are the true number two now." Sinvers's eyes narrowed at the sight of the legendary blade, but he said nothing. The men from Frozen Tears gasped in shock. "That sword. It's the Sacred Oath, a top-tier divine set that deals legendary holy damage. That thing was once auctioned off for a staggering 400 million. His entire gear set must be worth over 10 billion. Damn it. Without a powerful backer, you don't even stand a chance in this world." Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a massive explosion suddenly ripped through the air, drawing everyone's attention. All eyes snapped towards the blast. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed out, blinding them, and someone in the crowd even shrieked in terror. As the smoke began to clear, a shadowy figure emerged, walking towards them. His gaze swept over Yue Jianbai and Sinvers, and he let out a soft chuckle. "So, this is all the second-rate hunter teams are capable of. Squabbling over scraps." The figure came into focus. It was Lei Yushan, radiating an overwhelming, heroic aura. He was pleased by the cautious silence of the young pups before him. A smirk touched his lips. "But at least you kids know who's really in charge here." Yue Jianbai and Sinvers exchanged a look of defiance, then both turned away with a shared, sarcastic scoff. Lei Yushan just smiled as he approached, inwardly shaking his head at the hot-headed youth of today. Wasting no time, Lei Yushan got straight to the point. "The Abyss has been designated a demonic S-rank threat, requiring 4 hunter teams to send their most elite warriors to participate. Each hunter team is limited to only 3 members. Ha! And if the World Guild hadn't demanded it, second-rate teams like yours wouldn't even be considered." Sinvers's face fell, his fighting spirit cut in half. Did Lei Yushan really summon them just to be his errand boys? Sinvers looked at Lei Yushan uncertainly. "Director Lei, with all due respect, did you bring us all the way out here just to be your cannon fodder?" Lei Yushan glanced at both teams, a knowing smile on his face. "I brought you here for a reason. I've submitted a proposal to the Council of Elders for a joint hunter initiative. The Abyss's technology allows us to stream and record everyone's vitals and combat data in real time. Essentially, our hunter teams will be treated as live observation subjects." Sinvers's brow furrowed, his voice laced with irritation. "So you're saying they're treating us like lab rats?" Yue Jianbai let out a frustrated sigh. "I knew an opportunity like this was too good to be true. Let's get out of here. We thought this was a golden opportunity, but it turns out it's just a trap." Lei Yushan watched them prepare to leave, exactly as he'd predicted. He knew just what they needed. and he had them right in the palm of his hand. A shrewd glint appeared in Lei Yushan's eyes as he spoke slowly. Both of your teams have been stuck at A rank for a very long time, haven't they? Complete this mission successfully, and you'll earn the right to challenge for S rank status, with special approval from the Shenfeng City branch of the World Guild. The words struck Sinvers like a lightning bolt, and his entire body began to tremble. He recalled the agonizing years they had just been through. For 3 years, their guild, Warm Knight's Tears, was stuck at A rank. Those truly high-level missions and rare resources were always just out of reach. Yue Jianbai's eyes burned with frustration. His vision. Just last week, he was publicly humiliated by the S-rank hunters from Cloud Summit. He could only remember staring at the S-rank mission board in the hall, a level he could never hope to attain. It was true what they said. You always crave what you can't have. After thinking it over and over, both Yue Jianbai and Silver did a complete 180. Their faces lit up with excitement as they turned to Lei Yushan. Silver smiled. If we can really obtain an S-rank qualification, then Warm Knight's Tears will accept this deal. Yue Jianbai declared proudly, Heavenly Throne needs this S-rank evaluation. But if Tadas dares to tamper with the data, I won't let it slide. Seeing that he had settled things with the group, Lei Yushan smiled happily. Don't worry, don't you worry. When Tadas gives his word, it's as good as law. He then winked and gestured behind him. Actually, besides you guys, we have one more esteemed guest. As he finished speaking, 2 figures emerged from behind him. The group stared in shock toward Lei Yushan. Once they saw who it was, the men on both sides began to gossip excitedly. Damn, it's that plague god, Wen Shen. Look at his raggedy equipment. It's worse than what our Heavenly Throne janitors wear. I heard that on their last mission, their entire team, an entire A-rank hunter team, and he was the only one who came back. He was the lead mage of the Seeker squad, too. I think he went a little crazy after that. Ignoring the rumors, Yiqing strode forward with unshakable calm. The crowd from Anyang who overheard this couldn't help but whisper, Wait, all of his teammates? Another man quickly shushed him. Shut up, keep your voice down. Ling Xiaofeng spotted Yiqing and immediately ran over. He couldn't hide the contemptuous sneer on his face. Huh, isn't it the famous trash picker? I thought you'd be too scared to even show up. In the face of his mockery, Yiqing remained perfectly silent. After all, silence is the most humiliating response. Silver's brow furrowed tightly as he let out a sigh. I was expecting some legendary figure, not a common scavenger. Are we really supposed to work with a trash picker? Yue Jianbai added, showing his displeasure. This is a critical mission, not some volunteer environmental protection club, recruiting scavengers for an S-rank mission. Have the old men at the guild completely lost their minds? This is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Ling Xiaofeng watched as everyone attacked Yiqing, standing to the side to enjoy the show. Noticing Yiqing's silence, Yue Jianbai pressed his advantage. How can our Heavenly Throne possibly team up with this kind of garbage? Hearing Yue Jianbai's voice, Liu Xingran stepped forward with her sword, pulling back her hood to look him straight in the eye. She spoke, her voice like ice. What's that? You have a problem? Hearing someone defending Yiqing, Yue Jianbai turned to see who it was. When he recognized the person standing before him, he was completely frozen in shock. Yue Jianbai quickly rushed over, forcing a fawning smile. Ha ha, if it isn't the Liu family's own Liu Xingran. It's truly been a long time. Hearing his words, Liu Xingran instinctively took a step back, her face filled with absolute disgust. Liu Xingran looked Yue Jianbai up and down before speaking slowly. It has been a long time, but it seems your stutter hasn't improved one bit, has it? Her words struck a nerve, especially in front of so many people. He roared in fury. You bastard, don't call me a stutterer. Are you looking for a death wish? Yue Jianbai tried to regain his composure, his face twitching with rage as he raised his voice. I won't waste my time arguing with the abandoned dog of the Liu family. Your brother is in charge of the Liu family now. And what about you? You've fallen so low you're digging through trash for leftovers. How utterly pathetic. Liu Xingran's expression didn't change at his taunts. She shot back with a cold command. Shut up. This is the path I chose for myself, and it is certainly not your place to tell me what to do. The sight of him was making her sick. Liu Xingran narrowed her eyes and said the word that made Yue Jianbai tremble with rage. Stutterer. He gritted his teeth, looking like he wanted to lunge forward and tear her apart. He screamed, I told you, don't call me a stutterer. Provoked, Yue Jianbai was like a cornered animal. He abandoned all composure and yelled, Wasn't your Liu family always desperate for a marriage alliance with the Yue family? Too bad. Such a shame you lost your most valuable bargaining chip. Your father. He must be so very disappointed in you, right? If you hadn't broken our engagement back then, by now you'd be the most celebrated and admired prodigy in the world. You could have plucked the very stars from the sky. Hearing Yue Jianbai's sickening promises, the kind he could never keep, Liu Xingran's eyes narrowed, her contempt practically radiating off the screen. She slowly and deliberately raised her middle finger right in his face. Regret it? What kind of trash are you? You're not even worthy of carrying my shoes, yet you dare to bark at me. Sin's followers nodded and roared with laughter. Huh, a stutterer. That name suits you perfectly. Huh. Hearing their taunts, Yue Jianbai gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. It seems there's no escape from these fools. A true hero can't let this humiliation stand. Even if I'm just a madman, doing nothing would be pathetic. His sword blazing with fiery light, Yue Jianbai charged forward, cursing the insolent fools. You dare insult me in front of my brothers? Today, I'll see to it that you bleed 3 feet deep. With unstoppable force, Yue Jianbai unleashed a devastating wave of sword energy straight towards Liu Xingran. But in the instant before it struck, Yiqing appeared, blocking the blade with his bare hand. A sharp crack of breaking metal echoed. Yiqing glanced down and shook his arm. A fine sword. But I've assessed its owner, and he's 100% garbage. Staring at the shattered remains of his beloved weapon, Yue Jianbai froze completely, his body trembling. His eyes burned as tears streamed down his face. The sight of the broken sword was like a knife to his heart. Oh, my beautiful, precious child. He let out a soul-crushing scream. My divine sword, what have you done to my most precious holy judgment's vow? Yiqing watched his pathetic display with cold indifference, saying calmly, it broke, just a careless little accident. Struck by grief, Yue Jianbai lunged forward and grabbed Yiqing by the collar, screaming, accident my ass. Do you have any idea what you just touched? How dare you destroy my favorite treasured weapon? Do you know the status and power of the Yue family? Seeing things about to explode, Lei Yushan rushed in with a calming smile. He already said it was an accident. Besides, you're all teammates now. You have to fight side by side. Drawing swords on each other the moment you meet is not a good look. Hearing Lei Yushan, the furious Yue Jianbai let go of Yiqing and roared in frustration. Now my sword is gone. I can't even fight. You! How are you going to compensate me for this? Lei Yushan turned to the calm and collected Yiqing. Since you're the one who broke his weapon, it's only right that you compensate him. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Ye of the Scavengers? Yiqing smiled, completely unfazed. If we had been the ones to strike first, I'd have no problem paying him back. Liu Xingran was unconvinced. Compensation for what? The stutterer attacked first, she said angrily. That's not right. He was clearly the one who struck first. Yiqing just chuckled and took a few steps forward. But it doesn't matter. With a swift wave of his hand, a spatial inventory shimmered into existence behind him. A dazzling array of golden weapon cards appeared, displaying countless different forms and types. A smirk played on Yiqing's lips. Captain Yue, feel free to choose. Any single one of these is better than that sword of yours. The brilliant light from the cards forced Yue Jianbai to squint. He was completely and utterly stunned. He'd never seen such an incredible arsenal before. Holy crap. Where did you get all of this? Seeing Yiqing showing off his hoard, Novelist appeared in a panic, blurting out, how can you so casually reveal a dragon's treasure hoard to others? Yiqing was speechless for a moment, his brow furrowed with helplessness. What are you talking about? A dragon's hoard? This is obviously my inventory bag. Novelist snapped back in anger. Your bag is part of our treasure, you stray mutt. Anything you put in there belongs to us. Seeing Novelist act like a gold-hoarding dwarf, Yiqing shot back, don't be so high and mighty while snooping through someone else's bag. We already agreed that I would return it to you. In fact, I was the one who offered to give it back in the first place. Novellis ignored him and flew toward the weapon cards, forming a hand seal and beginning an incantation. We will engrave them with the dragon's mark. In the name of Novelist Salacron, anyone besides us who dares to steal a dragon's property shall be punished by a flame that devours the very soul. After finishing, she turned to him and added loudly, and I am on the exemption list, of course. What do you mean you're exempt? Hey, we need to discuss this, Yiqing shouted. Wait, don't just cut me out and make decisions on your own. In that moment, Yue Jianbai and Silver's eyes scanned the entire collection of cards. Both of their gazes locked onto 3 specific cards, a scythe, a scepter, and a spear. Yue Jianbai narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, what are these? The faint traces of ancient runes on them radiate a primeval magic, Silver observed, staring at the cards. He then looked back at the pathetic blade in his own hand, with shame. Defeated, he muttered. Compared to these, my weapon is nothing but junk. As Lei Yushan watched the glowing cards sparkle before him, he raised an eyebrow. His eyes were completely glued to the display. A smirk played on his lips. Not bad. Your armory is surprisingly well stocked. This is top-tier gear, stuff you can't just buy off the market. Kai glanced at his own arsenal. It's decent enough, I guess. The true origin of these items is a story only I know. Since I can't explain it anyway, it's better to just make something up. Besides, who else would ever find out? He took a sip, looking mysterious. The truth is, my perspective is different from most hunters. My specialty is identifying treasures that others have discarded as worthless. Yiqing pointed a slender finger to his left eye, explaining, Then, I use the supernatural ability of my eye of truth to appraise them. Hearing this, Lang Xiaofeng rushed forward, looking at him urgently. Wait, so you were serious about that auction? That ring? You weren't actually trying to scam me? Yiqing glanced at him but remained silent. Don't get the wrong idea. Back then, I was 100% trying to trick you, no joke. But you can believe whatever you want now. Lei Yushan's eyes, gleaming brighter than any headlights, were fixed on the floating cards. He asked with a friendly smile. So, where exactly did you get these divine artifacts? Yiqing gave a forced laugh and replied, That's a trade secret. Don't bother asking, because I won't answer. Liu Xingran spotted a card she wanted, and shook Yiqing's arm excitedly, saying, I want one. Seeing that Yiqing wouldn't talk, Lei Yushan didn't press the issue. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, wonderful. You must understand the importance of a steady supply of divine artifacts for a top-tier hunter team, right? Regardless of where you get these artifacts from, our #1 hunter team, Tatis, must have control over the supply. Because of this, I can't allow you to have the chance to cooperate with other hunter teams. Yiqing let out a soft laugh. He looked at Lei Yushan with a playful glint in his eye. Are you praising me or threatening me? Lei Yushan's gaze was sharp and serious as he smiled back. Perhaps both. We at Tatis are willing to pay you far above market price for your artifacts. Just consider it carefully. Of course, if you want access to the Abyss, I can arrange that. Lei Yushan shot a look at Yue Jianbai, his voice cheerful but laced with a clear warning. Team Leader Bai, don't you know when to back off? Team Leader Ye is my honored guest. Don't you dare disrespect him or the members of the House of the Lost. Yue Jianbai crossed his arms, glaring defiantly at Lei Yushan. Why are you always speaking for him? He then shot a glare at Yiqing. Fine. I'll let you off the hook this once. Don't think I'm trying to take advantage of you. With that, Yue Jianbai walked over to the cards. After staring for a long moment, his eyes locked onto a single point. His hand reached out and grabbed a golden card with the symbol of a sword. This is the one. With the situation resolved, Lei Yushan scanned the room and smiled. Now that everyone's here, there's no need for any more nonsense. According to our intel, the Abyss ghosts in this dungeon are guaranteed to drop artifacts. Therefore, we need to agree on how to distribute the loot, and I have a proposal. In a flash, a single die appeared in Lei Yushan's hand. He addressed the group. We'll follow the World Guild's traditional loot distribution rule. The spoils will be decided by a point roll. The person with the highest roll gets the loot. As he finished speaking, dice were thrown to each team leader. Silver caught his cleanly. Oh, as expected of a veteran hunter team, even your methods are old-fashioned. Yue Jianbai grumbled as he caught the die. Huh? A die? As Yiqing examined the die, Novelist drew closer to observe. It's like fate itself. Though it may not seem useful, it's a divine artifact that holds the power of law. When the moment of destiny arrives, its judgment is as absolute as iron law. Even a dragon's seal would struggle to break the fundamental power contained within this die. Yiqing asked with confusion. The power of law? What kind of ability is that? Novelist stared deeply at the power hidden within the die and explained. If it resides within a weapon, it creates 9 grades, from low-grade iron and rotted wood to true divine treasures. It is this rule that gives birth to all sorts of junk equipment. With different qualities, if it resides in a human, it forms thousands of job classes, offering you a ladder to the heavens, but also erecting insurmountable walls. Because these rules inhabit humans, they create various job changers, granting people power beyond mortals, but also limiting their potential for growth. If it inhabits the body of a monster, it will create an accompanying disaster. Ants can devour dragons, and demon kings can shatter the void itself. It is because this rule exists in monsters that creatures with suffixes like elite and legendary are born. And as for the abyss itself, the power of law can turn it into an eternal prison, making it more dangerous and more valuable. Because the rule is embedded within the abyss, it becomes far more perilous, but the chance of finding legendary treasures skyrockets. He understood the laws of the physical world, but a higher, more ethereal law existed, one that governed the very causality of events within the abyss. Through Yiqing's left eye, novelist could see the true nature of the dice, and she began to explain everything in detail. Yiqing stared at the shimmering die in his hand, murmuring, "The law of cause and effect, can even that be controlled by this?" A glint flashed in novelist's golden pupils. She raised an eyebrow at Yiqing, the corners of her lips curling into a knowing smirk. "But do you remember what happened when we activated the treasure vault's mechanism? If you're perceptive enough, you can spot the critical traps in the dark and skillfully avoid them." Gazing at the die as it pulsed with a bright blue power, novelist continued, "If fortune is on your side, then even if a trap is triggered, it will be randomly disrupted. A person with extreme agility could stroll calmly through a downpour of arrows. Every single moment, destiny is casting its judgment." Looking at the die again, Novelis put her hands on her hips and spoke. "However, the luck from this die is just a single toss of the dice. That's all." Yiqing stared at her blankly, completely lost. "What does that mean?" Novelis delivered the final piece of the puzzle. "Only by unleashing the true name of the dragon's eye can you see through it all." Yiqing nodded, observing the die of fate once again. The effect of a humble throw must always be lower than the result of a prideful throw. Yiqing glanced at Lei Yushan's back. "So that's how it is," he thought. "Is that how Lei Yushan earned the title of Iron Fist Arbiter? If they used the die of fate from now on, then every judgment would be left to destiny itself, making it perfectly fair for all 4 hunter teams. There would be absolutely no room for the strong to bully the weak." Yiqing smiled. If it was a fair competition, then Lei Yushan wasn't some kind of cheat. He was completely trustworthy. This treasure was the real deal. After tossing the dice to everyone, Lei Yushan cheerfully turned to Yiqing. "Captain Ye, what's your take on it? You're a knowledgeable expert and appraiser. I'd like to hear your assessment." Yiqing smirked and flicked the die into the air with his thumb. "You're asking me?" He squinted, a look of keen interest on his face as he smiled at Lei Yushan. Catching the die in his left hand, he replied, "I think it's perfectly fair." The place they were about to set foot in was an abandoned city. This was once Ashtown, a suburb of Shenfeng City over 10 years ago. It was a bustling town with a population of over 100,000 people. That is, until the Abyss event occurred. A gateway to the Abyss tore open reality itself, creating a colossal rift. It had a 5-kilometer radius, centered right here. In a single night, the entire town and its 100,000 residents vanished without a trace. 10 years ago, the Santatus Hunter team, much smaller than it is now, was the first rescue party to investigate the cause of the town's destruction. The leader dispatched an elite 12-member squad to explore the Forbidden Zone. After entering the Abyss, they discovered the entire space was shrouded in a thick, suffocating fog. Gray snowflakes drifted in the air, like the unburnt ashes of countless lives that had yet to find peace. After scouting the area, the rescue team uncovered a horrifying truth. What was even more terrifying was that the missing townspeople weren't truly dead. Instead, their souls were trapped here, twisted into grotesque, wailing spirits that wandered the mists, forever crying in agony. Their tragic screams echoed relentlessly in the ears of the squad members, like countless phantom hands tearing at their very sanity. The rescue team's original plan was to push deep into the heart of the Abyss, but after only 3 kilometers, the leader gave the order to retreat. The fog within the Abyss was so dense that it rendered their compasses useless. Not even the most veteran hunters could determine their direction. The 12-person team was quickly and completely lost. To survive, they decided to split into 4 groups. Each team of 3 would explore in a different direction. They agreed to leave a marker at their original position and regroup there every hour. However, one of the teams, consisting of Black Crow, Gray Sparrow, and the 100 Spirits Maiden, was attacked by an amorphous demonic beast in the dense fog. Faintly, through the wind, came the chime of a bell. Black Crow recalled that they had heard the ringing from deep within the mist. Following the sound, they headed towards its source, which seemed to emanate from a place far, far away. Nearby, the silhouette of a ruined Gothic church emerged from the fog. They followed the sound forward. The church's spire pierced through the dense mist, with black and red vines wrapped around its outer walls. They snaked around the stone like blood vessels. For reasons none of the 3 could explain, some irresistible force was pulling them toward the ancient church. Inside, dense clusters of wailing spirits swirled around, and in the center lay a strangely shaped, glowing object. As the three drew closer, they saw a colossal and heavy grimoire resting upon an altar. Hanging above it was a key, forged from 7 human finger bones. As a trembling black crow reached out to take it. As he took the key, the shadow behind the altar suddenly warped, forming a nightmarish shape too horrific to describe. It had no solid form, like a swirling vortex of countless tormented faces, wandering and overlapping. Each face screamed in silence. Gripped by terror, Crow lunged forward and snatched the key. In that very moment, he heard the moon whispering from beyond the window. Then the bell chimed again, and a swarm of birds burst into the room. In the ensuing chaos, his 2 comrades collapsed to their knees. Blood streamed from their eyes, ears, and mouths. Overcome with pure dread, Crow clutched the key and scrambled out of the church. He didn't dare look back. In his panic, Crow couldn't even turn to see if his team was still behind him. All he could do was run like a madman. The screams from behind him echoed from another world, consuming his mind. But then, a miracle. He stumbled upon the trail markers they had left behind earlier, just as they'd planned. Crow waited at the rendezvous point for 6 agonizing hours. But the other teammates who had split off never showed up. Stranger still, the bone key in his hand began to heat up. Growing so hot he could no longer hold it, he dropped it to the ground. The head of the key began to spin like a compass, carving a long line in the dirt. It finally stopped, pointing in a single direction. Surrounded by a thick, suffocating fog, Crow had no other choice. He had to follow the key's guidance. Crow had no idea how long he ran. He just knew he couldn't stop. Suddenly, a point of light appeared ahead. He had finally found the exit to the Abyss Gate. Crow sprinted through the gate. The instant he leaped out of the chasm, the rift behind him began to violently shrink. It was as if something was furiously slamming against the boundary. Without a second thought, Crow scrambled back to his feet. He used his last ounce of strength to plunge the bone key into a lock in the empty air. A flash of light erupted, then vanished. The Abyss Gate slammed shut without a sound. The ruins of this Abyss Gate have been sealed here ever since, never to be opened again. This very place, the ruins of that ancient city, now stood right before them. Lei Yushan pulled a glowing bone key from his inventory bag. He smiled and said, "This key in my hand is the only clue that Crow left behind. And now, we plan to open the gate once more." With those words, a sound sliced through the air. Lei Yushan flicked his wrist. The key pulsed with a ghostly violet-blue light. He had activated the mysterious bone key. Streams of black, bone-like energy swirled and converged. The gate flared to life, forming a skull with long horns, as horrifying screams echoed from its depths. A mystical great abyss. The Black Prison Mausoleum. Lei Yushan gave a meaningful look, and Lang Xiaofeng immediately understood, handing out a button-like device to each team leader. Lei Yushan explained, "The Abyss's technology can transmit your vitals to the system interface in real time. Your location will also be tracked within the Abyss, and it even allows for long-distance communication. Now is the time to clarify the roles and responsibilities within your teams." Silver reached out for the device, quickly asking, "So how are we dividing the tasks?" "My guild, Dark Knight's Tier, specializes in sneak attacks. We've never failed an assassination, so our entire party is composed of assassins. Let me be perfectly clear. We will never charge into the front lines." Hearing this, Yue Jianbai smirked. 2 towering figures stood behind him, a sword sharpener and a sword keeper. "My class is Sword Master. I've chosen to bring 2 party members. My personal sword sharpener and my sword keeper." Liu Xingran had never heard of such classes and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "A sword sharpener? That's a new one on me. There's a class for sharpening swords. And another, just to carry them for you? Is that even a real combat class?" Yiqing, activating his left eye ability, assessed them and let out a gasp of surprise. "One is a demon sealer, and the other is a bottomless backpacker with immense inventory capacity. Now that is a rare class." Lei Yushan's face went blank hearing Yue Jianbai's explanation. "For real?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "You brought 2 non-combatants into a situation this dangerous?" Yue Jianbai scoffed, the corner of his mouth twisting up. He gave himself a thumbs up and declared proudly, "I am the only one who needs to fight. These 2 are merely here to witness my elegant combat techniques. Having support is completely unnecessary." Lei Yushan looked at him like he was an absolute fool. He quickly turned to Yiqing and asked, "Don't tell me you also brought 2 spectators along for the show." Captain Yiqing glanced at his party member and began the introduction. "My ice attribute knight, Liu Xingran. She's our main melee damage dealer, but she also specializes in crowd control and Beside the fire elementalist, Elara, a frost domain healer, was casting her magic. That's when Kai decided to introduce himself. As for me, I'm an all-rounder. It means I can handle any role thrown at me. Hearing this, Silas was instantly convinced the kid was lying. He scoffed loudly. An all-rounder? You've got some nerve, kid. Don't think handing me one sword makes you some kind of big shot. With that, he puffed out his chest, bragging proudly, I've got an arsenal of my own, and believe me, my collection is just as impressive as yours. From behind, one of his lackeys eagerly stepped forward, grinning. To make sure the boss is always stocked, I brought 1,500 potions of all kinds. Aren't I the best? Praise me, boss. Silas heard this and nodded, satisfied. That's right, 1,500. Wait a minute. Something about that felt very wrong. Silas's expression instantly soured as he roared, Shut your trap. What kind of idiot needs potions to fight? Did I say I needed to chug potions before a battle? Did I ever say I couldn't fight without them? The sword-bearing underling quickly stammered, No, boss, you never said anything like that. All eyes in the area turned towards them. He basically just confessed without being asked. The kid sold out his boss before the fight even started. Wolfgang crossed his arms, eyes half closed with an air of superiority. Our leader is a dark knight. I'm a werewolf. And the one behind me is a priestess of light. No matter how you look at it, we're all top class. The Lolita-type girl, sucking on a lollipop, silently held her staff and gave a small nod to everyone. After Wolfgang finished his speech, Kai's group fell completely silent, their faces screaming with pure, unadulterated cringe. Wolfgang saw their expressions and erupted. What's with that look on your faces? Don't think you're hot stuff just because you landed a lucky punch on me at the World Guild. In a flash, he transformed into his wolf form, leaping onto a rocky outcrop and howling. Take a good look. A werewolf's power doubles at night. And under a full moon, my strength doesn't just double, it quadruples. If we had fought here back then, you would have been the one on the ground. Witnessing this embarrassing display, the priestess Lily quietly took a step back. I don't really know him. The other three silently agreed with her. Elara scanned their group from top to bottom, then said hesitantly, Can we really trust these guys? They all act like they're the strongest in the world. Kai just shook his head, sighing helplessly. This whole world is just a makeshift stage play. Except for Raijin, who's still hiding his true power. Everyone else is probably not as strong as they claim. After the equipment had been distributed, Raijin spoke up with a smile. No matter how you slice it, my people hold the advantage in this party. Therefore, it's undeniable that I will be the commander for this abyss hunt. Hearing this, Silvers raised an eyebrow, shooting Raijin a provocative look. Playing the iron-fisted dictator, are we? We haven't even started and you're already trying to seize absolute control? Raijin's face went blank for 3 seconds, as Silvers pulled out a pair of dice to decide who would take command. Why don't we let fate decide? How about it? Raijin burst out laughing, then calmly replied. Very fair. The rules are simple. Highest roll becomes the leader and takes point. The lowest roll has to follow the leader's orders unconditionally. Everyone else falls in line according to their score. Raijin went first, rolling the dice. A 16. He let out a chuckle. It seems fate agrees with me after all. Based on this result, I assume no one has any objections to me being the leader, right? Silver stepped up next. A 15. He ground his teeth in frustration. Shh, just 1 point short of a tie. Silas rolled a 9. Finally, it was Kai's turn. Seeing the result, Silas shouted, Hey, you only got a 4. Do you even understand the rules? Get to the back of the line. Kai glanced at his roll, then silently moved to the very end of the group. What in the world? You'd have to be cursed to roll that badly. Under Raijin's command, the entire party formed up. Silvers, Silas, and Kai followed in order. Raijin raised his voice, ending the chatter. Let's move out. Raijin's group stepped inside first. The place was exactly as the crow had described it. All around them, clusters of distorted faces stared out from the walls. A thick fog blanketed their path, and piercing screams echoed, threatening to shatter their eardrums. They pressed forward. Raijin took out a glowing purple energy orb, muttering some kind of incantation. In an instant, the orb's light pulsed outwards, revealing a strange, burning magic lamp. Its eerie glow pierced through the dense fog ahead. Raijin turned to the group. Stay close. This fog is only getting thicker. Everyone, be on your guard. Mark your teammates' positions on the map. If anyone gets lost, I won't waste time on a rescue mission. A sickening rustle echoed from within the thick fog, as hazy phantoms flickered in and out of view. The screaming faces of the dead slowly materialized into living creatures. Seeing the situation turn, someone screamed, "Look out, enemies!" The faces of wailing spirits twisted in agony, awakened by the strange noise, their numbers swelling by the second. Their sharp, ravenous teeth gnashed as they let out a collective roar. Lance glanced at them, then shot a look at Priestess Lori. She understood the signal instantly, raising her staff. As she began her incantation, the scepter pulsed with holy light. She slammed her staff into the ground, and a blinding wave of light erupted, washing over the entire area. This was her sacred domain, a skill that purges undead creatures while constantly healing her allies. The brilliant light obliterated the darkness, scything through the horde and instantly vaporizing the creatures into dust. Seeing this, Gideon raised an eyebrow and yelled, "How come none of those damn things can get anywhere near that light?" The Swordkeeper quickly replied, "The priestess's sacred domain is the ultimate counter to the undead. A total pro, right?" Understanding dawned on Gideon. "Right. Then what are we waiting for? Hand over the sword so I can clean house." The Swordkeeper drew a card from his spatial pouch, instantly summoning the blade. Understood. Gideon's senses flared, putting him on high alert. The moment the sword materialized, he flicked his wrist. The blade obeyed his will, cleaving through the wraith in front of him. Gideon smirked, pleased with his new weapon. This phantasm blade was incredible, responding to his thoughts alone. A second later, Gideon raised his hand to the sky. The sword soared into the air, its body blazing with a golden light as hot and bright as a miniature sun. It tore through the bodies of the creatures, turning them to ash on contact. On another side of the battlefield, Silvers watched the spirits, his expression unchanged. He stood with his arms crossed as they swarmed forward. Seeing their numbers grow, Silvers ordered his men, "Deploy the shadow cloak. Assess the situation, then strike." The creatures lunged, their sharp claws ready to tear them apart. But their claws only ripped through phantom shadows. The figures dissolved and vanished, enraging the beasts even further. Silvers and his team were long gone, having already moved to the high ground among the ruins to observe the chaos. Silvers watched the grotesque, zombie-like creatures searching for them, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of a predator watching its prey. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Let these walking corpses learn their place. Crushed beneath the heels of the living. Atop the city's skeletal remains, Silvers watched the battle unfold, his dark crimson eyes glowing with satisfaction. His voice, like venom, slithered out. Let the others serve as live bait for the corrupted. Silvers was enjoying the show, until his eyes landed on Yiqing's group. His brow furrowed as he muttered the man's name. He noticed the corrupted wouldn't go near Yiqing's team. In fact, they seemed to be recoiling in absolute terror. Silvers scoffed. "No magic? No incantations? He can repel them with his sheer presence alone? Haha, he must be holding some sacred anti-evil artifact, or maybe a rare piece of gear, valuable, but it's not new." Of course, our main character, who possesses the Saint's Perception class, only deals in top-tier, authentic relics. No fakes for him. Yiqing calmly watched the corrupted horde, who were too terrified to even approach him. "I've disposed of so much filth like this in the past, that now, my very scent has become a terror to these low-level undead." Liu Xingran didn't even bother to look at the horde, simply remarking with a raised eyebrow, "They're mostly low-level. Their combat power is insignificant. We can just leave them." Yiqing's eyes widened, staring at her in complete shock. Even if they were weak, he thought, there was no guarantee these things wouldn't release some fatal, abnormal status effect upon death. As long as the enemy holds back, there's no need for us to act recklessly. He scanned the bodies of the corrupted, his eyes sharp. Yiqing realized it instantly. The clothes on these things weren't native to the abyss. These had to be outsiders who were consumed by this place. In another part of the ruins, Gideon and his team were locked in a fierce battle with the corrupted. Suddenly, an eerie blue flame erupted, burning brightly, yet casting a bone-deep chill across the area. A rhythmic clopping echoed through the air, as if rising from the underworld itself. Yiling frowned, feeling her own mana stir uneasily. She tried to conjure a fireball, but the flame sputtered and died in her palm. She bit her lip in confusion. The flow of mana itself was being disrupted. Through the dim magical light, Leo's sharp eyes pierced the ever-thickening fog. His keen intuition screamed of impending danger. He yelled out, "Something's coming!" At his warning, Priestess Lori raised her staff defensively. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons. They formed a defensive circle as the thick fog swallowed their vision, making them feel lost in an endless maze. The echoing clop, clop, clop hammered against their eardrums. It was getting closer and closer. Gideon thought he heard a whisper on the wind. Following the clopping sound, his eyes darted toward the mangled remains of a corrupted on the ground, and then his gaze froze. Doubt warred with caution. Did that thing just speak? A rotting corpse mimicked his own words amidst its guttural screams. A second later, it scrambled to its feet, its shredded mouth perfectly repeating every word he had just shouted. Did that thing just speak human words? Yue Jianbai froze, his eyes widening in pure terror. The blood in his veins turned to ice. Before he could even process it, a brilliant flash of light shot past him. The zombie was instantly vaporized by the golden light, reduced to nothing but gore. Only then did Yue Jianbai finally snap back to reality. The one who cast the spell scoffed from behind him, a cold sneer escaping their lips as they spat out, "Washed up has been." The insult hit Yue Jianbai like a physical blow. He glared back, his jaw clenched tight, the chilling fear from moments ago still clinging to him. Meanwhile, the fog in the abyss grew ever thicker, blanketing everything like a death shroud as the horde of zombies swelled in number. The words escaped his lips in a ragged whisper, like a broken record. Did that thing really speak? Has been, has been. Far off in the mist, the colossal shadow of a monster took form, its crimson eyes blazing in the darkness. A piercing shriek echoed from it, driving the zombies into a frenzy. They moved faster, gathering into a massive tide of death that surged toward the group. Yiqing tightened his grip on his twin blades, his razor-sharp eyes glinting. He pinpointed the exact source of that commanding roar. With his battle-honed instincts, he knew without a doubt the puppet master was hiding behind that veil of fog. As if sensing Yiqing's piercing gaze, the zombie king's burning eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. It let out an unending roar, a thunderous scream that seemed to shatter the very air around them. At the sound of the roar, the lesser zombies shrieked in unison, answering the summons. An instant later, they erupted like a plague, an unstoppable storm charging straight for the humans. Seeing the zombies suddenly energized, as they charged recklessly forward, Yiqing narrowed his eyes. A confident smirk touched his lips as he declared, "For creatures of this level, I don't even need to use my berserk skill." Without a moment's hesitation, Yiqing vanished in a flash. His twin blades became a blur of cold, gleaming steel, leaving behind trails of light as elegant as a painter's strokes. Any zombie caught in the path of his sword energy was instantly shredded into pieces. But no matter how many fell, an endless wave of new ones surged forward to take their place. Then, the truly horrifying part began. The grotesque piles of flesh on the ground started to writhe and pull together, reforming into new bodies, more resilient than anything they had ever seen. Novelis's voice cut through the chaos. Creatures this foul defy the very concept of death. Yiqing watched grimly as the flesh reassembled, listening to Novelis explain, "Immortal beings are terrifying opponents. They sustain themselves with mana, instinctively hunting down class holders to devour their power and convert it into life force. The more mana a person has, the more of a delicacy they are to these monsters." Mana? The word sparked a memory. Yiqing's eyes shot toward the back, where Yiling was launching fireballs. He muttered, "Yiling, you're the only pure magic user here." Realization struck him like lightning. His eyes flew open wide as he spun around, screaming, "Yiling, stop using your magic, now!" But a pained cry escaped her lips as her power faltered. She clutched her wrist, the fireball in her palm sputtering out of existence. In that instant, a bizarre, unstoppable force seized her. Her entire body erupted in flames as she cried out, "I can't control it." Yiling's body trembled violently. The magical fire within her was being ripped away by a powerful vacuum, flowing like a blazing river toward the distant fog. Yiqing saw it all, gripping his blades tighter, his teeth clenched in frustration. The hideous monster in the mist drank in her magic, pulsating with every stolen drop of power. The zombie king let out a shriek of pure ecstasy. Its red eyes glowed with hunger and delight as its body shuddered, surging with newfound vitality. At its command, the entire horde of low-level zombies howled as one and charged directly for Yiling, a terrifying stampede of 10,000 beasts. In that desperate moment, the ice wielder, Liu Xingran, shot forward, sword in hand. With a sweep of her arm, a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground, shielding Yiling. She then touched Yiling's arm, encasing it in a thin layer of frost. Liu Xingran turned to Yiling with a reassuring smile. "This isn't an attack, it's just to help you cool down." Yiling looked at her, her voice filled with worry. "But you'll become their target." Liu Xingran just offered a faint, calm smile, as serene as the cold moon. "Don't worry about it." The zombies were already swarming the ice barrier, their rotting forms scrambling over the top, ready to crash down like a wave. Her longsword and ice shield shone with a cold, blue light. A biting frost radiated from her body, her eyes filled with bone-chilling resolve. A zombie with a gaping, bloody maw clawed its way to the top of the wall. Spotting its prey, it launched itself from above, letting out a greedy shriek at the sight of fresh, living flesh. As the horde closed in, Liu Xingran unleashed an arctic blast from her blade, freezing them solid in midair. The massive blocks of ice rained down like shattered mountains, exploding into 1,000 blood-stained shards upon impact. Liu Xingran coldly raised her sword and shield, her eyes fixed on the ice wall before her. She spun, her long sword sweeping out to clear the undead from all sides. She slammed her shield into the earth, instantly freezing them in their tracks. The sound of cracking ice echoed as a blue light flooded the battlefield. The resulting explosion turned every nearby corpse into frozen, minced meat, shattering them into countless fragments. But in the next moment, from within the thick mist, wave after wave of the undead poured forth, dense as a plague of locusts. They crawled over the jagged ice, drawing ever closer. Liu Xingran's brow furrowed slightly, a small sign that the situation had become critical. There's still no end to them? A person's stamina has its limits. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't fight forever without rest. At that moment, Yiling's entire body trembled as her fire magic continued to surge uncontrollably. Crimson flames engulfed her, making her look like a human inferno. She screamed, "Get back!" Liu Xingran understood immediately. Her blue eyes flashed as she quickly retreated to give her space. A small smirk touched her lips as she looked at Yiling. Got it. Instantly, Yiling launched herself high into the air, her entire body blazing with raging flames. When she slammed back down, the entire battlefield shook. A violent pillar of fire erupted outwards, incinerating everything within dozens of meters. It turned swarm after swarm of corpses to ash. Facing the ever-growing horde, Yiling roared. Karmic flames of annihilation. Smoke and fire filled the air as waves of scorching heat spread in every direction. The sound of crackling flames was deafening. Liu Xingran stood ready with her sword and shield, providing cover from right behind her. From within the inferno, a colossal zombie charged through the flames. Ignoring its own burning flesh, its savage eyes locked onto the two women. A horrifying shriek tore from its ragged mouth. Liu Xingran gripped her sword, shield held firm, her gaze fearless as it thundered closer. "Come on, come and get me." Liu Xingran stared down the flaming piece of rotten meat hurtling towards her. Just as she prepared to strike, the creature's entire body was suddenly lifted high into the air. An eerie, dark purple energy enveloped it. She watched with high alert as the flaming monstrosity was slowly raised into the sky. Liu Xingran frowned, not believing her eyes. Suddenly, a pair of long legs appeared in front of her. The surrounding flames were instantly extinguished. Liu Xingran and Yiling both snapped their gazes in that direction. Yiqing had arrived. With a wave of his hand, a stream of dark purple energy flowed out, forming a strange vortex. He spoke, his voice cold and decisive. "Gravity vortex. Don't even think about it." He narrowed his icy blue eyes at the floating burning corpse and whispered, "Now, get back here for me." As he finished, he raised his hand, and the swirling purple orb gathered immense power. The creature's giant body was helplessly dragged in by the vortex's pull. It was like a magnet drawing it in. The vortex swallowed it in an instant, and for the first time, a flicker of terror flashed in its vacant red eyes. It struggled wildly, screeching without end, its long tongue flailing as if trying to speak. A few seconds later, the screeching stopped. Its massive body was crushed into the vortex like a giant black ball. Yiqing slipped a hand into his pocket, then casually flicked 2 fingers downwards. Instantly, the dark sphere shot toward the earth like a deflating balloon. A massive boom echoed out, creating a terrifying shockwave. The ground cracked, fissures spreading like a spider web. As the smoke cleared, the creature's body was revealed. It lay motionless on the ground, eyes white and vacant. Smoke rose from its body as it began to melt into a spreading pool of liquid. But moments later, that liquid began to emit a sinister red light as it pulled itself back together. Yiqing watched in silence, his eyes narrowing. "It's regenerating." Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of golden light like a shooting star pierced the smoke and fire, flying straight for him. Thwack! Just as the sword was about to run him through, Yiqing raised his hand and stopped the blade's tip with just 2 fingers. His eyes were like ice as he raised an eyebrow. From deep within the smoke, a figure emerged. A soft, arrogant, and contemptuous laugh filled the air. Yue Jianbeichai stepped forward, feigning innocence. "Oh my deepest apologies. This damned fog is just so terribly thick. My sword control technique seems to have a little trouble telling friend from foe." Yiqing gripped the blade's tip, his sharp gaze locked on the man. Yue Jianbeichai squinted back mockingly. a smirk playing on his lips. A man as generous as Captain Ye surely wouldn't mind such a tiny little misunderstanding, right? Yiqing paid his words no mind. He knew this man was just using it as an excuse to try and eliminate him. He let out a cold snort, his eyes locked on his target, and with a flick of his hand, a streak of light shot forward like an arrow from a crossbow. Seeing Ye Qing's attack, Yue Jianbaichai watched the blade speed towards him. When it was just a meter from his face, the sword's trajectory suddenly shifted. The blade plunged deep into a rotting corpse's skull, dropping it instantly to the ground. Yue Jianbai could only stare, stunned. He stood frozen as the deep stab sent a spray of black blood arcing onto his boots. Yue Jianbai was standing silently nearby. Seeing the dark stain on his shoes, Yue Jianbai's expression twisted, shifting from stunned disbelief to gut-wrenching revulsion. He finally leaped back with a furious shriek. Ugh, that's disgusting. Absolutely vile. He then stormed forward, glaring fiercely at Yiqing. He raised his voice and bellowed, "We, of the Heavenly Light Throne, are a hunting party famous for our elegance. Unlike you scavengers who crawl through trash all day, you will wipe the blood off that sword for me. Now." Yiqing just raised an eyebrow, looking at him like he was insane. Who worries about this kind of thing in the abyss? Yue Jianbai covered his mouth, his eyes fixed on the sword still embedded in the rotting corpse's brain matter, a look of pure disgust on his face. A bitter, acidic taste rose in his throat. He looked at Yiqing, his face pale green, and said, "This is our fundamental difference. Captain Ye, right now I don't even want to touch the hilt of that sword." But no one paid any mind to Yue Jianbai's obsessive cleanliness. The rotting corpses swarmed from every direction, seeing any living thing as nothing more than food. And they just kept coming. Wave after wave. Through the dense fog, the sounds of shuffling feet drew closer and closer. But Yue Jianbai continued his lecture, completely unfazed. The true art of the blade lies in its ability to eliminate enemies from thousands of miles away, while maintaining perfect, untainted cleanliness. A low growl. A scraping sound. The shambling grew nearer and nearer. When the horde of rotting corpses was just a few feet from Yue Jianbai, he swiftly raised a hand to the sky. A wave of sword energy tore through the air, and with his summons, 3 blades of crimson light appeared out of thin air. Yue Jianbai spun gracefully, and with a flick of his wrist, the 3 crimson blades shot forward like cannons, blasting through the bodies of the rotting corpses. He chuckled softly and continued, "A sword, after all, is merely a tool destined to get dirty. It is unworthy of touching its master's skin." Yiqing's lips curled into a smirk. He narrowed his eyes, his blue pupils filled with unconcealed mockery as he looked at Yue Jianbai. He said coldly, "And here I thought a swordsman was supposed to treasure his blade." Yue Jianbai commanded his swords to continue their assault on the corpses, but when he heard Yiqing's comment, he acted as if he'd just heard the world's funniest joke. He put a hand to his forehead and laughed with derision. "You are so unbelievably childish." The crimson beams of light continued to slice through the advancing horde. Yue Jianbai's voice dripped with laughter. "An unclean sword is a disqualified sword. It's like a warrior who has lost his honor, or a woman who has lost her innocence." As a blade pierced another corpse's skull, he smirked and continued, "It is because I deeply love these servants of mine, that I must adhere so strictly to the rules between a master and his subjects." He glanced up at the crimson lights blasting across the sky, like flashing strobes cutting through the horde of monsters. He gracefully took the corner of his cloak in his hand, making a gesture of perfect etiquette, a refined smile on his face. But the words that came out sounded like a devil's creed. "The master sets the law, the sword executes the law. The master maintains his purity, the sword carries the filth." Lu Xingran noticed something was wrong, and quickly turned to Yiqing. "Something's not right. These faded ones. They're reviving in the fog, and the speed is increasing." Hearing this, Yiqing immediately frowned. Yiqing looked past the sludge-covered ground and confirmed it. Their regeneration speed was indeed much faster than before. Staring at the ever-thickening fog, he lowered his voice. "This fog, it's a type of magical energy. It's providing them with the nutrients to regenerate." Off to the side, Lang Xiaofenghuo the wolf relentlessly charged the rotting corpses, cutting them down. He let out a feral howl. Growl! Loli the priestess continuously raised her staff, attacking any corpse that got too close. She shot them down one by one. Lei Yushan stood there, scanning the area. He too noticed something strange about the fog, but then did a quick head count. Realizing someone was missing, he said, "We can't stay here long. The border of the Sinver's Great Cemetery is just ahead. Where did that guy go?" Loli the priestess, having just finished off a monster, spoke to Lei Yushan with a lollipop in her mouth. "I haven't seen him since this whole thing started." You don't think he got separated from the group, do you? Lei Yushan's brow furrowed at her words, not even trying to hide the contempt and disgust on his face. Useless trash. Can't even handle a threat of this level. A third-rate through and through. From within the fog, a figure staggered forward, his voice trembling. I'm begging you. Lei Yushan and the priestess quickly turned to the sound. A man in a dark hood was clutching a wounded shoulder. Each step was a struggle. He pleaded, please, don't abandon our leader. He's trapped back there and needs reinforcements. Hearing this, Lei Yushan turned to face the newcomer. He slowly raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Heh, not necessary. The man was left stunned, completely speechless. Yiqing spoke with an icy tone. Oh, but it is. His words instantly drew Lei's gaze. Lei Yushan and the others watched as Ling Xiaofeng glared at Yiqing. His brows furrowed in anger as he shouted, what is the meaning of this? Are you defying the captain's direct order? Just looking at this guy made Yiqing's blood boil. His blue eyes narrowed, and he growled through clenched teeth at Lei Yushan. This is a team mission, and as captain, you're responsible for every member. Lei Yushan didn't seem to care, offering only a hollow smile. And as captain, how do you suggest I order the assassination squad to go and support Sinvers? Hearing this, Liu Xingran burst out laughing in pure rage. On what grounds are you only sending our team? Lei Yushan just chuckled, completely ignoring her words as he started to walk away. Wasting mana to save someone in a place like this? If you care so much, why don't you go alone? And don't forget, we used fate to decide who had command before we ever entered the abyss. With that, he continued on his way, the priest and Ling Xiaofeng following close behind. Lei Yushan added, if you want to save him, I won't stop you. His words finally sent Liu Xingran over the edge. Yiqing had now seen Lei Yushan's true colors. He narrowed his eyes and declared, if that's how you're going to be, then I'll go rescue him myself. I'm not doing this for Sinvers. I'm just fulfilling the responsibilities a captain should bear in your place. Remember that. Hearing this, Yue Jianbai smirked thoughtfully, muttering, so courageous, are we? You think you can hog all the spotlight? Are you looking down on my heavenly light throne? I'm going too. Seeing another idle fool join the cause, Lei Yushan's brow twitched with irritation. He shot an impatient glare at the two of them. His face was a mask of annoyance as he commanded, I'm giving you 5 minutes, maximum. The number of phantoms in this grand cemetery will only increase. By then, even if you retreat to the edge, you'll still draw a massive horde of monsters here. As Yiqing stepped toward the thick wall of fog, Liu Xingran rushed to his side. I'm going with you, she said. Yiqing just offered her a faint smile and replied, you and Yiling should stand guard here. Liu Xingran immediately understood his meaning. Be careful, she urged, before running back to support Yiling in the fight. Seeing Yiqing depart, Yue Jianbai quickly followed, ordering his two subordinates. You too, stand guard here as well. Yiqing stood before the curtain of mist, closing his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, a brilliant golden energy erupted from him. His pupils blazed with a metallic sheen. The dragon's eye was open, and the world before him became clearer than ever. In the distance, hordes of grotesquely deformed rotting ones crawled and clawed their way toward them. A dark red energy coiled around their bodies, a sinister force from behind that seemed to be controlling their every move. After assessing the situation, Yiqing narrowed his eyes and warned Yue Jianbai, avoid the red energy. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation. His figure moved like a ghost through the swarm of corpses, so swiftly that even the low-level rotting ones didn't dare approach. All we need to do is avoid the mage and find Sinvers. Yue Jianbai was slightly stunned, raising an eyebrow at him. Before he could even react, Yiqing had already shot forward, his figure vanishing into the dense fog. Yue Jianbai watched his disappearing back and couldn't help but marvel. That guy has vision that can pierce through the mist. That kind of special observational ability isn't something an ordinary person can possess. In any case, I already said I'd save that Nightshade guy. I can't let Yiqing take all the credit for being the hero. A smirk played on Yue Jianbai's lips as he dashed forward in pursuit. Following him could save me a lot of trouble. As he ran, he activated a formation, and instantly, 3 dazzling red beams of light shot out. 4 directions formation. Hearing the thunderous crash behind him, Yiqing spun around only to see the troublemaker lighting up their position. Yue Jianbai relentlessly commanded his flying swords to attack the rotting ones while chasing after him. Yiqing shouted, if you make such a huge scene, you'll attract trouble everywhere we go. Seeing his irritation, Yue Jianbai grinned with satisfaction. Because I can. Yiqing paid him no mind. A ruined cliff was just ahead, and he launched himself off it without hesitation. Seeing this, Yue Jianbai quickly followed suit. They both landed, and Yiqing immediately pressed forward. This was the true cemetery. A heavy, oppressive air hung around them, though the fog here was thinner. The two walked one after the other, delving deeper. Yue Jianbai glanced around, and realizing something, he exclaimed, "The fog here has cleared, but the fog in the center of the cemetery should be the thickest." He took a few steps forward, noticing that the rotting ones only lurked at the edge of this area, not daring to enter. He couldn't help but whistle in amazement. "Whew, our luck isn't half bad. No one followed us, and this place is completely clean." But Yiqing stood staring at one spot. His eyes narrowed. "Over here," he said. Yue Jianbai walked over. The moment he arrived, he saw a scene that looked exactly like a sacrificial altar. Crucifixes surrounded the area, and at the very center lay the body of a man, split in two and flattened against the ground. The ground was ice cold. Someone was slammed down here with incredible force, leaving an indent before being cut down. The bloodstains were still dark and fresh. Under the crimson moon, a lone figure stood, its shadow stretching across the graveyard. A suffocating, deathly silence hung in the misty air. As the moonlight pierced the gloom, the figure's form was finally revealed. A skull knight, clad in platinum armor. It held a colossal sword plunged into the earth, its entire body wreathed in a blazing inferno that sent a chill straight to the soul. Yue Jianbai's eyes widened. A grin spread across his face like he'd just hit the jackpot. His luck was definitely turning around. He'd found the boss. Yiqing watched in silence, when suddenly, a hand shot out and gripped a nearby tombstone. It was Silver, looking terrified. He hissed in a low voice, frantically signaling them. "Over here, you idiots! 2 more steps and you'll get a free, one-way ticket to the afterlife." Yue Jianbai tilted his head, a mocking look in his eyes. Well, look who it is." Silver was so furious he could stomp his feet. What a useless teammate. He shot up, clamped a hand over Yue Jianbai's mouth, and hissed, "Shut your stupid mouth. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Yiqing stood by, his expression turning cold as he stared at Silver. What was this guy trying to pull? He spoke calmly. "If you could handle this monster, why would you still be hiding here waiting to die?" Silver raised an eyebrow, looking at Yiqing like he was a complete fool. Annoyed, he pointed at himself. You think I like standing here?" With that, Silver pointed behind him into a thick fog that obscured their vision, where faint, skull-like shapes seemed to float. He explained that getting past that wall of spirits was a point of no return. Following his gesture, Yiqing realized what it was, the domain of a Lord-class monster. Yiqing's eyes narrowed, his face growing serious as he scanned the area. Wherever a boss-level monster appears, a special dungeon-like structure is created. Normally, killing the area's lord is all it takes to dispel it. Silver scowled at him, annoyed. "You think I don't want to kill this bastard?" He glanced at the Skull Knight, then at the corpse of his subordinate. "Look over there. That thing killed my man in a single strike." Silver stared toward the Skull Knight standing under the blood moon. He continued, "I'm waiting for the boss's alert state to calm down. It's still too agitated. We have to wait a little longer." Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the graveyard, causing the flames on the Skull Knight to erupt violently. Like a phantom, Yue Jianbai leaped from the distance, landing right before the Skull Knight. He unleashed a barrage of spectral longswords that shot through the air. He scoffed, "Wait for the boss to calm down? What a coward." Witnessing such a foolish teammate, Yiqing could only stare, completely speechless. Silver's jaw dropped in disbelief. Oh, crap. Thinking this was his moment to shine, Yue Jianbai struck a cool pose. He effortlessly controlled his blades with a wide grin, declaring, "A true master fears no monster." Yue Jianbai aimed squarely at the knight and shouted, "Imperial Sword, Heaven's Return!" The blades shot forward as one. A thunderous crash echoed as dust and debris filled the air. He smiled, landing gracefully on the ground, his eyes fixed on the rising cloud of smoke. Yue Jianbai squinted, a smug smirk playing on his lips as he boasted, "That was my statue of 10,000 blades technique." But his excitement from the spectacular attack was short-lived. His eyes shot wide open, his pupils shrinking in terror. The Skull Knight was completely unharmed. Its infernal flames burned brighter than ever, its spirit now fully enraged as it gripped its sword and charged at him with blinding speed. With a single slash, it cleaved the air. Yue Jianbai dodged just in time, but the spot where he'd stood was now a deep trench. He stared in horror, gritting his teeth at the gash in the earth. Just a second later, Yue Jianbai recovered his composure, extending a hand to counterattack, commanding his longswords to fly. 3 blades shot out like arrows, slamming into the knight. The sound of screeching metal rang out as they shattered. It was a brutal, armor-shattering attack meant to destroy the target's physical defense. Yiqing saw this, but he wasn't surprised. He just watched silently. Not even a tank could survive a second hit from the Netherworld Knight. Yue Jianbai's eyes bulged when he saw his swords turn to dust. "My swords, you bastard," he roared. In a burst of fury, Yue Jianbai summoned 3 more longswords. They glowed with a blinding pink aura as he screamed, "I'll grind you into powder." The Netherworld Knight ignored his tantrum. To this creature, all that mattered was that they were alive. Red flames erupted from its eye sockets, illuminating the dark night. A demonic voice echoed, "I am the enemy of the living, and you will all die here." Netherworld flames. Every single one of its attacks carries the burning effect of the Netherworld flames. With that, the Underworld Knight hefted its sword and charged straight for Yue Jianbai. The pounding of its steps echoed like a death knell. Yue Jianbai instantly dropped into a low stance, channeling his energy into his blade for another assault. Time and again, Yue Jianbai desperately tried to pierce the knight's armor, but every attempt was in vain. The knight was closing in fast. Seeing the dire situation, Yiqing screamed, "Are you crazy? Dodge it!" In a flash, the Underworld Knight stood before Yue Jianbai, red flames blazing from its eye sockets as its sword loomed overhead. Yue Jianbai's brow twitched, his pupils shrinking, but he showed no intention of moving. He declared with sheer arrogance, "A sword master never retreats. Wouldn't that make me a laughingstock to the likes of you?" The moment the words left his lips, the Underworld Knight's blade came crashing down. The crackle of lightning mingled with a thunderous impact, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured everything. The sword swung down, but was stopped cold. For a few seconds, the Underworld Knight was completely stunned. As far back as it could remember, no one had ever been able to block its strike. There stood Yiqing, shield held firm, absorbing the blow. A second later, and the outcome would have been unthinkable. Cracks were already spiderwebbing across his shield. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "You're just making it angrier, you idiot!" To Yue Jianbai, it looked like Yiqing was just trying to play the hero. He stared back furiously and shouted, "Hey, are you trying to steal my spotlight?" But the Underworld Knight was already recovering, preparing to withdraw its sword for another attack. Yiqing had to get through to this blockhead, fast. The Underworld Knight's demonic flame slash is a special fire attribute attack. It deals double damage to armor. "If you value that precious sword of yours, get the hell back." The words went in one ear and out the other. Yue Jianbai just cursed at him. "Who the hell do you think you're talking to?" Yiqing paid him no mind, his gaze fixed calmly on the dragon ring on his hand. The breath of the fire dragon's ring of destruction had been activated. Instantly, the ring began to emit a faint glow. The netherworld flames blazing on the knight's body were suddenly pulled toward the ring. The ring erupted in a brilliant, blinding light, then unleashed a massive tornado of fire. The blast sent the underworld knight flying. The attack was so sudden, even it was in shock. Its deep eye sockets radiated pure astonishment. Behind them, Yue Jianbai's eyes were wide with disbelief, completely baffled by what had just happened. All that guy Yiqing did was hold his hand near the underworld flame. What was going on? The inferno blazed for a moment before vanishing, receding back into the ring. The breath of the fire dragon's ring of destruction was a success. The underworld flame had been stolen. Yiqing clenched his fist, silently watching as the last embers of the fire were absorbed into the red ruby on his ring. He murmured, "So, this is the power of a $200 million divine artifact." He narrowed his eyes, looking at his own knuckles. A single spark flickered across them. In the distance, the underworld knight reignited its own flames, observing him. A moment later, a bizarre, ear-splitting shriek tore from its throat, a guttural roar that sounded like a summons. From behind it, countless breakers clawed their way from the earth, their endless roars filling the air. They were answering the call of the underworld knight. Their numbers swelled by the second. Yiqing and Silver, hiding behind a tombstone, could only stare in horror. My God, there are so many. With no time to think, Yiqing broke into a dead sprint, charging straight for the knight. He just had to take out the leader. To get past the towering, building-sized breakers, Yiqing planted his foot and launched himself upward. With a single leap, he soared into the air, unleashing the underworld flame from his own hand as he dove toward the shrieking horde. He slammed his fist down. The flames instantly engulfed their bodies, spreading like wildfire and burning away their flesh. Just like that, he smashed through the first line of defense. Yiqing landed, the underworld flame still blazing on his hand. Behind him, the defeated breakers collapsed, glaring at him with pure hatred. The spots where the flame had touched were charred, completely black. Yiqing smirked back at their writhing forms. He licked his lips. As long as the underworld flame burns, your regeneration won't activate. Howling in a mad rage, the breakers reached out with their massive hands, swiping down at Yiqing from above. Their eyes glowed red with fury, and every punch that slammed into the ground landed with the force of a thunderclap. With a light step, Yiqing's body shot up like a spring, dodging the assault while unleashing a torrent of red fire from his hands. From high above, he took aim, sending a blazing fist hurtling down. It struck a breaker square in the face, a full-force fire punch. The scorching flames erupted, turning the surroundings into a massive pyre. Seizing the opportunity, a giant breaker from the back lunged forward. It opened its massive maw, intending to swallow Yiqing in a single gulp. Spotting its chance, it clamped its mouth shut, refusing to let go. Its eyes burned with crimson hatred. If it could just eat this one human, the rest would be easy, and it would avenge its fallen brothers. But its triumph was short-lived. A searing pain suddenly erupted from within its body. Its entire head was consumed by fire from the inside, which then burst out through its mouth and eye sockets. In an instant, its upper body erupted like popcorn, vanishing in a blinding flash of smoke and fire. Behind him, Sinvers and Yue Jianbai watched, their brows furrowed in suspicion. Did he just steal the boss's ability? I've never seen anything like this before. Yue Jianbai's eyes narrowed with rage. That power was supposed to be his. I did all the work weakening it, and you just show up at the end? As the final boss fell, his silhouette stood sharp against the roaring flames. Yiqing was waiting. Then suddenly, he finally appeared. A dark shadow descended from the sky. A longsword, gleaming with cold killing intent, plunged down from above. The Nether Knight gripped its hilt, putting all its might into the strike. As the blade neared, Yiqing dodged in a flash. The ground trembled from the impact. Yiqing took a few steps back, his fist igniting with flames. His gaze turned to ice. Then, with lightning speed, he lunged forward, unleashing a blazing punch. The firestorm crashed into the Nether Knight like a tornado, catching it completely off guard. Its entire body was instantly engulfed, becoming a living torch. But just a moment later, the flames reversed, shooting back towards Yiqing. The knight stood there, completely unscathed. Fire immunity, amplified counterattack, immovable defense. Yiqing's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? This is a thing? He had to get out of there, fast. The searing flames tore through the air like a death sentence. Yiqing quickly dodged to the side, simultaneously unleashing his own abyssal power. If its own element won't work, I'll use mine. He thrust his hands forward, and countless boulders shot through the air. The rocks hurtled towards their target, tearing through the wind. But the knight just gripped its sword, and with a single slash, shattered them into dust. But through this exchange, Yiqing had already analyzed his opponent's combat pattern. The Nether Knight has incredible elemental resistance, but its physical defense is surprisingly weak. And after it uses an elemental counter, there's a brief window where it's completely vulnerable. This is my only chance to deal real damage. A smirk crossed Yiqing's face as he crouched low, channeling his power into the very earth. The ground trembled violently. Two massive boulders rose on either side of the knight, then shot towards it like cannonballs. The Nether Knight raised its sword in defense, shattering both giant boulders into smithereens. But that was the opening he needed. Using a high-speed movement technique, Yiqing appeared behind the knight in an instant. While its skills were on cooldown, this was the perfect chance. He drove a powerful punch, infused with abyssal energy, right into the knight's spine. The single blow sent the Nether Knight flying, its armored body dissolving into motes of dust. As its body vanished, a bright light appeared mid-air, revealing several pieces of glittering loot. Yiqing gave the loot an indifferent glance. Meanwhile, Sinvers and Yue Jianbai could only stare, completely dumbfounded by the battle. Sinvers couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "Is it really over already?" Spotting the dropped gear, Sinvers chuckled and moved closer, singing, "Well, they do say fortune favors the bold." Yue Jianbai scrambled over as well. With a smug, arrogant grin, he shouted at Yiqing, "Out of my way. I found this monster first, so according to the rules, at least half of this loot is mine." He then shot a mocking glance at Sinvers. "Heh, and some idiot was hiding at a safe distance the entire time. You didn't even join the fight, yet you have the nerve to claim loot? If I hadn't tanked the boss's ultimate attack, you wouldn't even be standing here right now." Yue Jianbai's eyes were full of calculation as he sized up Yiqing. In a condescending tone, he said, "The price for your survival was 3 of my broken longswords. So, this victory didn't come cheap. Those high-quality swords on the ground will compensate me for my losses, and the rest can be considered charity for you two. Yiqing's gaze drifted over the pile of equipment, but nothing there managed to catch his interest. He spoke with a flat, detached voice. In my eyes, everything here is just trash. If you want it, take it all. Seeing Yiqing's dismissive attitude, Yue Jianbai's blood boiled. He stormed forward, pointing a finger in his face and screaming. What did you say, Yiqing? Are you implying that we're the ones picking up trash? Yiqing met his fury with cold silence. Meanwhile, Sinver's eyes lit up as he looked at the loot, saying cheerfully, Hey, I don't care. If you don't want it, that's even better. It's all mine. Ignoring them, especially the arrogant fool in front of him, Yiqing suddenly sensed something else nearby. He turned, scanning his surroundings. And just like that, it was confirmed. The Underworld Knight's skull hadn't vanished. It lay intact on the ground, glowing with crimson flames. Yiqing raised his hand, unleashing the power of the abyss to absorb it. On the ground, where the skull had been, a magic circle instantly flared to life. A dark abyss materialized, and from it, ghastly purple hands emerged, carefully raising the skull. In an instant, cracks spiderwebbed across the bone, and with a final shatter, an eerie, violet flame erupted from within. Netherworld Flame can be fused during forging to increase success rate by 30%, reduces material cost by 20%, and adds the Netherworld attribute, granting attacks a chance to activate a soul burn effect. Seeing the incredible attributes pop up, Yiqing's eyes widened in shock. Yiqing was stunned by the item's effects. He raised an eyebrow. What is this? Suddenly, Novelis's laughter echoed in his ear. Yiqing glanced at her, and she met his gaze with a playful smile. You really are a lucky one, aren't you? To get a rare, otherworldly flame from a monster. The drop rate for that is barely 1 in a million, Novelis continued. Remember that Netherworld suffix you got from the Gloom Knight using the Ring of Destruction? Yiqing recalled how his fists, empowered by that flame, had seared the flesh of those corrupted creatures. She raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. When dealing with the corrupted, even a single touch of the Netherworld flame will make them howl in eternal agony. It will even completely strip away. The Netherworld suffix can be combined with other elements. For example, Netherworld plus fire creates the Netherworld flame, a power that makes even the undead tremble in fear. Yiqing stared at the small flame flickering in his palm. His eyes narrowed in delight as he clenched his fist, a smirk spreading across his face. Not bad at all. He retracted the flame. But Silver was watching him with suspicion, his brow furrowed, as if something felt off. What was that glowing thing in his hand? Did I see that right? Did that bastard secretly get something good and not tell us? Sensing a treasure, Yue Jianbai wasn't about to miss a chance to leech off someone else, especially not Yiqing. Greed flashed in his eyes as he stared at him, a sly grin forming on his face. He called out, Hey, Yiqing, did you just try to pocket a rare item all for yourself? Seeing someone take the lead, Silver got excited and chimed in, approaching with a sneer. Don't play dumb. I saw a glowing orb flash in your hand. Are you trying to hoard the only epic item the Gloom Knight dropped? With Silver backing him up, Yue Jianbai grew even bolder, shouting, That's right, Silver. You think you can just take the loot for yourself because you got the last hit? According to our agreement, your scrappy guild's decisions come after the Celestial Throne and Knight's Tier. Yiqing raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning icy. Oh? So I risk my life diving into the fog to save you, only to be accused of hoarding the spoils. Is that some new kind of gaslighting? Yiqing actually laughed out loud. The flame in his hand suddenly flared to life. Ha ha ha, you're right. With guys like you, there's no point in wasting breath. The moment he turned to face them, his body erupted with the scorching netherworld flame, illuminating the entire area. The sudden blast of heat forced the two back several steps. Sweat poured down their pale faces as they watched the flames spread, gritting their teeth in fear, too scared to speak. A laugh escaped Yiqing's lips as his body was completely transformed, wreathed in fire. His eyes glowed intensely, revealing a set of sharpened teeth. Since you already know, I won't hide it. I did get something very powerful, and I'd be happy to show you. Yiqing unleashed his abyssal energy. Streams of crimson light surged forward, a wave of destructive heat washing over them in a cloud of smoke. Gah! Yue Jianbai cried out. Silver scrambled back in terror. Damn, it's too hot. This flame, it's like it's alive. Seeing them finally back down, Yiqing retracted his power, his face slowly returning to normal. I told you this isn't something you can use. Therefore, it belongs to me. Understood? Yue Jianbai's brow tightened, and he bit his lip, refusing to accept it. He was the first one to attack the boss, and now Yiqing had reaped all the rewards. Silver, however, always knew when to quit. If he couldn't get a piece of the pie, he'd leave it. He forced a wide smile and said, all right, we get it. Who would even want that little soul fire anyway? With the matter settled, Yiqing withdrew his power completely. He turned and walked back towards the main group, ready to regroup. Yue Jianbai had failed. He now looked at Yiqing with a mix of fear and deep-seated malice. Damn it. Good thing I didn't attack. That Yiqing guy hides his power well, but the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Just you wait. Meanwhile, outside the ruined city, the rest of the team was waiting anxiously, all eyes fixed on the horizon. Ling Xiaofeng nervously scanned the area, looking left and right. He turned to Lei Yushan and said, Boss, they've been gone for a long time. You don't think? Lei Yushan's brow furrowed, his mind racing. He finally spoke, his voice steady. As long as he's around, everything will be fine. The moment he finished, footsteps echoed from the mist ahead. Slowly, a pair of long legs emerged from the fog. As Yiqing stepped out of the mist, followed by Yue Jianbai and Silver, Lei Yushan strode forward, a wide grin on his face. Simply magnificent. Captain Ye, thank you for all your trouble. I knew you could save him, even if I hadn't stepped in. Lei Yushan's gaze shifted to Silver, his friendly demeanor vanishing. His voice turned to ice. Silver, don't you dare fail me a second time. Called out so bluntly, Silver's stomach churned with frustration. He scowled, grinding his teeth and scoffing. Damn it all. This entire day has been a disaster. It has to be that curse from Jue. With everyone now gathered, the group pressed onward. On the way, Lang Xiaofeng spotted an ancient structure in the distance and immediately asked Lei Yushan, Boss, is that the great white bone cathedral you mentioned? Lei Yushan's eyes shifted towards him, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he calmly replied, That's the one. He led them toward the imposing sanctuary. Soon, the church loomed before them, and he announced to the group, This is the stage for our grand finale. Lei Yushan stepped inside first, with Lang Xiaofeng following right behind. As the church doors creaked open, the sound of rattling chains echoed from within. Following Lei Yushan's lead, they moved past rows of long pews, reaching the center of the abandoned, dust-caked hall. Deeper inside, Lei Yushan's eyes suddenly blazed with excitement as he stared, completely captivated by the object before him. His voice trembled with anticipation as he cried out, The supreme divine artifact. It can purge all curses and reset every anomaly in existence. Seeing the scene, Yiqing instinctively frowned, his sharp gaze scanning the object and its surroundings, assessing everything. So this was the object Lei Yushan had mentioned, the one from Black Crow's tail. A bizarrely shaped grimoire floated in midair, emitting a seductive, otherworldly glow. Beneath the book lay a massive pile of skeletons, covered in thick cobwebs and layers of dust, as if they had rested there for an eternity. Staring at the bones, a cold dread shot up Silver's spine. He asked hesitantly, What's the meaning of these 11 skeletons? They look like they've been here for a very long time. Boss Lei, why did you bring us to this deserted church? Lei Yushan didn't answer. Instead, dense streams of black and red energy erupted from him, coiling around his form like wicked serpents. The light grew more intense, finally exploding outwards to engulf the entire hall, until everything was flooded in its crimson glow. Slowly, Lei Yushan's body began to transform. Yiqing's eyes were fixed on Lei Yushan's back. Sharp, reptilian scales were spreading across his hands, forming into deadly claws. He spoke in a cold whisper, I should have known sooner. Javen, the sole survivor of a 12-man elite squad. Yiqing's eyes narrowed, meeting Lei Yushan's gaze, his voice dangerously low. It was you all along, Captain. Hearing this, Yue Jianbai's jaw dropped in disbelief as he screamed in horror. What? Yiqing continued. So, the hunt was a lie. The sacrifice was the real goal. The gentle, smiling Lei Yushan was now completely gone. In his place stood a towering monster with 2 sharp horns. Its green hair had turned bone white, its face elongating as it let out a grotesque laugh. Its pupils flashed red, staring intently at Yiqing. Its long mouth parted, bearing a set of razor-sharp fangs. The creature turned, its long tail dragging on the ground as it advanced. Its eyes scanned over the offerings before it. This entire abyss hunt was just a ritual to gather souls for me. And to fully activate it, I just happened to need 9 fresh souls. Yue Jianbai and his subordinates paled at his words, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Yue Jianbai's eyes were wide with terror as he stammered, Fresh souls? Lei Yushan didn't hide it, cackling as if granting them the mercy of knowing the truth before they died. I just need to offer 9 more souls to the ceremony, and its energy will finally be complete. Then, I will use this divine artifact to ascend and become the Witch Demon King. Silver's brow tightened, drenched in sweat. He quickly remembered one of his men had already died, and forced a desperate smile. It seems you've made a miscalculation. Our 3 hunting parties only have 8 people left. Have you forgotten? Our team, the Dark Tears, is already 1 man short. With that said, Silver began to back away, desperately trying to reason with the monster. After all, your plan can't be completed now, so why don't we just pretend this never happened? You can find another group to be your scapegoats. Rest assured, we, the Dark Tears, will never betray you. Lei Yushan glanced over, his eyes filled with contempt as he watched the backs of the retreating Dark Tears. His voice dripped with sarcasm. You lot from the Dark Tears are nothing but trash. One of you died the moment you walked through the door. This was truly outside of my calculations. But there's something that surprises me even more. Lei Yushan's pupils narrowed to slits, scanning the heroes before him. A thrill in his voice, he declared, although there are 8 of you, there are 9 souls. The scales of destiny always find a way to balance themselves at the most opportune moment. A red glint flashed in Lei Yushan's eyes. His mocking gaze fell upon the figure behind the group. Isn't that right? Lady Yiling? Liu Xingran gasped, whirling around to face her in shock. What? She demanded. Yiling just stood there, completely silent. Just then, Yiling slowly stepped out from the shadows, her gaze serious as she faced her comrades. She finally spoke. He's right. This body is a vessel for both my sister and me. My name is Ling Yi. Hearing this, Liu Xingran's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder, she exclaimed. I felt like you were 2 completely different people during the last battle. So there really are 2 of you? Ling Yi narrowed her eyes, touching her lips hesitantly. I followed the captain into the abyss, for the sake of the final ritual. Yiqing stared at Ling Yi, equally stunned by the shattering truth. This was something she had never once mentioned to him. Lei Yushan burst into laughter, a wide grin spreading across his face as his eyes danced with amusement, sizing up Yiqing's team. It seems every single member of your little group is hiding a secret, aren't they? Ling Yi struggled to remain calm. She looked at Yiqing, her expression sincere. I only wanted to use the power of the final ritual to separate my soul and return this body, whole, to my sister. I have no intention of keeping it all for myself. The final ritual can break any curse from the abyss, including the one that was placed on me. Yiqing's brow twitched at her words, his eyes narrowing. Trapping 2 souls in a single vessel. That sounds exactly like the work of a demon. Hearing Ling Yi's motive for seeking the ritual, Lei Yushan scoffed, then threw his head back and roared with laughter. Wasting the final ritual on a bunch of worthless trash like you? How absurd. All of you are nothing more than kindling for the ceremony. As he spoke, Lang Xiaofeng's body began to transform. He took the form of a wolf, his black hair turning silver white as sharp fangs emerged from his lips, and his pupils began to change. Beside the priestess, holy light twisted into darkness in an instant. Black energy swirled around her face as the scepter in her hand radiated a sinister glow. Yue Jianbai saw this and felt a chill run down his spine. Something was terribly wrong. His eyes shot wide, brows furrowed in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and uttered, "Dark power. Impossible. You're a holy priestess. How can you wield that?" The priestess's chilling laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. Her gaze pierced through the black mist at the heroes below. I am favored by both the light and the darkness. I am a chosen priestess, the likes of which appear only once a century. Silver clenched his fists, glaring at her sheer arrogance. He raised an eyebrow, his expression fierce as he roared, "Even so, there are 3 hunter teams here. Do you really think just the 3 of you from Tadas can take us all on?" Before Silver could even finish his sentence, the priestess raised her scepter and unleashed a blast of dark energy right at him. She spoke with utter contempt. "Relying on a worthless hunter captain like you? I alone am more than enough to crush every last one of you." The darkness rushed towards Silver like a devouring black hole. Slash! With a single strike, Yiqing's sword shattered the darkness, blocking the priestess's attack. Seeing her spell broken so easily left the priestess stunned, and she stared blankly at Yiqing. She never imagined anyone could parry that blow. Yiqing's brow furrowed, his face filled with rage as he glared directly at Lei Yushan. He ground out each word through clenched teeth. "You dare call my comrades kindling?" Hearing this, Lei Yushan just laughed. A cold, deadly aura radiated from him as he stared down Yiqing. "And what if I do? What do you think you are? Heroes? You're nothing but self-righteous ants, incapable of making even a single ripple in the tide of history." He glanced over at Ling Yi, who was gritting her teeth as a flame erupted in her hand. She glared at him furiously. Lei Yushan just snorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Your soul is nothing but a plaything for demons. And so is your so-called sister. Lei Yushan narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze back to Yiqing. He clicked his tongue in disdain. And as for you, Yiqing, do you really believe your ridiculous trash-tier hunter team can actually change anything? All of you are merely candles on an altar, burning away to nothing. Soon, not even a speck of ash will remain. With that, he signaled Lang Xiaofeng and the priestess with a sharp look. Lei Yushan roared, "Now, be good little sacrifices and become nourishment for the final ritual. That is your one and only purpose. Lang Xiaofeng, you'll handle Cyrus, the heavenly light, and Night's tear. I will personally sacrifice the fated one." Like a wild beast, Lang Xiaofeng lunged forward, a cruel light flashing in his eyes as he bared his sharp fangs. Seeing their unyielding resolve, Yiqing knew they wouldn't back down. His eyes narrowed, a low growl escaping his lips as he glared at them. If this is how it's going to be, then I won't hold back. Yue Jianbai and Silvers drew their weapons, charging forward in unison. Yue Jianbai, enraged by their arrogance, roared out, "Don't you dare look down on us." Xin shouted as well, "Let's get them together." Yue Jianbai summoned a wave of sword energy, sweeping it toward Lang Xiaofeng and the priest. But their bodies were agile, dodging the attack in an instant as they rushed forward. Yiqing wasn't standing idle either. He activated his Nimbus step, moving so fast he was nothing but an afterimage as he shot toward Lei Yushan. The man's eyes widened in shock at his speed. With such fluid movements, he couldn't even track Yiqing's direction. To gain the upper hand in this situation, Qing. He instantly drew his greatsword, slashing a wide arc toward Yiqing. In less than 3 seconds, the crisp sound of shattering metal rang out as the greatsword broke in two. Lang Xiaofeng, Xin, Liu Xingran, and Yue Jianbai all froze, their faces masks of pure disbelief. It all happened faster than words could describe. Everyone stared, completely speechless and stunned. Lei Yushan's head had been severed right before their very eyes. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. His body still stood tall, but his head had already hit the ground. Fresh blood erupted like a gruesome fountain. Yiqing's figure stood silently, a short blade clutched tightly in each hand, his face devoid of all emotion. Lei Yushan's head rolled across the cold ground, his mouth gasping for air. His consciousness lingered as he screamed in disbelief. "I didn't even see you move. Even if you were stronger, you should have at least let me see. Let me see the gap in our strength." Amidst his agonizing struggles, the light in his eyes began to fade. Dark power poured from his empty sockets. He roared with indignation. What kind of pathetic defeat is this? And then, his desperate screams faded into nothing. His body dissolved into a black mist. Yiqing stood motionless, his voice low and cold. "Now, for the rest of you." Seeing their boss eliminated in the blink of an eye, Lang Xiaofeng and the priest stared at Yiqing's back, too terrified to move. Lang Xiaofeng was trembling. His body reverted to its human form as cold sweat poured down his face. He forced a smile and spoke. "Our boss is dead, so why would I keep fighting for him? I surrender." The priest, seeing the hopeless situation, agreed that it was pointless to continue. Lang Xiaofeng then glanced over at Yue Jianbai. He spoke slowly. "That kid, Yiqing, to activate the final ritual, he still needs more bodies, right? Just think about how many more have to die to reach that number. It's definitely going to be us." Yiqing strode towards the place where the ritual was kept, his voice echoing coldly. "No one else needs to die. A true demon can use the final ritual directly." Hearing this, Yue Jianbai's eyes widened in utter shock. A demon can use it directly? Yiqing shifted, turning to face him. At that moment, his face had completely changed, transforming into a demonic form with long horns. His entire face was shrouded in a thick, dark red aura. His eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and his teeth were sharp as razors. He spoke in a deep voice. "That's right. I once defeated a demon." Liu Xingran stared in horror at his current form, her eyes wide with shock. "What is this? What in the world is happening?" she cried out in a panic. "Yiqing, since when were you?" Yiqing's gaze shifted to her, and his eyes instantly returned to normal. He said, "Because I accidentally defeated him, I was afflicted with a curse, the most wicked curse in the world. The truth is, I only have 1 minute left to live. Very soon, I will be killed by the rules of this curse. Only the power of this final ritual can break it." Hearing this, Ling Yi was also stunned into silence, staring at him without a word. Liu Xingran's eyes stung with tears. She looked at him, her voice choked with emotion. "Yiqing, all this time, If you just use the final ritual to save yourself, this will all be over, right? We've obviously made it this far. Yiqing walked closer to the ritual, his appearance returning to normal. He looked at her with a gentle expression, and a soft smile touched his lips. I'm sorry. That was the original plan. But fate rarely follows the plan. If only this book could rewrite a person's destiny. He turned to look at Ling Yi, who was standing nearby, smiling at her with infinite tenderness. If this scripture can truly rewrite one person's fate, then I hope that person will be you, Ling Yi. Her eyes shot wide in disbelief, unable to process what he was saying. A second later, her confusion erupted into a furious shout. Captain, have you lost your mind? That's your one and only chance. Why would you waste it on someone as worthless as me? Everything you did was for her. You've done more than enough. From this day forward, anyone who enters the abyss alive will also leave here alive. Seeing the unshakable resolve in his eyes, tears began to stream down Lu Xingran's face. Her gaze filled with anguish as she screamed, I won't let you do this. Yiqing simply stepped forward, his hand grasping the Shengdian. He glanced back, offering her one last smile as the artifact's immense power began to envelop him. A gentle smile graced Yiqing's lips. I'm sorry. This time, I have to break my promise. There's just one thing I need to ask of you. Use the resources I've left behind to take good care of my little sister. You're the only one I can trust with this. With those final words, the power of the Shengdian completely consumed him. A joyous laugh escaped his lips as he declared, In the name of the demon, I hereby break the curse of Yiling. In the heart of the great hall, a brilliant light erupted, flooding the chamber. Violent purple energy swirled with the dark, spectral mist, twisting into a massive vortex. As the light faded, only the echo of his warm, deep voice remained. Go and see it. The body you were always meant to have. A world of freedom. Sometime later, after the survivors had escaped the ruins of the abyss, amidst the headstones of a graveyard at dusk, a voice spoke. That guy. He was so selfish in the end. To keep the World Association off the hunters' backs, he just took the easy way out and vanished. A bouquet of fresh flowers rested against a stone grave marker. Because of him, the Ruo Jue clan was finally able to secure their official standing. Su Wuming gazed at the tombstone. I know, but I never imagined he would leave us like that. A faint smile touched Lu Xingran's lips as she replied softly, He did die, that much is true. But the moment he fell, his body vanished. It was as if something pulled him back down into the abyss. He might have fooled everyone else, but he couldn't fool me. A strange feeling crept over Su Wuming. What makes you say that? In response, Liu Xingran pulled a brilliant, cyan object from her pouch. Intricate patterns were carved across its surface. She stared at it, then back at the empty grave. He wasn't some piece of trash to be thrown away, which means, one day, he will return. And when he does, I promise you, he will shock the entire world. As if to confirm her vow, the cyan artifact in her hand began to glow, pulsing with a brilliant, otherworldly light. Model.